Chapter 1. Sir, please don't. Sir, please don't. A crying voice echoed in his ears, and as his consciousness shifted from a haze to clarity, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes. A girl, as beautiful as a flower, knelt before him, her eyes filled with tears as she shook her head and cried, "Sir, I beg you, don't sell me to the brothel." The girl wept pitifully. Li Chen stared blankly at the girl, his gaze dazed. Had he traveled through time? In his previous life, he was a legendary international mercenary king. After cleaning up his act, he turned to business, building a vast commercial empire. But fate is unpredictable. An unexpected acute myocardial infarction had brought him to this ancient feudal dynasty, the Dayan Empire. With a bitter smile, he finally resigned himself to the fact that he had crossed over. Sorting through the memories of his predecessor, he began to re-evaluate the world before him. This other Li Chen was handsome, but was a hollow shell, flawed within. Orphaned at 17 and with no one to guide him, by 19, he had grown into a drunken gambler, a small-time hoodlum. The girl before him was a famished refugee he had picked up 2 months ago, named Yu Qingwan, just 18 years old. Initially, he had picked her up with ill intentions, planning to sell her to the brothel for a profit. However, after Yu Qingwan washed off the grime from her face and revealed her true beauty, his predecessor was immediately smitten and ended up making her his maid-wife. Unexpectedly, after marrying her, he suddenly found himself unable to perform and even failed to deflower her. The county doctor informed him that his indulgence in wine and debauchery, especially due to recent fatigue and hunger, had rendered him impotent, and he could only take medicine and recuperate slowly. For 2 months, he had not recovered, which only made his temperament more violent. Just moments ago, because he had no money to drink or eat, he had planned to sell Yu Qingwan to the brothel in exchange for food and drink. As he dragged the desperately struggling Yu Qingwan towards the door, he suddenly lost his grip, crashing into the doorframe and becoming momentarily dizzy. The Li Chen of the past had thus traveled through time. Standing there, reflecting on the past, Li Chen's expression was filled with confusion. Seeing that Li Chen was motionless, Yu Qingwan thought he still intended to sell her. Trembling, she pulled out a shabby little cloth pouch from her bosom, opened it to reveal 10 copper coins. Holding up the 10 coins, she tearfully pleaded, "Sir, please don't sell me. Yesterday, I earned 10 when by washing clothes for someone, and I'll save up more to buy you wine and meat." Looking at this fragile girl, like a floating weed in the wind, and then at the 10 copper coins in her hand, recalling his predecessor's various misdeeds, Li Chen frowned and, "Cursed beast!" Yu Qingwan thought he was scolding her, and trembled as her hand shook, causing the coins to clatter to the ground. Her body quivered, tears filling her eyes as she cried, "Sir, I am the beast, why not just beat me to vent your anger? After you're done, you won't sell me, will you?" She knelt beside the wall, picked up a vine whip, and placed it in Li Chen's hand. Then, she gently removed her clothes and lay on a nearby wooden stool missing a leg, covering her mouth, shedding tears, and closing her eyes. Perhaps like before, after he vented his anger, he wouldn't sell her anymore. Her garments barely concealed her body, her snow-white back and beautiful curves barely visible, and Li Chen's gaze froze. On that snow-white back, there were actually numerous fresh and old whip marks. In some places, faint bloodstains seeped through. Filled with sorrow, Li Chen sighed softly, tossing aside the whip and walking over to cover her patched-up clothes. "You will never see the old Li Chen again." Li Chen picked up the coins and placed them in her palm. Yu Qingwan still looked at him in shock, and in the next moment, tears of despair fell from her eyes, rolling down her collar and splashing onto the ground, raising tiny clouds of dust. "Will we never see each other again? Does the sir still want to sell me to the brothel?" Li Chen merely shook his head. "Not selling you anymore." "Are you serious, sir?" Yu Qingwan was filled with mixed emotions of surprise and joy. Could it be that the sir really changed his mind? "Serious?" Li Chen nodded. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from his stomach. A wave of weakness washed over him. "Hungry? Is there anything to eat?" he asked instinctively. "Hey, tea home. There's no food left." Yu Qingwan lowered her head, trembling as she replied, as if she had made a mistake, fearing it would provoke another beating. "No food?" Li Chen was taken aback. "Please wait. They'll go to Aunt Zu's house to trade for some flour." Yu Qingwan, afraid of angering him again, quickly stood up, grabbed the money, and hurriedly walked out. Watching her retreating figure, Li Chen finally remembered what kind of world he was in. The Dayan Empire, after 200 years, had become impoverished and weak, beset by internal strife and external threats. The northern barbarians and western Hu tribes were in chaos, with war raging everywhere. From the western borders to the northern territories, thousands lay dead, and cries of despair filled the land, resembling a purgatory on earth. In the court, factional struggles were incessant, with officials afraid of death and avoiding war. The imperial court, aristocracy, and powerful families shamefully abandoned vast lands and people in the northern and western regions, fleeing south and allowing the two barbarian tribes to ravage and pillage. Refugees were everywhere, and half the territory was in famine. For the common people now, having one meal a day had become a luxury, relying on foraging for wild vegetables and stripping tree bark to fill their bellies. In this chaotic world, merely surviving had become an unbearable burden. Sorting through his memories, Li Chen's gaze became deep and sharp. Just then, a cry from his little maid interrupted his thoughts. "What are you doing? Ah, please now. Little beauty, you're still holding on. Are you reluctant to let your brother go? Then come back with your brother. After all, your sir is just a useless facade. Why not bring both food and you back with me? I will show you what true happiness is." Another coarse voice came, filled with lewdness and filth. Li Chen frowned, suddenly standing up, but his legs felt weak and his strength was indeed insufficient. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his spirit, grabbed a homemade short knife from under the bed, and rushed out. Just as he reached the door, he saw a young man tugging on a cloth bag with Yu Qingwan. Li Chen recognized him as Zhang Hu, a notorious thug in the village. Although both were ruffians, he was merely a petty troublemaker, while Zhang Hu was a true villain, bullying and robbing, leaving no crime uncommitted. It was said that his older brother, Zhang Guang, was a smooth talker from the nearby Black-Wind stronghold, which made even the most domineering avoid provoking him. Li Chen had been beaten by him multiple times and would always take detours to avoid him. This time, he must have targeted Yu Qingwan, who had gone out to buy grain, attempting to rob her at her doorstep. "Zhang Hu, do you dare?" Li Chen rushed over and shouted to his surprise. The man merely glanced at him disdainfully, and seeing Yu Qingwan still holding on, he kicked towards her. Yu Qingwan closed her eyes in fear, thinking she was about to be kicked to death. The next moment, a tall, lean figure stood in front of her. Though not strong, he stood like a mountain, able to withstand the wind and rain. Chapter 2. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Li Chen quickly stepped in front of Yu Qingwan, swiftly extending his hand to block Zhang Hu's kicking foot, using the force to throw him aside. Zhang Hu immediately fell into a splits, landing right on a rock below him. Hitting a stone with an egg, the pain was unbearable. "You bastard dare to lay hands on me?" Zhang Hu stood up, clutching his groin, his expression twisted in pain as he cursed out, "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Chapter 3. You can eat this bird casually. What are you doing? Li Chen asked in shock. The little maidservant, with her head lowered, was removing the last layer of her undergarment, her face as red as blood, her voice barely a whisper, stammering. Li Chen was taken aback, suddenly realizing, "You heard it wrong. I meant to try shooting a few times with this bow." The little maidservant quickly covered her face and squatted down. Li Chen felt a stir in his heart, but ultimately held back. He walked over, picked up her clothes, and helped her put them on before opening the door and stepping outside. Inside, the little maidservant hurriedly dressed, recalling her shameful actions from earlier, and let out a soft whimper, covering her blood-red face again, twisting her body and stamping her feet, utterly mortified. Meanwhile, Li Chen stood in the yard, looking down. His body felt surprisingly good. It seemed that after crossing over, he was fine. At night, perhaps he could ask the little maidservant to help verify. If he truly recovered, he could indulge. As he thought of this, the graceful figure of Yu Qingwan flashed through his mind. He shook his head vigorously, pulling his thoughts back on track. He looked at the bow in his hand. It was a straight pull bow made of sinew and horn. The craftsmanship was excellent, though the design was outdated and its power was average. It was made for Zhang, the hunter from a neighboring village, by his father. Unfortunately, just as the bow was finished, Zhang was killed by a wild boar, and the bow was left here. Now it had become a bargain for Li Chen. As a master of both cold and hot weapons, Li Chen had loved archery in his previous life. He had survived extreme situations in the primitive forest, relying on handmade bows and arrows to kill enemies and escape. Although this was a straight pull hunting bow, Its strong limbs allowed for effective killing range of nearly 40 paces when fully drawn. It was barely acceptable. Using some rotten wood, he made a target and leaned it against a tree far outside the yard to test it. He drew the bow, nocked an arrow, and in that moment of concentration, the target unexpectedly magnified in his sight. Such super-perceptive ability could only emerge from extreme focus, a state achieved by perhaps 1 in 10,000 snipers. He released the string, and from 20 paces, hit the bull's eye. Li Chen raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Even at his peak before, it would take at least 10 seconds to enter such a focused state for precise shooting. But just now, he had entered that state the moment he drew the bow. This also meant his precise shooting ability had significantly improved. To test his hypothesis, he quickly ran 10 steps, turned, drew the bow, and released. At 30 paces, he hit. After running another 10 steps and rolling on the ground, he instantly drew the bow and released again. At 40 paces, he hit again. All shots were made in that moment of seemingly complete control and super focus, which delighted Li Chen. But it was limited to 40 paces, as that was the effective killing range of this bow. Anything farther would miss. The little maidservant leaned against the door, cupping her face, still blushing as she watched Li Chen. Li Chen walked back into the yard, about to speak when he suddenly looked up and saw a bird flying through the air. He instantly nocked an arrow and drew the bow, ready to release. The little bird magnified in his sight, and from such a distance, he could even see its gray feathers clearly. Twang! The string snapped, the bow trembled, and the arrow shot like lightning. The bird let out a cry, pierced by the arrow, and fell straight down. Letting out a long breath, Li Chen felt a stir of emotions. This instant shooting ability, even in this era dominated by cold weapons, should be at the pinnacle for archers, right? The little maidservant at the door watched in fascination and couldn't help but softly recite, pulling the carved bow like a full moon, looking northwest, shooting at the heavens. Bird! She ran over to pick up the bird, timidly presenting it to Li Chen. Sir, your bird. Li Chen was taken aback, feeling something was off. The fire in the stove is still hot. You can cook and eat it. I'm going to wander in the mountains. Li Chen pulled the bird from the arrow shaft and handed it to the little maidservant. It was a local iron-beaked bird, not small in size, and, after plucking, it could yield about 2 taels of meat. Sir, you want me to eat this bird? The little maidservant looked at Li Chen in disbelief. Li Chen nearly stumbled, pulling out the arrow and preparing to leave. You can eat this bird freely. Thank you, sir. The maidservant was moved to tears. Li Chen left speechless. By now, it was already late afternoon, and Li Chen quickened his pace in the mountains. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night there, which was quite unsafe. Not far from the door, a few women returned from the mountains with baskets, each filled with wild vegetables. Seeing Li Chen with a bow on his back, the women were quite surprised. What is the young master from the Li family going to do? One woman, around 40 years old, asked curiously. Li Chen recognized her as Lu Jinsue, the wife of the village chief, Su Jiang. Hunting. Li Chen replied. The young master is actually going to learn to hunt? Just don't let the bear lick that pretty face of yours. That would be a pity. Another woman in her 30s, Wang Kaifeng, laughed. Li Chen had always been good-looking, and now that he was an adult, many young women were attracted to him. If it weren't for his bad reputation, many women might have willingly thrown themselves at him or even offered to be his wife. TSK, if the young master really brings back game. You should call me sister-in-law. I'll trade you meat buns for it. The youngest woman, Ma Yan, who was about 27 or 28, was even bolder, grinning as she playfully placed her hand on her chest. Although her looks were not exceptional, her figure was quite good. During wartime, men from each village, unless they were the only sons, over 50, disabled, or underage, were all conscripted to the northern frontier, either to serve in the military or perform labor. Thus young, strong men in the village were scarce, and women, especially married ones, were restless and wild. However, in their eyes, this idle, petty rogue was actually going hunting. It was simply a joke. Li Chen ignored them and headed up the mountain. The young master from the Li family, who was useless, was actually going to hunt? What kind of absurdity was this? He could beat his wife, but hunting? Was that mountain accessible to everyone? In recent years, there have been bears and wild boars in the back mountains, and recently, it was said that a tiger had come, killing many people. No one dared to hunt there anymore. Was he not seeking death by going there? The two women watched Li Qin's retreating figure, both sneering and chattering mockingly. All right, that child is not inherently bad. Let's hope for the best for him. The kind-hearted Lu Jinsue frowned. She glanced back at Li Qin's distant figure, her eyes filled with worry. Half an hour later, Li Qin had entered the deep mountains. After shooting 5 arrows, all full draws, he found this body couldn't hold up much longer. His hands were still trembling. After wandering in the mountains for a while, he finally started to recover. Chapter 4. Meat bun for pine chicken. In recent years, the back mountain has seen an increase in fierce wild beasts, resulting in the deaths of many hunters. Now, there are hardly any who dare to risk their lives to hunt in the mountains. Additionally, due to battles at the border, the remaining hunters have nearly been depleted from Northian Pass. As a result, the game in the back mountain has been thriving and can be said to be seen everywhere. After crossing a ridge, Li Qin spotted a gray rabbit standing on a grassy slope, looking around. The instinctive survival skills he had developed told him that where there are rabbits, there must be a nest nearby. He quietly circled around from behind. Sure enough, he discovered a concealed rabbit hole at the midpoint of the grassy slope. He immediately concealed himself behind a tree. At that moment, the vigilant gray rabbit was coming down the slope to enter the hole, completely unaware that death was near. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, his super focus made the rabbit appear larger and larger in his sight. Just as the rabbit reached the entrance of the hole, the bowstring twanged, the arrow flew, and the rabbit was pinned to the ground. A perfect shot, a good start, which made Li Qin quite satisfied. Next, with that super focus buff, in a state of intermittent bow drawing, Li Qin instantly transformed into a god of archery, going on a killing spree. As he walked into the mountain, anything that moved on the ground, climbed in the trees, or flew in the sky that entered his line of sight met a swift end. He walked and stopped, and within a little over an hour, he had drawn his bow over 20 times, filling a large bag with wild game. Carrying his prey, he went back to retrieve his arrows. As he saw that the sky was about to darken, he headed down the mountain. However, as he passed by a towering giant pine tree, he stopped in his tracks. Upon closer inspection, he was slightly shocked. A deep pit, nearly half a person high, had been ground into the incredibly sturdy trunk, with pine oil flowing inside. A wild boar? Li Qin looked at the pine tree and examined the footprints around it, narrowing his eyes. Pine oil for back scratching, wild boar armor. His wilderness survival experience told him that this was clearly a wild boar rubbing its body against the pine tree for years, using the pine oil to drive away parasites. Judging by the size of the pit, the wild boar must weigh around 400 to 500 pounds. Moreover, there were giant tusk marks on the tree, which should have been made by the boar using its tusks to scratch against the trunk. A wild boar covered in pine oil armor in modern times. Even a regular shotgun would struggle to penetrate that layer of skin, while its tusks could easily pierce through human flesh. Thankfully, he encountered such a creature today. Otherwise, with his current frail body and this ordinary hunting bow, it would have been a matter of life and death. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and hastened his pace down the mountain. Half an hour later, he had exited the mountain and arrived at the village entrance. The village was called Muir Village. It got its name because although the men of the village were not formally carpenters, they were quite skilled in woodworking. Li Qin's father was one of the outstanding figures among them. Crossing the nearby hillside and passing by a large elm tree that had been stripped of its bark and tender leaves, the village was right ahead. Under the large elm tree gathered a group of women, including several who had just returned from foraging for wild vegetables at noon. At this moment, the women had finished their meals and were idle, sitting together at the village entrance, sorting through their baskets of wild vegetables while chatting away. Regardless of natural disasters or man-made calamities, only long tongues remain unbothered. Hey, isn't that Li's eldest son? Didn't you say he went hunting? Why is he back so soon? One woman, caught off guard, looked up at Li Qin with surprise. Didn't he catch anything, I guess? Wang Kaifeng, who had seen Li Qin head into the mountains earlier, snickered. Right, which hunter ever came back in less than 3 to 5 days? He left just after noon, and it's not even halfway through the evening yet. Ma Yin, with her curvy figure, laughed disdainfully. Don't laugh at Li's eldest son. I think he really seems to have brought something back. Could it be he actually caught prey? Lu Jinsei turned to look and said with some curiosity, Shujia's sister-in-law, are you seeing things? That rascal could never catch anything. If he manages to hunt something, I'll eat steamed buns in public. Ma Yan, who is always bold, laughed frivolously, and a chorus of laughter erupted around them. But just then, as Li Chen got closer, everyone saw that he had 2 gray rabbits tied together draped over his left shoulder. Just these 2 rabbits were enough to make every woman's eyes widen. Each rabbit must weigh around 6 or 7 pounds. Moreover, he was also carrying a bulging bag from which small feathers occasionally fluttered out. As he walked toward them in the setting sun, the women looked at him as if they saw a walking granary filled with meat. Each one unconsciously swallowed their saliva, as if they could smell the aroma of cooked meat. Li's eldest son, what did you hunt? Lu Jinsui asked, her eyes filled with surprise. Just a few pine chickens and rabbits, nothing much. Li Chen smiled. He had a good impression of Lu Jinsui during times of scarcity. The kind-hearted Lu Jinsui had secretly given his wife a few mixed buns, and he remembered that kindness. Stopping, he took a pine chicken out of his pocket and handed it to Lu Jinsui. Sister Su, thank you for helping my wife earlier. This is a small token of appreciation. Oh no, this is too precious. Lu Jinsui was startled, shaking her hands in refusal, too afraid to accept. In the past 6 months, due to the influx of refugees into the northern border alongside the pressing situation at North Yen Pass, supplies cannot be brought in from outside. Relying solely on the northern border's production had become increasingly difficult, making it impossible to sustain so many people. A great famine had already arrived. In these times, just a few pounds of rice or flour could be deadly. It was said that refugees within the borders had died of starvation, and in desperate times, even cannibalism had occurred. Such a pine chicken weighing at least 3 pounds could save lives in critical moments. How could she dare to accept it? Sister, there will be more, just take it. Li Chen smiled and let go of the pine chicken. Lu Jinsei swallowed hard, picked up the pine chicken, and turned to Ma Lian with a teasing smile said, Sister Lian, do you still stand by what you said earlier? Laughter erupted around them. Ma Lian looked at the pine chicken, her eyes filled with greed, panting heavily as she gazed at Li Chen. Eldest son, why only give it to Sister Su? What about your little sister-in-law? If you give me one, I'll trade this. But you have to be capable. If not, I'll just get a pine chicken for free. As she said this, she deliberately puffed out her chest, but her eyes were filled with mockery. This pretty boy was merely a facade. It was said he was incompetent. The surrounding women laughed again, half-jokingly saying, yes, 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 everyone should share. Eldest son can't show favoritism. We can trade too, as long as you're capable. Go hunt for yourself if you want to eat. Li Chen squinted his eyes slightly, and in an instant, his gaze turned as cold as a knife pulled from icy water in the 12th month. Chapter 5 ready to consummate? Under that sweeping gaze, everyone he looked at shuddered, feeling as if their hearts had been violently shaken. In that moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies stiffening to the point where they couldn't even move. By the time the group came to their senses, Li Chen had already left. For a moment, all the women exchanged fearful glances, and no one dared to speak. This useless pretty boy, unable to even conquer his own wife, still flaunting his authority in front of us. Ma Lian took a deep breath, the icy sensation on her body finally easing, as she stubbornly cursed at his retreating figure. It's nothing impressive. It's just the heavens providing food, and that scoundrel managed to catch prey. My old Joe also learned hunting. Although he's lame, he's still better than that scoundrel. The heavens provide food. They can't just reward that little scoundrel alone, right? Tomorrow, I'll send my old Joe into the mountains to hunt. Wang Kaifeng also regained her composure and looked at the grouse in Lu Jinsui's hands, feeling intensely jealous. With that said, the eyes of the surrounding women lit up. Yes. Which family doesn't have male members? Regardless of age, who isn't stronger than him? If that little scoundrel can hunt, we can certainly do it too. Let's all go tomorrow. Let's all go. The group of women began to call out, all stimulated by Li Chen's grouse. The idle chatter abruptly dispersed, and the women hurried home to encourage the men in their families. Li Chen, however, was unaware of all this, and he didn't care much for the gossip of these long-tongued women. However, he had inadvertently glared at those women, causing them to freeze in place, as if they had turned to stone, which gave him a strange feeling. It seemed that after his rebirth, his mental power had inexplicably strengthened, endowing his gaze with a penetrating quality. This was somewhat mystical. Shaking his head and exhaling a long breath, Li Chun continued walking forward. Passing through the small path and rounding the ridge, he saw his home in the distance. Despite the dilapidated state of the house and yard, seeing home still made Li Chun breathe a sigh of relief. A single light flickered, warm and gentle. In a chaotic world, home is the only flicker of light in the darkness. Especially after experiencing a heart-stopping battle, a weary heart needed soft light even more. Sitting at the door was his little maid. She squatted at the entrance, supporting her small face with her hands, eyes closed, her head bobbing slightly as if she was about to fall asleep. Yet she was still waiting for a man whose return time was unknown. Standing in front of the little maid, Li Chun could clearly see her slightly furrowed brow, filled with anxiety and worry. Waiting in a chaotic world adds an extra layer of unknown fear. Perhaps sensing something, Yu Qingwan slowly opened her eyes. When she saw it was Li Chun, she immediately stood up, her face a mix of surprise and joy, calling out, "Sir, you're back." Li Chun said nothing, just gently extended his hand. Yu Qingwan shivered, thinking Li Chun was going to hit her for dozing off. She didn't dare to dodge, only panic-stricken, saying, "Sir, I'm so sorry. I was really tired and dozed off for a bit." In the next moment, Li Chun simply brushed his fingers against her left cheek, removing a small feather. "Come inside." Li Chun blew away the feather on his fingertip and stepped into the house. Then he walked to the light. "Today someone died outside. I was scared, so I lit the lamp." Yu Qingwan stammered. In this world where everything is expensive except for life, oil is a luxury. She wouldn't dare use too much even for cooking, let alone lighting a lamp. If she wasn't extremely scared, she wouldn't have lit it. She was truly worried that Li Chun would fly into a rage and beat her for wasting cooking oil. But to her surprise, Li Chun shook his head, saying it was fine, that if she wanted to light it, then light it. He then picked up a thin stick and lifted the lamp wick. The room was suddenly filled with light. Yu Qingwan gathered her courage and approached, holding a cooked iron bird in both hands. It was the one Li Chun had shot down in the yard earlier. Although Li Chun had told her to cook and eat it, she had been waiting for him to come back before she dared to eat. "Sir, you eat." Yu Qingwan offered the bird with trembling hands. Li Chun stared at the bird in a daze, then dropped the rabbit he was carrying onto the ground. At that moment, Yu Qingwan finally saw the harvest he had brought back. Li Chun also unloaded the bag from his shoulder, spilling out 2 grouse, more than a dozen unknown large birds, and 5 mountain rats. "Oh my, so much, so much." Yu Qingwan squatted down, excitedly fiddling with them, and when she looked up, she was nearly in tears from excitement. "Let's do one." Li Chun pointed to one of the grouse. "Now. Let's do it now." Yu Qingwan's eyes widened with surprise and anticipation. To be honest, she hadn't eaten much since morning. She was really starving. "Stew it." Li Shen nudda. Yu Qingwan jumped up in joy, just about to go get water to boil, when suddenly she remembered something. She picked up the cooked iron bird again, saying, "Sir must be starving after hunting all day. Have a bite first." Li Chun didn't hesitate, took it, and immediately tore half of it off and stuffed it into his mouth, handing the other half to Yu Qingwan. "You eat too." "Thank you, sir." Yu Qingwan hurriedly accepted it, one hand holding the grouse as she eagerly bit into the half-cooked bird, swallowing it in a few bites. Li Chun then tied up the 2 rabbits and some other game, hanging them down the well for preservation. Rabbit meat is delicious but lacks nutrition. He was currently in a phase of strength training and recovery, and relying on it as a staple would not only fail to build muscle, but could also lead to starvation. So he planned to sell the 2 rabbits in the city tomorrow to earn some money to buy food. Food lasts longer and provides sufficient carbohydrates. He needed to nourish himself and fatten up his maid. Then when he had time, he would validate things and consummate their marriage, so he could finally feel at ease. The remaining mountain rats and large birds will be taken care of by the little maid, enough for several days of side dishes. Time flew by quickly. The meal was ready. It was simply a stewed chicken. To make the stew, Yu Qingwan gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, adding a bit more salt. Li Chun noticed her every move. Glancing at the coarse salt, he couldn't help but frown. He had already tasted the bitterness of that coarse salt in the wild vegetable porridge. It was more bitter than the vegetables, barely edible, and over time, it might be harmful to the body. He suddenly remembered that during this time, there probably wasn't any refined salt available. Even if there was, it likely wasn't very fine. Moreover, fine salt was reserved for the court. Only the wealthy and powerful had the privilege to taste it. The moment the pot was lifted, the aroma of meat filled the air. At that moment, Yu Qingwan was almost moved to tears. "Sir, you eat." Yu Qingwan scooped a large bowl full of stew into Li Chen's bowl and took a small bowl for herself, daring only to fill it halfway with soup and some shredded meat, then squatted at the threshold, taking small sips. It was customary for women not to eat at the table. Li Chen did not pick up his chopsticks, but lowered his head to look at his bowl, which contained 2 chicken legs, 2 wings, and several large chunks of meat. "Come to the table." Li Chen beckoned Yu Qingwan. "Huh, sir, that's not appropriate." Yu Qingwan was startled, shaking her small head like a rattle drum. "Come here." Li Chen's tone was commanding. Yu Qingwan didn't dare to disobey. So she cautiously took her bowl and sat at the table, but only dared to sit on the edge of the stool. In the future at home, regardless of gender, everyone will eat at the same table. This also applies when there are children. Li Chen slowed his tone and said, "This also applies when there are children." The little maid's heart suddenly trembled. Is he going to consummate the marriage? For a moment, her heart raced like a deer, her little hands shook, and her face flushed. Chapter 6 Dalang, is awesome what's wrong with you? Li Chen asked with a frown as he noticed her unusual expression. I will listen to you, my lord, the maid said softly, lowering her head and pretending to drink soup. Li Chen didn't know what she was thinking and piled a bunch of chicken legs and wings onto her plate. "You're too thin. You need to nourish yourself." My lord, no." "Eat," Li Chen commanded again. The maid took a bite of the chicken leg, feeling the aroma wafting up, filling her stomach and warming her heart. Her eyes turned red, and 2 streams of tears dripped into the bowl, causing ripples in the oily soup. "Why are you crying again?" Li Chen felt a bit of a headache. I'm just happy, so happy. You are so good, my lord," she said, sobbing even more. "As husband and wife, we should take care of each other. Stop crying and eat." Li Chen placed another chicken leg on her plate. "My lord, please don't." The maid hurriedly shook her head. Li Chen fronat. "Oh no, my lord, I want." The maid changed her words through her tears. Hearing her say, "My lord, I want," with a tearful voice made Li Chen's heart race. It seemed he needed to quickly help her regain her health. Seeing her beauty under the light was truly a different kind of delicate beauty. Li Chen increasingly felt that although his previous self was not much, his eye for women was sharp, having found this treasure of a girl among countless refugees. Yu Qingwan, on the other hand, became shy under his gaze. Her head lowered even more, her small face almost buried in the bowl. "I heard you reciting the words of the famous poet in Wuji from the Great Kong." "You have read?" Li Chen asked, focusing his mind. When Yu Qingwan blurted out the phrase like a full moon pulling back the carved bough while shooting that little bird in the yard, he was quite impressed. "This little girl should have some background. My father once hired a tutor for me." Yu Qingwan spoke softly, her voice like a mosquito. This reminded Li Chen that she had vaguely mentioned before that her family used to be a prominent household in Liangjing. After the northern Ming broke the city, the whole family fled in a panic. But with the Shihu also causing chaos, blocking their way south, they had to go north and enter Bayan Pass. On the road of escape, either the old or young in her family starved to death or were taken away by the northern Ming. And by the time she entered Bayan Pass, she was the only one left. If it were a prosperous time, she should still be in the study of Liangjing, burning incense and reading books, right? Li Chen sighed softly in his heart. It was indeed rare. Yu Qingwan. This name also has an ancient charm. If he remembered correctly, it should come from a certain poem from the Book of Songs, right? Nodding thoughtfully, Li Chen said casually, "You have also read?" Yu Qingwan looked up in surprise, her eyes shining with joy as she looked at him. She never expected him to mention the origin of her name. "I studied in a private school for a few years." Li Chen coughed lightly, speaking ambiguously. The knowledge he just shared was a result of his previous life, unrelated to his current self. "This name was given by me after searching through poetry and books." Yu Qingwan bit her lip and whispered, "Oh." Li Chen raised an eyebrow. My father once named me, but I didn't like it. Yu Qingwan suddenly recalled the past, her eyes becoming distant. The jade quality is fragile. Anjiao is even more so. From a fate perspective, being displaced is indeed not good. Li Chun unconsciously nodded. Although his father-in-law was eager for his daughter's well-being, the name he chose was indeed quite ordinary. So, Jiao became my nickname, and after I became sensible, I chose another name from books. Yu Qingwan continued softly. There is a beautiful person, graceful and gentle. Meeting by chance, it is my wish. Li Chen nodded, feeling moved, and recited aloud. There is a beautiful person, gentle as a spring breeze. Meeting by chance, may we be together. Yu Qingwan unconsciously continued. Looking up at Li Chun, her smooth brows could not hide her surprise. My lord, it turns out reading is also very good. It's a pity there's no wine. Otherwise, it would be delightful for husband and wife to toast and recite poetry. Li Chun felt a bit emotional. The heart is the cup. Poetry is the wine. Laughter dispels worries. The maid softly replied. The husband is the sky. The wife is the earth, sharing the same bed. Li Chun felt a stir in his heart and teased. The maid's beautiful eyes widened, immediately lowering her head, her face turning red. Ha! Li Shen lauga fartili. The world is tough. Only self-pity remains, and laughter is precious. Looking at the maid under the light, 19-year-old Li Chun felt a surge of desire and suddenly stood up, stretching his long arms and lifting the maid entirely into his embrace. Warm desires ignite. The atmosphere is just right. Ah, my lord, the lamp is still lit. The maid covered her face with one hand, trembling all over, but didn't forget to point at the lamp with the other hand. It's too dark to see. Li Chen laughed heartily and carried her to the bed. Outside the window, butterflies lingered, while the remnants of red reflected in the curtains. What a grand spring scene in the boudoir. However, a figure stealthily approached the courtyard, crouching on the wall, peering into the lit room. It was Ma Lian, the woman with a curvy figure from the village entrance that evening. Ma Lian's husband had been drafted to Bayan Pass for labor, and she was unaware of his life or death. With her husband gone, she was struggling at home. Coupled with the famine and chaos of war, life was truly difficult with a child at home. Today, Li Chen's hunt had seriously stimulated her. However, some women had male family members who had agreed to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow, while her husband, who was doing forced labor, was uncertain when he would return. Returning home at night, thinking about the chicken, she tossed and turned, feeling even hungrier. For a moment, greed arose in her heart, and she stealthily approached Li Chen's yard, planning to sneak in and steal some game while the two of them were asleep. But just as she crouched outside the dilapidated wall, carefully raising her head to look into the house, she suddenly covered her mouth. Although it was far away, she saw something she shouldn't have through the light reflected on the paper window. She had never imagined that someone could be so magnificent. Oh my God! That was Yu Qingwan's terrified cry, further confirming the reality. Then, Heavenly Lord, how strong! Whose subordinate is that? Didn't they say he was incapable? But now, not only is he capable, he's super capable. Ma Yin watched the shadows reflected on the window for nearly half an hour, her heart trembling, her body unconsciously shaking. Biting her lip, her legs tightly crossed. Inside, Li Chun, who was diligently working, suddenly became alert, raising his head and frowning towards the courtyard, feeling like someone was there. Ma Lian was startled and quickly turned to leave quietly. Li Chen's vigilance gradually dissipated, glancing outside a couple of times before continuing with his work. When Ma Lian returned home, she was still unsettled. Especially when recalling that astonishing scene, she felt her face flush, her heart race, and her hands and feet tremble. Even her palms sweating profusely. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. Finally, when she did fall asleep, she had a dream of life and death. Li family de Lang. Li Lang. Truly awesome. Ma Yin murmured in her sleep. Chapter 7. Locked up. That's home after the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. The little maid had long succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep, with traces of tears still on her cheeks. Li Chen looked at her with pity and felt a bit guilty. Although he had been much gentler, he had still made things difficult for her. Let her sleep. Li Chen lit a lamp and quietly entered the workshop. Just having a hunting bow was not enough. He planned to make a crossbow himself. This way, When he went hunting in the mountains again, he would have a backup weapon. For mercenaries, the ability to make and modify both cold and hot weapons was an essential skill. Besides, in his previous life, he had a dual master's degree in mechanical engineering and chemical engineering. If not for his scientist parents who refused to create evil biological weapons and were trampled to death by foreign powers, he would have had a bright future and would never have walked the path of a mercenary. His previous self had been beaten by his father to learn carpentry for 10 years, and he was quite skilled in woodworking. With the experience from both lives combined, making a crossbow was not a problem at all. However, making a crossbow, even a simple one, required a lot of time. So, after making some parts, he returned to sleep, planning to improve a bit by bit. The next morning, just after the hour of the rabbit, he was already awake. This was a habit developed over many years as a mercenary, and he maintained it even after becoming the head of a group. He first put on the simple sandbags he had made last night and ran 5 kilometers around the back mountain trail. Then he found a horizontal branch on a nearby tree to do pull-ups, completing 10 sets of 10. After all this, his body was already quite exhausted. But Li Chun did not stop. He needed to train his body to reach at least half of his true strength in the shortest time possible. Back in the yard, he did 10 sets of push-ups, totaling 500. Then, he did 100 crunches while holding a 30-pound stone. Finally, he did 100 presses with a 50-pound stone. However, after all this, Li Chun had reached his limit. Due to long-term hunger and a weakened body, he could not continue training where he risked internal injuries. He needed to replenish his nutrition and increase his training volume in a few days. In a chaotic world, survival relied on one's own strength. He washed himself with a basin of water, and at this time, the little maid had already prepared a pot of meat soup. Instead of using the leftover grouse from the morning, she had cut up 5 mountain mice into strips and stir-fried them with some wild onions. Each mountain mouse, after being skinned and gutted, weighed about 2 taels. She also stewed 2 large birds. Each of these birds, once plucked, weighed half a pound. In fact, Yu Qingwan was reluctant to waste such food. It felt too extravagant. But Li Chun insisted that she do so. There was no way around it. She had to obey her master. After a morning of fussing around, Li Chun was starving and devoured most of the food in a whirlwind. His appetite shocked Yu Qingwan. Of course, she was also feeling very hungry after being tossed around all night. But seeing Li Chun eat so heartily, she only served herself half a bowl of soup and some meat scraps, sitting to the side and nibbling delicately. She was afraid that eating too much would upset Li Chun. Li Chun was enjoying his meal when he noticed that the little maid had finished eating and was putting away her chopsticks and bowl. He frowned, reached for a bowl, and went to the pot to scoop out a full bowl of meat, adding a spoonful of soup before placing it back in front of her. Master, I'm already full. Yu Qingwan shook her head in a panic. Eat. Li Chun shot her a glance. Master, you are a man, and you need to hunt. You should eat more. I eat very little. Yu Qingwan said softly. Just eat. Li Chun commanded. Yu Qingwan fell silent and continued to eat. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she worried that Li Chun would be upset if he saw. So she kept her head down, letting the tears fall into her bowl. But why did the soup and meat mixed with her tears still taste so good? After finishing his meal, the originally pale and bloodless face of Yu Qingwan began to flush and glow with warmth. At such a young age, she unexpectedly had a captivating charm. Li Chun glanced over and felt a stir of emotion. Clean up and come with me to the city, Li Chun said, turning to tidy up. After finishing his meal, his energy and strength were fully recovering. He slung his hunting bow and simple quiver over his shoulder and said to Yu Qingwan. At the same time, he went to a well in front of the yard to retrieve the rabbit and leftover game he had hung there last night. The temperature at the bottom of the well could effectively preserve them. Otherwise, leaving the rabbit meat out for a night in this hot weather would spoil it. Master, I still want to dig for wild vegetables. Yu Qingwan, who was about to head out with a large bamboo basket, said shyly, finding walking uncomfortable. Not digging anymore. Let's go to the city to sell the rabbits and exchange them for rice, Li Chun replied. Looking at her patched clothes, he added, by the way, grab some flour cloth to make a few pieces of clothing. Yu Qingwan's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Let's go, Li Chun said tersely, not looking at her, and turned to walk out. Okay, master, Yu Qingwan replied obediently. She quickly changed to a smaller bamboo basket and followed him with small steps, then closed the door, locking it with a rusty padlock. She hung the key on a cloth string around her neck and secretly patted it before turning around, lowering her head to follow Li Chun closely. Is it necessary to lock the house? What is there to steal? Li Chun shook his head in silence. It still needs to be locked, Yu Qingwan said softly. Why? Li Chun turned back, puzzled. Yu Qingwan lowered her head, feeling uneasy, and said, Locked up, that's home. Hearing this, looking at the lock, Li Chun was momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he turned and continued walking, his tone softening as he said, Let's go to the county town. Li Chun walked ahead, and Yu Qingwan, with her little basket, kept her head down, following closely behind him with small steps. They walked 100 steps, rounding a mountain ridge ahead, where a straight path led down. At the village entrance, near the large elm tree, many people had gathered, as if something significant had happened. Li Chun shaded his eyes from the sun and looked over, seeing that most of the villagers had come, with over 100 people, mostly women and about 30 men. Among those men, either they were over 50, disabled, or not yet of age. There were very few able-bodied men between 20 and 50, while the majority were boys under 18, making up more than half. Some men were carrying bows, some had machetes, and others were holding long guns. One might think they were going off to war. Surrounding them was a large group of women, chattering like boiling water. He could hear the women talking all at once. The heavens have blessed us with food. You'll surely catch game. Go early and return early. Even little rascals can hunt. Who among you is not better than them? Go early and return early. The children are waiting to eat meat. Big brother, be sure to stay safe. Li Chun suddenly realized, it turned out those foolish women were urging the men at home to collectively go hunting in the mountains today. Chapter 8, Walking with a Twist, Li's eldest son. What are you two up to? Lu Jinsui, the wife of the village chief Su Jiang, couldn't help but ask with a smile upon seeing Li Chun and his wife. The pine chicken from yesterday was so fragrant. Standing beside Lu Jinsui was a girl of similar age to Yu Qingwan, who was currently gazing at the couple with her big, clear, dark eyes, especially fixated on Li Chun. The girl was exceptionally tall, only half a head shorter than Li Chun. She had wide brows and eyes, exuding a beauty that belonged to the northern frontier folk. Especially her figure. Despite the chaos and disasters of the world, she still had a high chest, a curvy bottom, and a slim waist that would make any man passing by swallow his saliva. Given some time and proper nutrition, she would surely become an alluring beauty. Compared to Yu Qingwan, one was like the delicate and graceful drizzle of Jiangnan, while the other was characterized by the rugged and fiery physique of the northern region, making it hard to distinguish who was better for a moment. The girl was indeed the daughter of the village chief, Su Xiaoer, going into the city to sell wild game. Li Chun smiled, his gaze fleeting over Su Xiaoer without lingering on her proud figure for even a second. This momentary glance made Su Xiaoer bite her lip, a hint of unexplainable resentment surfacing in her eyes. What does this mean? When these men return from the mountains, the whole village will be able to eat and sell meat. The village woman Wang Kaifeng looked at the two rabbits draped over his shoulder and couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling both jealous and unwilling. Li Chun, however, ignored her, greeted Lu Jinsui, and turned to leave. Yu Qingwan lowered her head, clutching the corner of his clothes with one small hand, taking tiny steps to follow him closely. Oh, why does this little lady walk so awkwardly? Yes, why is she walking with such twists and turns? Has eating meat made her act so pretentiously? Two women nearby began chattering. Quiet down, she did eat meat, but it was human meat, and nearly choked to death. You don't know that Li's eldest son is fierce. Mal Yin recalled the scene from last night, and her eyes involuntarily sparked with intensity. Then she animatedly shared, my goodness, does that mean Li's eldest son is a beast? Look at that little maid's frail body. She probably can't handle it. That poor little maid, San Yang. Why don't you help her out? Take on some of the burden for her, will you? Don't drag me into this. I see you want to experience the heavenly feeling yourself, right? The women from the families whose men had gone to the border laughed and teased. Turning to look at Li Chun, their hearts burning with envy. Seeing the little maid walking with such a twist, they could only feel a mix of jealousy and hatred. Which family wouldn't be blissful if they had a capable husband who could hunt. Aunt Lu, what are you talking about? What beast? Su Xiao'er, standing nearby, was completely confused. She had just turned 18, still in her boudoir, and naturally understood little. You're not married yet, so don't pry. Lu Jinsui's face flushed as she pulled Su Xiao'er aside, glaring and scolding. What are you shameless women babbling about? Li's eldest son is just a 19-year-old boy. Though he's young, there are some things that aren't childlike, sister-in-law. Ma Yin laughed boldly. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth. Lu Jinsui scolded. The chatter of the group of women drifted on the wind and reached Li Chun and Yu Qingwan's ears. Li Chun was unfazed, but Yu Qingwan felt her face flush with embarrassment. However, thinking about her husband's bravery last night, she unconsciously bit her lip, feeling a slight pain. At this moment, two boys about 17 or 18 were walking up the mountain path with hunting forks and firewood knives. Casually glancing back, one particularly sturdy boy joyfully called out, "Brother Chun." Li Chin turned around and saw the two of them. They were childhood friends who had played together since they were little, with the taller one named Zhao Dashi and the smaller one named Ho Xiaobai, both 2 years younger than him. "Brother Chun, you're amazing. You actually caught so much wild game. Even from so far away last night, we could smell the aroma of your stew." The two ran up to Li Chun, with Ho Xiaobai speaking in admiration. Li Chun had always been the leader among the village kids, leaving a deep impression on their minds. Even though the adults and their families warned them not to associate with Li Chun, saying he was not a good influence, in their hearts, Li Chun remained their idol, someone they particularly admired. "It's nothing special. You can do it too." Li Chun smiled, suddenly recalling the wild boar hanging on the pine tree he saw yesterday, and kindly reminded the two little brothers, "Be careful when you go up the mountain. There are armored wild boars in the woods that can easily harm people." Unexpectedly, the group of women who had been eavesdropping on their conversation became upset, immediately turning their farewell sentiments for the boys into mockery towards Li Chun. "Oh, Li's eldest son. That's not right. If there are wild boars, why do you still dare to go up the mountain?" "Exactly. Who are you trying to scare? Afraid that others will hunt wild game and ruin your prestige?" "Dashi, Xiaobai, don't listen to his nonsense. Hurry up the mountain and hunt with your uncles and fathers. The sooner the better." A group of women began chattering loudly. Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai could only carry their hunting forks and, under the urging of their elders, reluctantly bid farewell to Li Chun as they headed up the mountain. Li Chun watched their retreating figures, frowned slightly, but said nothing, continuing to turn and head down the mountain. "They are too excessive." Yu Qingwan bit her lip, her delicate little face flushed with anger as she quietly said, "In this world, excessive and unfair is the norm. It's rare to see a calm heart. Just seek peace within yourself. That's enough." Li Chun replied lightly. Yu Qingwan pondered this sentence and found herself somewhat lost in thought, stumbling slightly and letting out a surprised yelp as she fell forward. However, she did not fall onto the hard ground, but into a warm and strong embrace. "Be careful." Li Chun supported her. The little maid half lay in his arms, her heart racing, not out of fear, but because she was still unaccustomed. Just then, she distinctly felt Li Chun's muscles tense up slightly. Looking up, she saw Li Chun staring intently at a small road in the village on the right, where a man in his 30s was strolling over with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Chapter 9. Kill him, Zhongguang? Yu Qingwan stood up abruptly, nervously looking at the carefree man across from her. She recognized him. His name was Zhongguang, the brother of Zhang Hu, who had been killed by her master yesterday after trying to rob her of her food and harassing her. Ignoring him, she continued on her way. Li Shen snorta, his muscles gradually relaxing, seemingly oblivious to Zhongguang as he continued down the path. "Oh, isn't this Chinggu? Where are you taking your wife?" Zhongguang swaggered over, a baton hanging at his waist, looking at Li Chun with a crooked eyebrow and slanting eyes. Yu Qingwan felt a wave of fear. Clutching the hem of Li Chen's clothes, too scared to look up, her palms already slick with sweat. Her master had said that Zhongguang seemed to have connections with the bandits from Haifeng's High. If he found out that her master had killed his brother, then she didn't dare to think further. Li Chun, however, remained unfazed, speaking to the city to sell some game. "Wow, you've learned to hunt in just a few days? Impressive. It looks like the village is getting a new hunter." Zhongguang laughed heartily, circling around Li Chun. Looking at the beaming Yu Qingwan, he clicked his tongue. Seems like you've already deflowered this little maid. Huh? TSK, TSK. Deflowering makes you prettier, more feminine. At this point, he even reached out as if to grasp the air around Yu Qingwan, sniffing like a lecher. The little maid, embarrassed and furious, quickly moved away. Li Chun narrowed his eyes, glancing around. There were many people nearby, and he forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. If it weren't for the presence of onlookers, he would have already struck. If you have something to say it. If not, step aside. We're going to the city. Li Chun led Yu Qingwan forward. Stop right there. Damn it. When did you learn to speak to me like that, you little brat? Zhang Guang blocked his path, frowning and glaring. What do you want? Li Chun slightly lowered his head to look at this man who was at least a head shorter than him, his gaze suddenly turning cold. In that instant, Zhang Guang felt a chill all over, a genuine cold, as if he had been stripped bare and thrown from the scorching summer into a freezing winter. In that moment, he couldn't even move a finger. Get lost. Li Chun pushed him away without hesitation, and Zhang Guang stood there, wide-eyed, powerless to resist. Li Chun was somewhat surprised. It seemed that his cold glare truly had some special effect. It could freeze someone instantly. Yesterday evening, when he encountered those women, it seemed to have a similar effect. After a couple of breaths, Zhang Guang finally regained the ability to move, furious and ashamed. He rushed forward, but when Li Chun turned to look at him again, he didn't dare take another step forward. He merely huffed through his nose. Li Chun, let me ask you, did you see my brother Zhang, who yesterday? Yu Qingwan's heart skipped a beat, her hand trembling slightly as she lowered her head even further. I didn't see him, Li Chun replied. Bullshit. He clearly went to your place. How could you not have seen him? Zhang Guang shouted angrily. What was he doing at my house? Li Chun asked coldly. He said he wanted to get close to you, and that he missed you a lot after not seeing you for a few days, Zhang Guang stammered, finally coming up with a nonsensical excuse. Do you believe that? Li Chun sneered coldly, taking Yu Qingwan and walking away. Damn it, you must have seen him, and you might even be the one who caused my brother's death. Kid, if you really dare to do that, just wait. I will skin you alive. Zhang Guang shouted threats from behind. Li Chun didn't turn around, but in his heart, he had already added him to the death list. The little maid was so frightened that she trembled all over, and after walking far away, she trembled and asked Master if he really gets angry and wants to harm you, what should we do? Just kill him, Li Chun replied, leading her out of the village. Passing through a narrow mountain pass that was 10 zhang wide and 100 zhang high, and onto the official road ahead. After leaving the village, Li Chun couldn't help but look back at the mountain pass, somewhat lost in thought. Muir Village was adjacent to Tabby Mountain, and the entrance to the village was a steep cliff forming a narrow pass, which was the only land exit to enter Muir Village and the 3 villages behind it. If one wanted to enter the village, but didn't want to go through the mountain pass, one would have to go around this sprawling 70-mile mountain and cross the Yulong River from afar, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on 1 side. With only 1 exit, it was truly a defensible place. Li Chun mused to himself. His experience as the king of mercenaries in his previous life made him habitually observe the geographical environment and surrounding matters from a military perspective wherever he went. The official road was wide enough for 8 horses to walk side by side. It was just past the hour of chun, the sun rising. Neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for traveling. The city of Pingyang was only about 10 li away from Muir Village, and both of them were young and strong. Walking quickly, after a quarter of an hour, they would be able to see Pingyang City after turning a bend in the official road, but their pace slowed down. In front of them, on the right side of the official road, there were large, simple huts made of branches and grass. Beside the huts, there were groups of ragged, listless people lying or sitting around. They all had a common characteristic. They were emaciated. Even the energetic children had lost their vitality due to hunger like withered grass, curling their small bodies in their mother's arms. In the distance, on the meadow, there were mounds of graves piled up. Some of the soil on the graves had not even dried yet. Refugees. Li Chun looked at those people, his expression growing heavy. Those who had been displaced due to the chaos of the Shuangman era, many of them had helplessly moved north, entering Bayan Pass, but because they had no household registration, they became refugees. To prevent them from causing chaos due to hunger, The northern king issued a decree requiring each county to establish refugee camps around the cities to accommodate these refugees and to regularly distribute food and porridge to help them survive. Yu Qingwan said nothing, merely biting her red lips until they turned white, her expression heavy and complex. 2 months ago, she had been one of those refugees. Now, she had finally escaped the sea of suffering, but these refugees were still struggling in hell. When they saw Li Chun and Yu Qingwan, especially the rabbit draped over Li Chun's shoulder, all the refugees sat up, their murky eyes filled with desire and greed. Meat. They were so tormented by hunger that they no longer saw people. All they saw was meat. Master, we should. Hurry up. Yu Qingwan fearfully tugged at Li Chun's clothes, afraid that if they were slow, the starving refugees would rush over to attack them and snatch their game. Nearby, rows of refugees were already sitting up straight, and some of the slightly stronger ones had begun to stand up, making hissing sounds as they moved toward them. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest. Li Chun had already taken off the hunting bow from his shoulder, but there were too many people, and it would be troublesome if they all charged over. He had to make an example out of one to deter the rest. At that moment, the sound of thundering hooves echoed as a patrol of government cavalry arrived. Upon seeing these men, the refugees immediately showed fear in their eyes and sat back down, no one daring to stand up again. Each of these patrolling soldiers had blood from several refugees on their blades. The refugees had long been scared into submission. You starving ghosts, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be cut down. A burly man with a thick beard shouted, pulling on the reins of his horse and pointing his whip at the refugees. Li Chun walked forward alongside Yu Qingwan, keeping to the other side of the official road. Feeling heavy-hearted. In chaotic times, refugees are worse than dogs, like lonely souls wandering in the wind. Living is hard, and living in chaotic times is even harder. They finally arrived at the county town, and at the moment they entered the city, Li Chun could clearly sense Yu Qingwan let out a sigh of relief. Turning to look, he saw beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He couldn't tell if it was from the sun or the earlier fright. After walking for a while longer, they finally entered the city. Walking on the bustling main street, Yu Qingwan curiously looked left and right with her big eyes. Although this northern county town was not as prosperous as the former capital of Dayan, Liangjing, it had its own charm. Signs lined the roadside. Vendors called out to sell their goods. Taverns hung their banners for business, and colorful flags fluttered in the breeze. At first glance, it still seemed like a time of peace and prosperity. However, little did they know, this was merely because the Northern Goose Pass had held firm and provided safety for this region. Upon reaching the county, Li Chun found a restaurant specializing in game and sold his catch, because there had been fighting for the past 6 months. Most of the able-bodied hunters had been conscripted to the Northern Goose Pass, causing the restaurants that specialized in game to lose most of their sources of wild game and making it difficult for them to do business. The restaurant owners were practically waiting every day for hunters to come sell their game. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open at all. Because of this, Li Chun's game fetched a high price, surprisingly earning him 3 strings of cash. 2 fat rabbits sold for 1.5 strings, and 5 large birds also fetched 1.5 strings. These large birds were not easily found. After all, not many people possessed the incredible archery skills that Li Chun had. Those with such skills had likely already become officers in the Northern Goose Pass. With a bountiful harvest, his little wife was quite excited, counting the 3 strings of cash again and again, carefully placing them in a small bamboo basket, and covering it with a piece of cloth, hugging it tightly against her chest, which made Li Chun find it somewhat amusing. With money in hand, they felt like strolling around. After half a day of wandering, they bought a single-wheeled cart to carry their items, and then Li Chun entered into a buying spree. He purchased 2 bags of brown rice, a bag of mixed flour, and a pile of radishes and cabbages. In times of war, these were the only local vegetables available, as produced from outside could not be transported in. While wandering, Li Chun inadvertently discovered a salt shop ahead and gradually slowed his steps. In Dayan, salt shops were government monopolies, with salt merchants determined through a purchase system. Each city had 1 salt shop, and salt was not allowed to leave the city. This was written into the law. Staring at the Lin family salt shop, Li Chun fell into a trance. In Dayan, Refined salt was exclusively supplied to high-ranking officials and nobles, and its production was difficult with very limited quantities, making it rarely appear on the market. If he could easily produce refined salt, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune? In chaotic times, if commoners want power and influence, they must first have money and food. This is the foundation for survival. Once this foundation is solid, they can gradually push forward to achieve their grand ambitions. As a decisive person, Li Chen always acted once he had made up his mind, never dragging his feet. He directly took money from his little wife's bamboo basket and bought 5 pounds of coarse salt, spending a total of 500 coins. Fortunately, because there were salt fields outside the pass, the price of coarse salt had not yet skyrocketed. After leaving the salt shop, Li Chen was about to continue walking forward when he had an eerie feeling that someone had been secretly following him along the way. Especially now, this feeling grew stronger. When he reached the street corner, he discreetly glanced back and immediately narrowed his eyes. Behind him were 3 people following at a distance, and the leader was none other than Zhang Guang, glaring at him with a face full of resentment through the crowd. This was really asking for trouble. Li Chen's gaze turned icy, yet he remained calm, continuing to stroll with his little wife. When they arrived at a tea stall, he bought a bowl of cool tea for her. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he took out a string of cash from the bamboo basket and weighed it in his hand. He had just passed by a bowyer's shop and had forgotten to buy some hunting weapons. "You drink your tea? I'll go take a quick look," he said. "Okay, my lord," Yu Qingwan replied obediently, staying there to drink tea and wait for him. However, as Li Chen left, she couldn't help but lift the small cloth cover, counting the remaining money with a heavy heart. In the end, she secretly took out 100 coins and hid them in a small pocket in her undergarment, not because she wanted to keep secret savings, but because her husband spent money too freely, and she needed to save some for emergencies. Li Chen was unaware of her little thoughts. He was now focused on dealing with Zhang Guang. He intentionally moved away from the busy market, choosing to walk through some secluded areas. Soon, he discovered a dilapidated courtyard and walked in. The courtyard had likely been abandoned for a long time, with even the window frames stolen. There were no nearby houses, and Li Chen stood quietly in the courtyard, waiting. After a while, he saw 3 people appear from a distance, enter the courtyard, and stand opposite him. The person in the middle was Zhang Guang. Upon seeing Li Chen casually standing there, Zhang Guang couldn't help but frown, staring at him with suspicion. This kid seemed to have already discovered them and deliberately lured them here. Was there some kind of ambush? However, seeing that there was no one around, and looking at Li Chen's frail figure, with 3 strong men on his side, confidence returned to him. He grinned at Li Chen. "Brother Chen, we meet again. You've been following me. Is there something you need?" Li Chen asked, hiding his hand in his sleeve, already gripping the homemade short knife. He glanced around discreetly. It was quiet here, with no one around, making it a good place for murder. "Little brat, tell me, where is Tiger? What happened to him?" Zhang Guang slowly approached with the 2 men behind him, who looked menacing, each brandishing a glinting dagger. However, Zhang Guang was filled with doubt. Did this kid have guts? Knowing that he would be at a disadvantage, he still came here to wait for them. "I stole your food and insulted your woman. I will kill him," Li Chen said. These words shocked and enraged Zhang Guang. In reality, he had only seen Li Chen making a fortune from selling game and was envious, planning to take advantage of him. As for whether Li Chen had killed his brother, could this kid really have that capability? He was merely looking for an excuse to rob him. But unexpectedly, this kid actually admitted it. Chapter 11, All Killed. It's really you. Go on, kill him. Avenge my brothers. Zhang Guang's eyes turned bloodshot as he raised his hand and shouted wildly. The 2 people beside him suddenly lunged forward. Li Chen's gaze was icy, and with a sudden flick of his right hand, a self-made dagger shot out like a streak of light, striking the left chest of the person on the right with a thud, nearly piercing through, directly hitting the heart. The person on the left had just lunged forward, but the moment he made eye contact with Li Chen, he suddenly felt a chill in his body and was momentarily unable to move. How fast was Li Chen? He darted out a step ahead, his knee already thrusting into the man's groin, his right elbow smashing fiercely into his right temple. With a crack, the man's skull shattered, and his eyeballs were jolted out from the brutal force, dangling outside of their sockets. The 2 men didn't even make a sound as they collapsed to the ground dead. Li Chun kicked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and grabbed it in his hand as he lunged toward Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang never expected that Li Chun had such skills, killing his two brothers in a flash. Seeing Li Chun pounce on him like a fierce tiger, he panicked and tried to retreat, but accidentally tripped and ended up lying on his back with his face up. Li Chun had already pounced on him, and with one foot, he stomped heavily on his chest. That large foot was so powerful that Zhang Guang couldn't move at all. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out. Don't kill me. I'll buy my life with money. Zhang Guang cried out in desperation. Too late. Li Chun coldly stared at him, raising the dagger in his hand. Li Chun, if you dare to kill me, the Black-When stronghold will take revenge for me, and then you will wish you were dead. Zhang Guang struggled desperately and shouted wildly. Li Chun's eyes were cold, and the knife in his hand did not pause at all, accurately piercing through the heart, killing him with one blow. Afterward, he took all the belongings from the three men, threw their bodies into the room, and covered them with a straw mat. After doing all this, Li Chun frowned as he looked at a portrait in his hand. It was something he had searched from Zhang Guang. The painting depicted a young woman, very beautiful, but he did not recognize her. Could it be that Zhang Guang, the smooth talker of the Black-When stronghold, was trying to kidnap someone in the city and not deliberately following me? Li Chun pondered to himself. He glanced at the bodies covered by the straw mat in the room, squinted his eyes, and thought. The Black-When stronghold. It seems he should prepare early. He felt no regret about killing Zhang Guang, whether he killed him or not. The Black-When stronghold would come looking for revenge, so why hesitate? Moreover, killing him early while the Black-When stronghold was still unaware allowed him to use this time difference to prepare. The Dead Mountain Bandits were people who needed to be eliminated, even if the officials found out. Without anyone reporting it and unable to verify their identity, they would simply be treated as dead vagrants and hastily buried. Therefore, he was not worried that the officials would come looking for him. He even found 700 coins on the three mountain bandits, a small gain. There were also several shiny daggers, which Li Chun collected as well. Not long after, Li Chun returned to the tea stall with two bags, one large and one small. In his hands, the large cloth bag contained a pile of finely crafted arrowheads and bowstrings he had bought from a passing Fletcher, along with a broken infantry bow. Sitting down, Li Chun handed the small oiled paper bag to Yu Qingwan. Sir, what is this? Yu Qingwan quickly took it, curious. Open it and see. Li Chun smiled. Yu Qingwan opened the small oiled paper bag and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Inside was a pink coat and a pair of light blue pants. Although made of linen, they had a novel style and looked very good. Sir, this must be expensive, right? Yu Qingwan asked, both excited and timid. Not expensive, just 300 coins. Li Chun shook his head, placing the remaining 200 coins back into the small bamboo basket. If it weren't for the 700 coins he found on Zhang Guang and the others, he wouldn't have had enough to buy those things. 300 coins? Yu Qingwan covered her mouth. Sir, you spent 300 coins to buy her clothes? 300 coins could sustain a family of 3 for a month. In the future, when I have money, I'll buy silk, Li Chun said casually. With that one sentence, Yu Qingwan's eyes turned red. Let us go home. Li Chun stood up, tossed a few copper coins on the table, and pushed the wheelbarrow again. The little maid quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, obediently standing up to follow him, holding the clothes tightly in her arms like a little girl hugging her favorite doll. On the way back, Li Chun even noticed that the little maid occasionally sneakily opened the oiled paper bag to take a look, her lips curling up in happiness. He couldn't help but smile, feeling warmth in his heart as well. As they passed the gathering place of the vagrants on the way back to the city, the little maid became tense again, tugging at Li Chun's clothes, burying her head low, frightened and afraid to look. Fortunately, the patrolling soldiers were still around, and they had just served porridge to the vagrants, so nothing happened. After turning around the corner ahead and walking more than a mile, Yu Qingwan finally let out a long breath, no longer so tense. When they arrived home, Li Chun unloaded everything, put the wheelbarrow away, and sat on a stool, feeling a bit tired. Sir, you sit down. I'll get you some water to drink. Yu Qingwan set down the small bamboo basket and was about to run to fetch water. No hurry. Change into the clothes for me to see. Li Chun waved his hand. Sir, I still have to work. Those are new clothes. Yu Qingwan said timidly. Change now. Li Chun handed her the clothes, speaking domineeringly. The little maid quickly took the clothes and ran to the inner room to change. After a while, she shyly walked out, her eyes still showing a hint of nervousness. Sir, I'm ready. Li Chen looked up. Under the warm noon sun, the bright young girl before him looked like a blooming flower, her petal-like face reflecting a beautiful glow. So beautiful. Sir. Seeing Li Chen looking at her like that, Yu Qingwan couldn't help but lower her head shyly and called softly. But her eyes held a trace of joy. Only then did Li Chen come back to his senses and nodded, looking good. With this compliment, Yu Qingwan lowered her head in embarrassment. But her heart felt as sweet as if filled with half a jar of honey. Sir, you rest well first. I'll go dig some wild onions and garlic for seasoning, and then I'll cook. The little maid saw that Li Chen's front and back were soaked with sweat. So she hurriedly ran to get a broken fan that was falling apart for him. Go, don't wander too far, be careful. I'll also go up the mountain to chop some firewood later. Li Shen nudda. I want to go too far. Just to the little hillside where everyone digs wild vegetables, and there are many women from the village around digging wild vegetables too, the little maid replied, slinging a large bamboo basket and heading out. Li Chen inadvertently saw that when the little maid reached the courtyard gate, she specially adjusted her new clothes before stepping out with light steps. Chapter 12 I teach you to make refined salt watching her silhouette. Li Chen shook his head and smiled, then picked up the firewood axe and went to a nearby hillside to chop wood. He not only chopped firewood, but also brought back quite a bit of sour jujube wood, white birch wood, and some slender poplar sticks as thick as his wrist. Returning half an hour later, just as he entered the house, wiped his sweat, and took a sip of water, he heard footsteps outside, chaotic and scattered. Turning his head, he saw the little maid running back from the yard with a big bamboo basket, wiping her tears and crying. What happened? Li Chen frowned and went out to meet her. Ah, it's nothing. As soon as the little maid saw Li Chen come out, she hurriedly wiped her eyes and nervously covered the hem of her clothes. Let me see. Li Chen felt something was wrong, walked over, and forcefully pushed her hand away. He then saw that a perfectly good dress had been ripped open with a large tear. Sir, I'm sorry. I accidentally tore the new dress, I'm sorry. You can hit me. The little maid was terrified, squatting on the ground and holding her head, while tremblingly handing Li Chen the rattan stick from the corner. Li Chen took the rattan stick, but only leaned it against the ground, frowning at her. Who did this? The little maid, still childlike, just wanted to wear the new clothes to show off a little. She loved this new dress so much that she was still taking care of it. How could she have ruined it? It must have been someone envious and jealous who deliberately tore it. Realizing this, anger surged in Li Chen's heart. The little maid knelt there without saying a word, just shaking her head and sniffling. Tell me, who did it? Li Chen helped her up and questioned again. It was the daughter of old Zhou's family at the south end of the village, Zhou Jiao. She touched my new dress and said it looked nice, then pretended it wasn't intentional and used a small knife for digging wild vegetables to tear my dress. Woo-woo. Seeing Li Chen angry, the little maid dared not lie. She looked pitifully at the torn edge of the dress, crying endlessly. I will go find her. Li Chen grabbed the rattan stick and went out. Ah, sir, please don't. This is all girl stuff. The little maid was anxious, fearing Li Chen would cause trouble. You are my wife. Who dares to bully you is bullying me. Li Chen said coldly, already out of the yard. Just then, a group of women who had been digging wild vegetables returned and passed by the courtyard. Li Chen walked out with the rattan stick and immediately spotted Zhou Jiao in the crowd. Zhou Jiao was about the same age as Yuan Qing, but her waist was quite sturdy. Originally in the wrong, she got scared seeing Li Chen approach fiercely and try to run. Li Chen took long strides, quickly reaching her side and blocking her. What do you want? Zhou Jiao, holding the vegetable-digging knife, asked tremulously. Did you tear my Wanner-esque dress? Li Chen asked coldly, staring at her. Wanner, is that how you referred me? The little maid's eyes went wide. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Jiao stiffened her neck and said, Xiao Feng, actually you are in the wrong here. You saw someone else's new dress looked nice, envied her, and used a small knife to tear Wanner-esque dress. You need to apologize. At that moment, a tall and strong girl carrying a bamboo basket walked over, interjecting boldly. It was Su Xiu'er, the village chief's daughter. Several other girls also gathered around, chattering away at her. Xiao Fenger, you really did wrong. This dress looks expensive at first glance. Wana loves it very much. and said it was bought for her by her husband in the city, yet you deliberately tore it. Exactly. You should apologize and sew the dress back for her. Hurry up and apologize. Look at how much Xiao Wanner is crying. I wasn't even doing it on purpose. Besides, I've already apologized. You can't kill someone for just a little mistake. What else can be done? That Li Chun, a big man, fiercely questioning a girl. Does he have no shame? Zhou Jiao had a somewhat unruly personality, raising her head defiantly, refusing to apologize. Crack. Li Chun, however, did not indulge her, striking her leg with a rattan stick. Apologize. Li Shen Shota. Ah, it hurts. Zhou Jiao covered her leg and jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. You dare hit me? What great power you have. Come look, a big man is hitting a woman. Don't let her age fool you. Zhou Jiao was extremely unruly and kept screaming. Regardless of age, if you make a mistake, you should be punished. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Chun completely ignored her cries and insults, raised the rattan stick again, and with all his might crack, he struck her 3 or 4 more times, sending Zhou Jiao crashing to the ground, covering her injury and crying. Whoever dares to bully my Wanner will end up like this. Li Chun huffed, turned to look around, and all the women nearby lowered their heads. Su Xiu'er, however, stared at him in a daze, feeling an inexplicable wave of envy and resentment. All her life, Li Chun had revolved around her, yet now he ignored her completely and was beating Zhou Jiao for the little maid. Moreover, the new dress he bought for the little maid was so beautiful. Just then, a woman rushed over. It was the middle-aged woman, Wang Kaifeng, who had mocked him with Ma Lian a few days ago. You little brat, daring to hit my Xiao Jiao, I'll fight you. Wang Kaifeng had been chatting behind and hurried over after hearing the commotion, only to see her daughter knocked to the ground, and in a fit of rage. She lunged at Li Chun. Li Chun abruptly turned his head, his gaze instantly sharpening. As soon as their eyes met, Wang Kaifeng felt a chill run through her body, rendering her unable to move, as if she were frozen in place. After a moment, she finally regained the ability to move, but saw that Li Chun had already taken the little maid back into the courtyard. She gritted her teeth in anger, but ultimately didn't dare to chase after him. That boy's gaze was too terrifying. All she could do was help her daughter up, who was crying in her arms. Looking at the bruises on her waist and legs, Wang Kaifeng was furious. Good daughter, once your father returns from hunting in the mountains, we will find that little bastard and demand an explanation. Wang Kaifeng cursed angrily. Li Chun returned home as if nothing had happened, sitting down to catch his breath. The earlier encounter with Wang Kaifeng reaffirmed his belief that as long as he locked eyes with anyone while displaying his power, that person would experience a moment of paralysis, as if frozen. At this moment, Yu Qingwan, who had originally felt heartbroken, also felt better, and an indescribable sense of happiness and sweetness lingered in her heart. She walked around the room several times before remembering something, running to get a bowl of water for Li Chun. Sir, drink some water. Li Chun drank the water, and she then ran outside to fetch a broken fan, fanning Li Chun. Sir, I'm fanning you. After a while, she even put down the fan. Half kneeling on the ground, Sir, I'll massage your legs. Enough, my legs don't hurt. Come, I'll teach you how to make refined salt. Li Chun helplessly stood up. Chapter 13. The jade tiger pulls the silk to draw water from the well and boils refined salt. Yu Qingwan was taken aback. When did the master learn to do these things? First, start the stove and boil water to dissolve the salt, Li Chun said as he took the salt bag and poured all 5 pounds of salt into the pot, then added half a pot of water. After dissolving the coarse salt twice and boiling it, he filtered out some impurities and then poured the salt water into a large clay basin. Master, when we were in Liangjing, we also tried this method, but it had little effect, Yu Qingwan timidly reminded Li Chun. Of course, it's not just that, Li Chun smiled slightly. He then found another large clay basin and filled it with clean water. To Yu Qingwan's astonished gaze, he actually scooped a large shovel of wood ash from the stove and threw it into the basin, stirring it up. After letting it sit to settle, he filtered out the impurities and used a spoon to take the clear liquid from the top, pouring it into another basin. He then took that small basin of ash water and directly poured it into the large basin containing the salt water. Oh dear! The little maid was taken aback. Oh my, isn't that wasting an entire pot of salt water? However, contrary to her expectations, the salt water did not become murky. Instead, she saw the clear liquid quickly reacted with the salt water in the pot, forming a chaotic layer of impurities. After letting it sit for a moment longer, the top layer became clear salt water, while a layer of insoluble impurities settled at the bottom of the basin. Go find a piece of cloth, a larger one, and clean, Li Chen instructed the little maid. She didn't know what Li Chen was planning, but she wanted to get a piece of new floral cloth, about the size of a tabletop. Li Chen covered the pot with the cloth and slowly poured the salt water down. Once a basin of salt water had seeped into the pot, a layer of dark impurities remained on the cloth. Wash the cloth clean and save it for next time, Li Chen told the little maid, who then squatted down to continue boiling the salt. The little maid had to wash the floral cloth until it was spotless and hung it outside to dry. When she returned, she saw Li Chen holding a bowl filled with a pile of white powder. The powder was as white as clouds and fine as sand, resembling a small pile of snow in winter. This is the refined salt made by the master? The little maid's eyes widened in shock. This is too miraculous. Isn't it? Try it. Li Chen beckoned her. The little maid walked over, daintily pinched a bit with her fingers and put it in her mouth. There was no bitterness at all. Instead, it was incredibly salty and delicious. This is the best salt I've ever tasted, almost on par with the refined salt supplied to the palace. The little maid's eyes widened in astonishment, hardly able to imagine that the master could produce refined salt with just some leftover ash. Li Chen also pinched a bit to taste, but wasn't too satisfied. Compared to the salt of later generations, he could only say it was harmless and just good enough for eating. In his view, this process still needed further improvement. However, even this basic refined salt was enough to make money, and he thought he could find a way to adjust the ratio of ash to salt water or find better purification methods in the future. For now, it wasn't suitable to push this matter to the extreme. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime. Before truly having strength, possessing overly advanced techniques would undoubtedly be courting death. Moreover, the yield of refined salt was indeed a bit low. 5 pounds of coarse salt only produced a little over a pound of refined salt. If he were to sell it, he would need to charge more. While lost in thought, he inadvertently turned back and saw the little maid looking at him with admiration. He cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "Remember, this is our family's exclusive secret recipe. We will rely on this to make money in the future, so it must not be leaked." Yes, the little maid nodded heavily, firmly remembering his words. No matter who it was, she would never tell anyone, not even under duress. "Let's cook with this salt." Li Chen exhaled deeply. "Master, just rest a bit. I'll start cooking right away," the little maid quickly replied, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms and began to prepare the meal. There was still a large bird in the well, which she stewed into soup, steamed half a pot of brown rice, and stir-fried some cabbage with chili and vinegar. Throughout the process, she bit her lip and, with her eyes closed, used a small half-spoon of refined salt. Sitting in the courtyard drinking water, Li Chen inadvertently saw the little maid busy with her back to him. Her straight legs, rounded hips, and slender waist. The graceful curves of the young girl made his gaze freeze. He hadn't noticed in the past few days, but from behind, the little maid had quite a good figure. Although not as strikingly voluptuous as Su Xiaoa, she possessed a gentle and moist charm unique to the Jiangnan waterside. A flame ignited in his heart, and he suddenly felt less hungry. He stood up and strode out. When the little maid saw him approaching, she thought he was anxious and quickly said, "Master, don't worry. The meal will be ready soon." "Not eating yet. I'm eating you." Li Chen pressed down on her hand that was serving the vegetables, set the spatula aside, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and picked her up, heading toward the room. Master, it's still early." The little maid realized what he intended to do and immediately blushed, shyly whispering. But her hands had already wrapped around his neck. If this were before, even yesterday, she would have felt only fear facing Li Chen's actions. But now, inexplicably, she felt a wave of indescribable happiness and joy rising in her heart. Blushing, she boldly wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck, even closing her eyes and puckering her lips, awkwardly and shyly responding to him. This made the fire in Li Chen's heart burn even hotter as he carried her into the warm bed of the inner room. After the rain, the two finally began to eat. The afternoon sun shone into the room, bathing them in golden light. The little maid, having just experienced the baptism of love, had a rosy complexion, her face like a peach blossom, stunningly beautiful. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh that he had struck gold. With delicious salt, good rice, and vegetables, the meal was exceptionally fragrant. The little maid even ate a large bowl of rice, burping several times, thinking that because of the master, she could eat this refined salt for a lifetime. She was almost brought to tears with happiness. "Master, you are amazing." After the meal, the diligent little maid began to tidy up the room and then brought needle and thread, carefully mending the tear in her garment. Li Chen went into the workshop to start his work. He first began to shave wooden sticks. Before long, he had shaved a dozen wooden sticks, all with sharp, pointed ends. Chapter 14. Invincible in 100 steps. After sharpening the wooden sticks, he used some components made yesterday, along with the birch and sour jujube, what he had chopped down, combined with the bowstring left by his father, to create two very simple crossbow-like launchers. Although rudimentary, with his modern design principles, it was absolutely no problem to pierce a person's body from 20 steps away. Putting down the simple crossbows, he took the finished wooden sticks and walked into the yard to start digging pits at the 3 predetermined locations. He had killed Zhang Wang, which would inevitably alarm the people of Black-When stronghold. With the mountain bandits known for their vengeful nature, once they discovered it was him, they would surely come to kill him. It was just a matter of when. Therefore, he had to prepare early. The little maid, who was sewing at the door, curiously asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Li Chen replied, "While working, I went into the mountains recently and saw a lot of wild beasts. Our home is right next to the mountain, and wild animals might come in at night, so I'm digging a few beast pits to prevent accidents. You must remember these locations and never go near them." He didn't want to tell the little maid about killing Zhang Guang in the county city just yet, fearing it would scare her. He would explain it later when the opportunity arose. "Okay, sir," the little maid said, startled, and quickly nodded in agreement, helping him by fetching soil and occasionally bringing him tea to quench his thirst. Li Chen worked quickly, and soon he had dug 3 pits over half a zhang deep. He sharpened wooden stakes and set them in the pits, then covered them with branches and soil again. The pits seemed randomly dug, but Li Chen had made precise calculations from a psychological perspective, completely covering all paths from the courtyard wall to the house. No matter how one tried to evade, they would inevitably pass through one of these 3 pits, ensuring lethality. After returning to the house, he tested the power of the 2 simple crossbows and was quite satisfied. He set up the bows in 2 corners of the room and connected them with thin ropes to the windows and doors for a test. Anyone daring to enter through the doors or windows would trigger the mechanism and be shot dead. Having completed all this, Li Chen let out a long breath. If the mountain bandits dared to come, these simple devices would be enough for them to drink a pot of trouble. Returning to the workshop, Li Chen sat down and prepared to make some real weapons. He picked up the damaged bow, which was a Northern Mang infantry war bow salvaged from the battlefield by the old bow maker from the arrow shop. The Northern Mang war bow was renowned for its power throughout the land. Its design featured a recurved bow shape. Though short and sturdy, it was incredibly powerful. This surprised Li Chen, as it seemed that the weapons of this era were not as backward as he had imagined. The effective killing range of this Northern Mang war bow was at least 60 steps, far superior to his hunting bow, although the bow body was damaged. Li Chen had the skills to repair it. After busying himself for a while, he finally fixed the bow and began modifying it into a compound crossbow with pulleys. He added an eccentric wheel on both ends and connected 2 sets of auxiliary strings to the original main string. However, while it sounded easy, it was difficult to execute. Constant adjustments and experiments were needed to ensure accuracy while also focusing on power. Moreover, the crossbow had to be robust and not overly delicate. It needed to withstand bumps and scrapes, or else it would break at the slightest touch, rendering it impractical in actual combat. After working from dusk until midnight, he finally succeeded in transforming the crossbow. He went to bed. The next morning, Li Chen continued his self-training while also testing the new crossbow in the mountains. Because of the added pulleys, drawing the bow was effortless. He could easily pull the string back to full draw with one hand, increasing its power by at least 30% compared to the handheld bow. Previously, this bow had an effective killing distance of 60 to 70 steps, and even elite soldiers could only shoot 15 arrows at full draw before exhausting themselves. But now, after Li Chun's modifications. The effective range had increased to at least 100 steps, with greatly increased power, and it didn't require holding the string, making it extremely labor-saving. Theoretically, it could be drawn an infinite number of times. Li Chun even introduced more advanced concepts by adding an arrow box beneath the crossbow, capable of holding 10 arrows. He also made intricate adjustments to the linkage device, adding several thin bamboo strips. With the elasticity of the arched bamboo strips, once an arrow was shot, the arrow box would automatically push out another arrow when reloading, saving effort and time. It could be considered a semi-automatic cold weapon ahead of its time. With the ability to shoot accurately and a powerful crossbow, Li Chun felt a surge of confidence. Within 100 steps, he was invincible. Even if he encountered a fierce tiger, a wild boar in armor, or a ferocious bear, he could confront them head-on. After finishing his training and testing, Li Chun carried the oddly shaped crossbow back into the house, tidied up his weaponry, and hung the smaller weapons on the single soldier carrying gear he had made yesterday. Preparing to go hunting in the mountains again. This time he brought both the strong crossbow and the hunting bow. For encountering ferocious beasts or long-range sniping, he would use the strong crossbow. For ordinary wild animals, he would use the hunting bow. With Zhang Hu dead, he needed to be cautious of potential retaliation and stay in populated areas. If he had returned by night, it would be best not to stay home alone and instead borrow a place to stay from Aunt Sue. After reminding the little maid, he took a bag of steamed buns and the salty radish strips that Yu Qingwan had made for him and set off. He didn't want to draw attention, so he made a cloth cover to conceal the crossbow and carried it on his back. The hunting bow was slung over his right shoulder, with a quiver pressed beneath the crossbow, angled on his right side to allow easy access to arrows. However, as he passed the large elm tree at the village entrance on his way into the mountains, he saw a group of women standing there, eagerly gazing into the distance. "Xingge, are you going hunting in the mountains again?" Lu Jinsue spotted him first and came over to greet him with a smile. Since Li Chun had given her that mountain chicken, she had developed a much better impression of him. He looked more and more agreeable. Li Chun smiled and nodded in response. Su Xiu'er, standing nearby, stared at him and suddenly said, "Li Chun, don't be in a hurry to go into the mountains. Messages have come back saying they have already spotted a few wild boars and are surrounding them. If you help out, you might get some meat to eat, saving you the trouble of going deep into the mountains to hunt alone." "Oh dear, Xiu'er, what are you saying? The men in the village work hard. Why should he get to reap the benefits?" Wang Kaifeng, who had turned around and spotted Li Chun, overheard Su Xiu'er's words and immediately glared at him. "Exactly. If he wants meat, he should go hunt it himself. Why should he share our wild boar meat?" Zhou Jiao, who had torn Yu Qingwan's dress yesterday, was also nearby, eyeing Li Chun with disdain. Li Chun turned to look at the mother and daughter, his expression turning cold. "What are you looking at? I don't need your help, so you don't get a share. The matter of you hitting me yesterday isn't over yet. Once my father comes back and finishes eating the meat, I'll go find you and beat you up." Zhou Jiao raised her head defiantly, glaring at him. "You'll pay for this. Once my father comes back, I'll make you regret it." Li Chun couldn't be bothered with the unreasonable mother and daughter, so he turned and walked up the mountain. As he walked, he thought to himself, with the villagers' crude weapons, they might manage to catch some small wild boars, but if they encountered that armored wild boar, it would be overestimating their capabilities. They simply wouldn't be able to stop it. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, just as he was about to turn left along the mountain path, suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, along with screams. "Oh my God, run! Another big wild boar is coming. Oh my mother!" Then he could hear the sound of trees cracking and people screaming in agony. Could it really be a prophecy coming true, encountering that armored wild boar? Li Chun was slightly startled and hurried towards the source of the noise. Soon, he saw smoke and dust rising in the distance, accompanied by panic cries, painful screams from those who had been attacked, mixed with chaotic footsteps and the sharp, murderous roars of wild boars, echoing through the nearby woods. Then, a large group of people burst out from the woods 100 steps ahead, their faces filled with terror as they desperately fled. Li Chun could clearly see someone just throwing away the hunting net they had in their hands, which contained 2 small wild boars. Clearly, they had caught the young ones, only to attract the larger ones. Chapter 15, 100 Steps. The crossbow slays the wild boar. Not only did they ignore the advice, but their minds were so simple. Li Chen was truly speechless. Behind those people was the heavy sound of hooves like a drum, and there were occasional screams coming from behind. A cold light flickered in Li Chen's eyes as he quickly removed the cloth cover from the crossbow on his back, held the powerful crossbow in his hands, loaded it, and aimed ahead. Just right, he could take this opportunity to test the power of the crossbow. The villagers in front scattered in all directions, while trees were being knocked down behind them. A huge wild boar had burst out, rampaging through. Its massive size and terrifying tusks proved its invincible combat power. Moreover, seeing the thick and hard layer of pine oil all over its body indicated that this was likely the armored wild boar he had been speculating about. At this moment, it was completely enraged. Even from such a distance, Li Chen could see that its small eyes were blood-red with fierce beastly light. In front of the wild boar, a small boy was desperately running. However, the wild boar was incredibly fast and quickly caught up. With its head lowered, it let out a muffled roar, ready to pierce the boy's body with its tusks and toss him into the air. "Monkey, duck down!" Li Chen shouted from afar. He recognized that it was his childhood companion and shadow, Ho Xiaobai, one of the two boys who greeted him yesterday before heading up the mountain. Hearing his roar, Ho Xiaobai instinctively dropped to the ground, exposing the massive boar behind him. Li Chen held his breath, instantly entering a state of emptiness, and the wild boar 100 steps away was suddenly pulled closer into view, magnified infinitely. With a gentle press, there was a muffled sound as a crossbow bolt instantly crossed nearly 100 steps. The next moment there was a soft thud, and blood erupted as the powerful and penetrating three-sided crossbow bolt pierced through its forehead and into its brain, almost burying itself halfway. The wild boar let out a deafening roar, staggered, and charged out, scraping a trench in the ground before falling there. Li Chen reloaded the crossbow, took a combat stance, and walked over while keeping his eyes on the wild boar, shouting to Ho Xiaobai, "Monkey, how are you?" "Chen Ge, I'm fine, I'm fine." Ho Xiaobai crawled up, sitting on the ground, looking like he was sifting through chaff. This wild boar was terrifying. "Monkey, monkey," a tall boy rushed over, helping Ho Xiaobai up. It was Zhao Dashi, another childhood friend who had greeted Li Chen that day. The two looked at Li Chen with grateful eyes. "The wild boar may not be dead yet. Just in case, let's get away from it," Li Chen shouted as he ran forward. But at that moment, a sturdy man limped out from the side, holding a hunting fork, cursing this damned beast. He lunged at the wild boar's neck, ready to stab it. Unexpectedly, the wild boar suddenly leapt up, letting out an extremely shrill roar, its head lowered, tusks already pressing against the man's chest and abdomen. With a little force, those tusks could penetrate through his chest and toss him away. "It's over." The man closed his eyes, despairingly waiting for death. But the next moment, he heard the sound of a bowstring snapping from afar, followed by silence. He opened his eyes in fear and was shocked to see an arrow had shot through the wild boar's right eye and exited through the left, taking away its last bit of life. He looked up towards the distance and saw Li Chen, holding a strangely shaped large crossbow, had come closer. "Chen Ge, did you shoot this wild boar?" the limping man asked in disbelief. "Uncle Zhou, isn't that Chen Ge? If it weren't for him, you would have been pierced through by this wild boar's tusks just now." Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai exclaimed, still shaken. At this moment, many scattered villagers gathered around, having witnessed the scene clearly, and they couldn't help but express their amazement. "Oh my God, from that side to here, it was at least 100 or 80 steps, and he shot through the forehead, shot through the eye. It's simply miraculous. This is simply a legendary archer. Come on, even legendary archers aren't this impressive. This is just like a god of arrows." Fortunately, Chen Ge arrived in time. Otherwise, we don't know how many people would have died. The villagers surrounded the wild boar, marveling and casting admiring, even fearful, glances at Li Chen. The god of arrows is 1 in 10,000, the strongest archer in the army. If he were at Bayan Pass, he would definitely be a high-ranking official. "Chen Ge, thank you, you saved my life." The limping man finally reacted, dropped the hunting fork, and knelt down to Li Chen. Li Chen quickly supported him and shook his head with a smile. "Uncle Zhou, we are all from the same village. Helping each other is what we should do. Chen Ge, you saved us too." This wild boar was too ferocious. If it weren't for you, we don't know how many people would have died. Ho Xiaobai also excitedly tried to kneel to Li Chun, but was similarly supported by him. Other villagers gathered around, all still shaken and equally grateful. Ho Xiaobai was right. If it weren't for Li Chun, today, we don't know how many would have died. In an instant, the villagers surrounded Li Chun, patting his shoulder, hugging his arm, praising and complimenting him warmly. Just moments before, during that life and death moment, everyone's impression of Li Chun had completely changed. The once mischievous little rascal had now become the great hero admired by all in the village. Let's save the thanks for later. First, we need to treat the injured. Also, someone carry this wild boar back. However, we need to clarify one thing. This wild boar was killed by Chengge, so from now on, it belongs to him. Does anyone have any objections? At this moment, the village chief Su Jiang returned, calling on villagers to treat the injured while speaking solemnly. Of course, no objections. Chengge not only killed the wild boar, but also saved our lives. Who would dare to compete with him for the wild boar? Exactly. Whoever dares to compete with Chengge for the wild boar isn't a real man. The simple people understood gratitude best. The villagers erupted in agreement, all supporting Su Jiang's proposal. Wait, I disagree. Li Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned. Chengge, what do you mean? Su Jiang looked at Li Chen, somewhat confused. Chapter 16. Kill you, you bastard. The wild boar was driven by everyone, and I just happened to be there, accidentally shooting and killing it. So, the credit cannot go to me alone. The wild boar belongs to the whole village. Li Chen shook his head and said, Brother Chun, what you said earlier may not be wrong, but what you said afterward is definitely not right. What do you mean by accidentally? Everyone saw your 2 arrows. They were simply amazing, hitting the target perfectly. Moreover, we were blinded by greed, thinking we had hit the jackpot with 2 small wild boars. But who would have thought that it attracted the big boar and caused a huge disaster, injuring several people? If you had encountered this wild boar alone, you would have been enough. Therefore, this wild boar is yours. Don't refuse anymore, or we'll be disrespectful to the men of our village. Su Jiang shook his head and said emphatically, The village chief is right. Brother Chun, the wild boar is yours. We should be grateful to you. And how can you still shamelessly say that the boar belongs to the whole village? The surrounding villagers responded loudly. Seeing that he really couldn't refuse, Li Chen nodded. All right, since everyone agrees that the wild boar is mine, then I have the right to dispose of it, right? No problem. The villagers laughed. Then let's carry it down the mountain and distribute it by household, Li Chen said, pressing down his hand. Huh? Everyone was shocked, looking at Li Chen. This was a huge wild boar. Selling it in the county could fetch at least 40 or 50 coins. And he was just going to distribute it to the whole village? Brother Chun, that's not right, Su Jiang said anxiously. But Li Chen waved his hand. Uncle Su, I have made up my mind. It's settled. How to distribute, it will be up to you. But I have one request. I want all the bones of the pig. I have some use for them. Seeing his determination, Su Jiang didn't say anything further and nodded heavily. All right, Brother Chun, we will do as you say. Looking back at the crowd, Su Jiang was excited. Last year, we suffered from drought and famine, and this year we have not had a good harvest due to the war. You all know what life has been like for every household. You know better than anyone how long it has been since you last ate meat. Now, Brother Chun has shared such a big wild boar with us, but is only asking for the bones. What a great kindness that is, no matter young or old. If any of you dare to disrespect Brother Chun from now on, I, Su Jiang, will be the first to disagree. Do you hear me? This is a great act of kindness, and whoever dares to look down on Brother Chun again is not a person. The man surnamed Zhou, who was saved by Li Chun from the boar, was the first to speak up. The other villagers also excitedly chimed in, their gazes toward Li Chun no longer filled with disdain, but rather respect and gratitude. Li Chun secretly nodded. The village had simple customs and kind-hearted people. These villagers were worth befriending. However, he soon remembered something and turned to Su Jiang. Uncle Su, I heard the battle at Northern Goose Pass is intense, and I am about to turn 20. I don't want to go to the front lines and be a burden to others. So, let everyone know that if anyone mentions this wild boar, just say, I shot it randomly, okay? Su Jiang laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, Brother Chun. Everyone will definitely keep the secret that you are an arrow god. Then he turned to the group of villagers. Did you all hear that? If you don't want Brother Chan to go to the battlefield, don't go around saying anything. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Of course, I saw Brother Chun shooting randomly and just getting lucky. Haha, yes, Brother Chun just accidentally hit the jackpot this time. The villagers chuckled, but it was enough to show their intentions. They wouldn't spread rumors. Thank you all. I need to go up the mountain to hunt. Please take care of things at home. Li Chen no longer hesitated, bowed to everyone, pulled out the arrows from the wild boar, and calmly headed up the mountain. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a tall figure like a mountain. With Brother Chun's archery skills, we want to be afraid, even if wolves or big bugs come in the future, a villager sighed. Shoo, Brother Chun is low-key. We must not speak recklessly. Someone reminded nearby. We're all from the same village. What are we afraid of? The group laughed heartily. Let us go down the mountain and distribute the meat. Su Jiang waved his hand. The other villagers responded enthusiastically, some carrying the pig, some aiding the injured, and they all headed down the mountain. The women at the bottom of the mountain were eagerly awaiting. Just as noon approached, they saw a group of villagers struggling down the mountain path, carrying the wild boar. All smiling as if celebrating a big festival. Oh my, it's a wild boar, such a big one. It must weigh over 500 pounds. Wang Kaifeng exclaimed in surprise. We're having meat tonight. The robust Zhou Jiao licked her dry lips, equally excited. The group of women couldn't wait any longer and rushed over, lifting their skirts as they ran. As they got closer and saw the enormous wild boar, everyone's eyes lit up with joy. However, some women spotted their injured men and immediately began to tear up. Father, this wild boar is so big. We should be able to get a lot of meat, right? Zhou Jiao looked at the wild boar and asked the limping man she had been saved by, who was Tabby, her father. Of course, my good girl. Tonight your mother will cook you a lot of meat. The limping man smiled, having had this daughter only when he was 30, cherishing her like a precious gem, always ensuring she had the best food, which made her so strong that everyone in the village knew. Your daughter is already big enough. If she eats more meat, she won't be able to get married. Someone nearby joked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Who's blabbering? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Wang Kaifeng turned around and scolded. Head of the family, just in time for you to come back, I need to tell you something. That little brat Li Chun beat your precious daughter today, hitting her with a rattan stick, and she's all covered in blood. Wang Kaifeng said to Zhou Dahai, embellishing the story. Who hit her? Zhou Dahai was taken aback. It was that little rascal Li Chun, Wang Kaifeng said resentfully. Why? Brother Chen isn't that kind of person. Zhou Dahai frowned. Uncle Zhou, there's been some misunderstanding. It was Xiao Jiao who first tore the clothes that Li Chun bought for his little maid and didn't admit her mistake. And then Li Chun got angry and hit her. Su Xiu'er said from the side. Lu Jinsui wanted to stop her, but shot her an unhappy glance, thinking this child was being foolish. Is what Xiu'er said true? Zhou Dahai stood there, his expression darkening. Father, I didn't do it on purpose. But he really hit me. You have to help me beat him to death. Zhou Jiao pouted, clinging to Zhou Dahai's arm. Just as she said this, a loud slap landed on her face, knocking her to the ground. Head of the family, are you crazy? If you have the ability, go hit Li Chun. What kind of ability is it to hit your own daughter? Wang Kaifeng was startled and blocked him, shouting. Too much pampering leads to a bad child. Get out of my way. Today I must beat this bastard. Zhou Hai was like an enraged lion, pushing Wang Kaifeng aside, then finding a branch to fiercely whip Zhou Jiao, scolding as he hit. You bastard, why do you have to do such despicable things? You want me to beat Brother Chen? Do you know that just now it was Brother Chen who shot this wild boar and saved my life? The sounds of wailing and angry curses echoed throughout the entire mountain path. Chapter 17. Picking up a big windfall, Li Chun was unaware of the events happening below the mountain. He walked deeper along the mountain path, and after about an hour, had entered the depths of the forest. However, today's harvest was meager, aside from shooting a dozen large birds from the branches. He had not caught much else, not even a rabbit. This puzzled him. It seemed that all the wildlife, which had been abundant, had mysteriously disappeared overnight. Continuing deeper into the forest, he managed to catch a nest of 2 large and 3 small wild chickens on a grassy slope, but that was all he found. Seeing that it was getting late, he reluctantly decided to head back, worried about the safety of his little wife at home alone at night. Just as he was about to turn back, a deep and low tiger roar suddenly echoed from afar. Yes, he heard it clearly. It was indeed the roar of tiger. But the roar was extremely brief, as if something had choked it off midway. He was startled, and suddenly realized why the prey in the mountains had sharply decreased. A big beast had come. Although he had a powerful crossbow with him, he had no intention of confronting a golden tabby tiger unless absolutely necessary. Tigers are pure yang creatures, muscular, immensely strong, and with thick bloodlines. One misstep could easily lead to being devoured by a tiger. He hurriedly turned to head down the mountain with his catch. However, just a few steps later, there was another short tiger roar, and it seemed to be not far away. At the same time, he could faintly hear a shrill sound resembling a cat's meow, followed by a fierce commotion. A leopard? Li Chen halted, squinting towards the source of the sound. It seemed to be only 200 or 300 steps away, and he could hear the sounds of a fierce struggle. After a moment's thought, Li Chen decided to take the risk and investigate. If it was indeed a battle between fierce beasts, wouldn't it be an even better opportunity to pick up a windfall? He took off his crossbow, readied the string, and crouched down to stealthily approach the source of the noise through the dense forest. Before long, he could clearly hear the sounds of intense fighting ahead. After walking a few dozen steps, he pushed aside the branches in front of him, cautiously peering out, and finally saw the situation. In a clearing ahead, a life-and-death struggle between beasts was indeed taking place. A pure black leopard was fiercely biting the throat of a golden tiger, and after a few kicks, the tiger began to convulse and ultimately lost its breath. The black leopard continued to hold onto its throat, panting heavily. A battle between a tiger and a leopard. And the leopard had actually won. This was a rare sight. Logically, such a thing should never happen, yet it did. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement and slowly raised his crossbow. Since heaven had favored him so much, he couldn't miss this big opportunity. At that moment, the leopard suddenly seemed to sense danger, lifted its head, and saw him. Its orange-yellow eyes flashed with ferocity. It released its grip and let out a short, sharp cry like a cat's. With a push of its hind legs, it leaped nearly 2 meters high and 8 meters away, landing just over 30 meters from Li Chen. With another leap, it was almost upon him. As it lunged for the third time, the leopard was now less than 5 meters away, its dark green pupils filled with a cold and cruel killing intent. Li Chen's gaze hardened like steel, unafraid. He looked up, his eyes shining with divine light, and an icy aura pierced through the leopard's pupils, targeting its very soul. The mental intimidation was once again a success. The next moment, the leopard suddenly stiffened, experiencing a momentary delay. With a loud snap, the crossbow string twanged, and the arrow shot forth like a flash of light. One arrow pierced its throat. Blood gushed from the leopard's throat and neck, and it fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Li Chen quickly stepped forward and fired another arrow, which struck directly in the forehead, finally killing the leopard. It seemed that this mental pressure worked on animals too. Li Chen nodded to himself, letting out a long breath. He held the crossbow and cautiously approached the tiger. He saw that the tiger lay there, no longer breathing, so there was no need for a follow-up shot. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the tiger was quite weak and bore many old scars, some of which were even rotting, with patches of fur missing, making it look shabby. It was a pity that such a fine coat had lost its value. It seemed that it had been injured by some large wild animal during a previous hunt, causing its combat ability to decline, leading to its defeat by the leopard. Stowing away the crossbow, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. Although he hadn't shot any other large game, this leopard alone was a tremendous gain, worth at least 50 or 60 coins. The tiger might not be worth much anymore, but surely someone would want it, right? Heaven was truly favoring him. Letting out a long sigh, he faced a dilemma. The tiger, although weak, still weighed over 200 pounds, and the leopard was at least 140 or 50 pounds. Together, they weighed nearly 400 pounds. How was he going to carry them down? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard a few quacking sound from the nearby bushes. Thinking it was some wild animal, he took off his hunting bow and stealthily approached. However, when he reached the bushes, he was shocked to open his eyes wide. There, he saw a newborn tiger cub, still unable to open its eyes, crawling around and making sounds like a duck. Li Chen finally understood. The dead tiger was a mother who had just given birth and was extremely weak. Coupled with its injuries, it was likely nearing the end of its life, and was targeted by a leopard it had previously driven away. Whether out of revenge or for territorial disputes, the leopard had attacked and killed this female tiger. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could a leopard ever stand a chance against a tiger? But this was good for him, as it allowed him to pick up a huge bargain. Looking at the little tiger cub, Li Chen's heart stirred. If he were to raise a tiger for fun and to guard his home, that wouldn't be too bad. With that thought, he reached out to pick up the little tiger. It was actually a male cub and quite sturdy. At that moment, it was making duck-like sounds and occasionally extending its tongue to lick his hand. "Little fellow, you'll follow me from now on." Li Chen carefully cleaned the dirt off the little tiger and placed it in a cloth bag he carried, hiding it in his bosom. Then, he fashioned a sled and dragged the leopard down mountain. He did not intend to sell the leopard, but rather to take it back to skin and eat its meat. After all, although leopards could fetch a good price, they were also rare beasts in the mountains. If he sold it in the county town, too many people would see it while he was walking through the streets, which would be too ostentatious. It was not worth the trouble to gain a little money at the cost of his reputation becoming known to the world, which stands out in the forest, and the wind will inevitably destroy it. A pile higher than the bank, the current will surely be turbulent. So, he only planned to take it back to eat and make bone soup, and the leopard skin would be made into a cloak for his little wife. As for the dead mother tiger, its fur was in such a poor condition that it was hardly worth anything. If he brought it down the mountain, no one would want it anyway, so he decided not to take it. He would just leave it here, dust to dust, earth to earth, born in the jungle, and dying in the jungle. That was its fate. Dragging the leopard down the mountain, he returned to the village. Once in the village, he did not try to hide. After all, he had already been seen hunting a wild boar in the morning, so seeing him return with a leopard wouldn't be unusual. In the same village, it's hard to keep things a secret, as long as the news spread outside isn't too exaggerated. It should be fine since outsiders can't verify it with their own eyes and might not believe it anyway. By the time they arrived in the village, it was already evening, and every household was starting to cook. Unlike usual, the rich aroma of meat filled the village, replacing the bitter taste of wild vegetables from before. Every family had lit their lamps, creating a festive atmosphere, cheerful and lively. Li Chen, smelling the fragrance, felt a bit hungry. However, just as he was approaching his doorstep, he noticed from a distance that a crowd had gathered at his home, with some people kneeling there, and he could even hear shouts and curses. Chapter 18. Heroes emerge from youth. Li Chen's expression turned cold as he quickened his pace towards home. However, just as he reached the door, he was taken aback. At the entrance of the courtyard, a sturdy girl was kneeling, a large piece of meat on her head, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside her stood a limping man holding a vine switch, occasionally striking the girl hard. As he hit her, he scolded, "You little brat, you've really been spoiled. How dare you bully Chunguer's family? You'll kneel here until Chunguer comes back and forgives you. Otherwise, you can forget about going home tonight." It was actually tabby and his daughter Jiao. Several villagers were trying to persuade tabby, but he refused to listen. Wang Kaifeng stood by, crying in pain, but dared not say anything. Yu Qingwan timidly stood at the door, softly trying to persuade tabby. "Uncle Zhou, let Xiao Jiao get up. She's already apologized. It's really okay. Please, don't hit her anymore." But tabby insisted on waiting for Li Chen to return before discussing it. Seeing the scene made Li Chen feel quite emotional. tabby, as expected from a military background, was truly a man of character. At that moment, the sound of footsteps in the distance startled the villagers, and they turned to see Li Chen had returned. As he got closer, someone with sharp eyes exclaimed, "Stop making noise, Chunguer is back, and it looks like he has brought back quite a bit of game." Immediately, a crowd surrounded him. However, a few curious women approached, saw the large leopard, and screamed in fright, stepping back with pale faces. "A leopard! Oh my God, it's a leopard!" Several boys, around 17 or 18 years old, surrounded Li Chen, their eyes wide with admiration. The leader among them was Zhao Dashi, along with Ho Xiaobai and a boy named Lu Qinshu. At this moment, they looked at Li Chen as if they were gazing at a deity. Chungu, did you kill that leopard?" Zhao Dashi asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Li Chen nodded yes. He didn't deliberately hide the news of having killed the beast, as spreading this information would serve as a deterrent to the unruly youngsters in the village, letting them know not to provoke him again, or they would meet the same fate as the leopard. That would be perfect, saving him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Oh my God, Chingu, are you the reincarnation of the mountain god? This is too brave. The group of boys looked at Li Chun with eyes full of admiration and reverence. The villagers around them also displayed a mix of awe and respect. This young man was simply terrifying. After all, it was a leopard, one of the fiercest beasts in the jungle, second only to a tiger. Moreover, this creature was more cunning than a tiger and incredibly fast. While there were stories of people killing tigers, no one had ever heard of someone killing a leopard. A large crowd surrounded Li Chun, making it difficult for the maid to get close. Chingu, you're back. tabby hurried over to greet him. However, upon seeing the leopard he was dragging, he immediately felt a shiver run through him, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Even among warriors in the army, there were few who could kill a leopard. This young man was truly formidable. Regaining his composure, tabby handed the vine switch to Li Chun, his face filled with shame. Chingu, I know about what happened yesterday. It's my failure to discipline her properly. This little brat actually bullied your family and dared to insult you. No more talk. Just hit her. Hit her however you like. I won't even bat an eye if you kill her. Li Chun shook his head and pushed the switch back. Uncle Zhou, killing is not the solution, and I've already punished her. She has realized her mistake. Let Xiao Jiao get up. No way. Chingu, you saved my life, but my family bullied you. This makes it hard for me to face anyone. You have to hit her again, right in front of me, tabby said, his eyes reddening. The debt of gratitude for saving his life weighed heavily on him, and he felt incredibly guilty that his wife and child had treated Li Chun this way. Li Chun had no choice but to take the switch and walked in front of Zhou Jiao. Chingu, I'm sorry for what I did to you and Wanner. You can hit me. My dad said I can't eat this piece of meat, so I brought it to your house. Please accept it and forgive my childishness. Zhou Jiao said, her voice trembling as she held the meat on her head. The maid, feeling soft-hearted, covered her mouth and began to cry along with her. Li Chun raised the switch high, and Wang Kaifeng turned her head away, unable to watch. Zhou Jiao gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Unexpectedly, Li Chun only lightly tapped her back with the switch. Throwing the switch aside, he smiled at tabby. Uncle Zhou, I've already punished her, and I've forgiven Xiao Jiao. He then dusted off Zhou Jiao and smiled at her. It's fine now. We're all brothers and sisters in the same village. Just get along well with Wanner from now on. Zhou Jiao held the meat above her head, her mouth agape with a mix of shame and gratitude. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly handed the large piece of meat to Li Chun, struggling to reach him. Chingu, here's the meat for your family. As she said this, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Chun just shook his head with a smile, pushing the meat back. My family has enough meat. You all can have it. Look, I brought back quite a bit of game today, including this big leopard. Just keep the meat for yourselves. Dad, Chingu doesn't want it. Zhou Jiao called urgently to tabby. Tian Yi. tabby limped over, his eyes filled with eagerness. Wang Kaifeng also approached gratefully, trying to stuff the meat into Li Chun's arms. Chingu, Annie, and Jiao Jiao were wrong. Our family has already been punished by the head of the household, and we won't dare do it again. You have a generous heart and don't hold a grudge against us, but we feel guilty about it. Please take the meat. Uncle Zhou, Annie, my family really doesn't lack meat. Look, I brought back quite a bit of game today, plus this big leopard. Just keep the meat for yourselves. We're all from the same village. There is no need to be overly polite. Li Chun laughed. Heroes emerge from youth. Chingu, you're truly talented and magnanimous. tabby gave him thumbs up. Wang Kaifeng and Zhou Jiao also bowed deeply to him, their faces filled with shame. After that, the three of them happily went home to cook the meat. Chingu, my mother said you saved my life, and one must be grateful. But I have nothing to thank you with. All that is left in my house are these arrow shafts. I was planning to sell them in the city to help with household expenses. You can have them. Maybe they'll be useful to you. If they're not well made, please don't mind. Ho Xiaobai walked over, taking down a small bundle of arrow shafts he had on his back, about 20 of them, and stood them upright on the ground. Chapter 19. I want to be your disciple. Li Chun picked up an arrow and examined it closely. his eyes lighting up. The arrow was headless, made of straight and elastic white birch wood, well cured and dried. The entire arrow felt heavy in hand, indicating high quality. The fletching was made from goose feathers, expertly attached to ensure stable flight. Ho Xiaobai's father used to be a carpenter with excellent skills, but later he was drafted to Bayan Pass. Since childhood, Ho Xiaobai had been crafty and had been learning carpentry from his father, eventually surpassing him and being able to take on jobs alone a year ago. Even when Li Qin's father was alive, he praised Ho Xiaobai, saying that the best carpenter in the village would be Monkey, which was Ho Xiaobai's nickname. Li Qin was moved and did not take the arrow. Instead, he took out a bag of iron arrowheads he had bought from the city and handed it to Ho Xiaobai. Monkey, I just bought a lot of arrowheads from the city and was thinking of making arrows. Since that's the case, can you help me attach them and make some arrows? I'm asking for your help. Li Qin smiled. Of course, Chengge. Ho Xiaobai excitedly accepted the bag of arrowheads, overjoyed. He had been worried about how to repay Li Qin's life-saving grace. Chengge, I don't know how to repay you. This is a knife my dad made himself. Took him more than half a year, and he never wanted to sell it. He said you're a hunter and need a decent knife. So let me give this knife to you. Zhao Dashi handed over a knife. His father was the only blacksmith in the village. Since he was a craftsman and his skills were essential for the common people, he was not drafted to Bayan Pass and continued to make a living as a blacksmith in the village. Li Qin accepted the knife, drew it from its sheath, and gave it a light flick. The blade emitted a short, crisp sound. He felt somewhat disappointed. The quality was quite average. However, the sentiment behind it was enough. He remembered the few daggers he had taken from Zhongguang and the others, which were also of poor quality, either brittle or soft, worse than this knife. It seemed that the smelting technology of this era was somewhat backward, and the military's weapon quality likely wasn't much better. If he had time, he could try making a knife himself. Chengge, I don't have anything good to thank you with, just a few books from home. Do you want them? Lu Qinshu, standing beside them, scratched his head, his face turning red as he held a few books, too shy to hand them over. His father used to be a scholar, but despite a lifetime of study, he never achieved any recognition and passed away in disappointment. When Li Qin was young, he had learned to read under his father's tutelage. However, Lu Qinshu was one of the few literate young men in the village, intelligent and well-read. Unfortunately, both his parents died early, and he and his younger sister, Lu Qinshu, relied on each other to get by with just a few acres of land. Given their circumstances, he couldn't continue his studies or take exams. Books have beauty and wealth within them. Having books to read is a great joy in life. Li Qin, however, accepted the books without any disdain, smiling slightly. Lu Qinshu looked at Li Qin, his eyes filled with gratitude. He understood that Li Qin was just giving him face. Chengge, this crossbow, how is it so powerful? It can pierce through a wild boar with one shot. Ho Xiaobai squatted on the ground, looking at the crossbow Li Qin had placed nearby, touching it in awe. I made it myself. I added 2 pulleys, so it saves effort when drawing and holding the string, and the power has greatly increased. Li Qin smiled. Ho Xiaobai, touching the crossbow, looked starry-eyed, wishing he could have one like it. Chengge, I have a favor to ask, is that okay? Zhao Dashi looked at Li Qin, rubbing his hands, feeling both embarrassed and eager. At this moment, Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai also gathered around, looking at him with eager eyes. Just say it, we're brothers. No need for formalities, Li Qin smiled and asked. We want to be your disciples and learn from you. We want to go hunting in the mountains in the future. Is that okay? Zhao Dashi said. Yes, we both think so too. Chengge, please accept us. We can swear to heaven that we will serve you, making tea and water, doing our utmost as disciples. If we break our oath, may heaven strike us with lightning. Ho Xiaobai and Lu Qinshu shouted excitedly. Li Qin pondered for a moment, but his heart stirred. If he could cultivate a few strong subordinates, that would be great. Having food, money, and brothers means having a future. After some thought, he looked up and asked, do you really want to learn? Of course we want to learn. We can hunt to supplement our household income and attract the attention of those girls. He, Chengge, you don't know. All the young ladies have been praising you to the skies today. Many of them have their eyes practically glued to you and can't wait to marry you. Zhao Dashi chuckled. At this age, they idolized heroes, and Li Qin undoubtedly was their hero. Everything he said and did was something they admired and wanted to emulate. They came to Li Qin's house that night, hoping to wait for him to return, to express their gratitude, and also to ask to become his disciples. Especially after seeing Li Qin kill that large leopard, their desire grew even stronger. If he could kill such a fierce beast, how strong must Chang'e be? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Qinshu shot him a glare and turned to discreetly glance at the busy Yu Qingwan nearby. Zhao Hadashi stuck out his tongue, slapped himself on the face. Look at my mouth. No filter. Chang'e, please don't mind. It's just a joke. I'm not an old-fashioned person. It's fine. Li Qin smiled and waved his hand, then made a decision. If you really want to learn, then come to my house tomorrow morning at the third crow of the rooster. Okay. Master, please accept my bow. The three young men were overjoyed and immediately prepared to bow, as the ancients did. Li Qin, however, stepped aside, not accepting the bow. Brothers are brothers. There's no need for master-disciple formalities. As long as you learn the skills, and always remember me as your Chang'e, that's enough. This, Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai were stunned, feeling a bit at a loss. Lu Qinshu, however, understood and excitedly said, Chang'e, we understand. You will always be our Chang'e. Yes, whatever Chang'e says goes. Whoever doesn't listen is out. Zhao Hadashi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and stretched out 2 fingers to mimic a turtle crawling. It's getting late. Let's disperse for now. We'll come back tomorrow morning. The more composed Lu Qinshu looked around and said to the two. The 3 reluctantly left. After everyone had left, the world finally quieted down. Li Qin checked around. Fortunately, no one had climbed over the wall or wandered in the yard today. Otherwise, traps would easily cause problems. Li Qin thought that during the day, he could lay the wooden sticks down and set them up again at night, just in case. Master, the young maid called for Li Qin from inside the house. Chapter 20. A kitten? No, it's a tiger. My lord, are you hungry? I prepared the meal and am just waiting for you to come back to eat. The little maid had set the table with bowls and chopsticks and walked out from the room, looking at the bag on Li Qin's back with joy. She had overheard the conversation between Li Qin, Zhou Dahai, and several young men just now. They had been on the mountain for only half a day and had such a harvest. They even killed a big leopard. At the same time, in the morning, her lord had shot 2 arrows to kill a wild boar, earning the praise of the entire village. My lord is simply amazing. Just as she thought this, Li Qin suddenly handed a furry little creature to her arms. Here you go. What is this? A kitten? The little maid asked excitedly, holding the still unopened dyed little thing. A little tiger, Li Qin replied. Wow, what a cute little, what? A tiger? Oh my goodness. The little maid's hand trembled, almost throwing the little tiger away. Fortunately, Li Qin was quick and caught the little tiger in his arms, preventing the cub from being dropped. I'm sorry, my lord. The little maid said awkwardly. It's okay, it's just a newborn little tiger. It hasn't opened its eyes yet. When it does open its eyes, whoever it sees first will be its parent, Li Qin said while holding the little tiger and stroking its still thin fur. Really? The little maid, doubtful, stretched out a delicate white finger and carefully poked the little tiger's soft belly. The little tiger seemed a bit itchy and wriggled, letting out a sound. Why does it sound like a duck? The little maid thought it was a bit funny. It's not fierce at all. It makes that sound when it's young. When it grows up and roars, it will be frightening, Li Qin chuckled. Then, as he removed his weapons, he told the little maid about today's events. Oh my goodness. Its mother died. What a poor little tiger, Yu Qingwan said with red eyes, holding the little tiger. Li Qin knew she felt the same way and thought of his own past. He sighed lightly, patted Yu Qingwan's arm, and continued to take out the wild game he had collected, stacking it neatly in the house to preserve it later by the well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wild chickens, and more than 30 big birds. My lord is amazing. The little maid was overjoyed looking at those things. In this war-torn era, amidst famine, only food and meat could bring peace to people's hearts. And there's a big leopard. You forgot to count it, Li Qin laughed, walking out to drag the big leopard inside. Under the light, the black fur shone with a glossy sheen. This leopard is so big. It's really scary. Even though it was a dead leopard, it scared the little maid enough that she hid behind Li Qin, daring to show only one eye, trembling as she spoke. We won't sell the leopard. If we take it to the city, it would be too conspicuous and could attract trouble. After I clean it up, we'll keep it for meat. The leopard's skin will be well tanned, and I'll make you a leather coat to keep you warm in winter." Li Chun kicked the leopard and turned to smile at the little maid. The little maid, holding the little tiger, stared at him blankly, her eyes turning red again. "Don't you like it?" Li Chun was taken aback. "No." The little maid shook her head vigorously. "It's just that my lord is too good to me." Tears fell down her cheeks, rolling on her clothes. In this chaotic world, where she had lost her family and lived like a wandering ghost, having met a kind person was like seeing a light in the dark, warming her heart in the cold night. She couldn't find words to describe her feelings. Li Chun understood why she was crying. He reached out his big hand to wipe her tears, reminding her to forget the past, not to dwell on the present, and not to fear the future. Just remember, there will always be someone accompanying you. My lord. The little maid could no longer control her emotions and no longer feared him, throwing herself into his arms. With one hand holding the little tiger and the other wrapping around his waist, she started to cry heavily. After a long while, she finally stopped sobbing. After dinner, Li Chun searched the village and finally found a mother dog that had just given birth. He exchanged 2 small wild chickens for this nursing dog to feed the little tiger. The family was overjoyed and thanked Li Chun profusely, as the wild chickens were a considerable income for them. After feeding the little tiger, Li Chun felt quite tired after a busy day. Before going to bed, he made sure to set up precautions in the house and then lay down to sleep. The little maid, having overcome her initial fear, had already grown fond of the little tiger. After all, girls have an innate weakness for fluffy little animals, and she even cuddled the little tiger while sleeping. However, when Li Chun returned from taking a bath, she placed the little tiger in a small grass nest prepared under the bed. Then, just as Li Chun lay down, she surprisingly snuggled into his quilt. "If my lord is tired, I can serve you." The little maid's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She breathed gently by Li Chun's ear, making him feel ticklish and want to laugh. Although it was dark and he couldn't see clearly, he could imagine that her face was probably already flushed. He didn't expect her to take the initiative today. This girl was getting bolder. Li Chun wasn't sure if it was because his abilities had been enhanced after being reborn, but after tossing and turning for almost an hour, he still woke up feeling refreshed the next day. The little maid, on the other hand, woke up with weak legs, but her pretty face was more radiant, and her eyes sparkled. In the early morning, as the rooster crowed, Zhao Dashi, Lu Qinshu, and Ho Xiaobai had already arrived at the door. However, they were surprised to see Li Chun cooking a pot of pig bones with the beautiful little sister-in-law. The rich aroma wafted out, thick as an unbreakable fog. "Brother Chun, we're here." "Huh? Why are you cooking pig bones? Is there no meat at home?" "I still have some at my place. I'll bring it to you now." The simple Zhao Dashi was attracted by the pot of soup, his big eyes wide in surprise. Pig bones are smashed and boiled into soup for drinking. It can strengthen the body. When you come back later, have a bowl. Li Chun turned his head and smiled slightly. Stretching his body, he said, "Let's go. First run 10 miles up the mountain. Only with strong endurance can we lay a good foundation for everything." Then, he put on his sandbags and lightly ran up the mountain. After running 10 miles, he did 10 sets of pull-ups in the woods, 10 for each set. This was just part of his usual training routine. He wanted to assess the potential of these people before determining the upcoming training content. Lu Qinshu and the others had no idea that this was not training hunters at all, but the basic subjects of Special Forces training in later generations. Chapter 21. Worship to madness. After nearly 2 hours of training, Li Chun was very satisfied with the results. It was hard to tell if it was because they were near the mountains and had unconsciously trained by going up and down all the time, or if these kids were just exceptionally talented. In any case, their physical strength and endurance were outstanding. The long mountain path had all kinds of conditions, and even walking was quite exhausting, let alone running. Moreover, in the following training, tasks like doing 100 pull-ups in 10 sets and 500 push-ups in 10 sets were extremely challenging. Yet, they managed to complete them all. Even Lu Qinshu, whom Li Chun had little confidence in, surprisingly gritted his teeth and pushed through. His willpower made Li Chun nod in approval. However, in the next training, when it came to doing 100 sit-ups while holding a 30-pound stone and 100 overhead presses with a 50-pound stone, both Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai couldn't manage and had to reduce the weight by 10 pounds to barely meet the numbers, after which they collapsed on the ground, unable to move. In contrast, Li Chun, having regained some strength, found it not particularly difficult, although it wasn't easy either. But Zhao Dashi caught his attention. This guy was naturally strong. While pressing, he complained that the 50-pound stone was too light and insisted on switching to a stone weighing over 80 pounds. Lifting it with ease. It looked so effortless that even lifting 100 pounds or more seemed like no problem. Li Chen had known this kid had great strength, as his power was greater than 2 boys of the same age combined in the whole village, and he could even hold his own in wrestling with adults. But he didn't expect his strength to be this remarkable. Excited, Li Chen decided to let them try archery next, since they were already exhausted. He didn't have them use their hunting bows, but instead used the strong crossbow. From a distance of 20 steps, each person shot 3 arrows. By the end of this round, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised. Ho Xiaobai hit the target with all 3 arrows, which was impressive for a first-time archer. Even when the distance was extended to 40 steps, he still hit the target, with 2 arrows hitting the bullseye. At 50 steps, he finally missed, with only 2 arrows hitting the target. But this already made Li Chen nod in approval. If these were new recruits in a mercenary unit, they would definitely be selected for specialized sniper training. Such talent was very strong. Then came Lu Chenxiu, who hit the target with all 3 arrows at 20 steps, with 1 arrow hitting the bullseye. At 30 steps, he hit all 3 arrows on the target, but none were bullseyes. Hitting slightly above average was also quite good. As for Zhao Dashi, this time he fared poorly, missing all at 20 steps, which drew merciless laughter from Lu Chenxiu and Ho Xiaobai. Brother Chun, this is too difficult. I can't hit anything. I don't want to learn this anymore. Teach me something else. Zhao Dashi scratched his head, his face flushed. Don't worry, let us focus on the basic training first, then we'll talk about other things. Come on, let us have dinner at my place. Li Shen smiled. Huh? Dinner? The 3 of them looked a bit dumbfounded. Is there such good fortune in the world? Not only teaching them skills, but also providing them with food? Boys will eat their parents poor was definitely not a joke in this era. What are you standing there for? Come over for dinner. Li Chen laughed. The little maid next to him smiled, lifted the lid of the pot, and a steaming pot of brown rice with a mouth-watering aroma wafted out, causing all 3 of them to swallow hard. Brother Chun, this makes us feel undeserving, Lu Chenxiu said, his face reddening. There is no need to feel embarrassed. We're all brothers. Besides, we'll be hunting together in the mountains in the future, sharing life and death. Li Chen smiled slightly. The 4 exchanged glances, not wanting to be pretentious, and all nodded heavily. All right. Each person received a large bowl of rice along with a bowl of thick pork bone soup. With a big bowl of pickled radishes, the 3 boys were in heaven, practically feeling like they could bite their tongues off. Li Chen let them drink the pork bone soup freely. After all, with such intense training, if the nutrition didn't keep up, it wouldn't strengthen their bodies, but could instead cause internal injuries. Since he decided to take these little brothers under his wing, he had to be responsible for their health. In the future, they would help him build a great empire. Pork bone soup is perfect for them to eat right now. After 10 days or half a month, it will have a significant effect. Brother Chun, what kind of salt do you use? Why doesn't it have the slightest bitter taste? Lu Chenxiu, with his keen senses, noticed something off while eating and looked at the thick meat soup in the pot, asking in shock. It's salt I refine myself, Li Chen smiled. Huh? Brother Chun can refine salt too? The others were stunned. Heavens, Brother Chun is becoming all-powerful. Is there anything he can't do? In a few days, I plan to talk to the salt shop in the city about making salt to sell there. At that time, you can come work for me, and I'll pay you. Work when busy, hunt when free. I'm sure it will be enough for household expenses, so there is no need to farm. Huh? No, Brother Chun. Just providing us with food is enough. Paying us is not possible. Absolutely not. The 3 of them protested. Let us eat first, and we'll talk about it when the time comes, Li Chen smiled. However, while they were eating, they saw the little maid carrying a golden tabby cat coming over. The 3 of them initially thought it was a kitten, only to realize it was a little tiger, and they were immediately shocked. Li Chen didn't hide it and recounted what had happened that day. The boys looked at the large black panther lying in the yard, and then surrounded the little tiger, turning in circles with envy. So much so that they didn't even want to eat anymore. Their admiration for Brother Chun had reached an insane level, bordering on madness. Killing wild boars, hunting leopards, and now raising a tiger. If that tiger grows up and is taken out for a walk, how impressive would that be? Heavens! Just its roar might scare a lot of people to death. This is too awesome. Zhao Dashi stared at the little tiger, his eyes spinning in circles, cursing under his breath. Lu Qinshu was so angry he hit him several times with his chopsticks. After dinner, Li Chun asked the little maid to take care of the little tiger at home and then prepared all the necessary equipment before turning to the three boys. Do you still have strength left? Yes, definitely. Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai shouted in unison. Brother Chun, you're not taking us up the mountain to hunt, are you? Lu Qinshu asked excitedly. Nodding, Li Chun glanced at Lu Qinshu discreetly. This kid was perceptive and showed some potential as a commander. A commander must always pay attention to details and continuously seek opportunities from them. Huh, really? The three boys immediately became excited, howling with joy. Once we're up the mountain, you'll follow my command and don't act recklessly. Otherwise, if we scare off the prey, it will be hard to catch. Li Chun said. No problem. The three of them eagerly agreed, excited beyond measure. Chapter 22, Capturing the Deer. Heard Li Chun handed the strong crossbow to Ho Xiaobai and took the hunting bow himself. He gave the hunting knife to Lu Qinshu. As for Zhao Dashi, he was burdened with a roll of rope, a short spear, and a machete as a mountain opening knife. Then, the four-man team headed up the mountain. With the tigers and leopards, the two fierce beasts already dead, the wild animals in the mountains had all returned. Along the way, Li Chun demonstrated to everyone what it meant to hit the bullseye every time. He never missed. Whether it was something flying in the sky, standing on branches, or running on the ground, anything Li Chun saw was taken down with a single shot from the hunting bow, without needing the crossbow. Hunting was incredibly easy, almost like a leisurely trip into the mountains. It lacked any technical challenge. However, when it came time for Ho Xiaobai and the others to hunt, it was a completely different story. Ho Xiaobai shot 5 arrows, but only hit one, which was a rabbit. He was somewhat lucky. Lu Qinshu was worse off, missing all 5 arrows and spending nearly half an hour looking for them. As for Zhao Dashi, with his bulging eyes and flailing hands, he simply gave up. This was not a task he could handle. Li Chen's archery skills left the 3 younger brothers in awe, and their admiration for him reached its peak. The 4 of them walked and stopped, unknowingly deep into the mountains. They sat down to rest for a while, each eating 2 of the mixed flour buns they brought, before continuing deeper into the mountains. This time, Li Chen planned to hunt some larger game. Small animals no longer held any allure for him. They were just better than nothing. By now, it was past noon and approaching the afternoon. In the deep mountains, the dense forest made the path treacherous, with only the occasional animal trail barely navigable. Zhao Dashi unleashed his brute strength, swinging the large machete wildly to clear a path. As they walked, Li Chun seemed to hear something. He raised his fist and pressed it down on Zhao Dashi, who was still struggling to clear the bushes. Previously, Li Chun had explained these tactical hand signals, and the 3 immediately understood, dropping to the ground and, led by Li Chun, trying to stay low as they crawled through the gaps in the bushes. Then, the 4 of them excitedly saw a clearing in the pine forest ahead, where a dozen deer of varying sizes were leisurely grazing. It was a huge surprise. Damn, if we could take down a few big deer, we'll be rich. Zhao Dashi licked his lips, excitedly staring at the herd. With Chun Gu's archery skills, we could at least get 5 or 6. Ho Xiaobai also excitedly whispered, 5 or 6. No, let us take them all. Li Chen smiled faintly. Huh. The others were all dumbfounded. Is that even possible? If we want to capture all these deer and take them back, Qinshu, can you think of a way? Li Chen turned to Lu Qinshu, his tone carrying a hint of testing. Lu Qinshu paused for a moment, then tentatively said, Chengge, I do have some ideas. Don't laugh at me if I'm wrong. You see, although the pine forest ahead is open on all sides, the left side is a mountain wall. So they can't escape that way. That leaves only the west, north, and south directions. If Dashi and I sneak in from the west and north and deliberately startle the herd, they'll have no choice but to escape south. We'll try to keep the deer running in a straight line. Monkey S archery ISNT bad, and with Chun Gu S invincibility. If Monkey strikes first to drive the herd towards Chun Gu, with Chun Ji's archery skills and Monkey S close range shots, there's a real possibility of success. Surrounding 3 to cut 1, laying ambushes layer upon layer, not bad. Li Chen nodded, his impression of Lu Qinshu rising further. This kid truly had the potential of a commander. I read about this kind of pocket strategy in a military book at home, and I thought it could work. Lu Qinshu felt a bit embarrassed at being praised by Li Chen, scratching his head and grinning. But what I want is to capture them all alive. Li Chen stared at the deer herd ahead, speaking slowly. All alive? The three were once again stunned. Come on, let us do as I say. Now for the tactical briefing. Task distribution. Li Chen quietly explained his plan, and the others' eyes widened in disbelief. Can this really work? Just do as I say. I guarantee it will work. Li Chen smiled slightly. Soon, the four dispersed, each taking on their tasks. The Sika deer were still leisurely grazing, nibbling on tender leaves from the trees, unaware that danger was gradually approaching. While they were eating, suddenly, from the west and north, Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai appeared almost simultaneously, charging towards the deer while making strange noises to scare these timid creatures. Startled, the herd was caught in a pincer movement, instinctively fleeing south under the lead of the strongest stag. However, just a short distance away, the strongest stag tripped and fell suddenly. That was the deer snare Li Chen had set up at a spot with grass 3 feet high, which worked to great effect. The 3 larger female deer behind also fell almost simultaneously. As a result, the deer behind didn't have time to dodge, and 4 or 5 deer stumbled over each other and fell down together. The remaining deer jumped sideways, but just as they jumped out, Li Chen, who had been hidden in the grass, suddenly stood up. First, he shot an arrow that pierced through a deer's hind leg, bringing it down. Then, he slung the crossbow on his back, took out the hunting bow, and with lightning speed, shot 6 arrows in quick succession, all penetrating the front or hind legs of 6 deer, taking them down. At the same time, the strongest Zhao Dashi had already dived into the herd, using the rope he had prepared beforehand to pounce on the dazed stag and directly tie its 2 hind legs together. This task was best suited for him due to his strength. He could handle it alone. Then, he leaped onto another deer, continuing to tie its hind legs. Ho Xiaobai and Lu Qinshu also arrived, working together to bind the deer. However, there were still 2 deer that hadn't been shot yet. They had regained their senses, shaking their heads and struggling to stand up to run, leaving the 3 with no time to bind them. At that moment, Li Chen had already reloaded the crossbow, and with a swift shot, he pierced a deer's hind leg. Reloading again, he shot down the last deer. Chenggu is mighty. The young men excitedly cheered, waving their fists. They never expected that with Chenggu around, everything could be so simple. Not only did they capture the deer herd, but they also managed to capture so many alive. If they took them back to raise them generation after generation, it would mean endless prosperity for their descendants. Chapter 23. Warning signs of danger. Finally, all the deer were tied up. The 4 of them looked at the result, and Li Chen was quite satisfied, while Lu Qinshu and the others looked at Li Chen as if he were a deity, no longer seeing him as a mere human. They pulled the arrows out of the wounded deer, bandaged the wounds, and made a few sleds to tie them onto. The remaining deer had their hind legs released and were all tied together by their necks. Dashur, you are responsible for leading that stag, dragging the deer herd down the mountain, which will save us some effort. If the stag dares to resist, just hit it, as long as you don't injure or kill it, Li Chen said. The group quickly got to work, and soon they had tied up a bunch of sleds and secured the wounded deer. As for the big stag, it was beaten by Zhao Dashur until it didn't even recognize the female deer behind it. Under Zhao Dashur's control, it obediently followed wherever it was led. The other deer were tied together and couldn't break free, so they could only follow the stag forward. At the end of the hour of the rooster, they finally came down from the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the entire village erupted in excitement. Good heavens, a herd of deer. Li Jiaodalang actually captured a herd of deer alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 13 in total. Could it be that Li Jiaodalang is the reincarnation of the mountain god? How can he be so powerful? If this ready-made herd of deer is raised well, once they breed, it won't take 2 years to double in number. Li Jiaodalang is really going to get rich. Hey, Lao Lu, where are you going? I'm going to find a matchmaker to propose to the Li family. My daughter can even be a concubine for Dalang. Then my family can have deer meat for every meal. Your daughter is far worse than mine. Li Jiaodalang would have to be blind to fancy your family. What do you dare say about my daughter? So what if I say it? Ugly and still want to compete for Li Jiaodalang? Is it forbidden to speak? I'll beat you to death. As a result, while the villagers watched Li Chun leading the deer herd into the village, they also tried to break up the two rough men, creating a rather chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Lu Chenxiu and the others held their heads high, their youthful vanity greatly satisfied at that moment, because it was they who had helped Chun Ge capture these deer. Thinking back, they were still overly excited. When a group of people returned driving the deer herd, the little maid was shocked. After hunting wild boars and killing leopards, now they had captured a herd of deer alive. Will they be bringing back a dragon next? We want to go up the mountain tomorrow. Let us set up a deer pen at the cliff and prepare for long-term farming, Li Chun said. No problem, Chun Ge, the others nodded in agreement. I'll make you something good to eat tomorrow. Yu Qingwan was worriedly looking at the wound on a little deer that had been shot. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, she immediately responded sweetly, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The young men smiled. Yu Qingwan's cooking was truly excellent, and every meal left them with great satisfaction. All right, let us distribute today's game. Li Chun waved to Lu Chenxiu and the others. Chengge, no need to divide it, we didn't do much. And you taught us so many things. They all shook their heads in refusal. Are we brothers? Li Chen's face darkened. A slight anger made their hearts race. Chun Ji's serious face was quite intimidating. Since Chun Ge is so generous, let's not be pretentious and just listen to him. Lu Chenxiu spoke first. Then they began dividing the spoils. The little maid started busying herself with cooking. After a while, the spoils were distributed. They had caught 8 capercaillies for rabbits and nearly 20 large birds. Each one got 1 capercaillie and 1 rabbit, while the large birds were not taken by the boys, who exclaimed that this was enough. Even if Li Chun got angry, they wouldn't take more. Having received so much already, they were overwhelmed. As for those deer, each of you can take one. If you want to sell them, just lead them back. If you don't want to sell, keep them here for breeding. We could talk about it later. Li Chun pointed to the deer securely tied outside. However, these deer smelled too strong, causing the little maid to cover her nose repeatedly. Li Chun thought that he needed to arrange a place for the deer herd at night. Selling them once would only provide a one-time profit, but keeping them here would allow for continued breeding, so he decided not to lead them back. The others all agreed, as deep down they didn't want them anymore. Li Chun understood their intentions, but had his own plans for the future. Then they started eating. This time they directly stewed a capercaillie, added some incredibly delicious fine salt, and served it with aromatic brown rice. The young boys ate until they were sweating, their clothes completely soaked. After the meal, Li Chun had them help drive the deer herd to the cliff behind the house, tying them all to trees. They also cut a lot of tender grass and branches and got some water to feed them. By the time everything was done, it was completely dark. "Sir, this little tiger is disobedient. It got my clothes dirty. Can I hit it?" Yu Qingwan complained to Li Chun while holding the little tiger. Now she was much more cheerful than before, her courage growing as she dared to talk to Li Chun and even act cute. She could feel that he was much kinder and friendlier towards her than before, and he was sincere. However, when he occasionally darkened his face, it was quite scary. If it needs a beating, then beat it. Over time, it will naturally learn the rules, Li Chun said with a smile. He was quite pleased with Yu Qingwan's change. He actually didn't want one of them to always be cautious and not open their heart and their life together. That would be too bland. "All right, little gold. Look out for your mother." Yu Qingwan made a hissing sound with her mouth and gently flicked the little tiger on the forehead. The still unopened little tiger protested, meowing loudly and scratching its head with its little paws, which was especially adorable, making Yu Qingwan laugh heartily. Watching this warm and happy scene, Li Chun felt a warmth in his heart, like drinking wine. Staring at the little maid, his gaze began to turn predatory. The little maid, of course, knew what he was thinking, but she just played with the little tiger, her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head. Under the lamp, the beauty looked like a willow, delicate and charming. Li Chun stood up to go outside and set everything up first, then entered the room and closed the door. After a quick wash and blowing out the light, he picked up the little maid and got onto the calm. Then, amidst the little maid's soft hums as she bit her lip, their passionate nightlife began. They fought fiercely for an unknown amount of time, before both fell into a deep sleep. However, Li Chun had barely lain down for an hour when a sudden warning surged in his heart, waking him instantly. Just as he regained consciousness, he vaguely heard a horse's whinnying from the foot of the mountain. Soon, everything returned to silence. However, the sense of danger grew stronger. A sixth sense for danger honed from years of being a mercenary. He sat up abruptly. Chapter 24. Total annihilation. The little maid was also awakened by him. Thinking he needed to relieve himself. Rubbing her eyes, she said, "Sir, I'll go get you the chamber pot. There's an enemy raid. Get up quickly. Take the little tiger to the cellar. Lock the lid tight, and come out when I call you." Li Chun urgently whispered. "Huh?" The little maid was startled and sat up anxiously, holding the little tiger. Li Chun quickly settled the little maid and then picked up his hunting bow and short knife. Slinging the quiver over his shoulder and lightly leaped out of the courtyard gate, hiding in the grass about 30 steps away. At that moment, under the night sky at the foot of the mountain, a group of people had just dismounted, one horse still tied to a woman in a pink dress. All of them wore black scarves over their faces, revealing only their pairs of fierce, gleaming eyes. The second in command, that Li Chun is from this village. His family is the only one on the hill. I've already found out Guangge, Lao Matsi, and the 3 donkeys are very likely killed by him. Because Guangji's brother disappeared right at Li Chun's doorstep, and when Guangge went to the county town to inquire about the girl, he seemed to have encountered him and even mentioned wanting an explanation from him. Although no one saw him kill Guangge and the other 3. They all went to the county town at the same time, but only this kid came back, so he's the prime suspect. A skinny guy pointed toward the hill. Zhang Guang and the 3 of them were actually killed by a peasant. The second in command glared at Li Chun's house on the hill, his eyes filled with a cold, vengeful glare. Second in command, Zhang Guang and Lao Matsi are all capable fighters. If they really died at the hands of that peasant, he must have some skills. Moreover, we still have this girl with us. We have a mission to complete. Should we go back to the village first and wait a few days to bring more people to deal with him? The first speaker cautiously whispered. Too many people will alert the authorities, and it will also make that peasant hear the news and flee. This area is surrounded by mountains. Once he gets in the mountains, it won't be easy to catch him. I'll handle it. It's a night raid. Killing him is like squashing an ant. What is there to fear? The second in command snorted disdainfully, waved his hand, leaving one person to watch the girl while the others followed him. He pulled up the black scarf to reveal only his eyes, and with a wave, the mountain bandits raised their glistening long knives, stealthily moving toward the mountain under the cover of darkness, with eagle-like eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The night vision skills he had developed in his previous life were still intact, even enhanced, with the faint moonlight. He could almost see everything around him as clearly as during the day within a 60-step radius. After a moment, he tightened his breath and saw about 8 shadowy figures sneaking up the mountain, approaching the courtyard. Since there was a small cliff more than 10 meters high behind the courtyard, they could only creep over from the front. All of them held long knives that reflected the moonlight, bright and cold. Li Chun narrowed his eyes and silently stood up from afar. He didn't use the crossbow, but instead held the hunting bow. Suddenly, the mother dog in the yard became alert and barked. The leader cursed softly. "Damn it, there's a dog. Speed up." 5 people jumped over the side walls, and 3 entered through the front gate. 3, 2, 1. Li Chun silently counted in his mind. Just as the word left his mouth, 3 screams almost simultaneously rang out. Someone had fallen into a pit trap. Li Chun instantly sprang up, his hunting bow firing arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out, all hitting their targets. The 3 people in front of the courtyard fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Li Chun's arms felt slightly sore after firing 3 full draws. It was a bit intense for him, but it was manageable. He was now much stronger than before, capable of firing 6 full draws, but he couldn't exhaust himself now. He needed to keep some strength in reserve. Without hesitation, he drew the crossbow into his hands and charged forward. Just then, one person who had narrowly avoided falling into the pit was panicking, trying to climb back over the courtyard wall to escape. The loyal mother dog ran over, biting at one person's pant leg, slowing him down. As he just climbed over the wall, Li Chun was already less than 10 steps away from him. He raised his hand and fired the crossbow. With a short scream, the The man's thigh was pierced by the powerful crossbow bolt, nailing him to the wall. Originally, Li Chun intended to spare him for questioning, but unexpectedly, the man's knife fell to the ground, blade up. When he was pinned to the wall by the strong arrow, he fell forward and the blade accidentally pierced his neck. With blood frothing from his mouth, he hung on the wall, a knife stuck in his neck, dead beyond recovery. Li Chun frowned and cursed. Damn it. He pulled out his short knife and jumped over the courtyard wall to survey the yard. The 3 people in the pit had all been impaled by sharpened wooden stakes and were already dead. Of the remaining 4, 3 were shot through the heart with arrows, and 1, panicking, had run into the house, only to be pierced through the left chest by a bolt from inside, dead as well. Not a single live one was left. This left Li Chun feeling somewhat frustrated. Had he known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. Now, he couldn't even interrogate anyone. However, he could guess that these people were most likely the mountain bandits from Blackwind Stronghold seeking revenge. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered hearing a faint horse neigh earlier. They should have left someone at the foot of the mountain, temporarily leaving the bodies there. He shouldered his hunting bow, held the crossbow, covered his face with a piece of cloth, and turned to stealthily blend into the night. A quarter of an hour later, he had reached a dense forest not far from the edge of the village. From a distance, he spotted 5 horses. His eyes lit up. Horses were valuable in the Dayan Dynasty. Whether it was the northern Mang or the western Hu, they relied on iron hooves and bent bows, moving like the wind. Without cavalry, it was impossible to contend with them. Horses were the weapons of the battlefield. What Dayan lacked was war horses. The number of cavalry had always been insufficient, and for years they had been passively beaten. Therefore, Dayan had always wanted to develop the horse industry and had even issued horse policies. But due to various reasons, the number of war horses had never increased. To address this, the Dayan Dynasty even relaxed policies on private horse breeding, allowing citizens to raise horses freely, and they could sell them at the government livestock depot at 2 years old. But the results had been minimal. Now, these bandits were generous enough to send Li Chun 5 horses. He had to accept them with a smile. However, Li Chun did not act immediately, but instead hid in the nearby grass, patiently observing, and did not find any other mountain bandits. He vaguely saw one of the horses had a woman in a pink dress tied to its back. Furrowing his brows, he wondered why these bandits hadn't left anyone to guard the horses and captives. That didn't seem right. But after waiting a while longer and still not seeing any bandits, he decided not to wait any longer. Chapter 25. Zhang Yue rose cautiously from the grass, still holding her crossbow as she moved forward. When she reached the woman, she saw that the woman, despite being tied up tightly and having her mouth gagged, was still stunningly beautiful in the prime of her youth. At that moment, the woman was kicking her legs in panic, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm not a bad person. I happened to pass by and could save your life, but you must not make a sound. Tell me what happened. Are there still kidnappers around?" Li Chun, with his face covered, extended a short knife to cut the cloth that gagged her mouth and whispered, "Be careful over there." As soon as the gag was cut, the woman let out a sharp scream. At the same time, a warning surged in Li Chun's heart, and he quickly turned around, pulling the trigger. Thud! 3 meters away, a mountain bandit wielding a steel knife fell to the ground. He was holding the steel knife in one hand, and surprisingly still had half of his pants in the other. Clearly, he had just gone to the nearby woods to relieve himself, and when he saw Li Chun coming, he didn't even have time to pull up his pants before he rushed over to attack. Li Chun suddenly realized why he hadn't sensed the warning earlier or seen anyone. This was indeed a case of bad luck. The powerful crossbow bolt pierced through the bandit's body and was pinned to a tree in the distance. The tail of the arrow, still buzzing. Looking at the dead bandit, Li Chun frowned. His plan to interrogate a live captive was foiled. He turned and cut the ropes binding the woman's hands and feet, and as he looked at her, he suddenly felt a pang of familiarity, as if he had seen her before, though he couldn't recall when. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am Zhang Yue, forever grateful." Zhang Yue bowed gracefully. However, Li Chun frowned slightly. The way she spoke, with her big eyes glinting mischievously, and a pause when she mentioned her name, clearly indicated she was lying, as if she didn't want to reveal her identity. But he chose not to expose her, merely nodding slightly. "Where do you live?" Originally from Liangjing, but due to the war, I relocated outside the pass and am currently staying in Pingyang County. Zhang Yuer lowered her gaze and replied smoothly, without any flaws. However, in front of Li Chun, the legendary mercenary king who had been battle-tested and understood human nature, it was still insufficient. She was clearly deceiving him, with more lies than truth. She was too composed, as if she had thought carefully before answering, not at all like someone speaking off the cuff. Li Chun grew somewhat impatient, snorting, "Who tied you up? Why were you tied?" "I don't know." Zhang Yuer still shook her head. "You should leave." Li Chun frowned and looked at her, then turned to lead his horse away. Perhaps this girl was being cautious out of self-protection and wouldn't yield much information. But for a woman who had been saved yet refused to tell him her name, he felt there was no need to waste more words with her. Zhang Yuer was startled and quickly looked up. "Young master, it's late at night, and, as a weak woman, I dare not return to the city alone. Could you trouble yourself to escort me back? Rest assured, I swear on my life, if you take me back to the city, I will surely reward you handsomely." "No need, goodbye." Li Chun had already mounted his horse and was about to ride away. Zhang Yuer panicked, lifting her skirt and running after him. "Hey, young master, don't go." In her haste, she tripped and fell to the ground, her mouth full of grass. "Tui, tui, tui." Zhang Yuer sat up and spat out the grass leaves in her mouth. In the distance, Li Chun halted his horse, turned, and couldn't help but find her predicament amusing. Zhang Yuer got up awkwardly, wiped her mouth, and looked at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You are so selfish and rude. Are you talking about me?" Li Chun was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Of course I'm talking about you. I'm just a weak woman, and in the dead of night, I ask you to take me back to the city, yet you refuse, claiming it's too much trouble. Isn't that selfish? You just leave without a care, and when I fall, you don't even help me up. Isn't that rude?" "Tui, tui, tui," Zhang Yuer argued passionately. Yet by the end, she felt there was still grass in her mouth and spat several more times. It was unclear whether she was spitting out grass or cursing Li Chun. "I saved you. Why won't you tell me the truth?" Li Chun ignored her nonsensical arguments, frowning. "In the middle of the night, you suddenly show up with your face covered. How'd I know what you're really up to? You might be in cahoots with those bandits, playing a trick, or perhaps you're someone with ulterior motives trying to pull a black eat black scheme against me. Shouldn't I be cautious?" "Huh? How do you know I'm not telling the truth?" Zhang Yuer put her hands on her hips, looking quite indignant and wronged, her little mouth chattering away. However, her big eyes remained fixed on Li Chun, secretly observing his every move. This man was very tall, although lean, exuding a sense of strength that made her feel safe. Moreover, he clearly had a righteous demeanor, unlike the bandits with their slanted brows and sinister looks, who were obviously bad people. Perhaps this person was indeed trustworthy. After all, he had saved her. If he was genuinely just passing by, without any ulterior motives, and if he was good-looking with decent character and background, she was not young anymore. Considering giving herself to him was not out of the question. Li Chun rubbed his forehead. Killing was killing, and helping was helping. All right, he would take her back. It would save her from pestering him. And if she followed him back to the village and figured out his identity, it could become a problem. He dismounted, tied the other horses to a tree, walked over to her, and said, "Get on. I'll take you back." "Huh? You really will take me back?" Zhang Yuer was overjoyed, feeling proud inside. Could it be that this clueless person was really awakened by my scolding? Perhaps there is hope. She feared Li Chun would change his mind, quickly mounted her horse. But she was so clumsy that she struggled several times before getting on. Li Chun couldn't bear to watch any longer and helped her by supporting her waist. Lifting her up, when his large hand touched her waist, Zhang Yuer felt a warmth spread from her waist throughout her body, making her face flush. In that moment, she even thought of names for her future children. Li Chun mounted his horse and rode forward, saying seriously, "I will see this good deed through and take you back. But remember, I merely happened to pass by and saved you, and I don't want to expose my identity or whereabouts to others. I will take you back to the city now, and if anyone asks, just say the bandits who kidnapped you encountered someone who attacked them on the way, causing the bandits to scatter, and you took the chance to escape and happened to run into me. Do you understand?" Chapter 26. Nothing simple. All right. Zhang Yuer nodded in response, but after thinking for a moment, she turned back and bit her lip. "No matter what, you are my lifesaver. Let me take a look at your true face, remember your appearance, and I promise to repay you handsomely. Okay? No. Li Chun bluntly refused and spurred his horse away. Oomph. You dense fool. Zhang Yuer was almost angry enough to jump off the horse, but she feared that Li Chun would leave her alone again, so she held back. The horses galloped, with Zhang Yuer in front and Li Chun behind. The night wind ahead was slightly chilly, while behind her was a warm, strong body like a furnace. The two on horseback were very close, which made Zhang Yuer, who hadn't been this close to any man since she became sensible, feel a bit shy. At the same time, the strong scent of a man's body wafted into her nose, and inexplicably, she became hot all over. Even though the horse was racing with a swift wind, it couldn't extinguish the intense fire surging in her heart. That fire made her dry and flushed, and her desire to see Li Chun's true face grew even stronger. She just wanted to see what he looked like. Biting her lip, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she placed her hand on her forehead and leaned against Li Chun's chest. Oh, I feel so dizzy. Huh? Li Chun thought something was wrong with her and slowed down to look down at her. At that moment, Zhang Yuer suddenly reached out to grab the cloth covering his face. Just as she was about to grab it, Li Chun turned his face away to dodge. What are you doing? Li Chun shouted angrily. You're hiding your head and tail. Not a hero at all. Just let me see what you look like. What can you do? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Zhang Yuer was frustrated at not succeeding and shot him a glare, sitting up straight. Keep this up, and I'll throw you off, Li Chun coldly warned, casting a glance at her. What's the point of being so cautious? Humph, it's obvious you're afraid of being remembered. You must look ugly and are ashamed to show your true face. Are you a blue-faced man, a hideous monster? Zhang Yuer intentionally provoked him. Li Chun tightened his grip, ready to throw her off. Frightened, Zhang Yuer immediately lay flat on the horse, begging pitifully, don't throw me off. I won't look at you anymore or say anything. Is that okay? At that moment, they heard the distant sound of thundering hooves and the glow of horse lanterns and torches. Before long, they saw a group of over 20 people ahead, with 4 or 5 large horses in front, followed by a crowd of servants or guards on foot. So late, with so many people, they must be here to rescue you. Li Chun pulled on the reins and looked ahead. Zhang Yuer also looked forward, and as she recognized the newcomers, her expression gradually turned cold and sharp. Accompanied by the sound of thundering hooves, several horses had spotted them and rushed over, surrounding Li Chun completely. You thief, dare to kidnap my niece? Let her go, or I'll dismember you with 1,000 cuts, shouted a man at the front, raising a knife. But Li Chun could clearly sense that the man's gaze was mixed with wariness, suspicion, and faint hostility. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Intuitively, this person seemed to have some issues. However, before he could speak, Zhang Yuer suddenly shouted, Uncle, stop. He is my lifesaver. Huh? The group was shocked. The leading uncle's eyes flashed with astonishment and anger. He lowered his knife and smiled. All right, dear niece, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. We'll part ways here. Li Chun didn't even glance at the others, set Zhang Yuer down, cupped his fist in salute to her, turned, and rode away. The sound of hooves thundered, and he vanished around the mountain's foot. Zhang Yuer turned to watch his retreating figure, her expression vacant. This man, who came and went like the wind, had unintentionally trampled through her heart. But she still didn't know who he was or what he looked like. Standing there, she was lost in thought. Suddenly, she heard her uncle's voice behind her. Niece, my dear niece, you scared your uncle to death. Zhang Yuer frowned and turned to look at him, her gaze sharp again, even carrying a hint of mockery deep in her eyes. Really worried about me? My dear uncle? Her uncle's face was filled with shock, tears streaming down his face. Of course I'm worried, my dear niece. Your father is missing, and you're my only niece left. I can't read or count, so what will happen to this vast estate if something happens to you? My dear niece, are you all right? Zhang Yuer's gaze remained cold and sharp, but she scoffed. Well, I really appreciate my uncle's concern. She deliberately emphasized the word concern. Her uncle's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he lowered his head and meekly said, No need to thank me. It's only natural. Zhang Yuer ignored him, waved her hand, and said go back. Servants led over her horse, and she mounted it with surprising agility, unlike her earlier clumsiness. With a thundering of hooves, the group departed, At that moment, in the distant grass, Li Chun slowly stood up, his gaze calm and indifferent. Although it seemed he rode away, he quickly returned after rounding the foot of the mountain. With his skills, returning unnoticed in the night was easy unless faced with top military experts. Otherwise, who could detect him? On their first meeting, he couldn't say whether he trusted Zhang Yue or not, and he was used to taking fate into his own hands. Especially with someone as clever and cunning as Zhang Yue, he had to be cautious. However, what he had just witnessed made him even more wary, especially since Zhang Yue could actually ride horse. Both that uncle and Zhang Yue were likely not simple characters. Li Chun narrowed his eyes, staring at the distant horse team. Fortunately, he had kept his face covered earlier and didn't reveal his identity. Soon, he took out a portrait from his pocket. It was one he had obtained from Zhang Wang. To his surprise, the likeness to Zhang Yue was striking. It seems that the people from Black-When stronghold really wanted to kidnap her. No wonder I felt a sense of déjà vu, Li Chun thought to himself, then tore the portrait into pieces and let the wind carry them away, turning to leave. Regardless of who Zhang Yue was from this moment on, she had nothing to do with him. If her family wanted to investigate or trouble him, then he could only say sorry and let them know to retreat. After returning home, he took advantage of the moonlight to deal with all the bodies, leaving the weapons behind and cleaning up the blood on the ground before returning to his room. However, from those bodies, he surprisingly found 50 taels of silver, 40 of which were taken from a man who looked like a bandit leader. An unexpected joy. Naturally, he accepted it all. When he reached the cellar, he knocked a few times as per their previous agreement, opened the barrier, and saw Yu Qingwan waiting obediently for him. She was holding a small tiger in one hand and a small bag of copper coins in the other, which made Li Chun chuckle. Chapter 27. Insight and talent. As soon as Yu Qingwan saw Li Chun, she sighed in relief, her face filled with panic. She had been terrified, having faintly heard the sounds of fighting and screams from the cellar. Now that she saw Li Chun was safe, she finally relaxed and called out to him, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "It's all right now. Come up." Li Chun reached out his hand to pull her up. 2 days ago, when we entered the city, Zhang Wang tried to rob me of my money and supplies, and I killed him. Tonight, the bandits from High came seeking revenge, and I killed them all as well. Li Chun briefly explained the situation. Although Li Chun spoke lightly, it frightened the young maid, who turned pale and tightly hugged the still unconscious little tiger, unsure of what to do. "Don't worry, those bandits won't come back for a while," Li Chun reassured her. It had been an exhausting day, and with the danger now lifted, the two of them fell asleep immediately. That night, perhaps due to the shock, the young maid suddenly sat up in bed, tears streaming down her face, eyes closed and hands flailing in the air. "Let go of me, my lord, let go of me." Li Chun sat up, gently holding her and patting her back. Once she woke up, still immersed in her dream, she cried in his arms, "My lord, I just dreamed that those bandits captured you and wanted to kill you. Dreams are often reversed, so I will never be caught by them. Instead, they should worry about my revenge." Li Chun comforted her. However, he was also calculating in his heart, realizing that it was necessary to eliminate the bandits from High once and for all. There are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not a single day of guarding against thieves. Otherwise, if the young maid continued to live in fear like this, they wouldn't have a peaceful life. The young maid then drowsily fell asleep again in his arms. The next morning, Li Chun still got up early to train with a few brothers. However, when he got up, he was taken aback. Through the misty morning light, he saw a large group of people standing at the door, over 50 of them, of all sizes and ages, from young children to teenagers. "Why are there so many people?" Li Shen frowned. "Brother Chun, these children heard about our situation and want to come learn skills from you. We really can't send them back," Lu Qinshu explained awkwardly. "We can't take so many. You all go back," Li Chun said lightly, waving his hand to dismiss them. The children's eyes immediately lost their light, filled with disappointment. Li Chun didn't look at them again and turned to lead Lu Qinshu and a few others up the mountain to train. The children, having not received his permission, could only stand there for a while, watching until Li Chun and the others disappeared into the mountain before reluctantly dispersing. "Brother Chun, why didn't you take them with you?" The simple Zhao Dashi asked, running and somewhat confused. Training like this requires nutrition. If the nutrition doesn't keep up, These originally weak children will have problems. Li Chen finally explained. I see. I knew Brother Chen wasn't a selfish person. Zhao Dashi realized, laughing happily. This kid is quite straightforward and honest. Li Chen thought with a smile. After all the training ended, Li Chen was drenched in sweat and felt great. He had now recovered about half of his previous strength. If he continued to train like this, with his good physical foundation, he should be able to recover over 80 of his previous strength in half a year. With strong power as assurance, he could face many unknown challenges calmly. How'd you sleep last night? During mealtime, Li Chen casually asked. Although he had been very discreet, he was also worried that the villagers might find out about the killings last night, which would be a hassle. I slept the soundest I ever have. Just collapsed onto the bed and knew nothing else. I was exhausted, Zhao Dashi said, shoveling food into his mouth, stuffing a large piece of chicken in as well. Li Chen had the remaining half of the pheasant stewed by the young maid, aiming for everyone to have meat in every meal so their nutrition could keep up. The others nodded as well, saying they slept very soundly, which reassured Li Chen. Hey, you glutton, eat a little less and leave some for Brother Chen. Ho Xiaobai scolded Zhao Dashi for eating too fast. Huh? Am I eating too much? Zhao Dashi grinned, feeling a bit embarrassed. You eat as much as 3 people. Isn't that too much? Ho Xiaobai glared at him. Don't worry, eat your fill. If the nutrition keeps up, the training will be effective. Li Chen waved his hand with a smile. See, Brother Chen said so I'll eat. Zhao Dashi went for more meat, but was met with collective eye rolls from Lu Chenxiu and Ho Xiaobai. After the meal, feeling inspired, Li Chen taught a few people how to wield long and short knives. However, he was disappointed when the poor quality of the knives caused one to snap after just a few blocks. The iron-making technique in Dayan was indeed average. The weapons were either brittle or soft, which made him even more determined to create his own weapons. However, making weapons required building a blast furnace, which needed refractory bricks. Otherwise, the temperature wouldn't rise, and making steel would be a joke. The development of a steel industry was not that easy, but once this idea took root, it became somewhat torturous for someone like him who was obsessed with weapons. So, he planned to visit the county town soon to see if he could find someone to build a blast furnace and acquire the necessary refractory materials. After taking a break, Li Chen went down the mountain to find the strongest stag, cleverly extracting a bowl of blood without harming the deer and returning with it. Fresh deer blood strengthens muscles and bones and can quickly restore energy. Everyone drink some. Li Chen distributed the blood in several bowls, including one small bowl for the young maid, who drank it all at once. At first, the others found it hard to drink, and the young maid scrunched her face at the taste. But since Li Chen insisted, no one dared to refuse. After drinking the blood, Ho Xiaobai approached with a bag, scratching his head and smiling. Brother Chen, can you teach me how to make that crossbow of yours? I've been making parts for it these past few nights, but I just can't assemble it. I don't know what's wrong. Ho Xiaobai opened the bag, revealing a crossbow nearly the same size as Li Chen's strong crossbow. With all the necessary parts intact, Li Chen took one look and knew immediately that Ho Xiaobai didn't understand the principle of aligning the 3 strings, causing the 2 eccentric wheels to be inconsistent. Not only would it not assemble, but even if it did, its accuracy would be pitifully poor, lacking power altogether. However, the fact that Ho Xiaobai could produce these parts after only glancing at them showed his insight and talent were indeed impressive, 1 in a million, and Li Chen appreciated it greatly. Chapter 28. I want to be hit too. Li Chen did not directly point out the problem, but just smiled and said, when I have time, I'll teach you. Teaching was something he intended to do, but he still needed to test the loyalty of these little brothers. He stood up and stretched. Monkey, you help your sister-in-law to tan that leopard skin. Sure too. Chenxiu, you come down with me to build the deer pen. All right. Although the young lads felt sore all over, none of them complained. They were all eager to work for Brother Chen, which had become an honor for them. All right. Chenxiu, let your little sister Chenyi come over to help cook as well. Li Chen suddenly remembered and turned to Lu Chenxiu. Lu Chenxiu was taken aback, a hint of indescribable emotion welling up in his eyes, and he stammered, Brother Chen, this doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Huh, you broke down scholar. Brother Chen is letting your little sister come help because he thinks highly of you, and you still aren't happy? Are you asking for a beating? Zhao Dashi immediately became anxious upon hearing this and shot a glare at Lu Chenxiu. Beside them, Hou Xiaobai kicked him hard and whispered, "You know nothing?" "That's brother," Chen showing sympathy for Chinny, giving her a reason to come over for dinner. I'm slow-witted, didn't think of that. You should remind me earlier next time." Zhao Dashi scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just let her come over." Li Chun smiled and went down the mountain. "I'll go call your sister. You hurry up and follow Brother Chen to work," Hou Xiaobai said to Lu Chenxu with a smile. The horses had already been moved to a safe place by Li Chun in the morning, so there was no worry about being seen and causing a stir. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, the group started dividing the work. Li Chun was in charge of using the chaff cutter to chop grass, mixing it with mud, which could be directly used to build the walls. The strongest Zhao Dashi was responsible for fetching water from the nearby stream and mixing it with Lu Chenxu to make the grass mud. They planned to build a sturdy mud wall using the dry packed method, which would be solid and not easy to collapse. However, while they were working energetically, they suddenly heard voices coming from a distance. Turning around, they saw the village chief Su Jiangzheng and a few others walking over, presumably passing by on their way to work in the fields. From afar, Su Jiang waved at Li Chun. "Brother Chun, come here, I have something to tell you." Li Chun quickly put down what he was doing and walked over, calling out, "Uncle Su, I saw you guys down at the cliff earlier. Just right. I went to the county yesterday and got you the hunter's official verification document and tag. I was thinking of bringing it to you at noon, and since I saw you, here it is." Su Jiang handed Li Chun a document and tag. "With this, you can hunt or buy weapons openly." "Thank you so much, Uncle Su." Li Chun was taken aback and quickly accepted them. He had overlooked this matter. It was considerate of Su Jiang. With these two items, he would have a legitimate reason to buy weapons in the future. "What are you all doing?" Su Jiang asked, looking over. "Building a deer pen. Just you four? You'll be working until the monkey year and horse month at this rate? All right, brothers, let us lend a hand." Su Jiang waved his hand. "All right." The group readily agreed, putting down their farming tools and heading towards the mud pile. "This? How can we accept this?" Li Chun felt touched. Su Jiang was truly a generous man. "We're all villagers. Helping each other is normal. Besides, you saved our lives and even provided us with wild boar meat. Seeing you have work, but not asking for help, how could we be human?" Su Jiang smiled. "Absolutely, the village chief is right. Brother Chun, you saved our lives and gave us wild boar meat. Now that you have work, how can we not help?" Zhou had already taken off his shoes and started stepping into the mud, laughing as he mixed it. "That meat was really delicious. Ha ha." The men laughed and began working. Just then, from a distance, one after another, people carrying farming tools walked over, ready to go to the fields. The area below the cliff was a necessary path to Muir Village's farmland. As a result, anyone who saw them immediately put down their tools and joined the crowd to help. More and more people gathered until nearly all the villagers came, bringing various tools, spontaneously helping to build the deer pen. This also moved Li Chun a lot. These simple villagers were grateful and eager to use every opportunity to repay him. The more people, the faster the work went. With dozens of people working together in less than half a morning, they had built a large deer pen at the foot of the cliff. It was spacious enough not only to raise a dozen deer, but even dozens would not be a problem. This remote mountain village had plenty of space. So Su, everyone stay for lunch. I've already sent Chinxu to buy meat and wine, and I've also called Aunt Su and Xiu'er to help cook, Li Chun said with a smile. This was also a way to reciprocate. Everyone insisted modestly, but ultimately could not refuse Li Chun, happily heading to his house. In this day and age, being able to have a feast was an incredibly luxurious thing. Just helping out with some work, and Brother Chun actually prepared a feast. This was too generous. All the way, the crowd praised Li Chun profusely, deeply admiring his character. In the courtyard, a group of women were busy setting up the feast, cheerful and lively. Lu Chenxu's little sister, Lu Chenyi, came over to help. Although she was only 12, she was very capable and skilled, adept at killing chickens and cooking, not only hardworking, but also sweet-tongued, calling the little maid sister-in-law as if she were her real sister. She made the little maid smile and secretly slipped her a piece of osmanthus candy that Li Chun had bought for her a few days ago. She hadn't been able to eat it all at once, and only had one piece every few days. Good things are meant to be shared. The hands have a lingering fragrance. Lu Jinsue also brought Su Xiu'er to help, and Zhou Dehai's Wang Kaifeng came over with Zhou Jiao, moving tables and chairs with great effort, not even letting the little maid lend a hand. This made the little maid, holding a golden chinchilla, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a group of women who were foraging for wild vegetables passed by, saw everyone busy, and all put down their large baskets to help. Ma Yin also brought her young child over, bringing many sweet and sour wild fruits, which touched the little maid. However, something was strange. The little maid's walking posture seemed to be a bit unusual, reminiscent of a few days ago. Somewhat special? Hey, Warner, what's with those marks on your neck? How did that happen? Ma Yin asked knowingly while handing a washed sourberry to the little maid. I accidentally bumped into the corner of the table. The little maid was caught off guard by Ma Yin's question while receiving the sourberry, and her pretty face immediately flushed as she pulled up her collar to cover her neck. Really? Oh dear, must have hurt, right? And it looks like it's been several days, too. I can hear you crying out in pain every night. It sounds quite miserable, this poor little wanderer. Ma Yin held back her laughter and spoke seriously. Ha! A group of women around burst into laughter, as those who had gone through it, who didn't know about the little matters between the couple. However, speaking of it, Brother Chen seemed a bit too much of a brute, hunting during the day and being with his wife at night, yet still full of vigor, strong as an ox. The little maid was too shy to lift her head, only softly calling out, Sister Lianer, it was just the corner of the table that bumped me. It was just a coincidence that I kept bumping the same spot for days. Oh dear, Warner, your table corner is really hateful. If it keeps going like this, how about I come sleep at your house tonight? Let your table corner bump me as much as it wants. I'm strong enough that I won't feel any pain. Ma Lian laughed cheerfully. Ma Yinner, are you looking to be bumped or to be teased? It's like crying while being tickled. Are you going to be tickled to death? Exactly, from this far away. Your abacus beads are hitting me in the face. If you want to take advantage, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. A group of women around laughed heartily. What are you all laughing about? Who would want a man like that? Little Warner, I must remind you to keep a close eye on your man. Otherwise, one day when he goes to relieve himself, who knows which little woman might sneak in and steal your man. Ma Yina said seriously, I think the one you should be wary of is you. Either go back to cook, or come help out. Stop teasing Warner here. Lu Jinsui came over, playfully scolding, while pulling the blushing and flustered Yuqing Wan behind her. Vanya, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lu Jinsui laughed. No, they're all really nice. The little maid quickly waved her hands. The work is done. Let us eat. Li Chun was not stingy at all, directly stewing 2 pheasants, a pot of purchased fish, and 2 stir-fried vegetables. The stir-fried vegetables had plenty of meat in them. He even bought 2 large jars of wine. This meal nearly brought tears to the eyes of the villagers, old and young. They hadn't eaten meat and drunk wine like this for 2 years. However, during the meal, Wang Kaifeng led Zhou Jiao to quietly leave, as they were not there to just eat and drink. Unexpectedly, as they reached halfway up the hill, they were stopped by the little maid calling out, Auntie, Jiao, why are you leaving? Come back to eat. The little maid blocked the 2 of them. We're not eating anymore. We have food prepared at home. Wang Kaifeng quickly said. Zhou Jiao was also swallowing her saliva, shaking her head repeatedly to say she wouldn't eat anymore. Oh, you've been busy all morning. How can you not eat? Hurry back. The master specifically asked me to come call you. The little maid smiled, pulling the mother and daughter back. Warner, you 2 are such good people. Auntie and Jiao really feel sorry for you. Wang Kaifeng's eyes turned red with emotion as she wiped the corners of her eyes. In this day and age, even during the new year, you can't get such a big feast. Li Chun and Yuqing Wan are truly good people. At the table, Li Chun happened to sit next to Zhao Dashi's father, Zhao the blacksmith, and he smiled. Uncle Zhao, I still want to thank you for that knife you gave me. It's really a good knife. Haha, glad you like it. Zhao the blacksmith was delighted, his face glowing with excitement. He used to work in the military forge. How do they smelt and forge iron there? Li Chun casually asked. Forging iron is just like now. You heat the iron blocks until they glow red and hammer them. Just hammer them a few more times until they take shape. As for smelting iron, that can't be done here. It has to be done in a specialized smelting workshop at a mine, where they crush the ore and fill it into a furnace, then burn it with charcoal, and the molten iron flows out. but it takes a long time to burn and is very labor-intensive. Plus, it consumes a lot of charcoal, which people like us can't afford. Using charcoal? Li Chen was taken aback. Could it be that they still didn't use coal? There is nothing else but charcoal. Zhao the blacksmith nodded. I see. Li Chen nodded slowly, already having an idea in his mind. As he suspected, the smelting technology in this era was indeed quite basic, and they hadn't even started using coal yet. If that is the case, they probably hadn't even developed improved blast furnaces yet. However, he faintly felt someone was watching him. When he turned his head, he saw Su Xiaoer, who had originally been working, staring at him blankly with a water ladle in her hand. As soon as she noticed Li Chen looking at her, her beautiful face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, hurriedly adding water to the pot. But unexpectedly, the pot was already full and water started spilling out. Chapter 29, Little Young Master. Have we met? Hey, you silly girl, are you out of your mind? Why are you using so much water to wash pot? Lu Jinsue, who was nearby, was startled and quickly snatched the ladle from her hand, hitting her lightly and scolding her. Su Xiaoer looked around in a panic, trying her best to avoid Li Chen's gaze, not knowing where to put her hands. The little maid beside her smiled and called out, Sister Xiaoer, come help me clean the table. Su Xiaoer felt relieved and hurried over to help Qingwan tidy up the table. After the meal ended, Zhao Dashu said while helping to clear the dishes, wow, they really can eat, not even leaving any soup. This meal must have cost nearly 10 taels of silver. Enough to hire someone to build 3 deer enclosures with corners. Ho Xiaobai lamented beside him. All right, stop mumbling. This is called gathering wealth for righteousness. The goodwill of the people is the most precious thing in the world. Lu Qinshu glared at the two of them and said, well said. Li Chen looked at Lu Qinshu with appreciation. Of course, we can't be like a skinny donkey pulling hard dung, trying to save face. But when conditions allow, money is the least important thing. If we can use money to win people's hearts and gain everyone's support, that is truly invaluable. In this regard, you two really need to learn from Qinshu. Li Chen smiled. After tidying up, Li Chen walked down the mountain, saying, you guys help your sister-in-law finish cleaning up. Then feed the deer some food and water and rebandage their wounds with some herbs. Also, keep an eye on them. Don't let them kick open the wooden boards of the enclosure. I'm going to the city to buy some things. Don't worry, Brother Chun. The few boys responded energetically. Following Li Chen filled them with hope for their future lives. As Li Chen walked into the house, wanting to greet the little maid, he saw her secretly crouched in the inner room, counting money from a small pouch. While carefully counting the money with a heart full of concern, her companion, Xiao Hu, was yawning continuously, looking sleepy. When he saw Li Chen enter, the little maid quickly stood up and called out softly, Sir, how much is left? Li Chen asked with a smile. There are 31 taels and 452 coins left. The number reported by the little maid was so precise that it made Li Chen want to laugh. She truly was a household tiger. Wanner, you keep 20 taels, and give me the rest. I'm going to the city. Li Chen extended his hand. However, the little maid only counted out a little over 1,400 coins, handing over the remaining 30 taels of silver to Li Chen. Huh? Li Chen weighed the silver in his hand and looked up at the little maid. The little maid's face turned red as she softly said, Sir, you are a man. You shouldn't always ask for money from me, or it will make you look less masculine. Li Chen suddenly understood. This little thought was quite delicate. He smiled and didn't say much. I'll be back soon. Then he turned and went to the city. Yesterday, he had gotten 5 horses from the mountain bandits, but they were all gelded horses, the kind that couldn't reproduce. However, these horses were obedient and docile, more expensive than ordinary stallions. Li Chen kept one for himself and led the remaining 4 horses, all over 8 years old, to the city. Just as he left Muir village and got onto the official road, he saw a horse-drawn carriage coming from the opposite direction. The driver was a young man, and there were several people riding horses beside the carriage, clearly the entourage of a wealthy family. When they saw Li Chen leading 4 or 5 horses forward, the group looked at him with some curiosity, glancing back a few times. Just as Li Chen was passing by the carriage, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Li Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He instantly recognized her as Zhang Yue, the girl he had inadvertently saved the night before. Xiao Yozi, turn off the road up ahead. I want to take a look. Zhang Yue said to the driver. All right, young lady, the driver replied. Just as Zhang Yue was about to lower the curtain, she inadvertently turned her head and looked at Li Chun, letting out a small gasp as uncertainty washed over her. Li Chun remained calm and was about to ride away. At the same time, he realized, oh, so she was a young lady from a wealthy family, likely in business. Little young master, please wait a moment. Zhang Yue called out hurriedly, signaling the driver to stop the carriage. Is there something you need, young lady? Li Chun asked, looking at Zhang Yue. This, little young master, have we met before? Zhang Yue asked, staring at Li Chun. Her deep, bright eyes gave her a profound sense of familiarity. No, we haven't. Li Chun shook his head firmly. Having killed so many mountain bandits, he certainly couldn't admit to saving her in front of this girl. Otherwise, it would just lead to unnecessary trouble. Are you sure we haven't met? Zhang Yue felt the voice was very familiar, her heart racing. Could this guy be the one who saved her that night? But if it was him, why didn't he want to acknowledge her? Indeed, we haven't. Do you have something else to discuss? Li Chun shook his head. Oh, then, never mind. Sorry for bothering you, little young master. Zhang Yue said, feeling lost and lowering the curtain. However, after hearing the sound of hooves outside, she pondered for a moment and instructed Xiao Liuzi, go back and follow him. All right, young lady. The driver quickly turned the horse around and followed behind Li Chun. Li Chun frowned slightly, but didn't pay any attention. Continuing along the official road towards Pingyang County, he visited Xianwei restaurant again, this time bringing several rabbits and 20 large birds, making the fat boss so happy his eyes squinted with joy. However, Li Chun didn't exchange for money, but instead traded for a jar of ordinary high-grain liquor weighing 10 jin, which the boss readily agreed to. In this year, grain was expensive, and naturally, liquor was even more so. However, all the way, he felt that someone was subtly following him. Li Chun then went to the livestock farm in the city, using the 4 horses to exchange for 4 3-year-old female horses and 2 foals, along with a wooden cart wrapped in iron. His purpose was simple, to start breeding, just like with the deer, raise as many as possible. Currently, there were no conditions, but when conditions allowed in the future, he would get a few stallions for breeding. The 2 female horses with the foals had just given birth and still had milk, perfect for Xiao Hu to have as a wet nurse. Xiao Hu would definitely eat more and more in the future, and relying solely on a single dog's milk wouldn't be enough. Having these 2 mares meant there would be no worries about milk. After leaving the livestock farm, Li Chun passed by a calligraphy shop and spent some spare change to buy some used rice paper. Not for any other reason, but because he simply wasn't accustomed to using dirt or leaves after a big call. In this cursed time, there wasn't even toilet paper. Ordinary people solved their problems this way. The more sophisticated ones had a simple bucket in the toilet, scraping with a bamboo tube after finishing. And that bamboo tube was used by countless people, worn smooth with use. Only wealthy merchants or high officials, even in the palace, used silk or cloth to wipe. But that was far too extravagant. Li Chun didn't have the financial means for that yet, so he could only buy some used rice paper covered in writing to make do. At worst, he could go home and wash off the ink stains, just not to get his backside dirty. After leaving the calligraphy shop, he prepared to head to the salt shop. He was there to discuss the fine salt business, a matter that had already been delayed for several days and needed to be prioritized. Just as he was about to leave with the horse pulling the cart, a fragrant breeze swept by, and Zhang Yue unexpectedly appeared beside him again. Chapter 30. Is Zhang Yue still Linling? This time, she didn't take a carriage or have any attendants. She just followed closely beside Li Chun, her bright eyes constantly blinking as she stared at him. Is there something you need, miss? Li Chun felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and led the horse-drawn carriage forward while speaking. Young master, how should I address you? Zhang Yue looked at Li Chun, becoming increasingly suspicious, her intuition telling her that this was definitely the person who saved her. But why wouldn't he admit it? A chance encounter, without revealing names. Li Chun replied lightly, directly refusing. But Zhang Yue was not discouraged and continued to follow beside the carriage. What is young master going to do? A chance encounter, without revealing intentions. Li Chun still firmly declined. Zhang Yue bit her lip. Where does young master live? Just as Li Chun was about to speak, Zhang Yue interrupted. A chance encounter, without revealing origins. Right? Li Chun nodded and continued walking. Hey, aren't you being rude? I've asked you like this, and you still won't tell me anything? Am I not a respectable young lady? Zhang Yue angrily turned her head while following the carriage. A chance encounter, no need for face. Li Chun continued forward. Is that all you can say? A chance encounter? Zhang Yue fumed. A chance meeting on an unfamiliar road, or an unexpected encounter, should also work. Li Chun thought seriously for a moment and replied, Are you playing idioms with me? Zhang Yue's cheeks puffed up in anger as she glared at him. Miss, please don't follow me. I'm not the person you're looking for. Li Chun said. How do you know I'm looking for someone? Zhang Yue finally caught him in a slip of the tongue. Even a blind person can see that. Li Chun smiled faintly. Just then, he looked up and saw a salt shop ahead. A prominent sign hung above the shop, Lin Salt Industry. Above the two-story wooden building, a large flag with the character Lin was displayed. He stopped the carriage. Zhang Yue was taken aback, a glint of interest appearing in her eyes as she approached. Hey, what are you doing at the salt shop? Li Chun ignored her, tied the horse to the hitching post in front of the door, and was just about to enter when suddenly a shout came from inside. Then, a burly middle-aged man was pushed out by several strong young men. Li Chun looked over and was instantly stunned, because he recognized that man. He had seen him last night, leading the people to rescue Zhang Yue's uncle. Why was he at Lin's Salt Industry? Damn you pests, filthy maggots. How dare you treat your old employer like this? Don't you fear the wrath of heaven? The uncle cursed angrily. Lin Yusin, what kind of old employer are you? Our family's old employer is Lin Yufeng, and the young master is Lin Linger. You're just the younger cousin of the old employer. For the past few months, with the old employer away and the young master being young, as the steward of the salt shop, actually embezzled nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Our young lady has already investigated this thoroughly. Not breaking your legs and throwing you into the street is already a great mercy. The workers cursed. The leader among them was the young man who had driven the carriage for Lin Linger just moments ago. Li Shen's Ayerozwisha. Piecing together all the information, he immediately understood. Zhang Yue had indeed deceived him. She was definitely not called Zhang Yue, nor was she a distressed girl, but the young master of this salt shop. Therefore, the owner of this salt shop should be Zhang Yue. No, it should be Lin Linger's father, Lin Yufeng, and the person in front of him was her own uncle, Lin Yusin. After Zhang Yue returned, she noticed something was wrong and directly used her means to drive her uncle out, not allowing him to take charge. Losing his benefits, this uncle was now furiously cursing. Another family feud over interests, quite dramatic but also very common. Truly filled with lies. Fortunately, he had been masked yesterday. Li Chun felt both angry and amused. However, this Lin Linger, although she seemed quirky, was indeed decisive. As soon as she returned, she immediately used a thunderous method to expel her uncle and successfully seize power. Moreover, she had also found evidence of her uncle's embezzlement, likely deliberately prompting the workers to curse in public to expose her uncle's disgrace. Occupying a dual moral and legal high ground, calculating and clear-headed with sharp methods, this style of action somewhat impressed Li Chun. However, she should not have obtained solid evidence of her uncle's collusion with bandits. Otherwise, with such a fierce temperament and methods, she would have long sent her uncle to the authorities. Additionally, there were some unreasonable aspects with her calm and calculated character. How could she be captured by bandits? A moment of carelessness? Li Chun furrowed his brows and unconsciously glanced at Lin Linger beside him. Just then, Lin Yusin also looked over this way and, upon seeing Lin Linger, immediately jumped up as if energized, pointing at the person claiming to be Zhang Yue and cursing loudly. Lin Linger, you ungrateful little beast. I risked my life to save you from the bandits the day before yesterday, and today you drive me out of the salt shop, not allowing me to take charge. You're simply a heartless thing. You want to drive me away? I won't leave. And let me tell you the truth, my cousin, your father, left me a letter before he left, right here. In that letter, he said that in case of any mishap, the salt shop would be under my management, and it must continue to bear the Lin name. You're just a liability. Marrying you off would just be a bonus. Look, everyone in the neighborhood, this is my brother's will. Lin Yusin cursed loudly, pulling out a letter from his bosom and waving it in the air. At this moment, many people gathered around, curiously watching the scene, pointing and whispering. However, after Lin Yusin's outburst, Li Chun was even more certain of Lin Linger's identity. Lin Linger was originally filled with anger and was about to speak, but suddenly saw Li Chun beside her, her big eyes rolling around, revealing a hint of cunning. Then, she tugged at Li Chen's sleeve, her face filled with panic. "My heartless uncle wants to take my family's shop. Young master, save me." Li Chen was taken aback. How did this suddenly turn into a diversion of disaster? He initially didn't want to get involved, but thinking that he was about to discuss salt business with Lin Linger, if he made things awkward now, it would be impossible to talk later. He exhaled a breath of frustration and had to help her smooth things over. He looked up at Lin Yusin. "Lin Erlang, what does the letter say?" Chapter 31. I want to talk about feelings with you. But you're talking business with me? What do you do? What qualification do you have to ask me? Get lost. Because Li Chun was masked yesterday, Lin Yusin didn't recognize him and snorted angrily. Unexpectedly, just as he said this, his vision blurred, and Li Chun had already reached out to snatch the letter from him, holding in his hand and reading it seriously. "You little brat, dare to steal my stuff? Give it back to me." Lin Yusin was taken aback. He was relying on this letter to cause a scene here. He quickly reached out to grab it back. Fortunately, Li Chun didn't resist, but let him take it back. However, no one noticed that he had already skillfully swapped the letter with a piece of scrap paper hidden in his arms. The people around, including Lin Linger, were confused. "What is this kid doing? You just said the letter mentioned that if the old boss met with misfortune, this shop would be yours, and that the young master should be married off. But it doesn't look that way to me?" Li Chun raised an eyebrow and asked. "Nonsense, nonsense. The letter clearly states in black and white, my brother Yusin personally opened this letter. In troubled times, I'm going to Jinzhou and may not return safely. If misfortune occurs." Lin Yusin loudly read the letter. "You got upside down." Li Chun kindly reminded him that he clearly remembered Lin Yusin saying last night that he couldn't read or do calculations, so he had set a trap for him. Laughter erupted around them. Lin Yusin's face turned crimson, and he hurriedly turned the letter right side up to continue reading. "Lin Yusin, what you say is written in the letter. If you really want to prove the authenticity of this letter, you should find someone literate to read it for you. That way, we would believe it. Otherwise, you're just trying to snatch the young master's shop based on nonsense." Li Chun stopped him. "If you want to find someone to read it, then go ahead. That's what the letter says. Do you think I can fake it?" Lin Yusin snorted angrily and looked around. Several curious scholars came over and said with laughter, "I'll help read it." Then someone took the letter, leaned in, and read aloud. "Li family's old shop specializes in male ailments, especially impotence, handily." Ha! A crowd of people was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Hey, this isn't a will. Look, it says below, practicing medicine for 30 years, specializing in treating leakage and irregular menstruation." Another scholar curiously continued reading. "Those are the words on the scrap paper. Li Erlang, did you write this while imitating male and female ailments?" "Exactly, Li Erlang. Even if you can treat impotence and leakage, it has nothing to do with the young master's shop." The crowd laughed uproariously. The lie was instantly exposed. Lin Yusin's face turned crimson as he glared at Li Chun. You dare to swap my letter?" Before Li Chun could speak, Lin Linger, who was already blushing from laughing, had put away her smile, her almond eyes wide open, and she shouted fiercely, "Lin Yusin, how could I trust you so much? Yet you take advantage of my father's absence to bully a weak woman like me, scheming to seize my family's business? Truly bold. Someone, throw this scoundrel uncle out." "Yes." The coachman immediately brought a few attendants, wielding clubs, and came over to beat Lin Yusin, who quickly covered his head and fled in embarrassment. Laughter erupted around them. "Young master, thank you for your righteous intervention, saving me once again." Lin Linger looked at Li Chun with charming brows and eyes, increasingly certain, yes, it's him. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have such means? "Just once," Li Chun said indifferently. "Twice. Once. All right, young master, please come to the inner room to talk." Lin Linger tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and extended her hand toward Li Chun invitingly. Li Chun nodded and followed her into the salt shop. "Go to the inner hall." However, once inside, he felt a round-faced shopkeeper with whiskers standing behind the counter, staring at him intently with eyes as small as mung beans. Looking strange. When Li Chun looked over, he quickly lowered his head and stopped looking this way. Li Chun gave him a deep glance before following Lin Linger into the inner hall. "Thank you, young master, for saving the shop." Lin Linger invited Li Chun into the inner room and smiled as she bowed to express her gratitude. Li Chun stepped aside and just clasped his fist. Young mistress, it was just a matter of convenience. I actually came to talk business with you. Talk business? Lin Linger's beautiful eyes widened. Damn it. I want to talk feelings with you, but you're talking business with me? Yes. Li Chun nodded. I wonder if the young mistress is in need of fine salt? Li Chun asked directly. He had already learned that the salt shop was in dire need of this kind of fine salt, and if he found it, it would be like a fly seeing blood. With great profit at hand, he didn't believe Lin Linger wouldn't be tempted. Fine salt? Lin Linger looked Li Chun up and down as if trying to reevaluate him. You have fine salt? Li Chun nodded, took out a small oil paper bag containing the 1 or 2 taels of fine salt he brought from home, and handed it to Lin Linger. Lin Linger took the paper bag in surprise, pinched a bit, and tasted it for a while, then looked up at Li Chun in shock. As white as frost and snow, fine powder like sand, not bitter or astringent, salty and delicious. This is fine salt that only court officials and wealthy merchants can obtain. The production of this salt is extremely rare. It couldn't possibly be found among the common people. Where did you get this fine salt? She asked anxiously. I made it from the coarse salt I bought from your family, using a family recipe. Li Chun said lightly. Lin Linger looked up at Li Chun in disbelief. Did you really make this? It's me. Lin Linger's face shifted between doubt and surprise, and finally looking up at him, she temporarily set aside everything, took a deep breath, and asked, How do you want to do this business? I will buy coarse salt from you, but you have to sell it to me at cost. I will make fine salt and sell it to you at 1 jin for 5 taels of silver. How about that? Li Chun asked her. 1 jin for 5 taels of silver. You might be a slight loss. Should be making less. Lin Linger thought for a moment and then looked up. Li Chun was taken aback. How about this? We cooperate to make a profit. You take salt from me without paying silver. You make salt, I sell salt, and after making a profit, we split it 50-50. I guarantee you'll earn more than this 5 taels of silver per jin. How about that? Lin Linger smiled at Li Chun. Are you serious? Li Chun was slightly surprised. Wow, this kind of decisiveness is rare among women. Of course, it's possible that she currently thinks he saved her and has a mindset of repaying a favor. In any case, it's a good thing. Absolutely. Lin Linger nodded earnestly at Lipsilon. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the salt? Trust those who are trustworthy. Distrust those who are suspicious. I believe in my judgment. Lin Linger looked at him deeply. She was increasingly certain that this person must be the savior from that night. Even the tone and manner of speaking are so consistent. For this reason, she was willing to share the profits 50-50 and not charge him any capital. Of course, even if Li Chun wasn't T, she wouldn't lose anything. Chapter 32. A Chance Encounter. Scram. Li Chun thought for a moment and shook his head. In business, it's important to secure profits. I don't know when you'll be able to sell the salt or how much profit you'll make, and I don't want to share the risks. I'm just a craftsman. There is no need for me to get involved. Then what do you want? Lin Linger frowned and asked, feeling a bit angry that he was questioning her sincerity. Give me the processing fee of 5 taels of silver for 1 pound of refined salt directly. As for how much you sell, that's your business and has nothing to do with me. If you don't share the profits, don't blame me. Li Chun said. Lin Linger glared at him and huffed. Fine, as you say. In that case, give me 1,000 pounds of coarse salt, and in 3 days, I'll deliver you 200 pounds of refined salt. How about that? Li Chun asked. 5 pounds of coarse salt yield 1 pound of refined salt? Lin Linger quickly calculated the figures and was even more shocked. It's known that it takes nearly 10 pounds of coarse salt to produce 1 pound of refined salt for the nobles in the court. 5 pounds of coarse salt only costs 500 won, but 1 pound of refined salt sells for at least 10 taels of silver in the market. If I can supply it long term, I'll make a fortune. That's roughly the ratio. Li Shen Nudda. You can take the salt. I'll wait for your refined salt in 3 days. Lin Linger waved her hand, making it official. Young master is generous. Li Chun looked at her deeply. After some thought, Li Chun said, if possible, lend me 50 guan for hiring workers and buying firewood. Follow me. Lin Linger didn't hesitate and led him outside. To the round-faced, thin-bearded shopkeeper, she said, get him 50 guan in small copper coins. Sure, young mistress. The shopkeeper nodded quickly. Then, Lin Ling instructed a few helpers to carry the salt for weighing, while the shopkeeper counted the money for Li Chun, his eyes darting around. Li Chun remained silent, but he noticed every change in the shopkeeper's expression. After a while, the shopkeeper finished counting the money and handed it to Li Chun, smiling as he asked, "Young master, you easily exposed Lin Yusin's true colors just now. Truly impressive." "You flatter me." Li Chun smiled slightly. "May I ask what business you are in that requires transporting 1,000 pounds of coarse salt?" The shopkeeper asked casually. "Making refined salt." Li Chun didn't hide this. It was something that couldn't be concealed. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and then quickly subdued, giving him a thumbs up. "Wow, young master is truly remarkable. You can actually make refined salt? No wonder our young mistress is so bold." "Just a partnership," Li Chun said, slightly lowering his gaze. "This skill is not something everyone possesses. Only salt artisans know it, and the output is extremely low. Young master is indeed impressive. I wonder where you learned this skill?" "Family tradition," Li Chun replied calmly, having counted the money, placed it in his pouch, and turned to leave. At this moment, the helpers had already loaded the 1,000 pounds of coarse salt onto the cart. "Thank you for your trust, young mistress." Li Chun smiled, then leaned in closer, ensuring no one was around, and whispered, "Young mistress, forgive me for saying too much, but your shopkeeper is a bit inquisitive. I didn't want to mention it, but I'm afraid it might affect our business." "You don't need to worry. He is very loyal," Lin Ling said with a calm gaze. But Li Chun could see a sharp glint in her eyes. Suddenly, he realized that everything was under her control. However, how could such a wise and strong woman have been robbed by bandits that night? He was puzzled again. Li Chun cupped his hands to Lin Ling, and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Young mistress, see you in 3 days." Lin Ling stared at him, her expression turning serious as she slowly asked, "Young master, have we truly never met? Or do you not wish to reveal the truth?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Li Chun said without changing his expression. "Then could you tell me your honorable surname and where you're from? I can't possibly conduct business with you without knowing your name or where you live, right?" Lin Ling asked. "A chance encounter. Scram." Lin Ling angrily slammed the door and went inside. Li Chun shrugged and drove away. Standing on the second floor of the salt shop, Lin Ling gazed down, watching as Li Chun drove his cart down the bluestone street. Just then, Li Chun seemed to sense something and turned to look up. Lin Ling was startled and quickly turned to avoid his gaze, but unexpectedly, with a bang, her forehead hit the window frame. "Ouch! That damn rascal, country bumpkin!" Lin Ling crouched down, rubbing her forehead, cursing in frustration. "Ha!" A laughter sounded beside her. The voice was crisp and pleasant, like the tinkling of silver bells. Then a lithe figure jumped down from the embroidered bed, stretched lazily, and walked over to her with a smile, asking, "Xiaoling, does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts. Wouldn't it hurt you?" "Ouch, I got a big bump." Lin Ling stood up, wincing in pain, glaring fiercely at the girl. The girl was very tall, almost on par with an average man. Her face had a wild beauty, as if she were a wildflower growing freely on a grassy slope, beautiful and fragrant, regardless of whether others appreciated her or not. The girl's figure was slender and filled with an inexplicable sense of strength, dressed in a lake green outfit, complemented by a short knife with a sharkskin sheath at her waist, adding to her heroic aura. She was like a Jianghu heroine. "TSK, this is the first time I've seen you so interested in a man, Xiaoling. You must really be falling for him. You even went to the countryside to find that young master today. Could it be that he is?" The wild beauty laughed mischievously as she looked at her. "Bai Yuxiang." Lin Ling stomped her foot in a mix of shame and anger, scolding fiercely. "Chill. My little Ling, keep your voice down. I'm currently a notorious bandit leader wanted by the authorities. If others hear, it could be disastrous." Bai Yuxiang gently covered her mouth, looking around cautiously. "Relax. This is my home. Who could hear us?" Lin Ling pushed her hand away and glared at her. "You must always be cautious, no matter where you are." Bai Yuxiang sighed. "Are you here to take advantage of me again this time?" Lin Ling sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, and asked, "My Ling is so clever." Bai Yuxiang gave her a thumbs up, grinning as she moved closer. "Business has been bad lately. The bandits within 100 miles have been scared off by me, hiding in the mountains and not daring to come out. Those wealthy and unkind families have hired many guards, making it difficult to rob. My brothers can't even get enough to eat, so I can only shamelessly come to borrow money from you. Lend me 100 taels of silver, and I'll pay you back once I set off some fireworks in a few days. Bai Yuxiang rubbed her fingers together. Chapter 33. The villain steals deer. I've never seen a bandit leader like you. Take this. Lin Linger shot her a furious glance, rummaged through the bedside for a while, and threw a bag of silver over. With Lin Linger's generous spirit, she will definitely find a good husband. Bai Yuxiang received the silver and praised Lin Linger with a flowery tongue. Shut up. You haven't fulfilled your promise to me. Yet you have the nerve to borrow money from me. Lin Linger glared at her angrily. Sister, that's not my fault, right? I had already set an ambush on the official road, waiting for those bandits to pass by and rob them, then rescue you and conveniently take care of your second uncle. Who would have thought the young man fell from the sky and saved you? Those bandits from High should all have been killed by him, and now we can't even find the bodies, which messed up our plan. Bai Yuxiang rolled her eyes playfully. If Li Chun were here right now, he would instantly understand why Lin Linger seemed so unafraid back then and why she had to deceive him. All right, stop complaining. It was hard to find a chance to use you, and now I haven't even gotten to use you. It's really... Lin Linger looked outside and said, check this guy's background for me. I have a feeling he might be the one who saved me. Got it. I guarantee to find out everything about him. Bai Yuxiang waved the silver in her hand, feeling quite pleased. Also, leave someone behind, waiting for my news. This time, by a twist of fate, that young man alerted the spies from High who were hiding here. Such a big benefit. How could High let it go easily? So, they will definitely have their eyes on this fine salt business. When the time comes, we'll use this fine salt business to lure the bandits from High to rob it. And it will be best if they all showed up. That way, you can ambush them all at once. A cold glint flashed in Lin Linger's eyes as she spoke slowly. No problem, sister. Bai Yuxiang snapped her fingers. I'll leave people behind waiting for your news. Now, I'm going to personally investigate that young man. Be careful. Lin Linger vispiret. Don't worry. Bai Yuxiang smiled and surprisingly jumped directly out of the back window, stepping on a window on the first floor during her fall and landing safely, disappearing into the alley. Truly unconventional. Li Chun was wandering around the county with a large cart. For small Mares, pulling 1,000 pounds of salt was no problem at all. Since he got 1,000 pounds of salt without spending a dime, Li Chun simply went to the grain shop and bought another 1,000 pounds of food. 500 pounds each of brown rice and mixed flour, along with over 100 pounds of winter melons, gourds, and other easy-to-store vegetables, and bought 100 iron arrowheads. He also bought a pile of eggs and meat at the market and spent a little money on 100 pounds of various animal bones. After spending most of the 30 taels of silver he brought with him, he was left with less than 101 when he drove the cart out of the city. However, on the way back, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he felt like someone was deliberately following him from a distance. Narrowing his eyes, once he got on the official road, he suddenly accelerated and sped past the fork near Muir village without stopping. After running 20 miles, he turned into a dense forest, and finally, he came out of the forest path, returned to Muir village, and completely shook off his tail. In the dense forest, the sound of hooves echoed, and Bai Yuxiang, wearing a bamboo hat and a dust mask, appeared by the edge of the forest, disbelief and shock filling her elongated phoenix eyes. Such a big target, and I actually lost track of him? Damn it, he's actually a master of stealth. At this moment, Li Chun had already reached the woods at the foot of the village and took another horse to head home. As soon as he arrived in the village, he was taken aback. He saw that many villagers had gathered near his deer pen, and he even heard crying. He hurriedly drove the cart over to the deer pen. The village chief, Su Jiang, turned and saw him, immediately calling out, Chun-gur, you're back, something happened. What happened? Li Chun hurried over, pushing through the crowd as he asked. Just as he passed through the crowd, his expression turned icy, because he clearly saw his three little brothers, Lu Qinshu, Ho Xiaobai, and Zhao Dashi, lying on the ground covered in blood. Meanwhile, his little maid and Lu Qinyi were crying as they washed the wounds of the three, while Ho Xiaobai's mother was holding her son and crying, and Zhao Dashi's father, Zhao the blacksmith, was hugging his son, calling out to him with tears streaming down his face. Su Jiang came over, sighed, and said, just now, A few rascals from Baisha village heard that you caught deer here and ran over to take a look. Xiaowaner and Su Gur were watching over the deer herd and curing that leopard skin. Those rascals came over, and when they saw both the deer herd and the leopard skin, and Xiaowaner was so beautiful, they immediately had bad intentions, wanting not only to steal a few deer and that leopard skin, but also to insult Xiaowaner. Your little brothers fought with them, but those rascals had the advantage in numbers and knocked them all down. But your little brothers were really righteous. Xiaobai fought hard to protect the deer herd, willing to be stabbed by them rather than retreat. The ringleader Wu Tian, who wanted to insult Xiao, was thrown to the ground by Dashi, refusing to let go even when he was about to be beaten to death by so many people. Qinshu held onto that leopard skin and refused to let go, and as a result, he was knocked unconscious by a group of rascals with stones. Fortunately, Wanner and Chinny saw the opportunity to run out and call for help. When they heard we were coming, those rascals stole a little deer and the leopard skin and fled, but we couldn't catch up. We were worried about Dashi and the others' lives, so we rushed back. Li Chen listened to all this while checking the injuries of Zhao Dashi and the others. Ho Xiaobai had been cut with a knife, but it was on his left arm, injuring the soft flesh, not life-threatening, and it didn't hit the bone. He'll be fine after a few days. He had a big bump on his forehead, but his skull was fine. Zhao Dashi was hurt worse, with a bruised face and had fainted, but his bones were fine. Lu Chenxi was hit by a stone. His head was broken and bleeding profusely, but he should also be fine without bone injury. Yu Qingwan and Lu Chenyi had timely run out to call for help and were mostly fine. I understand, Uncle Su. Please take good care of my brothers and call some guys to help me move the things home. I'm going to find them and demand an explanation. Li Chen stood up, his eyes cold as ice. Anyone who saw his eyes felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They beat up his brothers, stole his things, and even wanted to insult his maid. Li Chen was truly enraged now. Afterwards, he led out a horse, mounted it, adjusted the reins, shouted a command, and charged straight through the small path toward Baisha village. Chapter 34. Drinking the blood of the enemy Chungur. You must be careful. Those ruffians are numerous, and if they get angry, they're not easy to deal with. Su Jiang anxiously called from behind him. Li Chun turned a deaf ear to the warning. The wind howled fiercely as he galloped away. Following the narrow path for about a quarter of an hour, he spotted a group of 6 or 7 people resting in a grove ahead. He focused his gaze and recognized them as Wu Tian and a few others from Baisha village. Glancing around, he saw that the area was surrounded by dense forest with no one else nearby. He rode directly over, dismounted 30 paces from the group, tied his horse to a tree, and then walked straight toward them. At that moment, a small deer was tied nearby, and a young man dressed in leopard skin was twisting and turning, acting strangely. A group of ruffians laughed and joked, as if beating people and robbing them was the most normal thing in the world. Just then, someone spotted Li Chun from a distance. Oh, isn't this Chingue? I heard you've been doing well lately, not only raising deer, but also keeping a beautiful little maid in a golden house. You even have a horse? What is this? Come to find trouble all by yourself? A particularly burly ruffian stood up, looking at Li Chun with disdain. They were all ruffians from neighboring villages and recognized each other. In his view, with 7 people on his side, how dare Li Chun come after them alone? Did he have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Just me, Li Chun replied as he walked closer, then pulled out the crossbow from his back and raised it. With a thud, an arrow pierced through the throat of the burly ruffian, the bolt shooting out the back of his neck and quivering as it lodged into a nearby tree. The ruffian clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. That's enough, Li Chun continued. He reloaded the crossbow and aimed again. Li Chun, you dare to kill with a crossbow? That's a serious crime. A nearby ruffian jumped up in shock, screaming. You're right, Dai. Li Chun nodded, raising his hand for another shot. This time, the arrow pierced the forehead of the ruffian, who felt his knees with blood streaming down his face. My God, he's killing people. He's killing people. The other ruffians finally reacted. They were used to brawls, but had never seen murder before. With the arrival of this killing god, they were so frightened they nearly wet themselves, screaming and running in all directions. Li Chun lowered the crossbow and took up his hunting bow, giving chase. Swish, 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 in quick succession. for arrows brought down 4 fleeing ruffians. Each arrow pierced through their backs. No one could escape. The ruffian in leopard skin stood frozen, his legs trembling. In an instant, 6 of them had been killed by Li Chun, and the smell of blood filled the forest. He was so scared that he could barely muster the strength to run. Li Chun put away his bow and stretched his arms. My recovery has been good these days. My arms only feel a bit sore and heavy, nothing serious. He walked over to the ruffian, grabbed his hair, and pressed the knife against his neck, his expression cold. Be obedient, and I'll leave your corpse intact. With a gasp, the ruffian wet himself, foul yellow urine running down his thighs. He struggled desperately, screaming, Li Chun, my uncle is a county official. If you dare kill me, my uncle will definitely not let you go. Just as he was saying this, Li Chun thrust the knife into his throat, twisting it to shred everything inside. He then pushed the body aside, skillfully avoiding the spurting blood. After a while, Li Chun had tossed all 7 corpses into the nearby cliff for a sky burial. He picked up the leopard skin, retrieved his arrows, carried the small deer, and rode back to the village. Killing was like a long song. His guts were as hard as iron. He killed 7 men in 10 steps, drinking the blood of his enemies. A quarter of an hour later, Li Chun returned to Muir village. He threw the small deer into the deer pen and led his horse back to his home on the cliff. By that time, everything at home had been settled, for young mares were tied to 2 large elm trees in the backyard, 2 foals swishing their tails while nursing. Su Jiang was directing a group of villagers unloading things from a cart and stacking them in the storage room. Yu Qingwan, holding Little Tiger, was still trembling in the house, clearly still frightened. A few brothers had woken up, their wounds bandaged, sitting at the door with grimaces. As soon as Li Chun returned, the villagers quickly surrounded him with concerned looks. Did you catch up to those ruffians? Su Jiang asked urgently. I did. I gave them a beating and took back the stuff. Li Chun nodded, speaking calmly. There were so many of them, you. Su Jiang was shocked, staring at him in disbelief. The others around him were equally incredulous. He fought 7 and 1 and came out unscathed? This kid is too strong. Is he a god descended to earth? If they knew that Li Chun not only won, but also killed 7 men, they would probably be so shocked that their hearts would explode. When Chengguo strikes, those ruffians won't just die. They'll wish they were skinned alive. Damn it, I hate that I passed out earlier. Otherwise, I would have definitely gone with Chengguo to give them a good beating, Zhao Hadashi said resentfully, but even moving slightly caused him to wince in pain. How are you all feeling now? Li Chun walked over to the 3 men, asking with concern. Shengia, we're fine, we didn't fight them, and we let you down? Lu Chenshu forced himself to stand up, his face full of shame. There were too many of them, and your training time was too short. Besides, you were only practicing physical fitness, not combat techniques. That's normal. Li Chun waved his hand. However, he had already made up his mind to accelerate their training, hoping they could endure it. Chengguo, why did you buy so much salt? Ho Xiaobai, with his injured arm in a cloth sling around his neck, asked in confusion. Grains, vegetables, and pig bones are fine. More is better. But what's the use of buying so much coarse salt? Does Chengguo need to explain everything he does? Just follow orders. Lu Chenshu shot him a glare and made a shushing gesture. Although Ho Xiaobai didn't understand, he quickly closed his mouth, not daring to ask further. Su Shu, I need to discuss something with you. Li Chun stood up and said to Su Jiang. Chapter 35. The Jade Person Under the Lamp. What else is there to discuss? Just say it, Su Jiang said with a smile. Starting tomorrow, I'll buy firewood and grass. Everyone can sell me firewood and grass. A bundle of firewood is 31, and a bundle of grass is 15 won. At the same time, I'm hiring female workers. 10 a day is enough, each earning 21 per day. To help me tend the fire and boil brine, Li Chun added. The villagers were so kind that he had to return the favor. This is great. Brother Chin really wants to help our whole village get rich, Su Jiang said, filled with surprise and joy. When the old and young around heard this, they were all equally excited, crowding around to look at Li Chun, eagerly listening. I can't promise wealth, but as long as you are willing to work, you can definitely make money. And payment will be made on the same day, no delays. Tomorrow at the 3rd hour, I will start collecting firewood and hiring female workers, Li Chun declared. The villagers immediately erupted in cheers, expressing their immense gratitude to Brother Chun. Soon, a group of old and young men happily returned home. In less than 15 minutes, this good news spread throughout the entire village. Everyone was eager to get ready for chopping firewood, collecting grass, and making money from salt. A few people, including Ho Xiaobai, initially wanted to leave, but Li Chun Wu let them go. Instead, he invited them to stay for dinner. The little maid was an excellent cook, and with meat in the dishes, the young men enjoyed a hearty meal. After dinner, Li Chun lit a lamp for a night discussion and called the little maid over. The few of them gathered around the table, nervously watching Li Chun. Knowing he had something to say, "I want to produce refined salt for profit," Li Chun said, looking at the others. The little maid was puzzled, while Lu Qinshu and the other two had various doubts, but hadn't dared to ask. They perked up their ears to listen as Li Chun continued. "Juana has learned the secret method of making refined salt for me. I want to go into the steps. She will teach you. But you must remember, even to your closest relatives, you cannot easily disclose this. Otherwise, it will cut off our source of income," Li Chun said solemnly. If it were before, he absolutely wouldn't have shared so much with them. But after what happened during the day, he knew that these three brothers were loyal and trustworthy, deserving of his trust. "Understand, Brother Chun." The three of them suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. The honor and gratitude they felt for Brother Chin's trust was beyond words. For tomorrow's tasks, Qinshu will handle it. Think about who will collect the firewood and grass, settle accounts, supervise the female workers, and set up the cooking pots, and so on. "Don't worry, Brother Chun. I will draft a plan and show it to you in the morning," Lu Qinshu replied, nodding emphatically. "Good." Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kid not only had the qualities of a commander, but also had the demeanor of a strategist. He might become a cultured general in the future. "You can all go back now. Xiaobai stays. I'll teach you to make a compound crossbow," Li Chun said, nodding. "Ah, Brother Chun, aye. Ho Xiaobai was so excited that he stood up and spun around before forcing himself to sit back down. Seeing this, cat.He became anxious. "Brother Chin, what about me? They all have tasks. What am I supposed to do?" "You should rest well and recover from your injuries first. You'll still need to forge iron and make weapons. There will be plenty for you to do. Tomorrow, help carry the buckets and do some miscellaneous work," Li Chun said with a smile. That is fine. This is my old profession. I love blacksmithing. I can really put in the effort." cat.He laughed. His spirits lifted again. Otherwise, he would have felt gloomy just now, thinking of himself as useless. After Lu Qinshu and cat.He left, Li Chun began teaching Ho Xiaobai how to make the crossbow. Sometimes, the development of technology only requires a concept, just like a sudden flash of insight when solving a problem. Ho Xiaobai was already skilled with his hands, a top carpenter in the surrounding villages. Now, Li Chun just needed to tell him a principle he had never thought of before, and he suddenly understood how simple it was to make this thing. "Brother Chun, you're amazing. How did you come up with this? Why didn't I think of it?" Ho Xiaobai exclaimed, eager to go back and make a crossbow immediately. "It came to me in a dream," Li Chun chuckled. "Wow, did Master Lu Ban send you a dream?" Ho Xiaobai asked earnestly, wide-eyed. "You can take materials from here freely. Go back and make a few more when you have time. Ideally, everyone should have one. However, to avoid trouble, keep the finished crossbows here with me, including the arrows. Also, this technique is like the secret method of making salt. Without my permission, it must not be leaked. Otherwise, don't expect me to teach you anything in the future," Li Chun warned. "Brother Chun, if I leak even a bit, may heaven strike me and my mother with lightning." Ho Xiaobai was truly anxious, swearing on his mother. After he left, Li Chun wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he started making another crossbow. After several trips to the city for supplies and with the branches he had cut down a few days ago, he now had plenty of materials, and making dozens of crossbows was not a problem. However, the crossbow he was making now was different from the previous ones. It was a small hand crossbow. It also utilized the pulley principle and added an automatic loading feature, but it differed in power. Once finished, its effective killing range would be about 30 steps, which was vastly inferior to his regular crossbow. However, within 30 steps, it could easily penetrate a human body. "What is the official doing?" the little maid asked, having finished feeding the little tiger. She brought a bowl of water to Li Chun, curious. After experiencing several life and death situations, she no longer felt the fear she once had towards Li Chun. Instead, she developed a gradually warming, indescribable sense of reliance on him. With him around, it felt like having a great mountain shielding her from the wind and rain. She was no longer afraid of anything. Today was too dangerous. I'm going to make you a hand crossbow to carry with you for self-defense, Li Chun said while measuring the string distance. I can't do it, the little maid exclaimed in surprise, quickly shaking her head. You can do it. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to hold a crossbow. We live in chaotic times, and I can't always be by your side. You must learn to protect yourself, Li Chun said. Well, okay, just don't think I'm clumsy. The little maid bit her lip and said, crossbows are intricate weapons, and making one is quite labor-intensive. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Li Chun had completed most of the work. He thought the little maid had fallen asleep, but when he stepped out of the workshop, he saw her sitting in the main room, lighting a lamp and spinning yarn with a spinning wheel. The little tiger was sleeping in its little nest at her feet. The lamp illuminated the scene of the jade person under the light. Despite her plain clothes and simple hairpin, she was still stunningly beautiful. Li Chun couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chapter 36. It's inconvenient for me. He suddenly began to enjoy his current life. In his previous life, he was caught up in the chaos of war for half his life, and even when he turned to the business world, he was extremely busy and never settled down. Never before had he experienced the warmth and happiness of having family, responsibilities, and being cared for like he did now. It felt like a dream. In this new life, he discovered that the world he paused to observe was so beautiful. The little maid wife, who was spinning thread, turned to see Li Chun and quickly put down the thread, standing up with a sweet smile, my lord. Continue with what you're doing. Li Chun smiled and walked over to sit beside her, staring at the spinning wheel, momentarily taken aback. He noticed that it was a very old single-spindle hand-crank spinning wheel. This type of spinning wheel was incredibly inefficient, and from his perspective as a dual-degree master's in mechanical engineering, there was immense room for improvement. He recalled that this spinning wheel was left by his predecessor's mother, but it had long been gathering dust due to lack of use. Who would have thought that the little maid wife would drag it out from the workshop to use? Seeing him staring at the spinning wheel, the little maid wife misunderstood and blushed, shyly saying, my lord, I really had nothing to do, so I learned to spin thread and weave cloth from the village women, wanting to make you a piece of clothing by hand. I just started, so it's very slow. Please don't laugh at me. Not at all, Li Chun waved his hand. He then squatted down to fiddle with the spinning wheel and already had a plan in mind. When I have time, I'll help you improve this spinning wheel to enhance its efficiency. My lord, you can even make spinning wheels. You truly are capable of anything. The little maid wife looked at Li Chun with admiration, providing ample emotional support. Li Chun couldn't help but laugh. Your lord can do many things. It's getting late. Let's rest. Then, his large hand naturally wrapped around the little maid wife's shoulder. The little maid wife was startled, twisting her clothes nervously, my lord. I'm feeling a bit shy today. All right, let's rest, and we could talk about it later, Li Chun said, feeling a bit helpless as the flames of desire in his heart rose. So he just blew out the lamp and went to sleep. However, just as he lay down, a soft, delicate hand slipped into the quilt. Weren't you feeling inconvenient? Li Chun asked in confusion. My body is inconvenient, but I can still use it. The little maid wife shyly replied, already snuggling into his quilt. They spent the night without further words. The next day, as the rooster crowed, Li Chun woke up early, feeling refreshed. He didn't know if it was due to the merging of two souls after his reincarnation, but despite being busy with hunting, killing, and pampering his wife every night, he felt not a hint of fatigue. In fact, every day he felt incredibly energetic. Fortunately, with the little maid wife providing physical support every night, he felt his vitality was so abundant that he could almost burst. Starting today, he planned to increase his training intensity. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was taken aback. In the morning light, Lu Qinshu, Zhao Dashi, and the one-armed Ho Xiaobai were all there, waiting for him at the door. Why aren't you resting at home? Why are you here? Li Chun walked over and asked. Training. The group replied cheerfully in unison. Li Chun looked at them appreciatively, thinking that this must be the resilience inherent in the children of farmers. All right, let's go. Li Chun headed up the mountain. Although they were still in pain, The group grinned and followed him. However, considering their injuries, Li Chun reduced their training intensity, especially for Ho Xiaobai, who had an injured arm and tried to avoid upper body strength training. Today I'll teach you close combat techniques, so you won't run into trouble and get beaten up. Li Chun trained the group for an hour. After eating and drinking deer blood, he called them to a spacious area in the backyard. The three of them looked excitedly at Li Chun, eager to learn real skills. Dashi, come over. Li Chun beckoned to Zhao Dashi. When they saw Li Chun throw the powerful Zhao Dashi to the ground, rolling and tumbling, Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai were dumbfounded. My God, Chengge, how are you so strong? Ho Xiaobai exclaimed. Just getting close, and down you go. Dashi seems to have no strength left. Qinji's combat skills are truly impressive, Lu Qinshu said, both shocked and contemplative. This is called Tianshu wrestling. It stretches muscles, builds strength, and hones technique. Li Qin began to explain in detail, allowing everyone to experience it. Ho Xiaobai couldn't participate due to his arm injury, leaving Zhao Dashi and Lu Qinshu to endure being thrown around by Li Chun and ending up with bruises. That's enough for today. We can practice again tonight if there's time. Li Chun checked the time and decided to stop training. Chengge, this is my plan for making refined salt and collecting firewood for the next period. Take a look. Lu Qinshu handed over a stack of coarse paper. Li Chun flipped through it and was surprised to find it was very detailed, with clear divisions of labor for everyone. Here's what I'll pay you. 50 won a day. Paid monthly, and you'll eat at my house. Is that all right? Li Chun asked. Huh? The three of them widened their eyes in shock. 50 won a day for each person? That's over a tael and 5 chin of silver a month? My heavens, in this era, an ordinary family can only earn 5 taels of silver a year, and you'll provide meals every day? Chengge, you're already doing so much for us. You can't, the three said in unison. Between brothers, there's no need to say such things. Li Chun waved his hand, silencing their protests. However, the fervent looks in their eyes indicated their unwavering loyalty to Li Chun. Also, have Chun come work with Warner to complete the final steps in the inner room. She'll be paid the same as the regular female workers. Li Chun said to Lu Qinshu. Qinshu's eyes turned red. How could Chun-Yi, such a young child, receive the same treatment as female workers? What kind of kindness was this? Yes, Chengge. Lu Qinshu wiped his eyes and nodded heavily, saying nothing more. But in his heart from that moment on, Chengge became his everything. Soon, Chun-Yi was called over, and the widowed fathers of Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai's mothers also arrived. Under Lu Qinshu's direction, they began to work in an orderly fashion. Before long, a noisy commotion arose from the foot of the mountain, and they saw a large group of women rushing toward Li Chen's house like a mob of bargain hunters at a supermarket opening. Because Chengge had said he only needed 10 female workers, they feared they would be too late to get in on the opportunity. As a result, they all rushed over, waving their arms and shouting, afraid of missing out on the job. That was 21 a day. After all, in this cursed world, where could they find such a job? My lord, if you only need 10, one tea that provoked jealousy from the women who aren't tea chosen and cause trouble. Yu Qingwan looked worriedly at the noisy crowd around them. Don't worry. Let's see how Qinshu arranges it. Li Chun smiled slightly, also testing Lu Qinshu to see what he would do. A true leader must know how to discover talent, utilize it, and cultivate it. They need opportunities to showcase their abilities. Chapter 37 Sisters, come eat in the distance. Lu Qinshu sat at the table, facing the women who were desperately crowding towards him. He remained calm and simply waved his hand, saying, Don't rush. Everyone can work. We'll take turns. First, report your names, and I will register everyone. Anyone who pushes and shoves, causing disorder, will regret it. There will be no future work opportunities for them. Just this one sentence quieted all the restless women, who obediently lined up. In just a few minutes, the registration was completed with over 100 strong women from the village. Dear aunts, sisters, we currently need 10 workers each day. Although the number of positions is limited, Brother Chun is striving to ensure everyone can earn money. So we will implement a rotating work system. Each group will have a base number of 10 people, working one day before the next group takes over. Any remaining individuals who do not meet 10 can join other groups, and they will also earn 21 per day. Lu Qinshu spoke clearly and organized the arrangements. How is it? Li Chen looked at Yu Qingwan and asked with a smile. Very good, a true talent. Yu Qingwan replied, relieved. Next, they began work. The 5 large stoves in the courtyard were lit simultaneously, with every 2 women responsible for one stove, one to tend the fire, and the other to boil salt. The ashes from the burned firewood were piled into large urns, as instructed by Li Chen, although they did not know why it was done this way. They followed his instructions. Ho Xiaobai distributed salt to the women, measuring it according to the proportions set by the young mistress, ensuring each pot had the precise amount to boil the salt water. After boiling the salt water twice, they poured it directly into large wooden barrels to be taken into the small storage room. Inside the small storage room, a large stove was already set up. The clever and capable Lu Cheney assisted the young mistress with the final 2 steps of adding the ashes and filtering the salt. The young mistress was very smart. She had already learned to boil salt a few times at home, with each attempt being quite successful. The quality of the refined salt she produced was almost on par with the original salt made by Li Chen. Moreover, she accurately measured the amount of ashes used each time, and together with Lu Cheney, they packaged the ashes for easy use, significantly improving efficiency. Zhao Dashi helped carry the wooden barrels back and forth, assisting the young mistress and Lu Cheney with filtering the salt. Of course, this small storage room was a classified area. Lu Chenxiu had sternly told all the women that it was a secret method for boiling salt, and no one was allowed inside without permission. Otherwise, they would never be hired again. The women were obedient, staying away from the area to ensure the secret remained undiscovered. As the overall coordinator, Lu Chenxiu was busy not only collecting firewood and paying accounts, but also guiding the women in boiling salt and helping to carry the salt water, making him quite overwhelmed. Because they were situated on the mountainside, their family had ample space. Thus, Li Chen's courtyard was large enough to accommodate 40 to 50 people working simultaneously without issue. If they expanded further, they could accommodate even more. Li Chen kept his promises: 31 for a bundle of firewood, 15 for a bundle of grass. Whoever brought firewood or grass will be paid accordingly. However, Lu Chenxiu was very strict about receiving firewood and grass. It had to be weighed accurately, and it must be the right weight. No damp or overly wet materials were accepted. Fortunately, the villagers understood this and did not engage in any deceitful practices. By noon, diligent people had already come to sell a bundle of grass. Mother, even though we couldn't boil the salt water, we still earned money. 15 Wang Jiao exclaimed, holding up 15 copper coins, overjoyed. Quick, let's go cut more grass. If we can bring back another bundle before dark, we can earn even more. Your father can bring back at least 1 bundle a day. Together, we can earn extra, Wang Kaifeng urged her. The 2 women were full of enthusiasm as they rushed out to cut grass again. Li Chen watched this orderly scene with great satisfaction. Taking a moment, he went to the deer pen to feed the deer. The group of deer had now become accustomed to him and were no longer afraid. When he approached, a fawn even came over to nuzzle him. After feeding the deer, Li Chen brought over a jar of wine purchased from the county, divided it into several small jars, and then bled a strong female deer to mix with the wine, completing the process. After all this, the first batch of salt was ready. The quality was excellent, almost as good as the salt he had made initially. Li Chen was very pleased and praised Lu Cheney and the young mistress. The recognition of their work made both girls incredibly happy, and they became even more dedicated to their tasks. After storing the jars of wine, Li Chen began crafting a hand crossbow in the house. By the time he finished, it was already past the afternoon. He asked the young mistress and Lu Cheney to prepare a meal while he took over the last 2 steps. The women boiling salt could not help but swallow as they smelled the delicious food, their stomachs rumbling. Look at Brother Chen. In these times of war and famine, he has 2 or even 3 meals a day, unlike them, who could only eat 1 meal, and by the afternoon and evening, they were starving. They looked forward to payday, hoping that if they could eat 2 meals every other day, it would be a good life. However, just as the food was ready, Li Chen walked out of the house, calling out, "Ladies, come eat." Huh? The group of women was stunned. "Brother Chen, are you calling us?" A woman in her 40s asked in disbelief. "Of course, I'm calling you." Li Chen smiled and nodded. "I forgot to mention, not only do you get 21 for working, but I also provide 1 meal a day. However, it's just rice and vegetables, so please don't complain." The crowd erupted in excitement, with the women cheering. In these times, it's hard enough to find work, and now there's a meal too. It's unimaginable. Brother Chun, you are too kind. You even provide us with a meal? A bold woman laughed and teased Li Chun. It's not for free. With so many sisters here, there are plenty of buns to eat. Anyone can come and eat whenever they want. But judging by their wolfish eyes, if Li Chun agreed, they would probably swarm him. Li Chun instantly retreated. He was invincible at all times, but now he was genuinely afraid of these bold women. Meanwhile, a group of women peering over the courtyard wall were drooling with envy, eagerly waiting for their turn to work so they could also earn money for food. However, just as they sat down to eat, a commotion broke out at the firewood collection area. Everyone turned to look. Lu Qinshu angrily pointed at a pile of open firewood and said, "Zhou Sang, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Are you mixing stones in the wood to increase the weight? Isn't that cheating?" Chapter 38. With malicious intent across from him, a thin man grinned sheepishly and said, Brother Sue, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't see it, and it just got mixed in, you know. How can it not be on purpose? After you left with the last bundle of firewood, I felt something was off. Everyone else was still out gathering firewood in the morning, yet you returned so quickly. When I opened it, there were several stones inside. I wanted to find you, but Chingu said you had a hard, so he let you go this time. Just don't do it again in the future. But you still did it. Half firewood and half stones. What do you take Chingu for? What do you take me for? Do you think we're all fools? Lu Qinshu was furious, pointing at Zhou Sainer with the brush in his hand. A bundle of firewood weighs 80 pounds. An ordinary person can gather at most 2 bundles in a day. It was already suspicious that Zhou San, with a small build, could gather 2 bundles so quickly. Next time, I definitely won't do it again. Zhou Sainer shamelessly grinned. Zhou Sainer, you really are not a decent person. Brother Chun gave us the opportunity to work, and you do this. Doesn't this ruin our reputation? How will Brother Chun use us in the future? Exactly. It's like a mouse ruining a pot of soup. This kind of person has been stealing since childhood, even getting a leg broken, yet remains unrepentant. Truly, a group of women angrily scolded from the side. I really won dare again. Brother Chun, please spare me this time. Zhou Sainer pleaded with a mournful face, looking towards Li Chun in the distance. Lu Qinshu didn't know what to do, so he just looked at Li Chun for guidance. However, Li Chun didn't even glance over. He simply picked up some food and said mildly, "Qinshu, you handle it." Understood, Brother Chun. Lu Qinshu immediately understood. He turned back, darkening his face, and extended a hand to Zhou San, demanding the payment for the previous bundle of firewood back. We want to take these 2 bundles of firewood with stones in them. Don't. I'm giving you this bundle of firewood for free. Just don't take back the money for the previous bundle. Zhou Sainer cried out anxiously. Don't make me get rough, Brother Zhou. Lu Qinshu said coldly. Zhao Dashu rolled up his sleeves and walked over, staring intently at Zhou Sainer. All right, I was wrong. I'll give you the money back. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhou Sainer's eyes as he took out the money and slapped it on the table, then discarded the stones and laboriously carried the 2 bundles of firewood away. What a piece of work! Zhao Dashu scolded angrily behind him. With over 100 people in the village, there were all kinds of characters. Thus, this was just a small incident in their busy lives, not causing much of a stir. With money to be made and food to eat, the efficiency of the grateful women working was astonishing. By evening, they had actually processed 500 pounds of coarse salt in just one day. At this rate, they could finish making all the refined salt in 2 days, allowing him to report back to the salt shop ahead of schedule. In the main room, several people were weighing the salt. Sir, we produced a total of 127 pounds of refined salt. The maid was calculating the salt's worth, her heart bubbling with joy. If everything went as the sir said, then after finishing this 1,000 pounds of coarse salt, they would at least get 240 pounds of refined salt. And by only delivering 200 pounds to the salt shop, they could earn 1,000 taels of silver, leaving them with over 40 pounds of refined salt to keep. Thinking of this, the maid's eyes sparkled like pure silver, with glimmers of gold at the bottom. Wow! Li Chen didn't expect there would be so much extra. It seemed his previous rough estimate was still inaccurate. However, extra is extra. On one hand, they could keep it for themselves, and on the other hand, they could store it well and wait for the right moment. But regardless, his brothers could eat, but he absolutely could not let his compassion overflow for the villagers. If that happened, it would likely disrupt the market, and eventually the business would be ruined. After finishing the calculations, the maid happily continued spinning thread, while Lu Chun was nearby, holding the little tiger and helping out. Lu Qinshu continued to sit beside him, calculating the day's expenses rapidly. Zhao Dashu, following Li Chun's instructions, went outside with a pile of useless swords and knives, vigorously smashing them all in a stone mortar. Brother Chun said, "The more crushed, the better. He has use for it." Although he didn't know what Brother Chun wanted with a pile of scrap metal, Zhao Dashu still swung his arms and smashed away, finally finding a place to be useful. Ho Xiaobai sat in the workshop, holding the crossbow parts he had made, listening to Li Chun explain each one, pointing out flaws, and assembling them on the spot. Although he couldn't do heavy work due to his injury, handling these fine tasks was still no problem. The next morning, they continued training, working on salt, and gathering firewood. Watching the whole village happily making money, Zhou Sainer wandered around the village, arms crossed, feeling extremely bored, filled with jealousy. Damn it, it was just 2 stones mixed in. What's the big deal? You're so rich. Do you care about these few coins? Bah, what a piece of work. Zhou Sainer looked up at the busy villagers on the hillside, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and joy, and spat a thick phlegm on the ground, cursing. His stomach rumbled, and hunger made him even angrier. At that moment, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from afar. He looked up and saw 2 people riding horses into the village, looking around, not recognizing them. He didn't want to pay them any mind and turned to leave. However, the 2 had already spotted him and galloped over. They were 2 men. One was about 40 years old and missing an arm, while the other was over 50, with a face full of wrinkles. "Young man, can I ask you something?" The one-armed man smiled at Zhou Sainer. "What is it?" Zhou Sainer asked indifferently. "We're from Baisha village. Recently, several young men from our village have gone missing for 2 days, and their families are worried sick, so we came out to look for them. Have you seen any young men from our village in the past 2 days?" The one-armed man asked. "Young men from Baisha village?" Zhou Sainer's heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you talking about Wu Tian and his group?" Yes, it's them." "Have you seen them?" The one-armed man nodded eagerly. "I have seen Wu Tian." Zhou Sainer's eyes turned as malicious thoughts began to bubble up. "Damn it, Li Chun, you don't want me to make money? This time, I'll make you pay. Where did you see them?" The 2 men asked in unison. "A few days ago, they came to the village and got into a conflict. Then someone chased after them with a bow and arrows when they left. I don't know if that person harmed Wu Tian and the others," Zhou Sainer said with a vicious glint in his eyes. "Who was chasing them with a bow and arrow?" The elder's eyes turned fierce as he stared at Zhou Sainer. Chapter 39. It's homicide that's the owner of that house on the hillside, named Li Chun, Zhou Sainer pointed up. The one-armed man turned to glance at the old man, whose gaze was fierce. "What are you looking at? Follow me up the mountain and let's clarify this." "Thanks, young man," the one-armed man replied with a darkened expression. He nodded to Zhou Sainer, turned his horse, and headed up the mountain with the old man. "You're so arrogant. When a victim comes knocking, you'll regret it." Zhou Sainer chuckled darkly, hands behind his back, leisurely following behind to watch the excitement. At this moment, Li Chun was moving some tools into the yard, working on some parts under the light outside. Ho Xiaobai was nearby, preparing salt while also making what he wanted. Everyone else was busy as well. Just then, the sound of horse hooves echoed from outside the yard. Soon after, a voice called out, "Who is Li Chun?" Everyone froze. There was an unmistakably rude tone in that voice. Li Chun frowned and looked up. He saw 2 men holding horses standing outside the yard, one of whom was the one-armed man, while the other, an old man in his 50s, was staring at him with a fierce glare. The one who had spoken was indeed the old man. "I am. Who are you?" Li Chun stood up and walked outside, looking at the old man. "I am Ah Wu, the village chief of Baisha village. This is Wu Changqing, the clan elder of the Wu family in our village." The one-armed man stepped forward and introduced them with a forced smile. Upon hearing that they were from Baisha village, Lu Qinshu's expression instantly turned cold, and he slowly stood up. tabby was carrying a 50-pound salt bucket into the house when he heard this and gently set it down, gripping a thick wooden stick by the side of the house. Bai quietly reached under a small table filled with tools, grasping a crossbow he had made himself, silently drawing back the string. A few days ago, some rascals had come, and Brother Chun had chased after them. He returned shortly after, and although he said nothing and had no blood on him, the killing intent surrounding him was enough to prove he had just killed someone. Even the other people in the yard could feel it. It was quite frightening. Before long, the people from Baisha village came knocking, clearly a sign of revenge. The three brothers were prepared. If they reasoned, they would reason. If they didn't, they would fight to the end. With Brother Chun around, they wouldn't be afraid, even if the sky fell. They would just go for it. On this side, after listening to Ma Wu's self-introduction, Li Chen's expression remained unchanged as he slightly nodded. I've long heard of you. Li Chen, let me ask you, what have you done to the 7 young men of the Wu family? Wu Changqing shouted angrily. I don't understand what you're talking about, Li Chen replied calmly, his expression unchanging. At the same time, he gestured to Lu Chenxiu and the others behind him. They understood and relaxed a bit, continuing their work, though they still kept a close eye on the 2 men from Baisha village. If anything seemed off, they would grab their weapons and fight. Stop pretending. We've already asked your villagers, and they said you killed the 7 young men of the Wu family with your bow and arrow. You little brat, do you really think you're invincible? Do you believe the Wu family will tear you apart? Wu Changqing cursed at Li Chun through gritted teeth. Old man, I respect your age, but don't take me for a fool and don't slander me. Whoever says I killed someone, let him come forward and confront me. Li Chen shot a cold glance at Wu Changqing. As Wu Changqing was about to curse back, he suddenly felt a chill run through him, as if the person before him was not a man, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. In that instant, boundless fear surged from his heart, causing him to tremble and involuntarily take a step back. Li Chun stared at him with satisfaction, although he hadn't fully concentrated his mental power. Just a glance was enough to intimidate Wu Changqing, much like how the shopkeeper at the salt shop had been scared into silence. You! Wu Changqing retreated 2 steps, trembling, pointing at Li Chun, his breath unsteady. Ma Wu looked at Li Chun in shock, wondering how this young man's aura had suddenly transformed, rising like a tidal wave, intimidating as a dragon emperor, making it hard to look directly at him. Did you hear me clearly? Li Chen slightly reined in his aura and asked slowly. Ma Wu, go down a mountain and bring that brat here for a confrontation. Wu Changqing ordered, not daring to look into Li Chen's eyes. Ma Wu frowned secretly, clearly not fond of this Wu family elder. However, he was evidently wary of Wu Changqing and turned to leave on horseback. As he turned, he noticed Zhou San'er standing off to the side, hands behind his back, watching the commotion under a large tree. He walked over and grabbed Zhou San'er with his one arm. Come here and be a witness, Ma Wu said, pulling Zhou San'er forward. Despite having only one arm, he was quite strong, and Zhou San'er couldn't break free, terrified as he was dragged over. Oh, it's you? Li Chen looked at Zhou San'er with a calm gaze. When Zhou San'er met that gaze, it felt like a knife had swept across his neck, sending a chilling fear through him. He stood there trembling, feeling an overwhelming terror. Even though Li Chen merely stood there casually, Zhou San'er felt that if he spoke out, Li Chen would not hesitate to snap his neck. He began to regret his decision. Damn it, why did I come to see the excitement? I should have gone home to sleep. Young man, you said you saw him with a bow and arrow chasing after the 7 young men of the Wu family. Is that true? Don't be afraid. With the Wu family of Baisha village protecting you, even if this brat has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't harm you. Wu Changqing shouted angrily. Zhou San'er initially didn't want to answer. He wasn't stupid. If he testified in person, Li Chun would definitely seek revenge afterward, and he wouldn't be able to stay in this village any longer. However, when he looked up and saw the people working in the yard, along with the piles of firewood, jealousy surged within him. Remembering the humiliation he had just suffered, he gritted his teeth and pointed at Li Chun. Yes, it was him. I saw him riding away with a bow and arrow. He must have harmed the young men of your Wu family. Hurry, call the authorities and arrest this murderer. The yard fell silent. Moments later, the hot-tempered Zhao Dashi rushed out from the yard, shouting angrily, You filthy maggot! How dare you insult Brother Chen like that? I'll kill you today. Lu Qinshu glared at Zhou San'er, his eyes dark and filled with rage. In the distance, Hou Xiaobai gripped the crossbow, then released it, then gripped it again, then released it. If he weren't forcing himself to control his emotions, he would have really wanted to raise the crossbow and shoot this traitorous scoundrel. Chapter 40 Collective Perjury. Li Chun. The witnesses are right here. What else do you have to say? Wu Changqing shouted furiously. Ma Wu also frowned as he looked at Li Chun, feeling quite horrified in his heart. 7 people, after all. This young man, though tall, was not particularly strong. Could he really kill 7 people at once without any of them escaping? It seemed like he wasn't even injured. What kind of skill is this? Unbelievable, right? Li Chun merely raised an eyebrow and replied, You say I did it, so I did? Do you dare to argue? Surrender immediately, and I will take you to the authorities. Otherwise, don't blame me for chopping you up right here. Wu Changqing shouted angrily, drawing a long knife from behind the saddle and pointing it at Li Chun. Li Chun couldn't even be bothered to look at the knife, instead focusing on Wu Changqing. You have your witnesses, and I have mine. Chen Su. Lu Qinshu stood up tall and walked over, standing behind Li Chun. I can also testify for Brother Chen. That day, Wu Tian indeed brought people to our village and tried to rob us, but they were chased away by our villagers. Brother Chen had gone to the city and returned late, so he didn't see them. That's right. Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai also stepped forward, confronting Wu Changqing. The maid quickly ran over, linking her arm with Li Chen's, standing firmly by his side. My husband has been busy at home since he returned, never leaving, and has not seen Wu Tian. Li Chun found it somewhat amusing as he glanced at her. This knowledgeable and virtuous young woman was actually telling lies to defend him. Old man, put the knife away. If you don't believe it, why not ask the other villagers here to see how they respond? Lu Qinshu said loudly, turning to look at the women working in the yard. Those women were already anxious and had been unable to interject during the earlier commotion. Now, they finally seized the opportunity. A large group of women rushed forward, including those who had been watching the commotion outside the courtyard. How dare you slander our Brother Chun? We saw him driving a big cart back that day, busy all day long. The idea that he rode a horse and chased anyone is a complete fabrication. Yes, we were all helping his family with work at that time, so we clearly saw that Brother Chun didn't go out at all. Oh, I get it. That Zhou San, who just tricked Brother Chun out of money that morning and was scolded away by him, must be resentful and try to use this opportunity to slander Brother Chun. Not only is it slander, but what kind of fool believes it? Look, this old man in his 50s believes it, and even points a knife at Brother Chun. Hey, old man, do you just believe whatever others say? Have you lived long enough to turn into a dog? Suddenly, dozens of women surrounded Wu Changqing and Ma Wu, unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks. Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai admired Lu Qinshu, quietly giving him a thumbs up. This guy really knew how to rally the people. Wu Changqing's face turned red with anger, his neck muscles bulging, and his hand gripping the knife trembled. But his eyes began to show doubt as he turned to look at Ma Wu, who had the same expression. So many people were testifying for Li Chun, and Zhou San actually had a grudge against him. Could it be that Li Chun really didn't do it? At that moment, a voice shouted from a distance, "What are you all doing here?" Everyone turned to see a few men walking over, carrying heavy firewood. It was Su Zheng and several village men returning from chopping wood. Hearing the commotion, Su Zheng quickly dropped the firewood and rushed over to ask, "Village Chief Su, I'm Ma Wu from Baisha Village. You're just in time. We need you to verify something." Ma Wu, who was sweating profusely for being besieged by a group of village women, finally saw his savior and waved at Su Zheng. Su Zheng approached, and Ma Wu briefly recounted what had happened. However, he simply presented the facts objectively, without embellishing or taking sides. This attitude made Li Chen look at him deeply, finding it strange. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinshu interjected angrily, "Uncle Su, we already explained everything to them." Although Wu Tian came, Brother Chen did not go out after he returned from the city that day. We can all testify for him. As for Zhou San, he was just driven away for his earlier deceit and is now seeking revenge by framing Brother Chen. But these two didn't believe it at all. His subtle suggestion didn't go unnoticed by Li Chun, who looked at him again, thinking that if this guy were in wartime, he would certainly make a good grassroots political officer. Su Zheng suddenly realized, so that's what happened. No problem, no problem. I can also testify. Did Li Chen really go after those people that day? Ma Wu asked urgently. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Su Jiang. Su Jiang, with a calm demeanor, said earnestly, "No, Brother Chen didn't go out at that time. All this talk about riding horses and carrying bows is nonsense. We were helping unload the cart at his house, and I can vouch for that. You guys can testify too, right?" He turned to the nearby men who had been chopping wood. "Of course. Brother Chun was with us the whole time. Who could have seen him go out?" The men all formally shook their heads in response, sounding very convincing. Li Chen's expression was wooden, but inside he was both amused and moved. Wow, is this collective perjury? Su Jiang, you are the village chief. You need to be responsible for what you say. Wu Changqing yelled at Su Jiang. Su Jiang's expression darkened immediately, coldly glaring at Wu Changqing. "I, Su Jiang, am the village chief of Mu'er village. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job?" "You." Wu Changqing glared angrily, but was left speechless. "Since that's the case, this is clearly a misunderstanding. Brother Chun, I apologize for the offense. I apologize," Ma Wu said, knocking his chest with one arm, looking very apologetic. "Goodbye, no need to see me off." Li Chen nodded and said lightly. Wu Changqing mounted his horse, pointing his whip at Li Chun. "Li Chun, I hope it's not you otherwise." Just as he was about to say something fierce, unexpectedly, Ho Xiao Bai, holding a sharp stone, slapped the horse's rear. The horse, feeling pain, let out a loud neigh and bolted down the mountain. Wu Changqing swayed on the horse, desperately trying to control it, but the horse bucked him off, sending him rolling down the slope. "Old Wu." Ma Wu was startled and hurriedly rode after him. "Get lost, you old bastard." Ho Xiaobai laughed and cursed. The surrounding villagers burst into laughter, echoing throughout the mountains. Chapter 41. Shut up. However, amidst the laughter, Zhou Sanner was trembling, crouching down and bending his body, taking advantage of the commotion caused by the startled horse. He slipped out from the small woods nearby and desperately fled up the mountain. He knew very well that if he dared to stay in the village any longer, Li Chen would definitely come looking for trouble. Li Chen, who was that? He was someone who could kill wild boars and leopards. And he had also killed those 7 ruffians from the Wu family. If he really came after him, even 10 of himself would be no match for him. Moreover, with all the villagers currently siding with Li Chen, even if Li Chen killed him, everyone would just pretend they didn't see anything. How could he dare to stay? He was really regretting the decision to inform on others. Originally, Lu Chenshu had been eyeing him closely and was about to chase after him, but Li Chen secretly gestured for him to stop. However, his gaze remained fixed on the direction Zhou Sanner had fled, cold as ice. Su Jiang walked over, exhaling deeply as he cursed, "That bastard Zhou Sanner, always up to no good, stealing chickens and dogs." He even tried to sneak into Widow Wang's house twice to insult her. Fortunately, Widow Wang screamed loudly and ran out, which prevented him from succeeding and got him beaten half to death by the villagers. I didn't expect he still wouldn't learn his lesson and would go so far as to inform on others. It's a vile act of framing. It's infuriating. Where's Zhou Sanner? Where'd he go? I wish I could dunk this little bastard in a pig cage. Su Jiang turned to look around but couldn't find Zhou Sanner, so he stomped his feet in anger and cursed. "Forget it. Uncle Su, he's just a petty person. Not worth getting so worked up over. Instead, I want to say thank you to all the uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters." Upon hearing this, Li Chen raised his hands and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. The little maid also bowed with red-rimmed eyes and said, "Thank you. Thank you all for taking care of my husband. All right, we're all from the same village, even more like family. What else there to thank?" Su Jiang laughed heartily. "Exactly. Brother Chun killed the wild boar, saved so many lives, and helped us all get rich, allowing us to buy food and indirectly saving everyone in Mu'er village. Otherwise, people would have already started starving to death, right? Who hasn't seen these things with their own eyes and remembered them in their hearts? If we're talking about gratitude, we should be thanking Brother Chun. That's right. Even if Brother Chun had killed someone, it would be those scoundrels who deserved it. Brother Chun, don't worry at all. You are the darling of the whole village now, and everyone will do their utmost to protect you." The surrounding villagers chimed in, and the little maid listened, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth, unable to say anything, only bowing repeatedly in thanks to the people around her. Li Chan felt a surge of emotion in his heart. To win the people's hearts is to win the world. Everyone has their own scale in their hearts. If you treat the people well, they will open their hearts to you. The teacher was right. The relationship between rulers and the masses should not only be like fish and water, but should also be one of blood and flesh. If you want to achieve great things, you must always adhere to this principle. Haha, well said. Everyone, you said it very well. Brother Chun, don't worry. Even if two people come from Baisha village, or even if they bring the officials with them, we won't be afraid. Brother Chun, you just have to watch. Su Jiang laughed loudly. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. The crowd was lively. With the people's hearts united, the people's hearts can be used. Did you see that? This is what true camaraderie is about. You all should learn well from Brother Chun. Lu Chishu looked at Li Chan with admiration and whispered to Zhao Dash and Ho Xiaobai. Got it. Both of them nodded, deep in thought. Everyone, I remember this favor. If Muir village is ever in trouble, I will repay it with my life. Li Chan thumped his right fist against his chest and bowed deeply again. This was already a solemn vow. That is too heavy, too heavy. Brother Chun, as long as you're well and lead everyone forward together, that's enough. Su Jiang quickly helped him up. Uncle Su, gather everyone from the village. I'll treat everyone to dinner this afternoon. Li Chan said again. Is that really necessary? Su Jiang was taken aback. Another dinner invitation? In this year of famine, it's equivalent to extending everyone's life. Everyone treats me with such great kindness. A mere meal is nothing. We can gather often in the future. Li Chan waved his hand with a smile. He turned to the little maid and said, Wanner, prepare for a little longer, and then we'll start cooking. You arrange the meal. It should have meat, wine, and steamed buns. Okay, my lord. The little maid wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Oh, Brother Chun, let us skip the meat and buns. I have some here. Just come eat if you want. Ma Yin leaned against the wall, laughing with her arms crossed. Then I'll pass. I'm afraid your brother will come back and kill me. Li Chan lightly covered his eyes. Ha! The surrounding villagers all burst into laughter. In the midst of their bitter lives, such light-hearted banter was a rare joy. Get ready. I'll go hunt some wild game and be back soon. Li Chan returned to the house to get his weapons, instructed the little maid, and headed towards the mountain. ISNT, they're already wild game at home? Do you need to go hunting again? Zhao Dash asked foolishly. Shut up, you fool. Ho Xiaobai glared at him angrily. Why are you cursing me? I didn't say anything wrong. Zhao Dash scratched his head, feeling wronged. Li Chan walked down the small path in front of the door, but when he reached the corner where the villagers couldn't see him, he directly slipped out from a patch of bushes and climbed up the mountain, following the direction Zhou Sanner had fled. Tracking was as easy as pie for someone like him, a legendary mercenary king. Moreover, Zhou Sanner was just an ordinary person who didn't know how to hide his tracks, so it was effortless for Li Chan to pursue him. Besides, after several days of recovery training and proper nutrition, his physical strength had far surpassed that of ordinary people. Zhou Sanner, who had been starving for years, was physically weak and wouldn't be able to run far. In fact, while pursuing him, Li Chan casually hunted a few large birds. Far ahead, he saw Zhou Sanner leaning against a large tree, panting heavily and fanning himself with his hands. Damn it, Li Chan, just wait. I'll go to Baisha village and bite you to death. The Wu family in Baisha village was a local tyrant, relying on connections in the county office, making no one dare to provoke them. If I bite you to death, they will definitely find relatives in the county office and throw you into a big prison, sentencing you after autumn. Zhou Sanner was sitting there, gritting his teeth and cursing. But unexpectedly, a calm voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Zhou Sanner? Who? Zhou Sanner was startled, stood up, and turned around. But as soon as he raised his eyes, bang, the bowstring twanged angrily, and an arrow shot through the air, piercing straight into his forehead and exiting through the back of his head, spraying a fountain of blood. Chapter 42. What do you think of my official? After dealing with the corpse on Wednesday, Li Chan wandered around the forest for a couple of rounds. To his surprise, he stumbled upon two naive roe deer drinking water by a small stream. After shooting one down, he expected the other to flee in fright, but surprisingly, this one was truly foolish. Although it initially ran away, it returned curiously to watch as Li Chan approached to carry the dead deer. Li Chen had no choice but to take it down as well, unable to resist the clear stupidity in its eyes. The two deer weighed about 130 pounds combined. Li Chen fashioned a simple shoulder pole and carried both deer back. When he arrived home, he found the women finishing their chores and settling their wages, busily preparing meals. In the yard and outside, there were over a dozen tables set up, with many children gathered around Lu Chen, watching the still blind little tiger, continuously making loud noises. The news of adopting the little tiger had already spread, and the villagers had become accustomed to its presence. The courtyard was bustling with activity, with Lu Jinsue, the village chief's wife, helping the young maids manage the cooking, ensuring everything was well organized. Lu Qinshu was busy counting accounts, while Zhao Dashi was wrestling with a group of young boys in a nearby open space. This guy was naturally strong, and with Li Chen's guidance, he was now able to overpower 2 or 3 boys at once. Ho Xiaobai was tucked away in a corner, tinkering with his parts. Some of the men were chopping wood and making fire in the yard, while the older ones sat around chatting. Laughter and cheer filled the entire Mu'er village, creating a harmonious and happy scene. "Look, Chinguer is back," someone shouted, pointing down the mountain. "Wow, he really is like the reincarnation of the mountain god. He never comes back empty-handed. This time he's got quite a haul." Those with keen eyes spotted Li Chun and immediately stood up, exclaiming in astonishment. "That's right. My Chingu is the best hunter in the world," Zhao Dashi proudly declared. "No, he is the best person in the world, not just a hunter." A nearby woman teased. "Oh yes, yes, not just hunting, but also fighting, especially the kind without clothes. That's even more impressive." "No, my Chungu doesn't he fight without taking off his clothes," Zhao Dashi replied, puzzled, turning to the women, only to be met with bursts of laughter. What are they laughing at? Zhao Dashi scratched his head, confused. "You fool, those women were not saying nice things. Hurry up and help Chungu carry the game." Ho Xiaobai shot him a glare. "Oh right." Zhao Dashi quickly ran down the mountain to meet Li Chun. Meanwhile, the busy young maid listened to everyone praising Li Chun. Her lips pursed, and a smile almost reaching the sky. Hearing praises for her official made her heart sweeter than honey. Beside her, Su Xiu'er glanced at the young maid and then at the handsome young man walking up from the mountain, her bright eyes dimming slightly. She said nothing, just lowered her head and continued working. However, the expression on her face did not escape the young maid's notice. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and approached Su Xiu'er, washing vegetables together while asking, "Sister Xiu'er, are you tired? If you are, take a break." "Oh, I'm not tired. Helping out as much as I can is good enough," Su Xiu'er replied, shaking her head. "Sister Xiu'er, if I remember correctly, you seem to be about my age. Just a few months older, right?" Yu Qingwan asked with a smile. She had always had a good impression of Su Xiu'er and was even grateful to her. After all, she had been in Mu'er village for over 3 months, and during the first 2 months, village girls and women had bullied her. Whenever Su Xiu'er was present, she would stand up for her. For instance, when Zhou Jiao tore her new dress, Su Xiu'er had scolded Zhou Jiao fiercely. Moreover, like her mother, Su Xiu'er was kind-hearted. When she saw Yu Qingwan's family struggling to get by, she would secretly give her a couple of steamed buns, which Yu Qingwan had always appreciated. Recently, she noticed that Su Xiu'er seemed to secretly have feelings for her official. But she had heard that Su Xiu'er's family had disapproved of him because he used to be a troublesome rogue. Now, however, they thought he was great, but he was already married to her. Thus, Su Xiu'er seemed to carry a sense of grievance and regret in her heart. "Yes, we are the same age." Su Xiu'er nodded. She also had a good impression of Yu Qingwan. This girl was gentle, considerate, understanding, and kind-hearted, although she had suffered a lot in the past. With Li Chen's reformation, she had found happiness, and Su Xiu'er sincerely wished her well, even if that wish came with a hint of bitterness. "So, Zistek Xiu'er, do you have someone you like?" Yu Qingwan asked quietly with a sly smile, looking around to ensure no one was listening. "Oh, you mischievous girl. Why are you asking such embarrassing questions?" Su Xiu'er blushed, lightly hitting her. "Actually, my official is very good. Why don't you consider him?" Yu Qingwan teased, flicking her hair. "Huh? Wana, what are you talking about? You can't just give away your husband." Su Xiu'er felt her heart race, nearly dropping the vegetables she was holding. "I'm not joking. I really think so. I know, deep down, your official has always had feelings for you, but Just as Yu Qingwan was about to finish her sentence, a loud cheer erupted from outside. Li Chun had finally reached the courtyard. With Zhao Dashi excitedly carrying 2 large roe deer and shouting to everyone, Chungu said that these 2 roe deer will be unloaded soon, and everyone will get some meat. Then, the courtyard was filled with cheers and expressions of gratitude, drowning out Yu Qingwan and Su Xiaoer's conversation. Sister Xiaoer, you need to seriously consider what I said. I mean it, Yu Qingwan smiled, carrying the vegetables over to the chopping board. However, Su Xiaoer's heart raced, her hands trembling with the vegetables, her face flushed red, and for a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 43. Xiaoer wants to marry but doesn't want to marry Xiaoer. What are you doing? Are you in a daze? Hurry up and bring over the washed vegetables. Lu Jinsui, sweating profusely, glanced at her daughter, standing there blankly, and couldn't help but scold her. Okay. Su Xiaoer snapped back to reality and quickly brought over the washed vegetables. Hey, these aren't even clean. There's still dirt on them. What's wrong with you today? Can't you handle such a small task? If you keep embarrassing me like this, just go home. Lu Jinsui looked at the vegetables and immediately got angry, shooting a glare at Su Xiaoer. I'll wash them again. Su Xiaoer hurriedly went back to wash the vegetables. At this moment, Lu Jinsui finally realized something was off with her daughter. She wasn't usually like this. She took a moment and walked over, lowering her voice to ask, Xiaoer, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mother, I'm fine. Su Xiaoer brushed her hair back, shook her head, and spoke softly. I saw Xiaowan come over to wash vegetables with you just now. Did she say something to you? Otherwise, you were fine a moment ago. Lu Jinsui frowned and asked. Under her repeated questioning, Su Xiaoer had no choice but to tell the truth. Mother, Wanner said that Chungu has always had me in his heart. And since I'm not married yet, I should consider whether to marry into their family. After saying this, Su Xiaoer's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head, focusing intently on washing the vegetables, leaving only the stems behind. Did she really say that? Lu Jinsei was taken aback and unconsciously turned to glance at Yu Qingwan. Just then, Yu Qingwan also turned to look over, unable to help but smile, as if she knew what Lu Jinsui was thinking. She nodded slightly and went back to her work. That's exactly what she said, Su Xiaoer whispered. Lu Jinsui fell silent for a while, then let out a long breath. What a thoughtful child. Chingu is truly lucky to have such a wife. Turning to Su Xiaoer, she asked, so what do you think? Mother. Su Xiaoer was caught off guard by the question and felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She stomped her feet and twisted a bit in embarrassment. But with her eyes sparkling like spring water, even an outsider could tell that her heart had already been stirred. All right, I understand your feelings. Lu Jinsui affectionately stroked her hair and sighed. But if you go over there, you'll have to be the smaller one. I do feel a bit pained. With Wanner's kind nature, how could it be about being big or small? Su Xiaoer immediately disagreed. Haha, you can't wait to get married, can you? Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Jinsui poked her forehead. I don't. Su Xiaoer was extremely embarrassed and quickly grabbed the vegetable basin, rushing off to cook. At that moment, a group of men had already brought over the chopping board and started to process the roe deer. Li Chun kept the skin for himself, while all the remaining meat was distributed among the villagers. Since everyone was so righteous and collectively testified for him, he naturally had to repay their kindness. Finally, he found a moment to sit down and rest. Su Jiang sat opposite him, and several elder villagers also took a seat. Muir village had only been established for about 40 to 50 years. Previously, the villagers were all refugees who had escaped from the borders, so it hadn't formed a strong clan structure like those in the inner territories. The main figures in the village were Su Jiang and a few elders who were respected by everyone. Chingu, I just discussed with a few of the village elders, and we all feel that the Wu family from Baisha village might pose future troubles. Su Jiang looked at Li Chun with some concern. Yes, the Wu family is a tyrant in Baisha village. It's said that someone from the county office is involved with them, though we don't know what exactly they do, but they are quite arrogant in the village. This time, they've lost 7 younger generations, and they will definitely go berserk. Regardless of whether you did it or not, that bastard Zhou San has already put you on the fire, so be prepared. Yes, those from the Wu family, especially that Wu Chongqing, are said to have been bandits before, ruthless and fierce. They've even killed villagers from the same village before, but their family managed to smooth things over with relatives in the county office. If he decides it's you who did it, you must be very careful. The other elders looked at Li Chun with worry. Li Chun cupped his hands towards them and then shook his head with a smile. No problem. Everything can be reasoned through. Without evidence, they can't catch me. If they dare to harm me in secret, we'll see if they have the guts. Chungu is truly courageous. A group of men gave him a thumbs up, raising their impression of this young man to a new level. This youth, both brave and clever, with such capabilities, was truly becoming more and more likable. The future of this village might really depend on him. Dinner is served. With Lu Jinsui's loud call, everyone began to sit down to eat. The first few tables were occupied by men, while the back was filled with women. As for the children, they each took a large bowl filled with rice, vegetables, and meat, squatting in corners to dig in. Each one was happily eating, their little mouths glistening with grease. Everyone, please listen to me. Su Jiang stood up with half a bowl of rice wine, his face glowing red. The village chief, please speak. A chorus of men responded. After 2 years of drought, our autumn harvest has not come in, with smoke rising everywhere and refugees everywhere. Our village is also facing hunger, and it looks like we are about to starve. But since Chun Gu returned, we've had meat 3 times and wine 2 times in just 5 days, and even got some roe deer meat. They've helped us gather firewood and hire workers. Looking ahead, not only are we not starving, but we also have a future where we can live well. Now, what should we say? Su Jiang raised his wine to the elders and the younger folks around. Thank you, Chun Gu. The entire village of over 300 people shouted in unison. No, just saying thank you isn't enough. We need to show our sincerity. From now on, whatever Chun Gu has to deal with is also our business. Whenever Chun Gu needs us, we will step up, right? Su Jiang Lauget Hoti Di Li. Raising his wine bowl, he toasted to the now standing Li Chun. Chun Gu. Thank you. Cheers to you. Thank you, Chun Gu. Cheers to Chun Gu. Bottoms up. All the men raised their wine bowls, and even the children were unconsciously moved by the atmosphere, lifting their rice bowls. Family members don't need to speak politely. Bottoms up. Li Chun had no words to say. Raising his wine bowl and downing it in one go, the atmosphere was instantly ignited, and the air seemed to boil. Amidst the clinking of cups, the hearts of the people of Muir village converged like never before, and at the center of it all was one person, Chun Gu. Chapter 44, Assassination Techniques. Late at night, Li Chun continued to busy himself in the workshop, working on the things he wanted to create. While Ho Xiaobai was still beside him, focused on making a crossbow, occasionally asking Li Chun questions, to which Li Chun provided detailed answers. Outside the main room, Lu Chunxiu was teaching Zhao Dashi to read, with Lu Chunyi listening in, learning even more diligently than Zhao Dashi. You better pay attention, Brother Chun said. If you can't remember the characters we're learning tonight, you won't be able to join the training tomorrow. You'll come back when you've learned them. Lu Chunxiu was passionately teaching when he suddenly noticed that Zhao Dashi had fallen asleep, holding the book in his hands. He gave Zhao Dashi a light tap on the head with the book. Hey, that's not right. I'm learning. Zhao Dashi exclaimed, suddenly waking up from his drowsiness. Struggling to keep his heavy eyelids open, Brother Chun was forcing him to study. And honestly, he preferred training over studying, but he felt frustrated as he had to comply with Brother Chen's demands. Lu Chunyi, beside him, covered her face with the book, giggling uncontrollably, while the maid who was spinning thread couldn't help but smile as well. She had made a small pouch to carry little Hu, taking him wherever she went. Although little Hu hadn't opened his eyes yet, he already regarded her as his mother, crying out whenever he was hungry, sounding quite like he was calling for his mom. Brother Chen, what do you think of this? Under Li Chen's guidance, Ho Xiaobai finally polished all the parts to what he considered the best state. After assembling the crossbow in his hands, he proudly presented it to Li Chun. Li Chun picked up the crossbow, examined it, attached a semi-automatic arrow magazine, loaded an arrow, and effortlessly shot at a small target the size of a coin 10 steps away. Thud! It hit the bullseye. Very good. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction after weighing the crossbow in his hands. Ho Xiaobai's skill and understanding were indeed impressive, and with Li Chen's guidance, the crossbow he made was nearly as good as Li Chen's own. If that's the case, in the future, if the two of them work together, each making a bunch of parts, and Ho Xiaobai assembles them. The speed of making crossbows could be greatly increased. If the two of them coordinate well, they could produce a compound crossbow with pulleys in a day. Armed with sharp weapons, there will inevitably be thoughts of killing. So, let's keep this crossbow with me for now. Come back when you can control your impulses and won't cause trouble with it. Li Chen smiled slightly at Ho Xiaobai's reluctant expression as he put the crossbow away. All right, Brother Chun. Ho Xiaobai had no objections, though he felt a bit reluctant. Stretching his back, he curiously looked at the pile of parts Li Chun was working on and couldn't help but ask, Brother Chun, what are you making? Once it's done, you'll naturally know, Li Chun teased. Ho Xiaobai was itching to see what the assembled parts would turn into. By the way, how many people in our village can do woodworking? I mean, those whose work can meet your standards and are reliable? Li Chen asked. Ho Xiaobai thought for a moment and replied, probably around 12 or 13. If we lower the standards, then there would be more. Basically, almost everyone can do some work, including the kids who can handle tools. If that's the case, there are about 70 or 80 people. After all, most of the villagers' ancestors were carpenters in the craft guild, and they collectively fled here during wars. So although they weren't officially registered, the skills have been passed down. Do a count, but divide them by skill level. Li Shen nudda. No problem, Ho Xiaobai agreed. You should also go out and learn. Only by reading and writing and practicing both civil and martial skills can you achieve great things in the future, Li Chen said. After that, everyone continued studying or busying themselves with their tasks. By the time it was midnight, the three of them finally dispersed. They blew out the lamps and went to bed. The next day, they continued training. After the usual physical training, Li Chen began teaching the three of them hand-to-hand combat techniques, this time adding short knife fighting techniques and short spear assassination techniques. The others were fine, but the short spear assassination techniques particularly intrigued them, as none of them had ever seen such techniques before. The short spear made from a tree branch was quite strange. It was shorter than a long spear, but significantly longer than a knife, leaving them unsure how to wield it. No matter how short a spear is, it's still longer than a knife. In cold weapon combat, every inch counts. But if it's too long, it's hard to carry. If it's too short, it won't be effective. Therefore, this 5-foot short spear is most suitable for combat. Li Chen explained. After saying this, he suddenly made a sweeping motion with the spear, feinting left and right, then thrusting forward, creating afterimages in the air. Thud! The spear struck the straw man target, and with a shake of the short spear, the straw target flew up, the killing intent instantly enveloping the area, leaving the three of them awestruck. My goodness, this is much faster than a knife, Lu Qinshu exclaimed in shock. Next, I'll teach you the 8 basic assassination techniques. First technique, thrusting in place. Second technique, thrusting forward. Third technique, spinning thrust. Li Chen taught each move. The spear techniques were straightforward and simple, focusing on direct thrusts while also incorporating techniques using the butt of the spear. The three of them memorized the techniques firmly, and then they practiced vigorously. The maid, under Li Chen's supervision, diligently shot at the wall target with a small hand crossbow. Though her aim was average, as long as she kept practicing, she would surely improve. Today they didn't work, but still gathered firewood. After eating, Li Chen had the boys practice their skills while collecting firewood. He took out 2 horses and hitched them to the cart. He told the 3 of them that they could ride the remaining horses and have fun whenever they had free time, treating it as riding practice. But they had to be careful not to get hurt. The boys were overjoyed, especially Zhao Dashi, who excitedly shouted and immediately went to lead a horse, grabbing a long spear and running out. Lu Qinshu was so annoyed that he scolded him from behind, calling him a fool. Li Chen just smiled and didn't intervene further, then loaded the wild game he intended to sell onto the cart, especially the 200 pounds of fine salt. After bidding farewell to the maid, he cracked the whip and the cart moved away briskly. He was going to the county town to sell salt. This time, a total of 241 pounds of salt had been produced, and he decided to keep the remaining 41 pounds for himself after proper moisture proofing, for personal use or future needs. The remaining 200 pounds of salt would be taken for sale. No trade without deception. This is an unshakable truth since ancient times. Moreover, in his previous life, he was a wealthy tycoon. However, just as he had just left the village, he suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be watching him. Chapter 45. The first delivery of salt. 1,000 taels of silver in hand, he squinted his eyes, not paying much attention, and simply shouted go. And the horse galloped away. However, nothing happened along the way, which made him frown slightly. The cart moved quickly, and soon they arrived in the city, first selling those wild birds for 3 taels of silver. Even the smallest grasshoppers are still meat, and when it comes to calculations, one must be meticulous. However, he did not leave, but took out a jar of wine, which was made by soaking deer blood. "Shopkeeper, take a look at this wine." Li Chun took out a small jar weighing 1 jin, broke the mud seal of the deer blood wine, opened the oil paper, and pushed the wine across the counter. "Hey, isn't this the jar of sorghum liquor you bought from me last time? What's so special about it?" The shopkeeper naturally recognized his own wine and couldn't help but laugh. But just as he said that, he looked at the color of the wine and smelled its aroma, and he was instantly taken aback. Something's not right. What did you add?" The shopkeeper was startled, picked up the wine jar, and examined it closely. After a while, his eyes gradually lit up with excitement. He poured a little into a wine cup and saw a light, warm red. After tasting a sip, his eyebrows jumped, and he looked at Li Chun in disbelief. This is deer blood wine?" The shopkeeper indeed had a discerning eye. No doubt, it was plum blossom deer blood wine. The efficacy goes without saying, you know. Li Chun nodded. The shopkeeper had a strong ability to appreciate wine. "My goodness, how many years has it been since I've seen deer blood wine? And it's so pure. It's rare for it to have such a wild flavor." "Young master, where did you get the deer? Those things are not easy to hunt. They're more cunning than ghosts, and they run fast. Ordinary hunters can't catch them at all." "Ah, if you have deer, would you sell them?" The shopkeeper was immediately excited, even stepping out from behind the counter, looking at Li Chun with eager eyes. "I don't sell deer, only sell deer blood wine." "Name your price." Li Chun said to him. This wine is so rare." All right. For this small jar, how about 1 tael of silver?" The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, offering high price. "Deal." Li Shen nudda. He had spent 1 tael of silver to buy 10 jin of sorghum liquor, and after infusing it with deer blood, he turned around and made a 10-fold profit. This was certainly a good deal. However, he didn't take the 10 taels of silver, but exchanged it for 100 jin of wine to load onto the cart. Next time he would come back, then it would be 100 taels of silver. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, even after Li Chun had walked far away. He still stood at the entrance of the tavern, reluctant to say goodbye, like a love-struck girl bidding farewell to a departing gentleman. After that, Li Chun went to the salt shop. Upon entering the salt shop, Li Chun immediately saw the shopkeeper. At this moment, seeing Li Chun enter the shop, a strange gleam flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes, and then he greeted him with a beaming smile. "Young master, we meet again." "Is the young master here?" Li Chun asked, taking note of the shopkeeper's momentary odd expression that quickly returned to normal, but he remained unperturbed. Yes. I'll call her for you right away." The shopkeeper's attitude was completely different from last time, cheerfully running inside to call Lin Linger. Before long, the door curtain was lifted, and Lin Linger stepped out from the inner hall. Although she wore no makeup, she was still charming and graceful. However, there was a hint of cold pride and sharpness in her brows, giving people a sense of distance. Before she could speak, Li Chun took a step forward, cupped his hands, and greeted the young master. "I brought you what you wanted." "Huh? So fast?" Lin Linger was taken aback. 1,000 salt refined into fine salt usually took at least a month at the salt fields. But this guy actually finished it in just 2 days? 1 day ahead of the agreed 3 days. But first, let's check the goods. Li Chun smiled faintly, bringing over a bag of fine salt. After days of restorative training, his strength had gradually increased, and carrying 100 jin of salt with one hand was no trouble at all. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this body had high potential. At least for now, there seemed to be no bottleneck, and he was even stronger than his previous life. He was somewhat eager to see what kind of state he would be in when the potential of this body was fully developed. Seeing him able to carry 100 jin of salt with one hand and 200 jin with both, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Linger's eyes. "Young master has great strength, quite similar to a friend I once met, just doing a bit of rough work, not comparable to the pampered young master." Li Chun turned a deaf ear, firmly sticking to his stance of not admitting anything. Lin Linger gave him a deep look, but did not say much. She just shouted to a few nearby attendants, "Weigh it first, then pour out to check the goods." Several attendants hurried over, weighed the salt, and it came to 200 jin. They then poured the salt into several large basins. The salt was fine as sand, white as snow, and sparkling, making it incredibly tempting just to look at. The shopkeeper's eyes kept flickering, staring at Li Chun, and a greedy look passed through his eyes. Lin Ling sampled it and was filled with surprise, nodding vigorously. The salt has quality and quantity. The person is trustworthy and reliable. Good. Turning to the shopkeeper, she commanded, "Get a note for 1,000 taels of silver for him." "Here you go, young master." The shopkeeper quickly responded, taking out a note that stated the amount of 1,000 taels of silver and was about to hand it to Li Chun. However, Li Chun shook his head. "I don't want a note. Just give me 900 taels of silver and 100 coins. If it were just for convenience, he would naturally choose the note. But the problem was he still needed to buy things, and during this time he also had to pay the villagers their wages, so he needed cash. "Give it to him," Lin Linger said without hesitation, waving her hand decisively. The attendants quickly brought the money, neatly packed in cloth bags. 900 taels of silver plus 100 coins weighed heavily in his hands. Perhaps this was the pressure that money brings. Li Chun suddenly thought of how much his little maid wife loved counting money. If he turned all this silver into copper coins, wouldn't she be counting for several days? She might not even be able to carry it to bed at night. He looked up at Lin Ling, pondered for a moment, and said, "Young master, I have something to discuss." "Please." Lin Linger extended her hand toward the inside, inviting him into the inner hall. Carrying the silver and a bag of money, Li Chun entered the inner hall. "For things." Li Chun spoke without any hesitation. "Go ahead." Lin Linger looked at him, her expression serious, returning to the decisive demeanor of the young master. However, inside, her heart was churning with waves. 2 days ago, when Bai Yuxiang returned, she had said she lost track of someone, which had greatly surprised Lin Linger. Chapter 46. Furious little Ling. She knew her friend in the boudoir, Bai Yuxiang, all too well. Bai Yuxiang's father used to run a security agency in the county town, and she had followed him since childhood to learn martial arts, building her strength and skills. By the age of 15, she had gained fame for single-handedly defeating 7 or 8 ruffians who tried to harass her on the street. Later, when her father was ambushed and killed by mountain bandits while transporting goods, he reported it to the authorities, but they remained indifferent. In a fit of rage, Bai Yuxiang led a group of bodyguards on a night raid against the bandits, killing 40 of them without a scratch on herself. However, this taste for killing became addictive, and she decided to form a gang with like-minded individuals and became a bandit herself. From then on, Bai Yuxiang and her followers specialized in black market dealings, targeting bandits and, when necessary, wealthy and unkind merchants. Thus, she made quite a name for herself within a radius of 300 miles. Even the government could do nothing against her, only posting notices and offering bounties for her capture. Therefore, Linger was well aware of Bai Yuxiang's capabilities. However, she never expected that she would lose track of someone when personally pursuing them. Did this mean that the person's abilities were even greater than Bai Yuxiang's? And someone with such skills couldn't possibly be an ordinary person? Thus, even though Bai Yuxiang had lost track of the person, Linger increasingly suspected that Li Chun was the one who saved her that night. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If it really was him, why did he pretend to be confused and deny it? Was she so unremarkable that she didn't catch his eye? Did he only want to do business with her and have no other thoughts? This made the proud Linger furious for the past few days. When she saw Li Chun today, if it weren't for the 200 pounds of fine salt, she would have exploded with rage. But reason ultimately triumphed over emotion. Now, Li Chun wanted to discuss 4 matters with her, which piqued her curiosity. What do you want to say? However, she never expected that the first matter he brought up would shock her. First, my name is Li Chun, and I live in Muter Village. Now that I've told you this, please do not send anyone to follow me anymore. Li Chun raised a finger. Linger felt quite embarrassed, her expression changing several times as she wanted to deny it. But in the end, she blushed and nodded, indicating her agreement. At the same time, she noted the keywords Li Chun from Muter Village. Second, give me 2,000 pounds of coarse salt. 3 days later, I will deliver 400 pounds of fine salt. Li Chun raised a second finger. Okay. Linger nodded, This was normal and also brought her great joy. If this continued, she would indeed make a fortune, as she had already arranged a buyer who would pay 12 taels of silver per pound for fine salt, and she could sell as much as she had. Third, I want to sign a hiring contract with you, Leichin said again. The reason he revealed his background and wanted to sign a contract was due to his own considerations. Although it had only been 2 days, the situation had changed, and to mitigate risks, he had to do this. Is that necessary? Linger was somewhat stunned. She didn't expect the third matter to be this. Yes. Leichin nodded. All right, then let's sign it. Linger thought for a moment. This was indeed a good thing, as it indicated that the two would cooperate long-term. Signing the contract was simple. They sent someone to the official office to find an old official as a witness, filled out the terms of their collaboration, signed, and paid 100 coins. The old official stamped it with the government seal, and both parties kept a copy. The contract was thus completed. What is the fourth matter? Linga Usket Kul Usli, looking at Li Chun, who was putting away the contract. The fourth matter is that your shopkeeper has a problem that must be resolved. Otherwise, our cooperation may encounter trouble. Li Chun looked up at her. What do you think his problem is? Linger asked, fixing her gaze on Li Chun. He covets my skills. If he collaborates with thieves and captures me, this business cannot proceed. Li Chun said bluntly. Linger never expected him to be so direct, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Actually, I also covet your skills. How about you sell this skill to me? Name your price. How about that? Linger pondered before speaking. Young master, you understand my meaning. You may have your own plans, and if so, please inform me first, as mutual trust is the foundation of mutual benefit. Additionally, I do not like being used. When you come next time, give me an answer. Li Chun said to Linger calmly. Regardless of how many routes you take, I will only take one. No matter how cunning and smart you are, I will directly expose it and see how you respond. Indeed, Linger's expression kept changing. Her heart racing as she felt that the sharpness in Li Chun's eyes could see right through her thoughts. Moreover, the person who followed me last time was an expert. Perhaps they are your trump card. Tell her to keep her distance to avoid any misjudgments. Li Chun added, Linger was left speechless, realizing Li Chun even knew Bai Yuxiang was an expert. After saying this, Li Chun tucked away the contract, carried the money bag, and turned to leave. As the sound of hooves echoed, he climbed onto the cart and gradually rode away. I'm so furious. In the boudoir on the second floor, who had been suppressed by Li Chun the entire time and couldn't even catch her breath, was so angry that she smashed several teacups. That damn kid actually dared to act so arrogantly in front of her. Linger, the young master of the Ling family salt shop, was a well-known figure in Pingyang County. Yet in front of him, she felt like a rag doll, easily manipulated, even stuttering and unable to speak coherently. Arrogant, domineering, outrageous, and utterly disrespectful. Simply infuriating, Linger cursed every word she could think of until her mouth was dry, then sat down, gasping for breath, still feeling humiliated and angry. Oh dear, what's wrong with you, little Ling? Why did you break so many pieces of porcelain? That was high-quality official kiln stuff. A laughter rang out from behind her. Linger turned around and saw Bai Yuxiang gracefully jumping through the back window. Are you a monkey? Why do you always jump through the window instead of using the door like a flower thief? Linger glared at her with all the pent-up anger. I am a monkey. Did you forget? Today, I'm here to pick you. Bai Yuxiang laughed as she sat down and poured herself a cup of tea with the remaining cup. He almost drove me crazy, and now you want to irritate me too? Linger glared at Bai Yuxiang. Chapter 47, Preparing to Smelt Iron-O Deer. Who could it be that has made our formidable and high and mighty Aunt Lin so angry? TSK, let me guess. Is it that young lad who knows how to make fine salt? Bai Yuxiang chuckled. You already know why ask. Linger's anger subsided slightly. All right, don't be mad anymore. This time, I've gone incognito to find out everything. No matter how alert he is, it didn't help. I followed him closely and uncovered everything. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? Bai Yuxiang proudly asked Linger. I thought Linger would at least praise me a bit to ease the mood. Who would have thought that Linger just sneered and said, Are you trying to tell me that he lives in Muir Village and his name is Li Chun? You already knew? Bai Yuxiang was taken aback, her hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. He told me himself, and even said that you are a master. But it's best not to follow him in the future to avoid being misjudged and getting beaten up, Linger said, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. The last sentence was half true, half false, deliberately provoking her. If Bai Yuxiang could scare him, that would be good. So it turns out he wanted me to follow him on purpose? Damn, he actually used this method to humiliate me? Huh, what did you just say? He wants to beat me up? Bai Yuxiang's eyebrows slowly raised. For someone like her, who admired violence, this was outright provocation. Yes, he said to keep your distance from him, and if they're essay next time, he would beat you up. Linger shot her a glance, amused inside. No man has been born who can beat me. He is quite arrogant. Bai Yuxiang's eyes flashed with coldness, snorting angrily. Linger was her close friend, and she would never suspect that Linger was setting her up. Forget it, that's not the point. The important thing is to solve the issue with Ma Huan. That kid is quite sharp. He only came twice and already figured out that Ma Huan has problems. This time he pointed it out directly, saying that Ma Huan covets his technology and that there would be potential risks, even affecting our cooperation and profits. He insisted that I must resolve this trouble. Really? It seems that nothing can be hidden from him. Linger exhaled a sigh of frustration. She had always been proud and looked down on most men, finding them too mundane. Facing Li Chun this time, however, she felt restrained and suppressed at all times. It was truly infuriating. I do have a plan, but it does require that kid's cooperation. I can tell you about it. Li Chun had returned to the village. On the way back, he still felt someone following him, but his sharp situational awareness told him that it was not the same person as before. The person trailing him had much better tracking skills than the previous one, and there was an 80 chance it was the master behind Linger. However, it didn't matter. Come what may, he decided to visit the deer herd first. The deer were grazing and drinking, looking well, and their injuries had mostly healed. These wild deer had gotten used to living comfortably and even approached Li Chun without fear. 2 little fawns timidly came over to nuzzle him. Li Chun looked at the 4 fawns. Their antlers were just beginning to show, and they couldn't be harvested yet. He had to wait a while longer. There was 1 large stag and 8 does, and they had been alternating bloodletting these past few days. However, Li Chun's method of bloodletting was very skillful, and the amount was small, which was a big deal for these tough wild deer. But Li Chun estimated that to brew 100 pounds of liquor, he would need at least 10 pounds of deer blood, and he would have to do it for 3 days, while also ensuring that each of them got a small bowl of deer blood every day. So, 100 pounds of deer blood in 3 days was already the limit. Once those fawns grew up, or they had a few more deer, that would be great. Then the deer blood could be supplied abundantly. After calculating this, Li Chun drove the cart back to his home on the cliff. At this moment, Lu Qinshu, Zhao Dashi, and Ho Xiaobai were busy organizing the pile of firewood in the yard. The collected firewood was increasing, and it all had to be stacked well. Otherwise, the wind would scatter everything, and there was no place to put it. The firewood was neatly stacked against the edge of the yard. Even the ends were level, as if measured with a ruler. Li Chun smiled to himself. Without asking, he knew this had to be Lu Qinshu's work, as he was somewhat obsessive about this. Not to mention, even though his family was poor, his house was always so clean that it gave a feeling of being spotless. Zhao Dashi was there shouting and grunting as he lifted heavy stones, while Ho Xiaobai was in the workshop continuing to make crossbows. The little maid was practicing her archery with a hand crossbow, while Lu Chun was cheering her on, holding a small tiger. However, there was now an extra person in the yard. It was Su Xiu'er. She was also excitedly practicing archery with the little maid. Comparatively, she was clearly more talented than the little maid. Although she couldn't match Ho Xiaobai, her accuracy within 20 paces could definitely compete with Lu Qinshu. As soon as Li Chun drove the cart back, everyone immediately cheered and surrounded the cart. My goodness, Chingu, how much salt did you bring back this time? Wow, there's so much grain. If we ration it, it could feed the whole village for 10 days. Huh, what is this? Oh, is that liquor? Huh, a crucible for smelting iron? Chingu, are you planning to steal my family's business? Zhao Dashi exclaimed in surprise as he unloaded things from the cart. Lifting a large crucible. Keep it down. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just do your work. Oh my God, How much money is this? Ho Xiaobai scolded, but unexpectedly, the next moment he shouted even louder than Zhao Dashi. However, as soon as he shouted, he regretted it and quickly covered his mouth. Looking at Li Chun in shock. The money from selling salt. Li Chun smiled slightly, lifting the money bag, but intentionally looked at Su Xiaoer. Su Xiaoer bit her lip, her eyes dimmed, and she handed the hand crossbow to the little maid, feeling downcast as she said, "Want her eye? I'll go back now. I'll come play with you again when I have time." Then she turned and quickly left. Chengge, it seems like Xiaoer is not happy. It's strange. She was quite happy just now. Why is she suddenly unhappy? Zhao Dashi asked in confusion. You idiot. Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai both scolded in unison, each giving him a kick to push him off the cart. Oh my god, are you two still brothers? That was a hard kick. Zhao Dashi cried out from under the cart, making the little maid and Lu Chen laugh uncontrollably. Dashi, go find your dad later to help me smelt iron. Li Chen helped him up and laughed. Huh, you really want to smelt iron? Zhao Dashi's mouth dropped open in genuine surprise. Chapter 48. The Qi family knife emerges. Zhao Dashi and Lu Qinshu went to Zhao the blacksmith's house to move some iron smelting tools. In the yard, only Lu Qinyi and Yu Qingwan remained. With nothing to do, Li Chun was organizing things in the yard, preparing to start smelting iron soon. This time, in addition to grains, vegetables, and livestock bones, he bought a lot of bowstrings, bow frames, and arrowheads. These are essential items for making weapons, and he needed to accumulate as much as possible. At the same time, he bought a pile of corresponding items according to his ideas for improving the iron smelting technique. Although Lu Qinyi was young, she was particularly sensible. She placed the little tiger in a nest nearby and, along with the little maid, helped Li Chun organize those items. Master, how is my crossbow skill coming along? The little maid asked quietly while wiping Li Chen's sweat with a cloth. Very good. Your accuracy has improved. Li Chen nodded and smiled. Although this statement was somewhat insincere, his affection compelled him to praise the little maid. The little maid bit her lip and said softly, Actually, Sister Xiaoer is more accurate than I am. I can only hit the target with 1 out of 3 arrows, but she can hit every time. Li Chen nodded while busying himself. And Sister Xiaoer not only shoots well, but she's also very strong, not inferior to adult men. And she's pretty, and she works really well, plus she can read. And she eats very little. The little maid rummaged through her mind for Xiaoer's merits. Li Chen stopped what he was doing and turned to look at her. What do you want to say? I just wanted to chat. The little maid became flustered under his gaze, her hands and feet at a loss. Go cook. I'm hungry. Li Chen certainly understood her intentions. She was merely trying to play matchmaker for Su Xiaoer. To be fair, he wasn't that strict about it, especially in this feudal era. Marrying several wives was inconsequential to him, and he could afford it. However, in chaotic times, more attachments meant more concerns, and at critical moments, certain people could influence his decisions. Women only affected the speed at which he drew his sword. Therefore, he didn't want to consider these matters for now. He would deal with them later. Oh, okay, master. The little maid turned to go cook, somewhat dispirited. Her first attempt at matchmaking had failed, leaving her disappointed in herself. Next time, she must organize her words better and not ramble without structure. A little later, Zhao Dashi and the others arrived, actually bringing the blacksmith's furnace, along with the bellows and some pig iron blocks. Brother Chun, I heard you want to smelt iron? Great. Right now, in the nearby villages, we are in dire need of blacksmiths. Everyone has to wait 10 days to half a month just to get a kitchen knife, hoe, or iron pot. It's simply too busy. Since you have this intention, let us work together. Zhao the blacksmith laughed heartily. He was 45 years old this year, in the prime of his life, striding forward with great strides, his voice booming like a bell, and his body robust. Because he was in the blacksmith profession and there was a real shortage of blacksmiths nearby, he was not conscripted in a military service. Uncle Zhao, I inadvertently learned some blacksmithing skills from a refugee. It seems a bit different from yours. Would you mind guiding me while I experiment? Li Chen smiled as he looked up. The iron produced in this era was indeed too impure, and the quality of weapons was low. He had to make some improvements. However, iron smelting was regulated, especially for weapons. He wasn't a licensed blacksmith, so he couldn't smelt iron freely. But it would be fine to do it through Zhao the blacksmith. As for weapon forging, although the laws are strict in chaotic times, as long as the people don't report it, the officials want to investigate. If we proceed carefully, it should be fine. Of course, no problem. Brother Chun, you start, and I'll keep an eye on it, Zhao the blacksmith said with a smile. However, he was quite surprised in his heart. Brother Chun had actually learned blacksmithing, hunting, making salt, and now smelting iron. Brother Chun was becoming quite the versatile one. Thus, under the curious gazes of everyone, Li Chun skillfully set up the blacksmith's furnace and placed a ceramic crucible on top. Then, he surprisingly took out a block of ink ingot and began rubbing it inside the crucible, applying the ink powder evenly. This not only made it heat-resistant, but also extended the crucible's lifespan. Zhao the blacksmith watched for a long time and couldn't help but ask Brother Chun, "What are you doing?" "I'm applying a layer of ink powder to make this pot more heat-resistant," Li Chun explained simply. "Huh? Is that possible?" Zhao the blacksmith widened his eyes. Then he saw Li Chun take over a pile of items and even started weighing them. After weighing, he began layering the crushed iron that tabby had prepared, then spread a layer of charcoal, followed by a layer of clay sand, and covered it. "What is this?" Zhao the blacksmith asked in surprise as he looked at the clay sand. "Can this be used for smelting iron?" "This is called big clay sand. I'm not sure what it does, but the refugee said it could make the iron melt faster," Li Chun replied, mixing truth with fiction. After completing all this, he started the fire, having tabby, Lu Qinshu, and Ho Xiaobai take turns working the bellows without stopping, even while eating. During this time, Zhao the blacksmith would turn and steal glances at the blacksmith's furnace after taking a few bites of food, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was also advising Li Chun, as he had never seen such a method of smelting iron before, nor had he seen iron smelted from scrap metal. Could Brother Chin's method really work? Li Chun didn't explain much. He just asked Zhao the blacksmith to watch the furnace while he taught tabby and the others crossbow skills, how to draw a heavy bow, engage in close combat, and form small battle formations. Tabby and the others practiced until they were drenched in sweat and exhausted. But if they had known this was the most powerful special forces training method of later generations, and included the most modern, minimalist, and powerful assassination techniques, they probably wouldn't have complained no matter how tough it was. Zhao the blacksmith watched with raised eyebrows, although he didn't understand. His intuition told him that what Brother Chun was teaching felt unlike hunting techniques, but rather like military tactics. However, the military techniques weren't as ferocious as what Li Chun was teaching. They looked genuinely intimidating. During this time, Li Chun opened the cover twice, using a preheated willow stick to skim off the dross, which could reduce sulfur content. In the end, he even tossed in a pile of crushed walnut shells to increase the carbon content. This series of operations left Zhao, the blacksmith, dumbfounded. Can iron be smelted like this? Would just be a pile of iron slag? However, all his doubts turned into shock and admiration at the moment when the molten iron was poured and solidified. The iron block was as pure as a 14-year-old girl. After that, Li Chun's operations raised Zhao the blacksmith's skepticism to the maximum. He used a method called the 9 turns of yin and yang for forging, layering in quartz, sand, and bone powder with each fold. And after forging 10 layers, he buried it in hot plant ashes for slow cooling. Even the quenching process was complicated. He had to coat it with tung oil mixed with resin, then soak it in well water mixed with saltpeter, and finally place it in hot coarse salt for a while. After all that busy work, as the sun set, a long knife was finally forged. Zhao the blacksmith looked at it against the golden evening glow and was surprised to see that the blade was actually half a foot longer than a regular knife, but half an inch narrower, with an increased curve, presenting a breathtaking beauty he had never seen before. The blade exhibited a pine needle pattern, and when viewed in the light, it resembled a sea of pine trees. Zhao the blacksmith curled his middle finger, lightly tapped the blade, and with a sound like a dragon's chant that had endured through time, the knife surprisingly emitted a long-lasting resonance, leaving Zhao the blacksmith stunned for a while. He had never seen a knife that could produce such a melodious sound for so long, which indicated that this knife was unparalleled in toughness, strength, and hardness. "Give it a try." Li Chun smiled slightly. Zhao the blacksmith took a deep breath and swung the knife toward a wooden stick on the ground. The stick, as thick as a child's arm, broke with a loud crack, showing no significant resistance. Li Chun, on the other hand, tested it by chopping with a broken knife against this knife. As a result, with a light sound, the broken knife was cut into 2 pieces. While this knife showed no signs of damage, not even a hairline fracture, everyone around couldn't help but gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Heavens, this is simply a peerless divine weapon." This knife is called the Qijia knife. Li Chun gently caressed the blade and smiled slightly, saying, "The Qijia knife is the pinnacle masterpiece of the cold weapon era of the feudal dynasty, its reputation surpassing even that of the Qing Bao." Chapter 49. Queuing to spin yarn. The Qijia knife? Everyone stared at the broken knife, which had snapped in 2, feeling dizzy and enthralled. My goodness, where have they seen such a sharp weapon? The farming tools and knives they used before were never allowed to clash with each other. A slight knock could chip them, and a hard hit could break them in half. Not only was it sharp, but its weight, length, and the feel of swinging and chopping with it were all so comfortable and perfect. When anyone held this knife, they felt a wonderful sensation of unity between the person and the blade. This knife was incredibly easy to use. However, the name felt a bit strange. Li Chun also felt that calling it the Qijia knife was somewhat inappropriate, so he cleared his throat and made a pun, calling it the Qijia knife for its sharpness. But it was just a casual remark and not to be taken seriously. If it were to be named, it should be, "This knife was personally invented and crafted by you, Brother Chun. How about calling it the Li Jia knife?" "That sounds much better," Lu Qinshu blurted out. That's fine. Let's call it the Li Jia knife." Li Chun nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Did he really just steal the name? It felt somewhat dishonest. He swung the knife a couple of times and found it just passable, saying it barely caught his eye. It was still several levels away from the knife he envisioned. If high-quality coking coal was used to refine steel and the oxygen system was further enhanced, the quality of the knife could see a significant improvement. Given the technological level of this era, there was still room for enhancement. However, for now, it would suffice. It was usable, and further improvements could be discussed later. In fact, this knife was already astonishing enough. "Brother Chun, no matter what you do, you're so amazing. You're simply a god." Zhao Dashi looked at the knife, drooling with envy. Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai were also in shock. Their admiration for Li Chun could be described as worship. In their hearts, Li Chun was already a deity. In fact, it wasn't just in their hearts that he was a god. In the eyes of Zhao the blacksmith, Li Chun was also a god, the god of blacksmiths. To think he could create such an extraordinary weapon using ink ingots, some flux, even walnut shell debris, and saltpeter water, it was simply unbelievable. Those things seemed like what Taoist priests used to refine elixirs, right? Could it be that Brother Chun is a Taoist who has learned the way of immortals? Zhao the blacksmith's gaze toward Li Chun changed once again. Li Chun never expected Zhao the blacksmith could come up with so many ideas. He tossed a knife to Zhao Dashi and the others to play with, and turned to Zhao the blacksmith with a smile. "Uncle Zhao, could you give me some pointers? What improvements should be made to the iron refining method we just used?" Zhao the blacksmith rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Brother Chun, are you trying to make me look bad? I've been blacksmithing my whole life, and I've never seen such a method of refining iron, let alone someone who could create such a divine weapon on their first attempt. And you want me to guide you? That's just humiliating." "No, Uncle Zhao, you misunderstood. What I meant to say is, if you think this method is decent, I can copy the recipe for you later, and I'll write it as clearly as possible. In the future, could you help me refine iron?" Copy the recipe for me? Brother Chun, are you serious?" Zhao the blacksmith exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. How precious could the recipe be that creates such a divine weapon? If it were to be revealed, it might spark a war outside, and he was just giving it to himself? "Of course I'm serious. Aren't you afraid I'll leak the secret?" "I'm not afraid at all. Dashi and I are life and death brothers, and you're Dashi's father. I trust you more than anyone else." Li Chun shook his head and smiled. He definitely had that confidence. Zhao the blacksmith and Zhao Dashi, although not very bright, and often mocked as a pair of foolish father and son in the village, were known for their honesty and loyalty, and Li Chun absolutely trusted them. Sure enough, Zhao the blacksmith nodded vigorously. "All right then, Brother Chun, I won't say anything else. If I get this recipe, even if it costs me my life, I'll protect it completely. Besides Dashi and me, no one else will know." It was already dark, and everyone was having dinner at Li Chen's house. After dinner, the group was once again supposed to study and work. Zhao the blacksmith, like a treasure, took the recipe home to study, and he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. However, Li Chen was particularly busy tonight. He had just assembled a new spinning wheel for his little maid wife. This new spinning wheel had 4 spindles arranged in parallel and was a double-pedal foot-operated design. Additionally, an inclined guide groove was added next to the spindles, with a copper hook at the end of the groove that could automatically feed the yarn and promptly clear tangled threads. As soon as the pedal was pressed, the 4 spindles would move rapidly, spinning yarn at an incredible speed, 3 to 5 times faster than the previous hand-cranked single-spindle spinning wheel. Oh my, this is too fast. With this spinning wheel, I, as a beginner, can match the workload of 3 or 4 others. The little maid wife exclaimed in shock. Yes, yes. Even a little kid like me can spin yarn faster than those adults with this spinning wheel. Li Chen also tried a couple of times, clapping his hands joyfully. As for the others, they had long been stunned into numbness by Li Chen, so they weren't very surprised anymore. Xiaobai, study this carefully. Once you understand it, I'll teach you how to make it. In the future, let's expand our business and get into the textile industry as well. Li Chen turned to Ho Xiaobai. For these brothers who would risk their lives to protect the deer herd and the little maid wife, unless it was a necessary secret, there was nothing to hide about these things. Moreover, given their loyalty to him, he was absolutely not worried about any leaks. All right, Brother Chen. Ho Xiaobai nodded heavily, focusing on studying the spinning wheel. He understood that this was Brother Chen's way of teaching him. Whether it was crossbows or spinning wheels, he was to observe first, then imitate. And when he reached a point of confusion, he would ask Brother Chen, leading to a sudden understanding, which would help deepen his memory. So, he was very attentive in observing, recording, and learning. Brother Chen, could we add a casing to these exposed parts? On one hand, it could prevent foreign objects from falling in and jamming the yarn or damaging the spinning wheel. On the other hand, it could prevent prying eyes from seeing it and trying to replicate it. Ho Xiaobai pointed at some exposed areas after observing for a long time. Well said. Go ahead and do it now. Li Chen nodded appreciatively. This kid had a good head on his shoulders, and it also showed his loyalty as he began to have a vested interest in protecting the technology from leaking. The next morning, the routine training, eating, and drinking deer bone soup and blood continued, after which Lu Qinshu rang the gong, and the whole village once again joyfully headed to work. However, when the villagers saw the new spinning wheel, they were all stunned. The speed of spinning yarn was astonishingly fast, almost frightening. Some eager women who tried it couldn't put it down, and the spinning speed was 5 to 6 times faster than before. As a result, those women without work simply brought their flax over and lined up to try the new spinning wheel. Some even argued over who would get to use it first. Those with a bit of smarts even started secretly bribing the little maid wife with small fruits gathered from the mountains, just to get a chance to try out that spinning wheel. The situation was quite chaotic. Li Chen then went to Zhao the blacksmith house to instruct him on how to forge iron using his techniques. Zhao the blacksmith has been forging iron for a lifetime, and his skills have reached an extraordinary level. With Li Chen's new and modernized concept, it can be said that his craftsmanship has improved significantly in an instant. Currently, the steel-making method improved by Li Chen, based on the technological level of this era, is essentially the strongest aside from the blast furnace. After guiding Zhao the blacksmith through the entire process of smelting iron twice, Zhao has firmly committed everything to memory and even burned the secret recipe right in front of Li Chen. Uncle Zhao, where do you get your iron from? Li Chen asked while sitting beside him, helping to forge a Leaf family knife. The iron we used yesterday was taken from the knives we seized from those bandits, which Zhao Dashi smashed and remelted. There isn't much left now. Having the technology without iron materials won't work either. I also looked around in the county yesterday, but I didn't see any places for smelting or selling iron materials. We buy our iron materials from the government-operated iron mine. It's about 40 miles west at the Heishui mine, right next to Heishan. You can find the person in charge of the ironworks there. Zhao the blacksmith replied with a smile, pointing northeast. Li Chen nodded and noted it down. To develop, iron is essential. He needs iron, a large amount of iron. Chapter 50 Brave Servant Wife. Is there any other way? Li Chen asked, gesturing for Zhao the blacksmith to flip over the long knife that the two were hammering. Besides that, we could collect some damaged weapons and tools, heat them up, and reforge them. However, it's really difficult. To remelt them into molten iron like you, Brother Chun, is very time-consuming and may not succeed. Also, removing rust is too much trouble, Zhao the blacksmith said. I see. Li Chen nodded, taking note. What if we buy iron or to smelt iron ourselves? He asked while hammering the long knife with Zhao the blacksmith. The quality of the iron produced by the government mines is too low. To improve the performance of our weapons and equipment, we need to start from the source and improve the smelting process, Li Chen continued. That's possible, but we don't know how to smelt iron ore. Even if we could, the iron we smelt would be inferior to that from the government mines, so very few people do it. Zhao the blacksmith shook his head and laughed. Li Chen nodded, remembering this in his heart. Just as he was about to ask about other matters, he heard the sound of hooves and voices coming from the foot of the mountain. He turned to look and couldn't help but frown. He saw several government officials at the foot of the mountain, all riding tall horses. Behind them were a dozen armed local militia soldiers, accompanied by a few middle-aged men on horseback, heading straight up the mountain. Huh, why are there government officials? It's not even the time for collecting taxes. Zhao the blacksmith looked over, stunned and muttering to himself. It seems they are coming to my house. Let me check it out. Uncle Zhao, you keep busy. I'll settle the payment for the blacksmithing with Deshur. Li Chen stood up and walked ahead. What are we talking about money for? You've taught me this method. I'm already grateful. Besides, if we talk about money, Uncle Zhao will get angry, Zhao the blacksmith said, glaring at Li Chen with some dissatisfaction. Actually, Li Chen was thinking that in the future, Uncle Zhao would help him with blacksmithing, and he would pay him monthly 1 or 2 taels of silver, and when the business gets bigger, he would pay more. Ah, Zhao the blacksmith was taken aback. 1 or 2 taels of silver. That adds up to 12 taels a year? What craftsman can earn that much? By the time he regained his senses, Li Chen had already walked far away. This Chun is so generous and righteous. It's worth selling his life for him. Zhao the blacksmith struck the red-hot knife, feeling fiercely determined. At this moment, Li Chen had returned to the courtyard, looking at the government officials outside, especially at Wu Chongqing. His expression turned cold. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Wu Chongqing and his group who had followed him to the county town yesterday. As for the later arrivals, there was an 80% chance they were sent by Lin Linger. Unexpectedly, Wu Chongqing had brought the officials from the city today. However, among the crowd, he did not see the village chief Ma Wu from Baisha village, who surprisingly did not come along this time. Clearly, he must have had some conflict with the Wu family. Who is Li Chen? The leading official, a lean man in his 40s with sharp eyes, scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, shouting from his horse. Everyone in the courtyard stopped their work, nervously looking at the officials outside and the dozen armed militia soldiers behind them, all of whom looked fearful. In any era, in front of government officials and soldiers, the common people are the weak. I am Li Chen. Li Chen stepped forward, standing before the horse, calmly stating, I am Wu Chuang, the county constable. What are you doing? The official's eyes scanned the courtyard and finally fixed on Li Chen, demanding sharply. Refining fine salt, Li Chen replied in a calm tone. However, he had already guessed that, if nothing unexpected happened, this Wu Chuang was probably a relative of the Wu family working as an official in the county. The county constable is only below the county magistrate and the county vice magistrate, and is the third in command in charge of public safety and crime control. Definitely a significant position in the county. The servant wife, watching from the doorway, nervously gripped the door frame, her face pale, her nails almost digging into the wood. Suddenly, she remembered something. Refining private salt is a serious crime. If a master gets arrested for refining salt, what should she do? The other common people likely thought of this as well, their faces turning pale as they worried not for themselves, but for Li Chen. Xiu'er, quickly go find your father. Lu Jinsui whispered to Su Xiu'er. Su Xiu'er nodded nervously and quickly climbed over the dirt wall at the corner of the courtyard, running into the mountains to find Su Jiang, who was organizing the villagers to gather firewood. Private salt production is a serious crime. Li Chen, this time you are doomed. Ha ha ha. Wu Chongqing beside them laughed maniacally. He stared intently at Li Chen, now completely certain that this little brat was the murderer of the 7 young men from his clan. That's why he followed Li Chen yesterday, wanting to kill him in secret since reporting to the authorities wouldn't help without evidence. But what he didn't expect was that Li Chun bought so much coarse salt in the city yesterday. He and his clan were both surprised and curious. Where did Li Chun get so much money to buy coarse salt? What was he going to do with it? Because of this, Wu Chongqing suppressed his intent to kill and continued to observe. Unexpectedly, Li Chun was digging his own grave, organizing people to refine fine salt at home early in the morning, which provided Wu Chongqing with solid evidence. He hurriedly found his nephew Wu Chuang, the county constable, to catch Li Chun in the act. Moreover, if they could force him to reveal the method for refining fine salt, they would make a fortune. Seeing Wu Chongqing's smug expression, Li Chun coldly smiled. Do you think I'm doomed? Not necessarily. What a reckless kid. You've already been caught red-handed refining private salt, and still dare to talk big here. Today I must fulfill my duty as county constable and arrest you. This peasant who dares to refine private salt. Wu Chongqing shouted angrily. Li Chun narrowed his eyes, just about to take action, when suddenly a scream came from a distance. Wait, my husband is not illegally producing private salt. He bought coarse salt from the city to refine fine salt and sell it back in town. All channels are legitimate and legal. This is not private salt production, just secondary purification. What crime is there in that? He turned around to see the little servant wife running over, holding up her skirts, stumbling as she came, spreading her small hands to block in front of Li Chun. Despite being terrified in the face of the cold weapons, her body trembling, she still bravely stood in front of the dozen officials who looked like wolves and tigers ready to pounce. However, the little servant wife's beauty caught Wu Chuang's eye, a gleam of greed flashing in his gaze. This Li Chun has married such a beautiful wife. If he gets rid of Li Chun, takes his wealth, and sleeps with his wife, well, that would be a kind of revenge for his family. Li Chun noticed his gaze, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This person must die. Chapter 51. Dog official, get lost yes. Chunji's salt is all bought from the salt shop in the city. It's just secondary processing. How can there be any talk of refining private salt? This is simply adding a crime where there is none. Exactly. It's clear that old Turtle Wong is trying to frame our Chungu, making false accusations against him. That old turtle, old scoundrel, old bastard, if he truly had the guts, he wouldn't resort to such dirty tricks. If he dares to come, I will scratch him to death. At this moment, Lu Jinsui, along with a group of village women, also came over, blocking the officials' way, angrily questioning them one after another. Some hot-tempered village women even rushed towards Wu Chongqing, wanting to drag him off his horse and scratch his face. Wu Chuang was instantly furious, waving his hand. Refining private salt is refining private salt. Don't talk nonsense. Whoever dares to block me, take them down. A group of officials rushed forward, but the village women immediately showed their fierce nature, desperately pushing those red tassel spears outward, refusing to let them get close to capture Li Chun. This scene moved Li Chun. He was about to reach into his pocket to end this chaos. Just then, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from afar. You dog official, on what basis do you want to arrest our Chingu? Dozens of farmers had charged out from the woods, brandishing their machetes, filled with righteous anger, surrounding all the officials. Moreover, many people in the village had learned the news. Regardless of age or gender, they all picked up various weapons and rushed over. In an instant, more than 300 villagers came together, almost leaving no one behind, surrounding the officials tightly. You muddy-legged peasants dare to attack this official? I am a court-appointed official. This is outrageous. Wu Chuang shouted angrily from his horse, but his face turned pale. He was genuinely scared. Having been the county lieutenant for so many years, he had always acted tyrannically and had never seen a village's common people dare to collectively attack him for someone. My lord, I am Su Jiang, the village elder of this village. May I ask, what crime has Chungu committed that requires such a show of force from you? At this moment, Su Jiang had parted the crowd and stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Wu Chuang. You are the village elder? Good, I was just looking for you. This morning, I received reports that Li Chun from Mu'er village was secretly refining salt, and now I've caught him in the act. What else is there to say? Tell these reckless villagers to disperse quickly, if you dare to cause a commotion here. Don't blame me for arresting all of you on the grounds of obstructing official business and throwing you into jail, bringing disaster upon your village. Wu Chuang shouted with feigned anger, but he only had a dozen or so guards, facing more than 300 enraged villagers. He truly felt insecure. My lord, you also heard that the salt Chingu bought all came from the city salt shop. We merely processed it a second time and sold it back to the salt shop. This is not private salt production, nor private sales. Everything is normal commercial behavior. What crime is there? Su Jiang said. Originally, Li Chun had already reached into his pocket, wanted to take out the red contract, but seeing the current situation, he thought for a moment and put his hand back, no longer in a hurry, wanting to observe a bit more. Whether there's a crime or not cannot solely depend on your one-sided words. However, we can do this. You all disperse first. Let this young man come back with us for investigation. Once it is confirmed there are no issues, we will naturally release him. Wu Chuang cunningly softened his tone, retreating to advance. No matter what, he wanted to calm the villagers down first and take Li Chun back. As long as he caught Li Chun, he could deal with him however he wanted later, without needing to entangle himself with a bunch of foolish men and women. Who would have thought that Su Jiang would shake his head? My lord, the situation is already very clear. Why still take someone away? If you want evidence, you can investigate. If it's confirmed, you can come back and take someone. If it cannot be confirmed, naturally, there will be no crime to speak of. There is no need to take anyone. What if this official insists on taking someone? Wu Chuang was cornered here, his eyes cold, staring fiercely at Su Jiang. Then you might as well ask these more than 300 villagers from Mu'er village if they will let you take someone. Su Jiang raised his head, looking at Wu Chuang, his eyes exceptionally resolute. Whoever dares to take someone, step over my dead body. Zhao the blacksmith stepped forward with a hammer, glaring at Wu Chuang. Who doesn't know that once you enter your county office, even good people get flayed? Today, I will leave my 130 pounds here, and you cannot take anyone. Zhou Dahai limped forward, wielding a machete, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao the blacksmith, glaring angrily, like two fierce generals. Other villagers also surged forward with various weapons. In the distance, Ho Xiaobai had thrown a crossbow to Lu Chenxiu, and the two climbed to a high place, hiding their figures, preparing to snipe. Zhao Dashu picked up the long knife he had forged yesterday, his hands trembling, but it wasn't fear, it was excitement. He always got particularly excited and trembled heavily before a fight. However, once the fight started, he wouldn't tremble, and his hands are steady. My lord, with the people's hearts like this, if you insist on proceeding, I fear it will provoke a popular uprising. If a popular uprising occurs, my lord, you may not be able to bear the responsibility. Su Jiang said slowly. Li Chun focused on Su Jiang. This kind of sharpness and quick reaction made him re-evaluate him. This Uncle Su is truly a talented person. No wonder in ancient times, some grassroots emperors could conquer the world and secure their thrones with just a village or county-s people. There are many strong individuals among the common folk, and it's just that various opportunities have prevented them from shining. Hearing these words, Wu Chuang's face instantly turned pale. It was already a troublesome season, with constant battles at Bayan Pass and pressure mounting. What the officials feared most was internal unrest, especially popular uprisings. For this matter, officials at all levels were on high alert, struggling to maintain order. If a popular uprising truly broke out here, angering the higher officials, let alone him, a mere county lieutenant, even the county magistrate, could not withstand the pressure from above. At the very least, he could be dismissed and at worst imprisoned. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Wu Changqing and said quietly, "Third uncle, today's matter of wanting to take someone is probably not feasible. Why not wait until this kid leaves the village alone or enters the city before capturing him? It could only be this way." Wu Changqing ground his teeth, staring hard at Li Chun in the crowd, pointing at him with his whip, then turned his horse around and left. When these officials finally left Mu'er village, the village erupted in cheers, the sound echoing through the clouds, almost shaking the heavens. Hearing this cheer, Wu Chuang felt an immense sense of humiliation, gritting his teeth. Li Chun, you rotten maggot, I will remember you. Chapter 52. My lord, how is Sister Xiu'er doing? At this moment, Li Chun looked at the simple and passionate villagers, feeling somewhat moved. In fact, the reason he signed that red contract with Lin Linger before was to prevent the Wu family from Baisha village from reporting him and causing unnecessary trouble. However, he did not expect that the red contract would not be used at all. Instead, These honest villagers had forcefully driven away the county lieutenant. Feeling touched, he stood on a high place, clasped his hands in a bow, and said, "Everyone, today you have ensured the safety of me, Li Chun, and my family. This kindness will forever be remembered in my heart." Without saying much, Chen Su, "Yes, Brother Chun." Lu Chenshu had already prepared the crossbow and ran over. "The price of firewood has gone up. A bundle of firewood costs 41, and a bundle of grass costs 21. We need to hire 10 more female workers daily and provide lunch." Li Chun waved his hand and said, "Understood, Brother Chun." Lu Chenshu took notes clearly. Generous and grand. Brother Chun has great virtue. Grateful and willing to repay. Brother Chun is kind-hearted. Cheers resounded through the sky, and all the villagers became excited again. The little maid was so excited that her face turned red, looking as if she were drunk. They continued to work, and Lu Chenshu followed Li Chen's instructions to let the second group of female workers join in, while asking the villagers to help set up the stove. However, although the yard was spacious, it was still not wide enough for so many people to work together. Fortunately, there was a large open space next door. Though it was overgrown with weeds, it could be cleared. Li Chun simply had the villagers help tear down the east wall of the courtyard, expanding it all the way to the thicket of bushes at the end, and lined up 5 large stoves to boil salt. But it was hard on Zhao Dashi, Ho Xiaobai, and Lu Chenshu, who had to go back and forth carrying large salt buckets to Yu Qingwan and Lu Chendi's workshop to pour salt water. Eventually, Yu Qingwan was too busy and had to let Ho Xiaobai help with salt production. The remaining villagers, who had nothing to do, all went to gather firewood and grass to earn money. Brother Chun, although today's disaster had been resolved, there are still hidden dangers. I sent people to Baisha village to inquire again these past 2 days, and it turns out that the Wu family is notorious in Baisha village. No matter who provokes them, they act like mad dogs, with the whole family attacking and refusing to let go. They are likely to target you as well. Moreover, now there is County Lieutenant Wu Chuang backing them up. Although you, Brother Chun, are capable, how can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days when one is only a thief for a day? Therefore, we must find a way to resolve this hidden danger once and for all. Su Jiang pulled Li Chun aside, looking at him with deep concern. "It's fine, Uncle Su. Don't worry. I have my own methods," Li Chun said with a slight smile. "Oh." Su Jiang looked at him with surprise. "That's the county lieutenant backing the Wu family. He actually says he has a method? I can sell this refined salt. If I had no way, how could I easily sell it?" Li Chun replied with a smile. "I see." Su Jiang suddenly understood, feeling enlightened. But little did he know, Li Chun's method was that if the county lieutenant dared to provoke him again, he would find an opportunity to shoot him dead with an arrow. Deceit is the art of war, cunning is the strategy of war, and sharpness is the essence of a soldier. When there is no way or strategy, one can only be unstoppable and let the sharpness crush everything to relieve all worries. Su Jiang and the others continued to gather firewood, and as Li Chun just entered the house, a fragrant breeze suddenly brushed past him. The little maid rushed over, throwing herself into his arms, crying pitifully. "My lord, just now I was so scared." The little maid cried in his arms, her face streaked with tears. "What is there to be afraid of? Your lord is not made of clay. How could he be bullied?" Li Chun gently stroked her long black hair and smiled, reflecting on the earlier scene, especially remembering how the little maid had such courage. Even though she was terrified, she still used her fragile body to shield him from the gleaming knives and guns. His heart couldn't help but feel moved. "My lord, I was really afraid that the county lieutenant would take you away and torture you." The little maid recalled the earlier situation and was still filled with fear, crying even harder. "Don't worry, that situation will never happen." Li Chun gently lifted her chin, saying, "Trust me." The little maid nodded softly, still sniffling. However, sensing something, Li Chun turned his head and saw Su Xiao'er hurriedly turning around, only to bump directly into Ma Yin's arms. "Ouch, Xiao'er, are you jealous of your sister-in-law's plumpness? You almost knocked me over." Ma Yin squatted on the ground, clutching her chest, not forgetting to show off her assets. "Ah, I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Su Xiao'er quickly helped her up. "Sister Xiao'er, I'm so worried about you. It was you who went to find village chief Su to resolve our family's great disaster." The little maid peeked out from Li Chen's arms and immediately understood what was going on. Wiping her tears, she said softly, "What are you thinking in that little head of yours?" Li Chen sighed and pinched her nose. "Go on and work. Let's try to refine this refined salt in the next couple of days. Then I'll send it to the city to exchange for more money and grain." "My lord," the little maid called out softly, her voice delicate like a puff of air. "Is there something else?" Li Chen rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly helpless with this little wife. "My lord, I and are a bit overwhelmed. I want to find a reliable helper like Sister Shioer. She would be great, right? Is that okay?" The little maid boldly wrapped her arms around his, sweetly acting spoiled. "What do you want to say?" Li Chen looked at her, but how could he know what this little head was thinking? She meant to say, well, having someone to help would speed up the process and earn more money. Yes, that's it. "My lord, don't you think so?" The little maid searched her mind and finally found what she thought was a suitable reason. "But I don't want to earn a lot of money. Just enough is fine." Li Chen looked at her with a half smile, deliberately teasing her. "Huh?" The little maid was speechless for a moment, unsure of how to continue. "All right, go to your work. We'll talk about this later," Li Chen said ambiguously. "Oh, okay, my lord." The little maid responded weakly and left dejectedly. The plan to persuade her lord had failed for the second time. Next, everyone busied themselves with their own tasks, while Li Chen continued to go to Zhao the blacksmith house to forge iron and make tools. This time, they had confirmed the agreement. Zhao the blacksmith would work for Li Chen in the future for half a tael of silver a month. Zhao the blacksmith had made up his mind to follow Brother Chen for the rest of his life. The big hammer swung like a windmill, clanging and banging, as he put all his effort into it, as if he was determined to marry a second wife. However, at this rate, the iron materials in his hands would only last for 3 or 4 days, after which he would have to stop working. Therefore, Li Chen needed to hurry and find some iron materials. The best way, of course, was to obtain iron or to improve the quality of steel production from a source. He thought about the Heishui iron mine while working on crossbows, arrows, and bolts in his workshop at home. Chapter 53. "I heard you want to hit me?" Li Chen pondered to himself. If possible, he needed to find time in the next few days to visit the Heishui iron mine. As the legendary mercenary king, born in this chaotic world, with the war at the Dayan Pass intensifying, it was uncertain when it might be breached. At that time, the northern cavalry would gallop across the vast northern plains, bringing devastation to the people. Even for self-preservation, he must stock up on food and supplies, and prepare weapons in case of emergencies. If the situation worsened, he would need to form his own armed forces and strengthen their training. However, from the news he had heard, the Dayan Pass should still be holding strong, which gave him more time to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. No need to rush. Take it slow and proceed step by step. After lunch, a group of village women began to work cheerfully again. Li Chen sat in the workshop, rare moment of rest, casually picked up a book to browse through. The book was one of the gifts Lu Chenxiu had given him as a token of appreciation, titled Chronicles of Hanbei County. Hanbei refers to the vast, bitterly cold northern land north of the Dayan Pass, which is also the fief of the king of Northern Town. This book was said to have been compiled over nearly 100 years by the 3 generations of the king of Northern Town, organizing various geographical talents for surveys before it was published. It could be said that with this book in hand, one need not fear traversing Hanbei. This was the first time Li Chen picked up this book, and he found it quite engaging. Military affairs have always been closely linked with geography, and even in later military academies, there's a course called military geography. Therefore, Li Chen had always been very sensitive to geography. However, as he flipped through the pages, initially holding a casual interest, he gradually sat up straight, his expression growing serious. After flipping a few more pages, he could no longer sit still and stood up, taking the book into the sunlight for a closer look. After a long while, he snapped the book shut and looked up at the distant, rolling Tabby mountain. Lost in thought. Strangely, the geographical content recorded in this Chronicles of Hanbei was surprisingly aligned with the northeastern region of the later world. No, not just aligned, but completely identical. Even the geographical features, topography, and river distributions showed almost no significant differences. How could this be possible? Li Chen murmured, his heart stirring with immense waves. Although in his previous life, his ancestral roots were in the south, and he lived in the south during his childhood until he moved abroad with his parents at the age of 13. Ever since he had washed his hands of past misdeeds and became the head of a consortium, His main business had been in minerals, and the vast northeastern region of his homeland was, of course, his first choice for this business. Therefore, during those years he had been conducting investigations and engaging in the mineral business in the northeast. His footsteps had traversed the entire region. He could confidently say he was well-versed in various mines in the northeast. If this historically non-existent Dayan dynasty had a geographical environment completely identical to his previous homeland, especially if this Hanbei region was the same as the northeast, then, with this thought, Li Chun, a person known for his deep and reserved nature, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, just then, a voice suddenly called out from outside, asking, "Is there anyone named Li Chun?" Li Chun had excellent hearing. Even with the busy voices of people in the large courtyard, he could hear that voice clearly. He frowned slightly. It seemed that quite a few people had come to find him today, and from the sound of it, it seemed to be a woman. He stepped out of the courtyard and looked up, only to be taken aback. Not only was it a woman, but she was also a young woman. A beautiful young woman. The woman, in her teens, had almond-shaped eyes and a charming face, radiating beauty that made her stand out like a blooming flower. Moreover, she was holding a horse, dressed in a tight red outfit with a cloak, which added to her heroic demeanor. "What does this young lady want with my brother?" Lu Qinshu, who was in charge outside the courtyard, walked over, cupping his hands politely and speaking in a cultured manner. "Young lord, my name is Lin Xiang, and I come from the Lin family salt shop in the county. I need to discuss an important matter with your brother. May I see him?" The woman smiled slightly. Lu Qinshu couldn't help but feel a moment of breathlessness. It turned out that beauty could be quite powerful. "I am Li Chun," he replied, walking over and extending his hand. Upon hearing salt shop and seeing the woman's attire, especially from his perspective, the woman stood tall with strong legs, exuding an indescribable wildness and strength, even making Li Chun feel a sense of kinship with her. He knew that it was highly likely that this woman had been following him for the past few days. If that were the case, it also meant that Lin Linger's greatest support was probably her. She was a master. Therefore, he had to take her seriously. As he passed by Lu Qinshu, to be on the safe side, he grabbed the Qijia knife that Lu Qinshu had hidden under the table, which had just been forged a few days ago, and strapped it to his belt. "All right." The woman led the horse down a small path along the mountain road, turning around a bend to a secluded forest area. She tied up the horse and turned to look at Li Chun. Her spring-like, bright eyes scanned Li Chun up and down, particularly fixating on the knife, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smirk. "To see such a small girl like me carrying a knife and wielding a weapon, I thought you were some kind of hero, but it turns out you're just a cowardly rat. People's hearts are unpredictable. One must be cautious. Even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Moreover, I never dare to let my guard down against those who hide their heads and tails." Li Chun replied calmly, his words sharp and cutting back. Being good-looking doesn't mean one should be coddled. Regardless of gender, Li Chun had never had that habit. "Who are you calling coward?" The woman shouted angrily. "You followed me twice in secret, and even reported a false name to trick me. Isn't that hiding your head and tail? As expected, you are Lin Linger's greatest trump card, right?" Li Chun smiled coldly, not wanting to beat around the bush, and spoke directly. "You really know who I am. I underestimated you." The woman's expression turned cold. "Now tell me, who are you, and what do you want with me?" Li Chun looked at her, his eyes wary. This woman definitely had skills. "My name is Bai Xiang, the leader of the Xiangzhai. Of course, as you said, I'm also Lin Linger's close friend. Her matters are my matters." Bai Xiang fixed her gaze on Li Chun and asked slowly, "The leader of Xiangzhai, Bai Xiang?" Li Chun was taken aback. He had certainly heard of this name before. Not only heard of it, but it was quite well known. That was a notorious bandit leader, but it was said that she was a righteous bandit, not engaging in highway robbery or looting, but instead specializing in eliminating other bandits. She was indeed a breath of fresh air among bandits. "Well, so what?" Li Chun's expression returned to calm as he nodded, seeing that he had no change in expression upon hearing her name, clearly not treating her as anything significant. Bai Xiang felt somewhat angered. She bit her silver teeth, snorted coldly, and looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. "I heard you want to hit me?" Chapter 54. Knock down your pride, what? Li Chun was taken aback. "Less nonsense, look at the knife." Bai Xiang turned around and drew a long knife from her horse, striking towards Li Chun with a single swing. It was indeed a sudden attack, without any hesitation. Li Chun gripped the knife handle in reverse, and with a clang, the long knife was unsheathed. In fact, he could have easily cut through Bai Yuxiang's slender waist with a swift motion. However, since there was no deep-seated grudge between them, and Bai Yuxiang could be considered an indirect partner, he merely flicked the blade. With a loud clang, the long knife in Bai Yuxiang's hand snapped in two, and Li Chen's blade was already resting against her fair neck. What kind of knife is this? How can it be so sharp? My family heirloom can't withstand a single blow from you? Bai Yuxiang stared fixedly at the long knife in Li Chen's hand, her eyes filled with shock. Li Chun, however, ignored her and coldly asked, "Are we still fighting? You rely on the sharpness of your weapon. That doesn't count. Let us start over." Bai Yuxiang gritted her teeth and threw away her knife. "As you wish." Li Chun planted his knife into the ground and faced Bai Yuxiang empty-handed. "You brat. You're dead." Bai Yuxiang leaped forward with incredible speed, like a leopard prowling through the jungle, her small fists shaped like phoenix eyes. One punch feigned a strike, while the other aimed directly at his solar plexus. But Li Chun suddenly crouched down and charged forward, using the momentum to wrap his arms around Bai Yuxiang, tripping her and forcefully bringing her down to the ground. In an instant, he was atop her, his right fist descending like a flash of lightning. Li Chun was exceptionally skilled in close-quarters Brazilian jiu-jitsu, having honed it through countless trials. If he wanted, he could have easily put Bai Yuxiang in a chokehold just now. The entire process was so swift that Bai Yuxiang only had time to raise her hand to block. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she didn't feel the pain of being struck. When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Chen's fist halted in midair, less than an inch from her face. "Still want to fight?" Li Chen asked again. "Fight, fight, fight. Fight your head. I admit defeat. Is that enough?" Bai Yuxiang was filled with a mix of shame and anger, pushing him away with all her strength. This damned guy had no sense of pity and was actually sitting on her. Was he treating her like a horse? Li Chen stood up, but Bai Yuxiang's eyes darted, and suddenly she twisted her legs, flipping Li Chun over and then mounting him, her hands gripping his neck. "Brat, let's see if you dare to be arrogant again. Don't move, or I'll strangle you." Just then, Bai Yuxiang felt something hard pressing against her abdomen. She looked down, and her face turned pale as she let go of him. Li Chun had somehow managed to grip a short dagger, pressing the hilt against her abdomen. If it were the blade's tip, she would have already had a transparent hole in her body. "Get down." Li Chun unceremoniously pushed her off and stood up. Looking at her, Li Chun said lightly, "Your skills are average, your combat experience is average, your adaptability is average, and your cleverness is average. You can handle ordinary people, but against experts, you are just a showpiece, and you are quite arrogant. I really overestimated you." He shook his head, his gaze surprisingly filled with disappointment. For Bai Yuxiang, this was an utter humiliation. She had defeated every rough man in the entire Xiang village, but in front of Li Chun, she felt like a powerless doll, manipulated at will. Having been defeated by Li Chun was already a heavy blow, but now he belittled her even further, leaving her feeling as if she could spit out blood. So humiliating. Li Chun, a gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. "How dare you insult me like this?" Bai Yuxiang shouted. "You are not a gentleman, just a little girl." Li Chun glanced at her indifferently. "Do you dare to look down on me because I am a woman?" Bai Yuxiang yelled angrily. "It has nothing to do with being a woman." Li Chun shook his head. "You came at me with a knife without any consideration, recklessly, yet lacked the corresponding strength to back it up. How can I respect you?" He picked up the knife from the ground and sheathed it again. "Li Chun, you." Bai Yuxiang glared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, there wouldn't be a single person left in all of Fujian, and at least half of Guangdong will be gone too. "Get up and talk," Li Chun said as he fastened his belt. Bai Yuxiang scrambled to her feet, glaring at Li Chun, feeling incredibly frustrated inside. She couldn't fight back, couldn't curse at him, and even pretending to be cool, he was colder than her. Faced with such a nearly flawless man, Bai Yuxiang suddenly felt a sense of helplessness rise within her. This man was simply too powerful, powerful enough to make anyone feel despair when facing him. For the first time in her life, this fierce female bandit experienced extreme defeat. "Tell me, what did Lin Linger send you here to do?" "To put it simply, I don't like to hear nonsense." Li Chun looked at her coldly, while secretly observing her expression. Seeing the intense sense of defeat in her eyes, he nodded inwardly. Bai Yuxiang was certainly not as pathetic as he described. On the contrary, as a woman possessing such speed, strength, and reaction ability, along with a hint of cunning needed on the battlefield, was enough for him to appreciate. This woman was definitely an expert. Unfortunately, she had encountered a battlefield-killing god like him. When Li Chun heard that she was the leader of Xiang village, he already considered the possibility of winning her over. Hearing that the bandits of Xiang village were righteous bandits, and now observing Bai Yuxiang, who had good character, even during their earlier match, she held back and didn't resort to lethal moves. If Bai Yuxiang and the righteous bandits of Xiang village were indeed, as the rumors said, not evil, and even had many righteous deeds, it wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit them as his first foundational armed force. With food, money, and arms, plus this base even in chaotic times, he could firmly establish himself and dominate a region. He and T thought about becoming a king or immediately staging a rebellion to seize the world. First, solidify the foundation, and for the rest, assess the situation, act accordingly, and go with the flow. This was his current development strategy. Also, because he had the thought of winning over Bai Yuxiang, he had just struck hard, combining psychological warfare to deliberately knock down all her pride, planting the idea in her mind that he would always be an unbeatable strongman in her eyes. Only then could she truly submit to him willingly. You dare to speak to a woman like this? It's utterly unreasonable. Bai Yuxiang glared at Li Chun with anger, but her eyes no longer held the previous pride and wildness of a bandit. Instead, there was a hint of femininity as she began to use her identity as a woman to defend her last shred of dignity. Chapter 55, Riding Me, and also riding my horse, I said, I don't want to hear nonsense. Within 3 breaths, either make your intentions clear or leave. Li Chun showed no respect for her, sternly commanding. His demeanor was as hard as iron, as cold as ice. Bai Yuxiang's chest heaved with anger. She wanted to curse him out, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she caught a glimpse of the sudden chill in Li Chun's eyes. Instantly, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, the cold piercing her bones, and even her hands trembled a couple of times. Li Chun's gaze softened slightly, and she gradually regained her composure, but the thought of cursing him had already been tossed far away, and she didn't dare entertain such an idea anymore. You mentioned Ma Huan several times. Oh, that's the shopkeeper in the store. We found out long ago that he is indeed an insider for the Black-When stronghold. Previously, the plan to kidnap Linger was orchestrated by Ma Huan in collusion with Linger's uncle, Lin Yuchen. Originally, Linger intended to let herself be captured by the Black-When stronghold. Then I would lead the brothers from the stronghold to ambush them at the mountain pass on the way to the Black-When stronghold, and then sneak into the stronghold to eliminate it. I had long wanted to take down that stronghold, but unfortunately, I could never find out where it was. However, what I didn't expect was that you suddenly emerged and saved Linger in Mu'er village, causing our plan to fail. Bai Yuxiang lowered her head to continue, but when she got to this point, her eyes flickered, and she was about to continue speaking. Stop! It was not me who saved Lin Linger. Li Chun interrupted her. How could it not be you, with such strength, and the incident of turning the tables on the robbers happening in Mu'er village? Bai Yuxiang raised her head and asked, her eyes full of intrigue. I said it wasn't me. Li Chun looked down at her, his eyes flashing coldly. As if I never said that. Bai Yuxiang met his gaze, her heart trembled, and she unconsciously waved her hand to retreat a bit. Even she herself was unaware that she could easily compromise or even be dominated. Continue speaking, Li Chun said lightly. However, regarding Bai Yuxiang, he held her in slightly higher regard. Clearly, he had already intimidated her, yet she was still playing little tricks, trying to extract information from him. This woman indeed had some skill. You went to the salt shop twice, especially the second time when you delivered fine salt, which has caught Ma Huan's high attention. His greed has been aroused. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely make a move against you the 3rd time you deliver salt. Therefore, Linger thought that if possible, you could be used as bait, and when you transport coarse salt out of the city for the 3rd time, the bandits from the Black-When stronghold would come to rob you. Then I would lead people to counter-ambush them, directly storming the mountain, using their own men to trick open the stronghold's gate and eliminate these pests that harm the village. As she said this, Bai Yuxiang fiercely clenched her fist and waved it, her eyes showing signs of killing intent. She originally thought Li Chun would praise her and linger for this plan, at most expressing some dissatisfaction about using him as bait. Who knew Li Chun would coldly smile and utter two words, "Foolish. You're cursing me again?" Bai Yuxiang was both ashamed and angry, nearly jumping up to fight him again. However, thinking about it, she really couldn't defeat him. That feeling of being crushed was too despairing, so she had to give up. "I'm not cursing. I'm merely stating a fact." Li Chun looked at her and said blandly, "Let me ask you, why use me as bait? In the end, you're still afraid." Bai Yuxiang finally seized the opportunity, sneering repeatedly. "Answer my question." Li Chun ignored her. "Nonsense. The Black-When stronghold is interested in the secret method you use to refine fine salt. Of course, they will want to use you as bait to lure them out." Bai Yuxiang huffed. "How can you be sure that the Black-When stronghold will definitely appear at the time and place you imagined?" Li Chun asked again. Bai Yuxiang didn't know how to respond. "My whereabouts have already been exposed. Can the Black-When stronghold not find out I'm in Muur village? If they learn this news, they could directly rush to Muur village at any time and place to capture me. So why bother with that halfway robbery?" Li Chun pressed on. Bai Yuxiang was at a loss for words, unable to answer. In military strategy, deception is key. To gauge the enemy accurately and adapt accordingly, one can achieve endless surprises and avoid defeat. As for you, who misunderstand the enemy's intentions and assume everything, believing the enemy will act in this way, isn't that just foolish? Even if it occasionally succeeds, it would merely be luck. Li Chun shot her a cold glance. "Then, what do you suggest we do?" Bai Yuxiang felt her mind waver. He spoke so reasonably. Although emotionally she still found it hard to accept, rationally, it told her that Li Chun was stronger than she had imagined. Since it is known that Ma Huan is an insider for the Black-When stronghold, just capture him and interrogate him about where the Black-When stronghold is, then directly kill our way there and launch a surprise night attack. Wouldn't that be simpler? Li Chun said slowly. "There must be spies from the Black-When stronghold in the city watching Ma Huan. Once we capture Ma Huan, the spies will alert the Black-When stronghold." Bai Yuxiang said quietly, "Send Ma Huan out and have your people follow him on the road to eliminate all the spies, then capture Ma Huan. After that, directly head for the Black-When stronghold. For now, that is the plan. Go back and discuss it with Ling." Li Shen instructa. "So we go to the Black-When stronghold?" Bai Yuxiang asked tentatively. This man was too powerful enough that she felt an unrecognized sense of dependence, subconsciously asking this question. "Of course, and I will lead the charge." Li Shen nudda. "All right, I will go back and discuss it with Linger." Bai Yuxiang's eyes brightened, nodding heavily, and went to untie the horse's reins. "The horse is good." Li Chen took a glance. "That's true. This is the best horse in my stronghold." Bai Yuxiang felt a bit smug, thinking, hey, this man finally said something nice. Who knew that Li Chun's next sentence would instantly send her anger soaring? "Leave it. I want it." "Huh? What about me?" Bai Yuxiang was taken aback. "Go back." Li Chun had already untied the horse's reins, mounted the horse, and rode off. "No, Li Chun, you're going too far." Bai Yuxiang finally reacted, chasing after him and angrily shouting, "If you fight me, that's the price. Teaching you to do things, that's the reward. Helping you relieve your worries, that's the gratitude. Go back." Li Chun urged his horse, and it sped off, quickly returning home, throwing the reins to Lu Chinxiu, telling him to tie it securely. "Riding me, and also riding my horse. Li Chun, you shameless scoundrel." Bai Yuxiang was so furious she felt like hitting something. This is too much bullying. But after being frustrated for a while, she could only helplessly walk out of the woods. Passing by Li Chen's house, she saw him sitting in the living room reading, while a girl beside him was fanning him. The girl was lovely and charming, making one feel pity for her. This made Bai Yuxiang look several times. The more she looked, the better it seemed. Even women couldn't help but stare. The girl was using a large fan to fan Li Chun, also tasting the water to check its temperature, then sweetly smiled. "My lord, the water isn't hot anymore. You can drink." That smile was as sweet as candied fruit, and her voice was as soft as the night breeze. "You've worked hard enough. You don't need to take care of me." Li Chun smiled slightly, his gaze very gentle. "One is truly charming, the other is truly." Shameless. Bai Yuxiang pouted, feeling inexplicably sour in her heart. Damn it, I'm also quite beautiful, okay? They're both beauties. Why is he so gentle with that girl? But treats me with punches and kicks? Even robbing one's own horse. The usually strong Bai Yuxiang felt a tinge of sadness at this moment. It was the sorrow after her soul had been severely wounded. Chapter 56. The time is too short. It's not Chungu when she thought of her horse. She suddenly turned around and saw her horse tied up in the backyard, restlessly pawing at the ground, which was as messy as her current mood. In this situation, she couldn't help but feel both sorrowful and angry. She even felt a bit of itching in her teeth. Oh dear, how did this girl end up like this? Did she fall in the woods? A village woman nearby, whose chest looked as if it had just been punched by 10 strong men, saw Bai Yuxiang's appearance and couldn't help but ask curiously with concern. Bai Yuxiang had just been pressed to the ground by Li Chun. Beaten while riding, her clothes were disheveled, and there were leaves in her hair. However, when that fierce-looking village woman asked, Bai Yuxiang rolled her eyes and immediately had a wicked thought. She covered her face and pointed toward the house. That scoundrel, he actually forced himself on me in the woods. I'm going to report him to the authorities. What? That's impossible. The village woman widened her eyes, looking her up and down. I'm in this state. How could it be impossible? I'm going to report him right now. Bai Yuxiang stomped her foot and pretended to cry. Damn, Li Chun, if I can't beat you or scold you, then I'll ruin your reputation. So you can't hold your head up in this village. Let you be so arrogant. Anyway, I'm not someone to be bullied. Absolutely not. Chungu is at least half an hour long. You were only together for a quarter of an hour earlier, so you're lying. The village woman shook her head and replied seriously. Huh? Bai Yuxiang was stunned. Can that be used as a standard to judge whether she was lying? What a strange angle. This bizarre perspective made her retreat instantly, covering her face and leaving. She couldn't stay in this cursed place for even a moment longer. Behind her, a group of village women burst into laughter. It seemed someone said, exactly, how could that be? You underestimate Chungu too much. If you want to ruin his reputation, you can't do it this way. At least time-wise, it's an insult to him. Bai Yuxiang ran even faster. However, looking at Bai Yuxiang running away in the distance, the little maid was bewildered. What on earth does that girl want to do? It's really boring. Do you believe what she said? Li Chun put down his book and raised his chin toward Bai Yuxiang, who was running down the mountain, and asked the little maid. The little maid came back to her senses and shook her head. Of course, she didn't believe it. Oh, Li Chun glanced at her. On one hand, which girl who has been violated would shout it to the world? Moreover, my master is not that kind of person. Although I don't know why she is hostile to you, it's clear that she wants to take the opportunity to tarnish your reputation. The little maid smiled slightly. And what about the other side? Li Chun detected she had more to say. The other side's reason. The little maid bit her lip. Her pretty face slightly flushed. She leaned in closer to his ear. Sister Malian's words are true. Li Chun was taken aback. Are you complimenting me? I'm just stating the facts. The little maid's face turned even redder, but she lifted her head to look at him, her eyes bright with affection. You become bolder lately. Li Chun gave her a half-smile. My master treats me well. I certainly know that. Since that's the case, why should I be afraid? The little maid fanned him. Li Chun leaned back in the rickety lounge chair. Aren't you going to ask who that woman is? I won't ask. The little maid shook her head. Why not? Li Chun glanced at her sideways. My master has his reasons for doing things. I'm just a woman. I'll do what my master asks. The little maid answered earnestly. Looking toward the salt room, she put down the fan. Master, I'm going to work now. You just rest well. Watching her back, Li Chun's gaze became even more affectionate. Beating a woman while sitting on top of her. That's treating me like I'm not a woman at all. It makes me so angry. Bai Yuxiang's furious voice echoed through Lin Linger's boudoir. She grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground. Lin Linger couldn't stop her in time and could only watch as the fine official porcelain shattered everywhere. In order me to do this and that, but it sounds somewhat reasonable, and I have to listen, unable to refute it. It makes me so mad. Bai Yuxiang smashed another teacup. And stealing my horse. That's the best horse in my village. It can travel 800 miles at night and 1,000 miles during the day, and just like that, it was taken away. It makes me so angry. Bai Yuxiang picked up a teacup for the third time, but was hurriedly stopped by Lin Ling. You want to smash it back to your village? What does smashing my cup count as? A set of fine official porcelain costs 3 taels of silver. Lin Linger held the teacup in her arms, glaring angrily. I'm so angry. Bai Yuxiang was infuriated. I don't think you look that angry. Lin Linger glanced at her and carefully placed the cup back on the table. What does that look like? Bai Yuxiang was taken aback. Like being lewd, Lin Linger said bluntly. Bai Yuxiang's eyes widened in shock. Lin Linger, you truly are my best sister, Bai Yuxiang. How could you see through this? Lin Linger gently stroked her forehead. Sister, can you be a bit more reserved? After all, you are still an unmarried young lady. I'll be reserved for what? Damn it. I've never seen such a strong man before, whether it's in strength, courage, wisdom, or even looks. He stands out so much. It's said he is quite impressive in that area too. People in the village say he starts from half an hour. If only I could defeat him, I would directly take him back to be the man of my village. Bai Yuxiang placed her hands on her hips, and in the absence of outsiders, her true self, as the female bandit leader, finally showed. Is he really that excellent? Lin Linger was startled and surprised. It was the first time she had seen Bai Yuxiang praise a man like this. Swear to the heavens. Bai Yuxiang used to look down on all men. In her words, men were a pile of useless bugs. She had even said she would rather marry her knife than lie under some stinky man to endure the humiliation. It disgusted her. Of course, he is excellent to the point of being outrageous. I'm just puzzled. It's just a small mountain village. How could they raise such a dragon? Is the feng shui there particularly good? It looks like I really need to consider marrying over. After I die, being buried there would definitely benefit future generations. Bai Yuxiang said after serious contemplation. Sister, calm down. Let's talk about serious matters, okay? Lin Linger quickly tried to cool down the already heated Bai Yuxiang. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't be able to stay in this room. The kind of excitement was just too intense. Oh, right. Speaking of serious matters. Damn it. He actually got married. But to be fair, that girl looks like a little fragrant fan. I feel pity for her when I see her. Every frown and smile is so gentle. It's like soaking in a hot spring. TSK. On this point, you really need to learn well. Bai Yuxiang turned to look at Lin Linger and smiled broadly. Chapter 57. The female bandit s Chinchin, what's wrong with you? Why should I learn that? You have to learn, Bai Yuxiang said, putting her arm around Lin Linger's shoulder and speaking earnestly. When we both get married in the future, I'll want to be able to change my temper, but you have to change yours. Otherwise, we want to be able to compete with that gentle girl. Toof, are you really being flirtatious? What nonsense are you talking about? What does it matter to me if you want to marry him? Lin Linger's face turned red, and she retorted angrily. Of course it matters. We agreed before that if we marry, we would marry the same man. Besides, I saw you were quite taken with him before. Bai Yuxiang said with a grin. Now I'm taken with him too. So let us just get married together. Lin Linger snapped back. Who has taken with him? Stop talking nonsense. You've made me forget what serious business I was going to discuss with you. Oh, right? Is he the one who saved me? Lin Linger's face turned even redder as she pushed Bai Yuxiang away and sat down in a chair. With such strong skills and such a wise mind, and it happened in Muir village, it must be him. Otherwise, who else in the world could it be? Isn't that too coincidental? Bai Yuxiang snatched the cup from Lin Linger's hand, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp, quite boldly. Then why doesn't He admit it? Lin Linger asked with a slight frown. That's unknown. Perhaps he is cautious, worried that what he did might be discovered or even spread, causing trouble. Bai Yuxiang shook her head. If Li Chun were here, he would be a bit surprised because this female bandit leader had really hit the nail on the head. Is he being overly cautious? Do I look like someone who talks nonsense? Lin Linger unconsciously touched her beautiful face, feeling a bit resentful inside. Damn it. Even if I'm not the best, I'm still a rare beauty, right? How could he have such a strong sense of caution toward a beauty like me? Reflecting on how Li Chun had conducted business with her so formally, without crossing any lines, she couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Bai Yuxiang saw through her thoughts and smiled mischievously. That is why I said, you need to learn to be gentle. Don't always act so serious and fierce. With your looks, you can do business, but you can't be a wife. Pooh, stop saying those nonsense things. Lin Ling Eshbat. But Bai Yuxiang's words struck a chord in her heart, leaving an imprint. Gentle? Is that it? Who can't do that? Just speak a bit softer, act a bit lighter, and do things a bit more gently. That's all. So let us talk about something meaningful. My Shan said that. Stop. Sisters, can we just talk properly? Lin Linger pinched her brow tightly, really unable to stand this unpredictable female bandit leader. He is the first man who defeated me so easily, and I've already given him a betrothal gift. What betrothal gift? My horse. That's a fine horse, the Nightlight Lion, capable of traveling 800 miles by night and 1,000 by day. Come on, that was stolen from someone else. Besides, betrothal gifts are given by men to women. I don't care. He belongs to me now, and of course he could belong to you too. My Shan said the plan needs to change. Our previous plan was too naive and even a bit foolish. Shan said it should be this way. Bai Yuxiang kept calling out Shan as she began to narrate Li Chen's thoughts. Directly attacking Haifeng's Hai? Does he have that much confidence in breaking that bandit den? I heard there are over 100 bandits there, all fierce and capable of killing without blinking. Lin Linger asked in shock. My Shan said he'll lead the charge. No, strictly speaking, he'll be the main attacker, and I will lead people to intercept any stragglers at the surrounding intersections. You still Haven T, answer my question. Can this really work? Lin Linger frowned and asked. This dangerous plan seemed to be treated like a joke by Li Chun. Moreover, he was the main attacker. Was this overconfidence or arrogance? Xiao Linger, let me ask you, how many bandits were there that day when you were ambushed? Bai Yuxiang looked at her with a smile. There were 8. Lin Linger recalled. Bai Yuxiang just smiled at her and remained silent. What does that mean? What happened next? There's no next. 8 men. He quietly took them out, and aside from the one guarding you, you don't even know how he dealt with the other 7. How terrifying is a person like that? How strong is his combat ability? I suspect he is some hidden master from the inner court. Lin Linger is silent, feeling conflicted for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I agree with this plan. Let us set it for the day after tomorrow. He'll bring the fine salt over. And then, she whispered to Bai Yuxiang. Okay, I'll send a message to my Shan right away. It's settled. Bai Yuxiang snapped her fingers. In the afternoon, Li Chun went into the mountains to hunt for meat for his family. But as soon as he entered the mountains, Bai Yuxiang, who had been watching him, followed him, and they conspired together. During this time, Bai Yuxiang was still unconvinced and attempted to ambush Li Chen several times, but was pinned down to the ground by him 3 times in a row and beaten up, leaving her covered in dirt and grass as she ran back. This time, she was genuinely subdued and swore never to fight with Li Chen again. If she were to fight, it would be the kind where they would not wear clothes and fight to the death. Li Chen returned with 2 grouse, 10 large birds, and even caught a rare flying dragon. The flying dragon is the local name, known scientifically as the flower-tailed hazel grouse. This creature is extremely beautiful, with a small, rounded head and a long, elegant tail, and its claws resemble dragon claws and have hard scales, hence the name flying dragon. The flavor of the flower-tailed hazel grouse is exceptional, 10 times better than ordinary grouse. In the evening, Li Chun stewed the flying dragon and called for blacksmith Zhao, also opening a jar of deer blood wine. The aroma of the stewed flying dragon was overwhelming, spreading throughout the entire village and making many neighborhood children cry from hunger. Uncle Zhao, can you make a few more knives? Li Chen asked. I've already made 2. Blacksmith Zhao replied while drinking the deer blood wine and eating the flying dragon meat, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds, truly enjoying life. In the future, I must follow Brother Chun. I've sold my life to him. Besides, I still have half a tael of silver this month. Uncle Zhao, put in some more effort and make 1 more knife. Then help me make a few iron hooks, Li Chun said, taking out several sheets of paper with his drawings. Huh, what are you making this for? If you tie a rope to it, it could be used to climb the city wall. Blacksmith Zhao was surprised, but Li Chun just looked at him and smiled faintly, not saying a word. Blacksmith Zhao slapped his forehead, realizing he was drinking too much and not thinking straight, asking all sorts of shallow questions. All right, Brother Chun, this thing is easy to make. Once I finish the knives tomorrow, I'll make these iron hooks for you. Thanks. Uncle Zhao, Li Shen nodded. Unbeknownst to him, the authority of the upper hand had already begun to show. Chapter 58. The little tiger opens its eyes in the evening. Li Chen also drank some alcohol. In his previous life, he was not only the king of mercenaries, but also a king of wine, known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In this life, it seems that his ability to drink has been enhanced as well. Although he didn't drink much, he could clearly feel that the alcohol dissolved in his stomach and evaporated with a slight sweat, just like Duan Yu. Without any sensation at all. It seems that getting drunk in this life will be even harder. In the evening, he and Ho Xiaobai and a few others were busy assembling the crossbows they had made over the past few days. Including Li Qin's, there were exactly 4. One for each person, all-powerful compound crossbows. This time, when we go to Black-Wind Village to take on the bandits, the 4 of us will be facing nearly 100 people. Are you scared? Li Chun had already told the 3 of them about everything that had happened during this time, while assembling the powerful crossbows, including his action plan. Now that the 3 had fully proven their loyalty, there was no need for Li Chun to hide anything from them. Xiao Biki was nearby spinning thread, occasionally glancing back with a mix of fear, worry, and immense admiration. Lu Chini, still young, didn't quite understand, holding the little tiger while helping Xiao Biki with the spinning. Not scared, Zhao Dashi, who was holding a 100-pound stone lock nearby, answered loudly. If you're not scared, why are you shaking? It's obvious you're scared. Ho Xiaobai turned to look at him and mocked while also drawing the bowstring and aiming at a target the size of a coin a few steps away, releasing an arrow that hit the bullseye. His archery skills had become increasingly precise. I was just excited. Zhao Dashi glared in anger. Brother Chun, how do you want to fight this battle? Lu Chini was pondering tactics and finally asked quietly after a while. Share your thoughts, Li Chun said, his eyes showing appreciation. With the continuous growth of the 3 younger brothers, each of their qualities and strengths had begun to emerge. Lu Chini was good at thinking, not only clever, but also skilled at strategizing. Ho Xiaobai was sharp and skilled, with exceptional accuracy in archery. Zhao Dashi was honest and simple, with strong execution and natural strength. Each had their strengths, but Lu Chini was undoubtedly the standout among the 3. Combining their characteristics, a specialized training route could indeed be formulated. However, the basics, such as improving combat power and commanding troops, were things they all needed to learn well. After Lu Chini shared his thoughts, Li Chen was quite satisfied but pointed out several issues. After all, Lu Chini was merely talking theoretical tactics and had some assumptions in his ideas. When Li Chen finished expressing his thoughts, everyone was shocked. Brother Chun, this is unheard of. Can it really work? Lu Chini asked. If you don't believe it, we can try it tomorrow. However, for safety's sake, it would be best to test it in the dense forest. Li Chun chuckled. Oh no, the little tiger is awake. Lu Chini exclaimed in delight, lifting the little tiger up. Everyone gathered around. They saw that the little tiger had opened its amber-colored eyes, looking around while sniffing the scent of the group of people. Its 4 little paws were restlessly paddling in the air, incredibly adorable. Let me see. Li Chun held the little tiger in his arms, looking around. The little guy had been born for over 10 days and weighed nearly 4 pounds, heavy in his hands. Moreover, judging by its large frame, it would surely grow big, at least 300 or 400 pounds at the minimum. However, when his gaze met the little tigress, the little tiger suddenly trembled, and then its 2 little front paws lifted up as if bowing to Li Chun like a human. Wow, what a clever little guy, knowing that among us. Brother Chun is the leader. Zhao Dashi grinned and curiously poked its belly with his finger. The little tiger squirmed in ticklish delight, trying hard to crawl back into Li Chen's embrace. Seeing how cute the little tiger was, Lu Chini and Ho Xiaobai both rushed to hold it. Little Gold, come to mommy. You big men are too rough. Don't hurt it. Yu Qingwan, seeing the little tiger being passed around among the big men, feeling it was not being treated like a baby at all, felt heartbroken and quickly stood up to snatch the little tiger back from Ho Xiaobai. The little tiger sniffed, letting out a joyful quack like a duck, comfortably lying in Yu Qingwan's arms, softly calling out nonstop. After Yu Qingwan petted it a few times, it actually rolled onto its back, purring as it fell asleep. It seems that a mother's embrace is indeed the safest place in the world. This little guy has really recognized its owner, treating sister-in-law as its mother. Lu Chini sighed. That's normal. Yu Qing has been taking care of it these days. Li Shen smilat. Brother Chen, what about me? I've taken care of it too. Lu Chini jumped up and protested, somewhat unhappy. Haha, right. There's also but you can only be its sister. For the little tiger, there can only be one mother. Li Chun couldn't help but laugh. Being a sister is fine too. Wait, no, Brother Chun, that seems to be a generation difference. Lu Chun's innocent and naive expression elicited a burst of laughter. This girl is indeed adorable. Soon, the group dispersed. Yu Qingwan called the mother dog to feed the little tiger, but the dog's milk wasn't tea enough. So she went to milk a horse for the little tiger. After it was full, Yu Qingwan patted its back to help it burp and played with it on the Kong, occasionally bursting into giggles. Watching this warm scene, Li Chun felt a warmth in his heart. He walked over, sat on the Kong, and while teasing the little tiger, he said to Yu Qingwan, "You heard what we said earlier, right?" Yu Qingwan's mood dipped, her eyes reddening as she nodded gently. "There's no need to worry. Everything is according to plan." Li Chen resuscitated. "But those are many ruthless mountain bandits, and you're just 4 people. It's too dangerous." Yu Qingwan sniffled, trying hard not to let tears fall. "It's all right. I've said there are also the righteous bandits from Xiangzhai coming to help." "That by Yu Xiang is the leader of the bandits from Xiangzhai," Li Chun said with a smile, calm and composed. "Then why not let them fight and insist on you for being the main attackers?" Yu Qingwan still didn't quite understand. "Because I want to train the troops. To train Dashi and the others to the fastest possible speed," Li Chen stated. "Train the troops?" Yu Qingwan was startled, hesitating for a moment before saying, "My lord, what exactly do you want to do?" Li Chen looked up at the distant, undulating Tabby mountain, his eyes flashing with sharpness. "I want to create a future where I will never have to bow to anyone, where I don't have to look at others' faces, where I am admired and respected all over the world, living freely and at ease at the pinnacle." "Isn't that the emperor?" Yu Qingwan exclaimed, her clear big eyes wide in shock. Then she realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. However, the fear in her eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 59. Live joyfully, fear not in death. What of being an emperor? What of nobles and officials? Do they have any special privilege? Wasn't the great founder of the Dayan also a man of humble beginnings? Li Shen smiled faintly. He certainly understood the little maid's fear. The sense of hierarchy in this era was too heavy, unlike later generations where anyone could dream of an endless future and even shout it out without fear of repercussions. This. The little maid gasped sharply, looking out in terror. The night was dark, and there was no one around. Only then did she take a deep breath and whisper, "My lord, this must only be said to me, never to others, or it could bring disaster." "Naturally, I am not foolish." Li Chun smiled, gently stroking the little tiger. "Of course, thinking is one thing, acting is another. At least for now, it cannot be done. It must be developed slowly and planned gradually." The little maid was no longer panicking, just gazing at him with a dreamy expression. After a while, she softly asked, "A woman's place is not to question a man's affairs. Whatever you do, I will follow, as long as I can be by your side. Live joyfully and fear not in death. That is enough." What a wonderful sentiment. Live joyfully, fear not in death. Li Chen Pires, Siraj Harten Derchik. You truly are a devoted partner. Since I am married to my lord, I am his person in life and his ghost in death. Li Shen Lauga Fartili. Feeling very pleased, the little maid bit her lip and with a sudden burst of curiosity asked if my lord really ascends to that peak in the future. Will you care for those poor refugees? The moment she spoke, even she was startled. Li Chen's gaze deepened, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "If that day truly comes, I will strive to ensure that there are no more refugees in this world. Not only do I want a peaceful and prosperous age, but I also want all nations to pay tribute so that our citizens can travel the world and be seen as subjects of the celestial empire, superior to others. If that is the case, I will accompany my lord through wind and rain, over mountains of swords and seas of fire, without a frown." The little maid's heart surged with passion, raising her pretty face. "Then you should practice your archery first. Just look at your aim. It's simply pitiful." Li Chen couldn't help but tease her a bit. "Oh, my lord is so mean." The little maid nestled her head into his embrace. "My lord will be even meaner later. Today, we will unlock a new battle technique." Li Chen held the soft little maid, feeling as if sparks were flying inside his body. Drinking fresh deer blood every morning and tonight having deer blood wine, his body was becoming stronger, and his energy was almost overflowing. The next day, everything remained the same. After finishing his morning tasks, Li Chun went to Zhao the blacksmith's house. From a distance, he could hear the clanging of iron. However, upon arriving at Zhao's place, Li Chun was taken aback, as he saw Zhao there too, shirtless, working hard alongside Zhao the blacksmith. When Zhao saw Li Chun, he smiled and said, "Brother Chun is here." "Uncle Zhao." Li Chun remained calm, smiling faintly. Zhao the blacksmith was more astute than his son, more familiar with human affairs. He quickly pulled Li Chun aside and said, "Brother Chun, He is my junior apprentice. We learned blacksmithing from the same master. However, he never joined the guild. A year ago, when there was a battle at Bayan Pass, he was conscripted. This kid was unfortunate. An arrow pierced one of his feet. Luckily, he survived but is now limping on one leg. Now, our family is struggling to get by on a few acres of thin farmland. Everyone knows I'm working iron for you, and that there's pay. So he wants to resume his old trade and work with me. Brother Chin, what do you think? I swear on my life that He is honest and loyal, and he greatly admires you. He has always wanted to work with you, but didn't know how to say it." Li Chun remained silent, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly listening. Zhao the blacksmith was particularly afraid of Li Chun's silence. He didn't know why, but he felt a deep respect for this young man who was only a year older than his son. His heart raced, and he mustered his courage to continue softly. "Brother Chun, please rest assured, I haven't taught him the formula you gave me. I only used it after sending him away. He is just helping me with blacksmithing. If you disagree, I will let him go." "No, I agree." Li Chun finally spoke. Brother Chun, you really agree?" Zhao the blacksmith was overjoyed. "However, one thing must be made clear, Uncle Zhao. If you want to do anything in the future, communicate with me beforehand. I will agree if I permit it. If I don't permit it, do not proceed without my consent. Do you understand?" Li Chun said calmly. "Understood." Zhao the blacksmith nodded heavily, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. This young man carries a heavy pressure, especially when he does not speak. It's truly frightening. "Call Uncle Zhao over." Li Chun sat down. "He, come here quickly. Brother Chun wants to ask you something." Zhao the blacksmith waved to call Zhao over. Zhao limped over quickly. "Brother Chun." He smiled honestly. "Uncle Zhao, if you want to work with me, that's fine. I only have one requirement. My words must be followed without question. One command must be obeyed without hesitation. Can you accept that?" Li Chun asked. "Absolutely. Brother Chun, whether in character, vision, courage, or capability, I Zhao respect you with every fiber of my being. If Brother Chun accepts me, then my life belongs to you. If you ask me to die, I want to even frown." Zhao nodded heavily. "Like Uncle Zhao, you will also receive half a tael of silver each month, and the blacksmithing secrets can be passed down verbally, but must not be shared with outsiders. If it truly leaks out." Li Chun paused for a moment, deciding to leave it at that and not say it too harshly. To his surprise, both men straightened their chests and resolutely said, "We will risk our lives for it." It was a heavy promise, but a man must keep his word. Li Chun patted both of their shoulders and returned home on the cliff. "I have a feeling that Brother Chun will definitely become a high-ranking official in the future. Following him will be a great fortune, and our prospects are bright." Zhao looked at Li Chun's back, feeling emotional. "Then let us get to work. Brother Chun is waiting for these items." Zhao the blacksmith grinned. Thus, the sound of clanging iron grew even crisper, resembling a symphony of steel. In the following 2 days, they trained, gathered firewood, and boiled salt. During this time, a loud noise erupted from the dense forest, and soon Lu Chun, Su, Zhao and Ho Xiaobai returned. Their faces blackened, but with an unmistakable joy in their eyes. On the 4th day, Li Chun took people to the county seat to deliver the refined salt. This time, he brought Lu Chun, Su, Zhao Ho Xiaobai, and Zhao the blacksmith along with Zhao. He rode the night-shining lion, a horse that was completely snow-white, taller than the others by half a head, with exceptional strength. Lu Chun and the others also rode their horses, with all the weapons hidden in the cart. Zhao the blacksmith drove the large cart pulled by 2 horses, carrying 400 pounds of refined salt and a pile of deer blood wine. Chapter 60. Linger's tenderness upon arriving in the city. They first sold the deer blood wine, exchanging it for 100 taels of silver. The sight of that bright silver dazzled Zhao and Zhao the blacksmith's eyes. "Goodness," selling this little bit of wine could earn so much money? It's simply unimaginable. When they saw Li Chun take out 10 taels of silver and directly give it to Lu Chinxiu, Zhao Dexiu, and Ho Xiao Bai, saying it was the profit from raising deer, the eyes of Zhao the blacksmith and Zhou Dehai were wide open. This Chinguer is too generous. Following him is simply a never-ending feast of wealth and glory. You must know that a household can only earn 4 or 5 taels of silver in a whole year. These few young lads who have only been with him for a few days each received over 3 taels of silver. Zhao the blacksmith was fine with it. He and his son had long been committed to Li Chun. But Zhou Dehai's admiration for Li Chun had reached its peak. He was wholeheartedly ready to dedicate his life to him. Where else could one find such a master who was both able to make money and so generous? With a chivalrous heart, they also bought grains, crucibles, ink blocks, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous items, and then headed to the salt shop. This time, it was Li Chun who brought Lu Chinxiu to drive the cart to the salt shop, asking the others to leave the county first and wait for him at the agreed location. When Ma Huan saw Li Chun coming from a distance, he eagerly welcomed him with a smile. "Ah, young master is here to deliver goods again? Hurry, hurry, my young master is waiting for you inside." Li Chun nodded slightly. "Thank you." He let the workers help unload the refined salt, watching them weigh it one by one and record it in the account book. Not a bit more, not a bit less, exactly 400 pounds of refined salt. This time, Li Chun's home had about 85 pounds of refined salt left. Adding the last time's, they had stored nearly 130 pounds of refined salt at home. From now on, they could deliver it once a day, 200 pounds each time, which should be just enough. Then, he entered the inner hall. Ma Huan watched his back, his small eyes rolling around, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Chun ignored him and went directly into the inner hall, where he saw Lin Linger standing by the window. Bai Yuxiang was nowhere to be found. She should be hiding outside the city. Upon seeing Li Chun enter, Lin Linger turned around, unexpectedly pursing her lips into a sweet smile. Her voice as gentle as the night breeze, "Young master has come." This left Li Chun in a daze. What was going on? Why did her sweet smile seem so unnatural? Although it wasn't a scheming smile to him, it felt particularly awkward, in stark contrast to the decisive and sharp-eyed young master he had known before. "Young master, please sit." Lin Linger gracefully moved closer. Whether intentional or not, she twisted her slender waist left and right. Li Chun's eyes widened, not because it was attractive, but because it looked so strange. Twisting left and right, it seemed deliberate, but why was it so unnatural? Moreover, her voice sounded odd, as if she was pinching her throat and blowing through a tiny gap, making it sound somewhat tiring. What was happening? "Young master, please have some tea." Lin Linger poured a cup of tea for Li Chun and presented it with both hands. Seeing the astonished look on Li Chun's face, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Xiang was right. Indeed, tenderness and charm were a woman's true trump card. Just by being a little gentler and more charming, she had completely captivated him. "There's no need for tea. Let's talk about the next plan." Li Chun waved his hand. "This is the new braised tea I learned to make, personally prepared by me. Don't let down my good intentions. Young master, please try it." Lin Linger decided to go all out with her tenderness, serving the tea as if she was about to feed it to Li Chun directly. Li Chun really couldn't take it anymore. He lightly coughed and clasped his hands, saying, "Young master, it's better if you act a bit more normal." "What?" Lin Linger was taken aback. "I mean, our serious business continues as usual, but your deliberate tenderness is unnecessary. If you're uncomfortable, I feel awkward too." Li Chun stated. You. Lin Linger's face instantly turned red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Being called out by Li Chun was simply too embarrassing. You. Li Chun, let me ask you, was it you who saved me that night?" Since she had been exposed, Lin Linger stopped pretending. It was exhausting to keep up the facade anyway. She looked at Li Chun with wide eyes. "No." Li Chun shook his head expressionlessly. "Li Chun, am I really so unworthy that you won't even admit to saving me?" Li Linger clinchel her silver til glaring at Li Tian. "Young master, I'm just here to do business." Li Chun didn't want to get entangled with her any further and reminded her pointedly. You fine, Li Chun, you're really something. I don't believe you can keep pretending for much longer. It's just business, right? I'll talk business with you until you drop." In that moment, Li Chun realized that the Linlinger in front of him was the same mischievous and quirky Linlinger he had met that night, the real her. The Linlinger in the shop was her business persona, her other side. It must be said, this girl had quite the skill in wearing a mask. If she entered officialdom, she would probably achieve great things. Regaining his composure, Li Chun set aside other distractions. What do you want to do? Very simple, like this. Linlinger also said with a serious expression. When discussing serious matters, she reverted to the decisive young master from before. Outside, Ma Huan, who was calculating the accounts, suddenly heard Linlinger's sharp reprimand from the inner hall, vaguely like, "If you don't appreciate my kindness, I've already shown the greatest sincerity. What more do you want?" "I'm sorry, young master. This is my family's secret. It cannot be leaked. I apologize." Li Chen's voice came from afar. Then, the curtain was lifted, and Li Chen walked out from the inner hall. Load him another 3,000 pounds of salt, 2,000 taels of silver, and let him go. Linlinger yelled angrily at Ma Huan from behind the curtain. All right, young master." Ma Huan hurriedly responded, his small eyes darting around. That's strange. Why do they start arguing? It seems Linlinger wants this young man's secret formula for collaboration, but he won't give it? If Linlinger has such intentions, then I need to act quickly. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, he secretly pondered how to proceed next. Just then, the curtain lifted again, and Linlinger called out, "Shopkeeper Ma, come here for a moment." "Sure, young master." Ma Huan quickly replied, running over eagerly. Upon entering the inner hall, he found Linlinger sitting at the table, frowning in deep thought. Upon seeing Ma Huan, she gestured for him to sit and softly said, "Uncle Ma, I know you've been with my father for nearly 10 years, and in this salt shop, you're the person I trust the most. Of course, we are absolutely loyal to the Lin family. Young master, if you have any instructions, just say the word, and I will not hesitate to give my life." Ma Huan sat down, nodding earnestly with a loyal expression. Chapter 61 Chinchun, I know what you're thinking. That kid's skill in refining salt is truly remarkable. I talked to him about a partnership wanting his method of salt refining, and he wouldn't have to worry about doing the work anymore. He could just enjoy the profits, splitting them with me 50-50 each month. But he didn't trust me and refused. You know my temper. In a fit of anger, I ended up driving him away. Now I regret it a bit. Uncle Ma, you're wise and eloquent. Why don't you go help me persuade him, probe his bottom line, and see how we can extract the method of refining fine salt from him? If that really doesn't work, we can't let him go to another family. He must still come here for salt production. After all, as you can see, our fine salt is being snatched up at Baiha Prefecture for even 11 taels per pound. And if we ruthlessly sell it for 15 taels a pound, I believe people would still buy it. So, we cannot let this business slip away. Linlinger said softly. Ma Huan was overjoyed in his heart. Someone has sent a pillow to me while I was worried about how to approach that young man. Linlinger has entrusted this task to me. It couldn't be better. I can boldly investigate that young man's background now. On the surface, however, he appeared extremely solemn and nodded heavily. Young master, please rest assured, I will go immediately. I'm waiting for your good news. If you succeed, I'll give you 1 share of the profits. Linlinger said, Thank you, young master. I will do my best. Ma Huan stood up, cupped his hands, and quickly left. Watching her back, a cold and sharp glint appeared at the corner of Linlinger's lips. Li Chun was driving a double horse cart and had already left the city, deliberately speeding up a bit. Seeing that he had reached the agreed meeting place with Zhao the blacksmith and the others, he slowed down. At this moment, he heard the sound of hooves behind him. Turning around, he saw Ma Huan riding towards him from a distance. He urged his horse on and waved, shouting, Young lord, please wait a moment, wait. Li Chun called out and pulled the reins, quietly waiting for Ma Huan. Young lord, please don't rush away. The young master sent me to talk to you about some matters. Is it convenient for you? Ma Huan approached and cupped his hands while on horseback. Sure. This way, please. Li Chun gestured towards the nearby dense forest. Ma Huan, not suspecting anything, hurriedly followed Li Chun into the woods. After tying up the cart and horses, Ma Huan smiled and said, Young lord, our family. Before he could finish, Li Chun's eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. Ma Huan's whole body went cold and stiff as Li Chun, like a ghost, swiftly approached and struck a palm at his carotid artery. Ma Huan's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. Ho Xiaobai and a few others had already slipped out, dragging Ma Huan deep into the forest, while Zhao the blacksmith and Zhou Dehai rushed to the cart, passing through the woods and taking another small path back to Muir village. Shortly after, horrifying screams echoed from deep within the forest, but after just 2 cries, they abruptly stopped, as if someone had covered their mouth. Then, Lu Qinshu walked out with a pale face. After taking a few steps, he vomited violently. He had never witnessed such a bloody scene before. Ho Xiaobai was also leaning against a big tree, throwing up continuously. Zhao Dashu finally seized the opportunity to mock them from behind. You can't even handle this little scene and still want to follow Brother Chen? You're nothing. Unlike you losers, Zug. He too couldn't hold it in and vomited. A while later, Li Chun emerged from the depths of the forest with blood on his hands. He reached out, and Lu Qinshu quickly handed him a water skin, pouring clean water for him to wash his hands, then handed him a piece of cloth to dry them. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed, and a dozen fast horses charged in, entering the woods in an instant. Leading them was the stunning and charismatic Bai Yuxiang, with someone bloodied and unconscious across the saddle. Behind her were a dozen young men in their 20s and 30s, 2 of whom also had someone across their saddles. At this moment, those young men were looking at the handsome Li Chun with complex expressions, curiosity, suspicion, and subtle hostility, especially upon seeing that Li Chun was such a young lad. They couldn't help but frown, their disdain and contempt intensifying. Li Chun paid them no mind and simply looked at Bai Yuxiang. Did you catch them all? Of course. Bai Yuxiang smiled, dismounting and instructing her men to drag the 3 captured individuals over and throw them down. 3 spies? Li Chun furrowed his brow. This Ma Huan is quite sharp. Indeed, and they were spaced half a li apart, moving in tandem. If we had only moved 1 or 2 in front, the 3rd would have likely discovered us. Fortunately, I prepared several groups of men and caught them all without missing a single one. You can rest assured, the Black-When stronghold won't receive any news in advance, Bai Yuxiang replied. Well done. Li Chen nodded, appreciating Bai Yuxiang more. Her meticulousness in carrying out tasks, leaving no loose ends, was indeed commendable. Oh my Chen praised me. I'm so happy. Bai Yuxiang placed a hand on her chest and smiled seductively. The entire place fell silent in shock. A moment later, Lu Qinshu and the others exchanged glances and finally reached a mutual understanding, deciding that they hadn't heard anything and bowed their heads to drag the 3 individuals into the woods. Meanwhile, the dozen or so men behind Bai Yuxiang were filled with fury, their hostility towards Li Chun reaching unprecedented heights. Damn it! The big boss is the goddess and idol in the hearts of all the brothers in the stronghold. And now she's smiling at Li Chun, calling him my Chin-Chun. Damn it! If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, this group of people, consumed by mad jealousy, would have already drawn their blades. Are you doing this on purpose? Li Chun frowned, looking at Bai Yuxiang. What do you mean I'm doing this on purpose? You've already ridden me 4 times. I'm completely devoted to you now. Bai Yuxiang gazed at Li Chun with affectionate eyes, but her gaze flickered, a cunning glint passing through. Ridden 4 times. Thunder struck, and the eyes of the dozen men turned red, nearly exploding from the madness of jealousy and anger. Li Chun, draw your sword, shouted a young man behind Bai Yuxiang, leaping down from his saddle and drawing a long knife, pointing it at Li Chun. Chin, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to take over my Xiang stronghold, right? Now, I'm giving you a chance to unify the hearts of the people, to win over the leaders of this stronghold, and then the Xiang stronghold will be yours. Of course, I will also belong to you. He. Bai Yuxiang leaned closer to him, whispering sweetly. How do you know I want to take your Xiang stronghold? Li Chen asked, maintaining a calm facade. Chapter 62. Ride as you deliberately rode me 4 times, subduing me with your strength, stripping away my dignity and pride. If it were merely business and a request for cooperation, with your personality, you wouldn't go to such lengths. So the answer is obvious, isn't it? You want to take me and my fragrant village. Besides, a man without ambition is not a good man. Bai Yuxiang chuckled. I underestimated you, Li Chen said, looking deeply at her. In that moment, he felt not anger or shame from being pierced through by her insight, but rather an increased admiration for Bai Yuxiang. This woman, like Lin Linger, is not simple at all. She's a talent. Li Chun, draw your sword. The man behind Bai Yuxiang shouted angrily. It's up to you, Chunshin. Bai Yuxiang playfully gestured with her chin at Li Chun and retreated a distance away. State your name. Li Chun looked up at the man. Fragrant Village's second-in-command, Chung Guang. Chung Guang roared. You don't need a knife to hit you. Li Chun beckoned him with a finger. Arrogant fool, die. Chung Guang yelled as he lunged forward, swinging his knife down with great force. However, as he brought the knife down, he had already turned the blade to strike with the back of the knife. After all, they were both going to attack the Black Wind village together. He couldn't use lethal force, but teaching Li Chun, that bastard, a lesson to keep him away from Bai Yuxiang was acceptable. Li Chun secretly nodded slightly. Truly, he was a righteous bandit. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the knife head-on, his body flashing as an immense force erupted from him. He was faster than the knife, like a ghost, and instantly closed the distance to Chung Guang. One hand caught Chung Guang's wrist holding the knife, the other clamped his arm, and with a powerful thrust of his hip, he sent him forward while shouting, "Go!" In close combat, a big backpack, Chung Guang felt as if he were soaring through the clouds. Moments later, he crashed into a nearby tree with a thud, struggling to get up. Li Chun felt quite satisfied with his body. In just half a month, he had already recovered to 50% of his previous abilities, which was quite impressive. Gasp! The crowd around couldn't help but gasp in shock, hardly believing their eyes. They hadn't even seen what happened, and Chung Guang had already been sent flying. This kid is too fast, like a ghost. Who else? Li Chun turned to the other dozen men. I am Lu Handong, the third in command of Fragrant Village. A very muscular middle-aged man stepped forward, surprisingly wielding a heavy iron club, pointing at Li Chun. That iron club must weigh at least 20 pounds. Clearly, this guy had natural strength. If it hit, it would definitely break bones. Gome. Li Chun beckoned with a finger. Beware of the iron club. Lu Handong swung the iron club, using it like a spear with a thrust. This made Li Chun nod inwardly again. Lu Handong didn't chop or smash. He was indeed holding back. Without hesitation, Li Chun's hand shot out like lightning, his left arm almost brushing against the iron club as he deflected it, his hand following the momentum down to seize the iron club and pull it into his embrace. Lu Handong shouted, attempting to snatch back the iron club with all his strength. Little did he know, Li Chun suddenly let go, and Lu Handong, using all his strength, found his hand suddenly light, causing him to stumble backward. Li Chun was already there, his backhand striking, bang, right in the stomach with just the right amount of force. Lu Handong let out a strange cry, spitting out a mouthful of filth, splattering everywhere. Li Chun had anticipated this and sidestepped. Like a rabbit darting down, he defeated 2 men in a row, causing Bai Yuxiang beside him to cheer with delight. What great skills! The other men looked at her with resentment. Please, village master, he's fighting your subordinates. Who are you with? The remaining people, come at me together. I'm pressed for time. Li Chun beckoned at the people opposite him. The group exchanged glances, filled with shame and anger. To be told to attack together was a tremendous humiliation. However, since the second and third in command had already been defeated, and Li Chun was barehanded while they were all skilled fighters, one by one, they knew they were no match for him. Fine, let's all go together, beat him. The remaining dozen men shouted in unison, dropping their weapons and surrounding Li Chun. They had already decided, although a group attack was somewhat shameful, they could not allow Li Chun to continue his arrogance. Otherwise, the face of Fragrant Village would be lost. At worst, they wouldn't use weapons. 3 men rushed in from the left, middle, and right. The middle one opened his arms to grab Li Chun's waist, while the other 2 aimed for his arms and legs. As long as they controlled his limbs and tackled him down, no matter how capable he was, he would be able to fight back. The rest would then pummel him with old-fashioned punches, ensuring he couldn't act so arrogantly. Who would have thought? Li Chun raised his right knee, bang, striking the chin of the middleman, who fell to the ground unconscious. But Li Chun did not pause, moving like lightning, straightening his right knee and delivering a side kick that landed squarely in the chest of the man on the right, sending him flying. Then his body bent, his right foot kicked back to the left, and his right shoulder shook and leaned. 8 extremes, close contact. The hidden energy suddenly erupted, sending the man on the left flying into two others behind him. Next, Li Chun charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, using his fists, elbows, knees, feet, and shoulders as weapons, striking left and right, both long and short attacks. In just 10 breaths, less than 10 breaths, all 13 men were knocked to the ground. Not a single one left standing. This was with Li Chun holding back. Otherwise, these men would be left with broken bones at best, or dead at worst. And Li Chun was unscathed. Standing there, he exhaled, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, but he felt no fatigue. The intense training over the past 20 days was showing results. Still fighting? Li Chun looked at them. Everyone silently sat on the ground, clutching their sore spots, heads lowered, not speaking. Yet, in everyone's eyes surged a deep sense of defeat and profound fear. Barehanded, he had knocked them all down. Li Chun was too strong. They had never seen such a powerful man. He was simply an unparalleled warrior. Seeing no one respond, Li Chun knew they had been subdued. He ignored them and turned to gaze into the depths of the dense forest. At this moment, Lu Chenxiu and others had already interrogated the three men. Earlier, Li Chun had deliberately let them see the entire process of him interrogating Ma Huan, forcing them to watch. Not only did he teach them the means of torture, but more importantly, he accelerated their growth, allowing them to see blood sooner. After a clumsy and awkward interrogation, the three informants quickly caved. Indeed, everything matched what Ma Huan had said. Black-When village was deep in the Tabby mountain, still 20 miles away from here. The village leader was called Lu Haizi, but the second in command had already died in Muir village, and the third in command was Ma Huan. As for the fourth in command, that was Zhang Guang from the Outer Ring, who had also died at Li Chen's hands. But the people in Black-When village did not know this yet. Currently, there were still over 70 people in the village waiting for their news, ready to come out and capture Li Chun, seizing the secret method for refining fine salt. Chen Chun, you are so amazing. I really like you. If there's a chance, come teach me how to ride. I'm up for anything. Bai Yuxiang walked over, linking her arm with Li Chen's, her words full of flirtation. Chapter 63 Night Raid Ready set off. Li Chun waved his hand, accompanied by Ma Huan and three others. A group of people headed straight for Heifengzhai. It was said that Xiangzhai had nearly 100 people, but with limited horses, only about 30 could come. However, these 30 were all strong and robust, a group of fine young men, many of whom could read and write, which made Li Chun nod in approval. This foundation was not bad. With a clear coordinate and the guidance of the four, the group twisted and turned, finally reaching a mountain about 5 miles outside of Heifengzhai. Standing on the mountain, under the afterglow of the setting sun, they could vaguely see half a mountain on the opposite side, with a flat area at the top covered in various wooden buildings. A 2-zhang-high wall of trees was built against the mountain, with 2 large gates in the middle, leading down the mountain via 2 main paths and 1 auxiliary path. Everything was clearly visible from here. Behind the mountain wall was a sheer cliff, which, according to Ma Huan and the others, was 100 zhang high, steep and straight. Difficult for monkeys to climb, a natural barrier. Ahead was Heifengzhai. Let's take a short break here. Li Chun pointed ahead. Okay, Chun Chun. Bai Yuxiang called out nonsensically, giving Li Chun a headache. The group sat down to rest and began to eat. To avoid being discovered by the people of Heifengzhai, no fire was lit, and they ate the dry rations they had brought. However, as they ate, the eyes of the people from Xiangzhai began to widen. This was because Li Chun and the others were eating steam buns made of pure white flour, not mixed flour. Furthermore, in addition to pickled radish strips and other pickles, they even had 10 roasted large birds. That was not all. What was even more infuriating was that they opened a small paper bag containing fine white salt, clearly something only the rich could afford. They dipped the roasted birds in the fine salt and savored their meal. Looking at the food of others and then at their own dark, coarse steam buns, they suddenly felt like they were chewing on wood chips, and some even unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Li Chun always placed great importance on individual rations and supplies. In war, if the stomach isn't full, energy can't keep up, and without a good physique, what's the point of fighting? When he was a mercenary, commanding thousands in battle, as long as conditions allowed, he had only one requirement for logistics, no matter the cost. The soldiers must be well fed and well nourished. Especially high-energy food, it must be fully stocked, not a bit less. Although conditions were limited now, the rations had to keep up with no room for compromise. Zhao Dashu was a show-off. Seeing the others salivating at his meal, he immediately started to show off, tilting his neck high and making loud munching sounds on purpose, making the people from Xiangjai drool even more. Chun Chun, your food is really good. Steamed buns made of white flour and meat. You must be very rich. Bai Yuxiang came over and sat down next to Li Chun. Li Chun glanced at her. Got a problem with that? The way she said it, they were envious. How could they dare to have a problem? Bai Yuxiang stared at the pile of white flour steamed buns. Are you full? Li Chun looked at Zhao Dashu and the others. Full. They all rubbed their round bellies and smiled. The leftovers, take them over to share with the brothers. Li Chun said, All right, Brother Chun. The few stood up and took the remaining buns over to share. One bun each wasn't enough, but half a bun per person was manageable. There were also pickled radishes, salted potatoes, and the remaining 2 roasted birds, along with half a bag of fine salt. Sharing good food brings people closer together, especially in times of food scarcity. This one action significantly bridged the gap between them and the previously distant people of Xiangjai. Some even gratefully shouted, Thank you, Brother Chun. I also want to thank my Chun Chun. Bai Yuxiang pouted and leaned in to kiss Li Chun's face. Li Chun turned his face away, avoiding her kiss. You want to get hit? Li Chun shot her a cold glance. TCH, no sense of humor. Bai Yuxiang pouted and suddenly reached out to snatch the bun from his hand, taking a big bite. That was my leftover. Li Chun felt a headache coming on. She just liked eating his leftovers, which was like indirectly kissing him. Bai Yuxiang giggled playfully. Li Chun pinched his brow and proceeded to discuss tactics. According to the plan, Xiangjai will leave 3 people to watch over the horses. The rest will split between blocking the small paths and the main path, while also keeping lookout from high points to ensure no one escapes. The 4 of us will infiltrate the village at midnight, striving for complete annihilation. If there are any fish that slip through the net, you will be responsible. Li Chun said, What? Just the 4 of you going into the village? Striving for complete annihilation? Heifeng Zhai still has nearly 80 bandits. Cheng Guang, the second in command of Xiangjai, and Lu Handong, the third in command, looked at Li Chun in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. Were they dreaming or bragging? Originally, they thought their group was the main force. Now, they realized they were not the main force, but a joke. Li Chun looked up at the 2. At that moment, a fierce glint shot from his eyes. The 2 were swept by his gaze and instantly felt a chill in their hearts. Even their hands trembled slightly. They had already been convinced by Li Chun, and with a slight display of his mental shock ability, they felt as if Li Chun's pressure was like a prison or the sea, and they couldn't help but lower their heads, even starting to regret why they had questioned his decision. Execute according to the plan. Send out 2 groups of visible sentries and 2 groups of hidden sentries, ensuring absolute safety. Now rest, Li Chun ordered. Then, he lay down behind a rock, using modern relaxation techniques, starting from his head to relax, then to his neck and limbs, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After midnight, with the moon dark and the wind high, it was the perfect time for killing and arson. At this moment, Li Chun and his group had already carried Ma Huan's corpse and stealthily approached the wooden wall of the mountain stronghold. They were very close now, even able to hear the distant snoring of the bandits inside the stronghold. There was a watchtower on each side of the stronghold, built beside the gate. 4 sentry bandits huddled in the watchtower with their knives. In fact, their watch was merely a formality. Heifeng Zhai was built deep in the mountains, with winding paths. Without the people inside the stronghold, no one could find it. Therefore, no bandit was worried about being robbed. The sentries were dozing off in the watchtower, with no one to replace them. Li Chun pointed to Ho Xiao Bai and Lu Chenxiu, indicating the east watchtower, then made a chopping motion with his hand. He pointed to Zhao Dashu and himself, indicating the west watchtower, and made another chopping motion. These tactical gestures had already been practiced until they were second nature. They all nodded. Then, the 4 split into 2 groups and stealthily approached the watchtowers. Chapter 64. The Great Explosion when the wind was about to rise. Using the sound of the pine trees as cover, 2 groups of people shot out precision-forged steel claws with powerful crossbows, hooking them onto the gate of the stockade. Then, Lu Chenxiu on that side and Li Chun on this side began to climb up directly. Ho Xiao Bai had an injury on his arm, although it was no longer serious. It was not suitable for him to climb quickly and kill right now. In fact, apart from Li Chun, the other three were not suitable either. But this was the reason why Li Chun insisted on bringing the three of them to attack the stockade alone. As always, they needed to grow quickly. Only by seeing blood, continuously seeing blood, could they become true warriors. Li Chun climbed as swiftly as a monkey. With a strong push from his hands and a kick off the outer wall of the gate, he sprang up more than a meter high. After a few leaps, he had already reached below the watchtower. Grabbing the wooden beam, he effortlessly jumped up and crouched on top of the watchtower. Two bandits were guarding opposite corners, still holding their knives and fast asleep. Li Chun drew his short knife and, covering their mouths, swiftly took them down within 3 breaths. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Directly raised the crossbow hanging on his back, crouched down, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a light sound, the crossbow bolt flew across a distance of 40 steps, piercing through the mouth of another bandit in the watchtower, nailing him to the wooden railing. It turned out that when Lu Qinshu climbed up the watchtower to kill the bandit on the left, it was his first time killing someone. Although he followed the tactical movements Li Chen taught him and cut the carotid artery, he failed to control the dying bandit, who kicked the other bandit's leg in his struggles, waking him up. As that bandit opened his eyes and was about to scream at the sight before him, Li Chen's crossbow bolt arrived just in time, taking him out. From a distance, a still frightened Lu Qinshu let out a long sigh of relief, looked at Li Chun, and lowered his head in shame. Li Chen made a gesture, signaling to continue. Then, the 4 of them stealthily approached the 2 watchtowers. Zhao Dashi carried Ma Huan's corpse to the assembly hall, while Li Chun and the other 3 quietly moved to the granary, silently carrying out bag after bag of mixed flour towards the assembly hall. After being busy for half a day in the assembly hall without making a sound, the 4 of them quietly left and concealed themselves in the shadows. Zhao Dashi took out the copper gong he had prepared earlier and began to bang it loudly, shouting with all his might, "Oh no, oh no, the 3rd master has quietly returned and hanged himself in the assembly hall." In the silent night, the startling sound of the gong, combined with Zhao Dashi's even louder voice, immediately woke up all the bandits in the stockade. Shortly after, lights flickered on in various rooms, and a group of bandits, some bare-chested and others wearing only loincloths, rushed out, holding torches, all groggily heading towards the assembly hall. Before long, the large tallow candles in the assembly hall were lit one by one, and then everyone was horrified to see that the 3rd master, Ma Huan, who had been hiding in Pingyang County, was actually hanging dead from the beams in the hall. Moreover, blood was dripping from him. "Oh my God, it's really the 3rd master. How did he come back? And he died here?" A group of bandits exclaimed. "Get out of the way. Let me see what's going on." "Huh? Old 3. At this moment, the crowd parted, and a particularly tall and robust man, with a face full of flesh and as black as if he had crawled out of coal ash, stepped forward. He was Lu Haizi, the leader of the Black Wind stockade. Upon seeing that Ma Huan had been hanged from the beam, Lu Haizi's eyes turned red instantly, and he let out a furious roar. "Damn it! What kind of bad luck have we run into these days? Which god have we offended?" One after another, the 3 masters who had built the stockade with him had all died. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get him down!" Lu Haizi shouted wildly. The bandits, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly worked together to lower Ma Huan. However, just as they had just untied the ropes from Ma Huan, suddenly the ropes pulled upwards as if triggered by some mechanism. Everyone looked up in astonishment and suddenly saw dozens of large bags on the roof opening simultaneously, pouring down flour like crazy. In an instant, the not-so-large assembly hall was filled with flour dust, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. And every breath felt sticky and choked. "Damn it! Who the hell hung flour on the beams of the assembly hall? It's choking me to death." Lu Haizi coughed and cursed incessantly. Just at that moment, there was a light sound, and a bandit next to him felt his torch flicker. Then, the flames of the large tallow candle nearby also began to flicker wildly. Before everyone could react, boom, with a loud explosion, the entire assembly hall detonated. The flour dust explosion was the highlight of Li Chen's complete annihilation plan. It proved to be extremely effective. The explosive power was so terrifying that the assembly hall was instantly flattened. More than 20 bandits inside had no chance of survival, all blown to pieces, with no one left alive. Moreover, the shockwave, accompanied by the spreading dust, surged outward with a raging flame, directly throwing out the dozen or so bandits gathered at the entrance. Those closest were blown to pieces, those at mid-distance were burned to charcoal, and those further away were injured internally, falling to the ground and vomiting blood, struggling to get up. A huge fire ignited in the stockade. My God, how did they create this great explosion? Chung Guang, who had been observing the situation in the Black-When stockade from a distance, was dumbfounded and exclaimed in horror. Originally, he was responsible for leading a 10-man team to closely monitor the situation and be ready to reinforce at any time. Suddenly witnessing this terrifying explosion, not to mention the bandits inside, even he was stunned. From such a distance, he could even feel the heat of the shockwave hitting his face. It was too terrifying. He is not human. He is a god who can summon thunder. Lu Hondong's eyes widened like copper bells as he stammered. How strong is this man? Bai Yuxiang's beautiful eyes trembled. She realized how wise her choice was not to act on impulse and confront Li Chun. Inside the stockade, Li Chun and the others had already emerged from the shadows. The hunting moment has arrived. Come, I'll teach you how to kill. Li Chun slowly raised his crossbow and smiled slightly at the three. At this moment, he appeared so relaxed, as if this was not a battle, but a trip. The three of them instantly felt their blood boiling, forming a three-person team, roaring as they charged towards the remaining bandits who were running around in confusion. If the three small teams were likened to arrows, Zhao Dashi was the tip, while Lu Chenxiu and Hou Xiaobai were the side blades. Although it was their first time coordinating in actual combat, and they were inevitably a bit awkward, the bandits opposite were even more frightened and had already lost their courage, providing them with a rare opportunity for experience during their novice phase. Chapter 65, 4 against 80, Total Annihilation. The three men, initially armed with crossbows, unleashed a flurry of shots. Unfortunately, it was their first time on the battlefield, and they were somewhat nervous, leading to poor accuracy. Hou Xiaobai hit 1 out of 3 arrows, while Lu Chenxiu managed to hit 1 out of 5. Zhao Dashi, however, emptied his crossbow without hitting a single target and nearly had his hand injured by the bowstring. At that moment, the remaining bandits spotted them, howling and charging forward with various weapons. The moment for close combat had finally arrived, and this was Zhao Dashi's favorite. Zhao Dashi took the lead as the main attacker, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Lu Chenxiu provided flank support, wielding his sword and shield. Hou Xiaobai acted as the rear archer, providing crossbow support. The three men boldly charged into the crowd. Kill! Zhao Dashi wielded a 4-foot short spear, striking like lightning to deflect an opponent's large knife and piercing through his chest with a single thrust. However, 2 more assailants rushed at him, and with no time to retract his spear, he drew his sword, executing a spinning move that cleaved the bandit and his weapon in half. Watch out! Lu Chenxiu raised a shield to block an incoming strike from the bandit on the left. With a light clang, the bandit's knife shattered, and Lu Chenxiu seized the opportunity to stab him in the stomach. The modern craftsmanship of the long knife was a crushing advantage against the crude weapons of the ancient bandits. What kind of spear technique was that? It was simply terrifying. My goodness, what kind of knife was that? It was too sharp. It broke on contact. The group of bandits on the small hill watched in stunned silence. The spear technique was nothing short of horrifying. And that knife, even more terrifying, it was simply a divine weapon. But how could such divine weapons be in the hands of every one of them? The group of righteous bandits was green with envy. Thwack! The bowstring twanged lightly as Hou Xiaobai shot an arrow that pierced through the chest of a mountain bandit on the left, continuing its momentum to strike another bandit in the thigh, pinning him to the ground. Their first coordinated attack, though a bit awkward, showed the initial power of their 3-man formation. Most importantly, their weapons were exceptionally sharp. The bandits' knives felt as fragile as paper against their blades, breaking upon contact. Hou Xiaobai's speed in reloading was impressive, his shooting rate exceptional, and his archery skills outstanding. Those hit were guaranteed to die. Be careful. Don't charge too far ahead and break formation. Keep a small distance between you, always providing mutual cover for each other. Monkey, always watch your back. Chenxiu. Focus your strength with dashi. Try to engage 2 against 1 for quick kills. Advance the squad. Flank left, shift formation to the right. With Qinshu as the spearhead, pay attention to the coordination of sword and shield, while the crossbowman provides long-range support, reloading while holding the sword and shield. Li Chun's voice continuously rang in their ears, instructing them on how to coordinate their formation amidst the blood and fire of battle. Occasionally, some reckless bandit would attempt to attack him, only to be struck down by his long-range crossbow or cut down by his blade up close. He even found time to shoot a crossbow bolt to help his team out of a crisis. The trio's cooperation evolved from initial awkwardness to smoothness, culminating in a near-telepathic synchronization. Their combat skills improved continuously, their experience grew, and most importantly, their courage and spirit surged. On the battlefield of blood and fire, the growth of these new soldiers was measured in seconds. As the fight wore on, the 3 men became completely engrossed. After overcoming their initial fear and hesitation, having killed a few opponents, they had forgotten what it meant to be afraid. Life and death were no longer a concern. The formation ran smoothly, and their 3-man team's coordination became increasingly refined. By the end, they were killing with a bloodlust, charging wherever the enemy was most numerous. Flamesword, cries of battle shook the heavens, blood splattered, and screams filled the air. The Black-When stronghold had turned into a hell on earth. My God, who are they? Chung Guang watched, his hands trembling. He had never seen such a terrifying force, killing as easily as eating or drinking, each strike executed with incredible efficiency. With only 3 men, their overwhelming presence felt like 30, 300, or even 3,000. Wherever they charged, it was like a boulder rolling down a hill, crushing everything in its path. The ground where the trio had fought was littered with dismembered limbs and bloodied remains. No wonder Chun said 4 of them were enough. Truly enough. Lu Handong felt shaken, mumbling to himself. The righteous bandits nearby were awestruck, feeling that the 4 were not human, but celestial soldiers descending to the mortal realm. If they were somewhat disgruntled after being beaten by Li Qin earlier, now they were completely convinced. This was something that should have been impossible, yet they accomplished it effortlessly. Bai Yuxiang watched the slaughter in the stronghold, entranced. This man, I must have him. I would give my entire stronghold as a dowry, everything for him. She screamed fiercely. Such a man, no matter what, she had to possess. By the end, there was no one left to kill in the entire stronghold. The remaining bandits had all knelt down, crying and pleading for mercy, utterly broken. What should we do with these bastards? Zhao Dashi, still not satisfied with the kill count, glared around, blood dripping from the tip of his knife. Ho Xiaobai and Lu Qinshu also looked fierce, staring at the group of kneeling bandits begging for mercy, equally unsatisfied. Seeing so much blood and having experienced such a brutal fight, the 3 new recruits instantly evolved into 3 newly born killing gods. This was the result Li Chun wanted to see. However, shortly after, as the 3 men bent down simultaneously to vomit, they finally came to their senses after forgetting to do so during the battle. First, open the stronghold gates and let the people from Xiangjia in. After seeing the 3 vomit, Li Chun waved his hand. Moments later, the gates opened, and Bai Yuxiang led a group of people in. As the people from Xiangjia entered the Black-When stronghold, the first thing they saw was the 4 figures standing amidst the blazing flames and the sea of blood and corpses. Leading the group was Li Chun, standing like a mountain, leaning on his sword. The other 3 stood behind him like 3 peaks guarding the mountain. This scene instantly etched itself into everyone's minds, leaving an indelible mark they would never forget. Then, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses, making them want to vomit. The leaders, Bai Yuxiang and the others, were fine, but those who had experienced many battles had never seen such a horrific scene. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like a river. Moreover, there were hardly any complete corpses. Limbs were severed, intestines spilled out, and some were even cut in half. Truly terrifying. This was not a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse. Ugh. Some could not control their physiological reactions, turning away to vomit. Bai Yuxiang covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. while Cheng Guang and Lu Handong turned pale, their stomachs churning. Even they felt nauseous at the sight. When they looked back at Li Chun and his three subordinates, their expressions had completely changed. No longer were there doubts or disbelief, but an indescribable respect and fear, for people could achieve such results. They could not imagine it, nor could they replicate it. Chun, Bai Yuxiang approached, her face slightly pale, just about to call out to him. Li Chun turned his head, casting a faint glance at her. Amidst the blazing fire and the corpses scattered everywhere, Li Chun stood with his sword, his gaze as imposing as the depths of hell. Bai Yuxiang's mind was shaken, and half in truth, half in jest, she momentarily stumbled over her words, changing how she addressed him to Chun. Brother, all the forces climbed the mountain, with no one escaping. You truly achieved it, complete annihilation. At this point, she let out a long breath, as if sighing, but more so in awe of witnessing the birth of a miracle. 4 against 80, a ratio of 1 to 20. Annihilating the enemy without a single loss. This was something only a war god could accomplish. Even General Guan Tianyu, renowned as the fiercest general of Bayan Pass, could never achieve such a feat. Cheng Guang's eyes trembled. Huh? You serve in the army? Li Chun turned a glance at Cheng Guang, his expression slightly surprised. Yes, Brother Chun, I once served under General Guan Tianyu as a minor accompanying officer at Bayan Pass. Cheng Guang bowed deeply, answering with utmost respect. Having witnessed Li Chen's strength firsthand, Cheng Guang felt a deep-seated respect and admiration for him, even fear. This feeling was something General Guan Tianyu had never instilled in him. It was the pressure of a true, supreme being. Even standing still, it still shook one's heart and mind, making it impossible not to bow in respect. As a soldier with a title, why did you turn to banditry? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 66. Giving you a chance, the family was plundered by bandits. 13 people of all ages, none survived. The local officials, seeking to gain merit, shirked responsibility and turned a blind eye. In order to avenge my family, I became a deserter. Cheng Guang felt a wave of shame and replied in a low voice. It's understandable that loyalty and righteousness cannot coexist. Li Shen Nudda. Cheng Guang was taken aback, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He lowered his head and softly said, Thank you, Brother Chun. Even didn't know why he uttered those words. Perhaps the humiliation and lack of understanding he suffered for so many years had repressed him for too long. Occasionally receiving understanding from such a powerful person made his emotions surge forth. In that moment, he had even considered Li Chun as a confidant. Lu Handong, why did you join the bandits? Li Chun turned to Lu Handong, who was holding a thick iron rod. In response to Brother Chun, the bandits robbed grain, and my whole family starved to death. It was our boss who saved me, so I followed him. Lu Handong answered honestly. Li Chun smiled inwardly. It seemed that strong people were quite simple-minded. The situations of the others varied, but they all had grievances against the bandits. Bai Yuxiang pointed to the men busy in the village and asked, Have they committed any evil deeds? Li Chun asked again. The only evil deed was that the bandits killed too many, and the wealthy households were too ruthless in their plundering. Other than that, there was nothing. Bai Yuxiang returned to her lively self, raising her eyebrows and smiling. I believe you. Li Shen Nudda. Oh, my Chan Shen's trust is so moving. Bai Yuxiang leaned towards Li Chun. Li Chun glanced at her lightly, and she rolled her eyes, not leaning anymore. Brother Chun, the interrogation is complete. The bandit leader, Lu Haizi, and a group of leaders have been blown up in the assembly hall. The only ones left alive are just a few, and there are no more of their men outside the mountain. This time, they were completely annihilated, captured all at once. Lu Qinshu approached, wiping the blood from his hands. In just one day, his rapid growth had made him gradually accustomed to inflicting torture. Li Chen nodded, expressing satisfaction with this achievement. At the same time, as per your orders, I had them expose each other's crimes, and it turned out that none were innocent. They were all guilty of heinous crimes that could not be overlooked, better left unmentioned. Lu Qinshu's eyes filled with intense anger as he spoke again. Those mountain bandits committed countless atrocities, even playing with infants on the tips of their knives. And some even dug out the hearts and livers of living people to cook and eat. By the end of his words, Lu Qinshu could no longer suppress his murderous intent. If it weren't for Brother Chen's instructions to spare them for now, Lu Qinshu would have already killed them. This is all the silver found from the village. Together it amounts to about 10,000 taels. The grain is around 30,000 jin, and there are 35 horses. At this moment, Hou Xiaobai, along with the people from Xiangzhai, had finished searching the entire village and piled all the spoils in the square. Wow, this time we really hit the jackpot. Bai Yuxiang snapped her fingers, feeling a bit excited. The wealth of Haifeng's Hai is indeed substantial. Brother Chun. Their SA group of women. From a distance, Zhao Dashi showed his head from an underground prison, jumping out and shouting. He had inadvertently discovered a dungeon and went in to take a look, only to find many women, some disheveled and even naked. Later, under Zhao Dashi's urging, those women crawled out one by one, more than 80 of them, all young girls, even outnumbering the bandits. The youngest were only 14 or 15, and the oldest no more than 27 or 28. At this moment, seeing the blood-soaked ground and the corpses, the group of women were terrified, huddling together, collapsing to the ground, and not daring to make a sound. I asked just now. They were all women who came up the mountain after their families were killed by the bandits. Many of them are refugees. Originally, there were nearly 200 of them, but now only half remain, all having died from the abuse by those bandits. Zhao Dashi approached and said softly. The people from Xiangzhai were all filled with righteous indignation, their hands gripping their knives tighter. Clearly, seeing these poor women reminded everyone of their own tragic pasts, and hatred ignited in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on the remaining dozen or so bandits still alive. At this moment, Bai Yuxiang's gaze was filled with compassion. She walked over and whispered a few words to the girls, who immediately began to cheer, then huddled together and cried loudly. Bai Yuxiang also shed tears with them, creating a scene of profound sorrow. Brother Chun, please, let us take these people, okay? Chun Guang stared intensely at the remaining bandits and turned to Li Chun, his eyes filled with pleading. All the people from Xiangzhai looked at Li Chun with eager eyes as well. All right, Li Shen Nudda. Thank you, Brother Chun. The people from Xiangzhai were overjoyed and bowed in unison. However, I want to see your archery skills. Li Chun smiled slightly and said again, Wei Yu, Shun Fei, Zhang Qingzhe, Wang Heng, step forward and let Brother Chun see your skills. Chun Guang shouted. Yes. The four stepped forward, took down their bows from their backs. Li Chun looked over. They were all standard military bows from Dayan, slightly better than his hunting bow, but not as sturdy or powerful as the Northern Mang bows. Moreover, there were only 4 archers in the entire Xiangzhai, which was indeed a bit shabby. However, thinking about it, he felt relieved. The training of archers is not accomplished in a day. It requires a lot of time, unlike their use of compound crossbows, which save effort in drawing and holding the bow, only needing to improve their accuracy. I will only give you this one chance. Let us see how many you can kill. Li Chun looked at them and said, You guys bring honor to Xiangzhai. Lu Handong shouted. The 4 were both nervous and excited as they raised their bows, their eyes coldly fixed on the dozen or so bandits over there. Dashi, let them all go. Li Chun shouted. All right. Zhao Dashi laughed and directly cut the ropes binding the bandits, shouting, Run, you little turtles, let's see if your legs are faster or their arrows. 13 bandits cried out, fleeing in all directions towards the village gate. After running about 30 steps, Li Chun shouted, Shoot. The people from Xiangzhai quickly knocked their arrows and shot furiously. For a moment, the sound of arrows piercing the air echoed continuously. However, perhaps due to nerves or lack of skill, the 4 shot more misses than hits. By the time those bandits reached the gate, 7 had already been taken down, but 6 were still alive, desperately trying to escape outside the gate. At this moment, the distance from the archers had exceeded 50 steps, and at this range, given the preparation of these archers, it was impossible to hit accurately again. A bunch of useless fools. Chun Guang cursed angrily, leading people to rush forward to chase down and kill those bandits. However, just then, Li Chun spun around and snatched a bow from one of the archers, reached behind him, and drew 3 arrows, knocking them onto the bowstring and shooting. With the bowstring snapping, he quickly knocked 3 more arrows and shot again. 6 arrows in total, like meteors of death, streaked across the fire-lit night sky, arriving in an instant. Chapter 67. They aren't ready yet, puff, puff, puff. All 6 arrows hit their mark, with the arrowheads protruding from their chests. The remaining 6 bandits fell forward in 2 waves, motionless, completely dead. 60 paces. 3 stars shining in the sky. "Oh my! Arrow god!" Chen Guang gasped and turned to Li Chun. One arrow after another was shot. A technique called LNZHGN, or rapid-fire arrows. Achieving 3 consecutive shots makes one a philosopher-level archer. When 2 arrows are shot together, it's called RUTINGSUN, already a mark of a skilled archer. 3 arrows shot together is referred to as SNXINYOKing, a true arrow god level, currently recognized as the strongest archer among all armies. If someone were to shoot more than 3 arrows together, that would be MNTINXNGCHN, a legendary archer that has never been achieved throughout history. And this was from 60 paces away. At that moment, he felt like the entire world was reduced to the towering figure of Li Chun. Everyone else in the village was completely dumbfounded. They stood there with their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 60 paces away, 2 consecutive shots brought down 6 men in an instant. They had never seen such terrifying archery, nor had they even heard of it. If arrows were limitless and stamina boundless, could he, with just one bow, hold off thousands of troops? "Your bow." Li Chun tossed the bow to the still-dazed Wei Yu. Wei Yu came to his senses, hurriedly caught it, and held the bow, caressing the one used by the arrow god, which was a treasure in the eyes of these archers. Eyes unsteady, hands unsteady, arms weak, arrows inaccurate. You still need practice. Li Chun shook his head slightly, pointing out the problems of these archers. If anyone else had said this, those archers would have felt shamed and angered by their lack of skill. But when Li Chun said it, their eyes lit up with excitement and admiration, hoping he would say a few more words to guide them. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Bai Yuxiang walked over with a smile from a distance, her eyes sparkling, fixating on Li Chun. This made Lu Chenxiu and a few younger brothers feel as if Bai Yuxiang might devour Brother Chun at any moment. Of course, how she would do it was uncertain. "My Chun Chun, the unrivaled arrow god, do you all accept?" Bai Yuxiang came over, one hand resting on Li Chen's shoulder, the other on her slim waist, leaning against him like a mountain, addressing her subordinates. Li Chun slightly frowned, about to step aside, when everyone suddenly shouted in unison, "We accept! We accept! We accept!" Dozens of voices merged into one, echoing throughout the Black Wind village. This made Li Chun hesitate, pausing the motion of pulling away from her hand. "Then I announce, from now on, I step down, and my Chun Chun will be our village leader. Do you accept?" Bai Yuxiang leaned on Li Chen's shoulder, addressing the bandits of the village. "Pay respects to Brother Chun." Everyone instantly became extremely excited, kneeling down all around, clasping their fists, respectfully addressing him. "You ungrateful bunch, I was just being modest, and you really just tossed me aside?" Bai Yuxiang said indignantly. Li Chun turned his head to look deeply at Bai Yuxiang. "Chun Chun, they are your people now." "Of course they are." Bai Yuxiang smiled shyly, then boldly pouted her red lips, raising herself on tiptoes to kiss him. But at that moment, Li Chun conveniently stepped aside, avoiding her fiery red lips. Bai Yuxiang stomped her foot in anger. "You are even more heartless. Since that's the case, I won't be coy either. From now on, we're all brothers. Everyone stand up, bring the wine." Li Chun commanded, and everyone stood up. Someone nearby brought over jars of wine from the village, filling each person's bowl. "Raise your bowls." Li Shen Shota. Everyone excitedly raised their bowls. Spring wind and rain, all green at the roots, leaning on the railing, exhaling drunkenly in the spring breeze. Not seeking to conquer all, only wishing to shoulder righteousness. Down with this bowl of wine. From now on, we are connected, sharing life and death. What a line about conquering all and shouldering righteousness. Cheers. Chen Guang felt his blood boil. Truly a good man. All the people in the village and Lu Chenxiu raised their bowls and heartily downed the wine. Then they smashed their bowls on the ground, creating a loud crash delightful. From now on, everyone in the village will follow Brother Chun, obeying orders. No one dares to disobey. If this oath is broken, blood will splash 5 steps. Chen Guang's emotions surged as he drew a short knife, cutting his left palm, blood flowing down, representing his determination. If this oath is broken, blood will splash 5 steps. Everyone in the village shouted loudly, drawing their knives and cutting their left palms, swearing with blood. This is the most vicious oath of the grassland outlaws. Good brothers. Li Chen nodded and cut his left palm, slapping hands with everyone. Blood mingled, thicker than water. From now on, we are brothers. This scene left Lu Chenxiu and the others dumbfounded. Heavens, he just gathered a whole village of brothers full of righteousness? Brother Chun, truly a divine person. Coming back to their senses, the 3 also cut their left palms and slapped hands with the villagers. From now on, we are all brothers. This silver, take out 30% to share with the brothers. The remaining 70% will be reserved for the village's future development. Li Chen said, "Wow, you really have a big heart. That's money you fought for with your life. Over 3,000 taels of silver, and you just divide it?" Bai Yuxiang looked at him with a half smile. "I just want the brothers to know that following me means there's wine to drink, meat to eat, money to spend, and a good life to live." Li Chan smiled faintly. "What about me? I've given you all the brothers in the village. Shouldn't you let me live a good life too?" Bai Yuxiang raised her delicate brows and asked, "How do you want to live?" Li Chen asked, "Then marry me. From now on, I willingly wash my hands to make soup for you, being the woman behind you. How about it?" Bai Yuxiang gazed at him with spring-like eyes. She thought Li Chan would resist a bit. The more he resisted, the more excited she would be. Who would have thought? Li Chen nodded naturally. Very good. On a dark and windy night, during the wedding ceremony. There's no day like today. Let us enter the bridal chamber now and become husband and wife. From now on, you will be my Li Chen's wife. Then, he wrapped his arms around Bai Yuxiang's slender waist, directly lifting her onto his shoulder, striding towards an undestroyed wooden building above. "Huh? Are you serious?" Bai Yuxiang was taken aback, struggling to jump down. Her pretty face flushed as she looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of anger. Originally thinking this was just a tease, she unexpectedly found herself teased instead. This big bad guy truly deserves to be scolded. I am definitely sincere. Could it be you are insincere? Li Chen looked at her, slowly approaching, reaching out again. But his gaze was teasing, full of playful meaning. I'm not ready yet. Let's talk when I'm ready." Bai Yuxiang instantly lost her composure, panicking and calling out, turning to run. "Ha!" Laughter erupted around them. Realizing even the big boss Bai Yuxiang could be scared when teased, it's just that Yi Long is a good dragon. Li Chan smiled slightly as he watched a retreating figure. "Want to play this game with me? You're still too young." Chapter 68. What do you want me to do? After thoroughly checking the village again and confirming that no bandits had escaped, the group moved all the bodies to an open area outside the village, set them on fire, and burned them clean. At this moment, Cheng Guang and Lu Handong stood outside the assembly hall, their eyes still filled with shock. It was tragic, too tragic. The entire assembly hall had been reduced to rubble. As for the people inside, they had all been turned into fragments. And a group of brothers from the fragrant village held their noses and used shovels to scoop out the broken body parts. Cheng Guang and Lu Han looked at each other repeatedly, their eyes full of confusion. They couldn't understand how that crucial explosion had happened. They knew that the explosion had not only destroyed the assembly hall, but had also sent a good portion of the elite bandits from the Black-Wen village to their demise, including the bandit leader, Lu Haizi, and many others. If it weren't for that explosion, it would have been extremely difficult for Li Chun and the others to take down those 80 men. But the question remained, how had that explosion been created? Brother Sure too. Did you use gunpowder? But even if it was gunpowder, how many pounds did they use? And how did they ignite it? Cheng Guang had seen explosions created with gunpowder during his time in the army, but he had never seen anything like this. Moreover, it had been instantaneous. It exploded as soon as it was set off. In the army, gunpowder required a long fuse to ignite. Achieving such a sudden explosion, catching people off guard, was incredibly difficult. "We use flour," Zhao Adashian said with a grin. Now that they were all on the same side, he had no reason to hide it. "Huh? Flour? How can flour have such an effect?" Cheng Guang and Lu Handong's eyes widened in disbelief. "I don't know. I just follow what Brother Chen said. We set up a mechanism, and when they cut down the bodies, the flour fell from the beams, and then it exploded," Zhao Dashian explained. Lu Chenxiu and Ho Xiaobai, who were nearby, exchanged glances, faint smiles playing on their lips. This guy was surprisingly clever, mixing truth with lies, making it hard for people to figure it out. He was rather cunning. What is the principle behind this? Cheng Guang and Lu Handong listened, puzzled as if they were hearing a myth. But no matter how they asked, Zhao Daxian just smiled foolishly and shook his head, repeatedly saying he didn't know. Cheng Guang and Lu Handong believed him, and they started to wonder if Brother Chun had really studied Taoist techniques. Could it be that he used the legendary palm thunder to ignite it? Their speculation spread, and the brothers in the fragrant village exaggerated it even more, eventually claiming that Brother Chun could turn stones into gold and summon soldiers from beans. This made Zhao Daxian and the others laugh uncontrollably. After cleaning up the village, everyone went to bed after a long day. However, when Xinguang woke up to relieve himself, he saw Li Chun personally standing guard on the watchtower outside. Earlier, they had relaxed their vigilance and forgotten to send someone to keep watch, but Li Chun had not asked anyone to do it. He had silently taken on this responsibility. At that moment, his tall figure stood majestically in the night wind. Although Li Chun was not a soldier, at that moment, Cheng Guang, who had a military background, clearly saw a general guarding the night for his soldiers. Vigilant as an eagle, loving his soldiers like children, victory is assured. Cheng Guang murmured. If Li Chen's strength had shocked him time and again, it had only made him admire him, not enough to fully submit from the bottom of his heart. But at this moment, the sight of Li Chun keeping watch struck a chord in the softest part of his heart. From this moment on, he finally and completely surrendered. The next day, while the people in the fragrant village were still groggy from sleep, the sounds of training clearly echoed from outside. Half awake, a group of people thought something had happened and hurriedly grabbed their weapons to rush out. But when they got outside, they were dumbfounded. They saw Li Chun leading Lu Chenxiu, Ho Xiaobai, and Zhao Daxian training on the playground. The four of them were bare-chested, drenched in sweat, clearly having been training for a long time. The group exchanged glances, including Cheng Guang, their faces filled with embarrassment. They had fought all night, while this morning, Li Chun and the others were already up early training. In contrast, they had barely done anything and almost slept until noon, which made them feel extremely ashamed. In this world, it's not scary to have someone working harder than you, but having someone who is both more talented and works harder than you is truly terrifying. What are you all standing around for? Get ready and train. Cheng Guang shouted angrily, quickly putting on his shoes and clothes, rushing out first. Brother Chun, I'm sorry. We're just too used to being slack. Cheng Guang caught up with Li Chun, running alongside him. Take them and run 20 laps around the village. Li Chun glanced at him and said. Although his gaze held no emotion, Cheng Guang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Li Chun's pressure was simply too strong, especially when he spoke without emotion. It made one lose the courage to even meet his gaze, and all that came to mind was the thought of obedience. Li Chun wrung out a piece of cloth to use as a towel, wiped the sweat off his body, then stood in the middle of the village square, focusing on watching the group run laps. Just as he was engrossed, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and he knew without looking that Bai Yuxiang had arrived. Chun Chun, are you training them? Bai Yuxiang's voice rang in his ears. This wild woman, when she softened her voice to speak, could make one's ears feel enchanted. Her voice was truly alluring. Li Chun did not turn around, still focused on the group, and calmly replied, Speak. What do you want me to do? Huh? Bai Yuxiang, who had walked up to him, was taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise. I don't like beating around the bush, so you'd better get straight to the point. Li Chun turned to look at Bai Yuxiang, his expression calm. No, Li Chun, can you please stop flaunting your intelligence and abilities so openly? It's really damaging to others' self-esteem. Bai Yuxiang glared at him angrily. But deep down, she felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, he guessed it again. Why did she feel so restricted in front of him? No matter what she did, I'll take it as you're complimenting me. Li Chun turned his head back to continue watching the group train, suddenly shouting, Cheng Guang, if you really want to train, speed up and keep up with Lu Chenxiu and the others. Faster, faster. Then he looked back at Bai Yuxiang, saying, if you're trying to curry favor for no reason, even deliberately creating opportunities for me to win over the brothers in your village, ultimately giving the fragrant village to me, if you say you have no ulterior motives, I don't believe it. Chapter 69. Astonishing discovery, the words were truly unpleasant. Wasting the affection of my aunt. Bai Yuxiang glared at him fiercely. Kicking a stone on the ground away with her foot, she huffed and said, I'll give you the village, but of course, I have conditions. You must help Ling'er find her father. Alive or dead, we must see him. Li Chen frowned. He thought Bai Yuxiang wanted him to do something for her in exchange for giving him the village. He never expected that it was actually to help Lin Ling'er find her father. What? Are you scared? Bai Yuxiang raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Chen. The tactic of provoking me doesn't work. I'm weighing the pros and cons, Li Chen said. Wait, are you treating this as a business deal? Bai Yuxiang's delicate eyes widened. Interactions between people are just a form of business. Sometimes emotions are exchanged, and sometimes benefits are exchanged, Li Chen replied. You live like a thoughtful Iron Man, and even your logic has a cold flavor. Bai Yuxiang bit her silver teeth and said. Li Chen ignored her sarcasm and directly asked, What is your relationship with Lin Ling'er that makes you willing to do all this for her? Lin Shu is named Lin Yufeng and is a well-known salt merchant beyond the pass. I grew up with Ling'er, and we are like sisters. Especially after my father passed away, Lin Shu treated me like his own daughter. If it weren't for the Lin family, I might have starved to death on the streets long ago. The reason I could achieve something and take revenge was also because Ling'er secretly supported me. So, according to your earlier deduction, I give you the village, and you help Ling'er find her father. This counts as me repaying a favor to Ling. Bai Yuxiang's eyes became distant as she reminisced. Women can be more righteous than ordinary men. Li Chen glanced at her and nodded slowly. How did Lin Ling'er's father get into trouble? Have you agreed? Bai Yuxiang was overjoyed. Answer my question. Li Chen continued to cut to the chase. You're a bit too unfeeling, aren't you? Bai Yuxiang looked at him with a hint of resentment before continuing. Lin Shu went to the salt fields in Jinju on the East Sea 3 months ago, but he hasn't returned since then, and his life or death is unknown. Ling'er and I have repeatedly gone to the salt fields in Jinju to inquire about Lin Shu's whereabouts, but we only found out that 3 months ago. Some MO people saw the North Mang Shihu army attacking Dayan and were also causing chaos, leading to the guard troops clashing with the MO people. At that time, the war broke out suddenly, and even the salt fields were seized. Although the guards eventually managed to reclaim the salt fields, all the salt workers were captured, including many who were there at that time. Lin Shu, who was in the salt fields, has been missing, alive or dead. I suspect Lin Shu was also taken away as a salt worker. But now, the fighting is ongoing there, and we can't even enter the MO people's territory. Ling'er is worried about her father and cries all day. I feel powerless and heartbroken. Li Chen, if you can really help her find her father, then not only this village, but even Ling'er and I can marry you, and this salt shop can also be yours in the future. After all, the Lin family only has this one daughter. At this point, Bai Yuxiang looked up at Li Chen, her eyes no longer playful or teasing, but filled with unwavering determination. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Do you think there is still hope for Lin Ling'er's father to be alive? Yes, and the hope is very high. Bai Yuxiang nodded heavily. Because the Mo people only capture skilled workers. Lin Shu knows how to make salt and has strong leadership skills. He is very clever and can lead those salt workers to make salt. What the Mo people lack is exactly such talent. So, there's a good chance that Lin Shu is still alive. All right, I agree. 3 months later, when winter comes, I will take people to the Mo people's territory to search for Lin Yufeng. Li Chen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Ah, you really agreed? Bai Yuxiang was overjoyed. Originally, she thought there would be a back-and-forth negotiation with Li Chen, and she had even thought that if it really came to it, she would offer herself tonight. No need for a grand wedding. If she gave him both herself and the village, wouldn't he agree? But unexpectedly, Li Chen directly agreed. Well, this deal is done. Li Chen nodded. Cannot take 3 months? I'm afraid that delays may lead to changes. Bai Yuxiang asked softly. Do you know why it has to be 3 months? Li Chen asked. Why? Bai Yuxiang was taken aback. Because they are a bunch of useless people. What I need to do is to turn this bunch of useless people into capable ones in 3 months. Only then is there a chance to save someone. Otherwise, do you think I can accomplish anything on my own? Li Chen pointed to Chen Guang and the others. Bai Yuxiang looked over and saw that the entire team from Xiangzhai, who had only run 7 or 8 laps, was already stretched into a long line, almost connecting head to tail. Many people were panting as if they were about to stick their tongues out. I see. Bai Yuxiang suddenly understood and nodded heavily. Then, she cupped her hands together like a trumpet and shouted, "Brothers, Chen Shun says you are all useless." Li Chen pinched his eyebrows, knowing that Bai Yuxiang's seriousness wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. Sure enough. Run. Damn it, Chengu was right, you bunch of useless people, I am too. Cheng Guang's face turned red. Chen Ji's disdain was their greatest shame, and they absolutely could not let Chengu look down on them. Thus, a group of people yelled angrily to encourage themselves, gritting their teeth and speeding up, running desperately. Then, the yard was filled with black ash flying everywhere. However, Li Chen's brows furrowed as he looked down, a puzzled expression on his face. If it were just the ash from burning corpses last night, it wouldn't be right, because the ground was too black. Even stepping on it would stain the soles of shoes. Even the corners of the village gate were like this. This effect was definitely not caused by ash. In fact, when he got up this morning, he felt something was off about the ground here. But busy training with a few people, he didn't pay much attention. Now looking at it, it felt increasingly wrong. He squatted down and dug into the ground, going down 2 fingers deep before he reached the yellow soil beneath. As for the surface, it was all dyed black. Looking at the black soil in his hand, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes shining brightly. He stood up abruptly and waved his hand to scatter the soil. The dust was blown away by the wind. And Li Chun turned to look in the direction the wind was coming from, only to see that the wind was actually coming from the cliff below the back of the village. He took a deep breath and shouted to Zhao Dashi and the others, who were wrestling in the distance, "Get a rope." Now, he had to go down to the cliff to see what was down there. Chapter 70 struck it rich in the distance. A few people responded and went to get the ropes. "What are you going to do?" Bai Yuxiang looked at him in confusion. "This place is strange." Li Chun circled around a wooden building, walked to the edge of the cliff behind the village, and gazed down intently. Strange? It really is a bit unusual. It is said that the reason this place is called Black Wind Village is that there is always a black wind blowing here, carrying black powder. That's why the ground looks dark. Bai Yuxiang thought for a moment and said, "Why is there a black wind?" Li Chen glanced at her. "That's unknown. Perhaps there is something black down in the mountains?" Bai Yuxiang leaned forward to look down. At that moment, Lu Qinshu and a few others had each carried a large bundle of ropes down. 3 large bundles of ropes, when tied together, were over 300 meters long, which should be enough to reach the bottom of the cliff. The few of them swiftly tied the ropes together, checked the firmness, confirmed there were no issues, and then tossed the ropes down the cliff. The over 300 meters of rope struck the cliff face with a dull sound, echoing far away. "Brother Chun, I'll go down with you," Lu Qinshu said anxiously. "No need, I'll go down first to take a look. If everything is fine, I will send a signal with the rope, and then you can come down. Otherwise, the rope might not withstand the weight." Li Chun shook his head. "All right." The others nodded in agreement. Then, they saw Li Chun leap lightly, like a monkey, and climb down the rope. Bai Yuxiang watched his figure disappear into the swirling mist. Lost in thought. After a while, she turned to Lu Qinshu and asked with a puzzled look, "Aren't you going to ask Chun why he suddenly wants to go down to the bottom of this cliff?" "No need to ask." The 3 responded almost simultaneously. "Why?" Bai Yuxiang asked in surprise, their identical responses clearly indicating a shared sentiment. Brother Chin must have a reason and deep meaning behind what he wants to do. "We just follow his orders, no need to ask." Lu Qinshu smiled and said, "You guys are truly blind followers who just obey orders." Bai Yuxiang gently rubbed her forehead. "Brother Chun is the commander, and we are just the soldiers. Obeying orders, what's wrong with that?" Lu Qinshu retorted. Bai Yuxiang didn't expect Lu Qinshu's words to be so sharp, momentarily speechless, then suddenly furious. "You young man, dare to speak to your sister-in-law like that? Not yet married, so it doesn't count as sister-in-law." Lu Qinshu grinned. Do you believe I'll take care of him tonight?" Bai Yuxiang was so angry her chest heaved. "If you take care of him, I'll believe it. If not, I won't." The 3 brothers cheered together, making Bai Yuxiang so mad she felt like hitting someone or breaking something. This truly is a case of what kind of general leads what kind of soldiers. They all have the same character, though the cliff was not low, at least 300 meters high and steep, making it difficult to climb like a monkey. For Li Chun, with the rope in hand, it was not a challenge. He climbed down swiftly and soon reached the bottom of the cliff. After stepping on the ground, he held his breath to check for any miasma in the surroundings. Confirming there was no danger, he resumed breathing while unwrapping the cloth that was tied around his hands. There were several skeletons scattered around, all in a skeletal form, likely from people who had accidentally fallen and died. Turning his gaze around, he was shocked. He saw that this was actually a huge valley. It was not as shrouded in mist as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely open, with excellent air circulation, which was why there was no miasma. The valley was surrounded by towering mountains, enclosing a flat area of about 500 jong. Only a winding gorge led forward, unknown where it led. In that open space, surprisingly, there was not even a single tall plant. Only clumps of wild grass grew here and there, and their growth was poor, with small patches scattered around. The ground, after countless frosts and winds, had long been stripped of its topsoil, presenting a patchy dark ground to Li Chun's view. Indeed, it was coal. Li Chun was overjoyed. When he saw the black powder on the ground in the village, he suspected that there must be a coal mine nearby, and it was an open pit mine. Otherwise, how could coal dust blow out? Now, this thought was finally confirmed. He rushed over, reached down to grab a piece of coal from the ground, examined it carefully, and his hands trembled slightly, filled with true joy. Because this was the highest grade of anthracite, not bituminous coal or lower-grade lignite. For Li Chun, who had spent years in the mining industry in his previous life, distinguishing coal quality was incredibly easy. Anthracite, this was the best coal for smelting steel. This thing is the most important power source for building basic industry. Moreover, being an open-pit coal mine made it even easier to mine. It could be directly dug up and used. Looking around, he saw that this coal mine covered at least several dozen square kilometers, perhaps even larger, which suggested that this small coal mine had reserves of at least tens of millions of tons. For the early stage of his current business development, it was more than enough. With this coal mine, supplying weapons for an army of over 200,000 was completely feasible. Clenching his fist, Li Chun's eyes became fiery. Having a coal mine was equivalent to having a basic energy source. Next, if he could also obtain an iron mine and food, just with these three things, he could establish a powerful base. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, and images from the cold North County Chronicle automatically surfaced in his mind, combining with his memories of the Northeast from his past life. Images began to overlap and merge in his mind. After a long time, he let out a long breath, looked around, and a smile crept onto his lips. It turned out this was the Fuzhou coal mine. All place names are fictional. Do not take them literally. Any coincidences are purely unfortunate. Indeed, this was the Fuzhou coal mine, which is not particularly famous in later generations. It was a small-scale coal mine, and later a resource-based city was built around it. When the resources were depleted, the city also declined. However, at that time, just this small coal mine produced 60 million tons of high-quality coal, supporting the rapid development of numerous factories, and the smoke from the thermal power plants lit up homes, allowing the local area to prosper for over 20 years. In both past and present, it existed. If this logic holds, should other untapped resources be similar? Li Chun looked up at the sky, murmuring, and his mood began to swell with excitement. The vast Northeast, endless treasure resources. If it truly matched his past life completely, then he had truly struck it rich. Chapter 71. Too manly down below. There were 3 jolts on the rope, and soon Lu Qinshu and the other 2 arrived at the valley floor. They followed Li Chun's instructions strictly, coming down one by one, fearing that too much weight would break the rope. In the end, even Bai Yuxiang climbed down and stood there, curiously looking around. What is this? Why is it so dark? Zhao Adashi picked up a piece of black coal from the ground and asked curiously. Never seen it before. Lu Qinshu and Ho Xiaobai looked at it for a while and shook their heads. Bai Yuxiang took a glance and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this coal? Wow, there's so much here. It's all coal. You recognize it?" Li Chun turned to her. "Of course I do. Before the war, I wandered into the pass. In some wealthy families, they used this stuff to cook, but it produces a lot of smoke and is very pungent. Moreover, it's said to be hard to extract and expensive, so not many people use it." Bai Yuxiang picked up a piece of raw coal to play with. However, she got her hands all dirty with black soot and disgustedly threw it aside, vigorously patting her hands. Have you seen anyone in the past using this to smelt iron? Li Chen asked. You really asked the right person. When I went to the pass, I accompanied Linger and passed by several mines. They all use charcoal for smelting iron. Who would use this stuff? Huh? What did you say? This thing can also be used to smelt iron? Bai Yuxiang's eyes widened in shock as she looked at him. Of course it can. Li Chen nodded and continued. Then, the group climbed up one after another. Let's move to the fragrant village. After they came up, Li Chen directly said to Bai Yuxiang. In the distance, Cheng Guang and the others were still training, but Li Chen glanced at them and shook his head. It was just chaotic training without any system. Even Zhao Dashi and the others found it meaningless and unwatchable. I don't want to. It's so dark here. If I stay too long, I'll be blown black by the wind. Bai Yuxiang refused outright. That's fine. Then I'll organize others to smelt iron and forge weapons here. Besides, the mountains around here are high and spacious, more suitable for training. This knife was forged by me personally. In the future, everyone will have one. Li Chen said straightforwardly without trying to persuade her. At the same time, he drew out the knife and twirled it in the air. Stop, I want it. Bai Yuxiang suddenly called out, realizing that Li Chen was serious about smelting iron and training soldiers to forge weapons here. For a bandit leader like her, strength and constantly enhancing power were crucial. Especially that knife of Li Chen's, which could cut through iron like mud, made her very envious. If her subordinates were equipped with such weapons, wouldn't they be invincible? Thinking of this, her eyes sparkled. Li Chen glanced at her. We'll move tomorrow. All right. Bai Yuxiang was quick to agree, her eyes still fixed on Li Chen's knife. Li Chen sheathed the knife and directly threw it to her. It's a gift for you. Huh? Chen, is this my betrothal gift? Bai Yuxiang caught the knife, her eyes filled with limitless surprise. You can say that. Li Chen pinched the bridge of his nose. Although Bai Yuxiang had repeatedly lost to him in every way, her persistent bragging made him speechless. Brother Chen, what about these women? Lu Chenxiu turned to look at the women who were cautiously eating breakfast together, frowning as he asked. Those women were all thin and gaunt, having suffered long-term abuse. Although they were all young, their faces were filled with fear and dread. They didn't even dare to eat much. Glancing nervously at the strong men around them with each bite, afraid of being beaten for eating too much. Even the chopsticks they used were makeshift wooden sticks broken off from nearby trees. Distribute travel expenses, 1 tael of silver to each person, and send them home. Li Chen said heavily, waving his hand. More than half of them were refugees, having lost their families and homes long ago. The rest were all victims of bandit attacks, left homeless. Even if they returned, they would still face the fate of becoming refugees or being sent to brothels. Lu Chenxiu sighed softly, having already inquired about the situation in detail. Mentioning it now made his heart even heavier. Do you want to take them in? Li Chen looked at Lu Chenxiu and asked, Brother Chen, I know in times of chaos and disaster, it is hardest to support people. You have a kind heart and cannot just watch them die. So, I suggest we keep them here. Anyway, this village will need to develop in the future and will need manpower. They're all young and strong. So why not let them stay and do some work they can manage? Lu Chenxiu spoke carefully, not daring to look Li Chen in the eye. At this moment, the women who were eating had heard the conversation, looked at each other, and all put down their chipped coarse porcelain bowls. One by one, they slowly stood up and silently walked over to Li Chen. Then they all knelt down. The oldest woman among them bowed her head, and when she raised it again, her face was already streaming with tears. Great leader, the world is vast, but we have no home. We all know you are a good person. Please keep us here. We could do anything, and we eat very little. We will definitely not cause you any trouble. Please, great leader. That woman bowed her head to the ground again. The other women all began to bow their heads, pleading earnestly. In an instant, the sounds of bowing and crying mingled together. Everyone in the fragrant village, including Lu Chenxiu and the others, looked on with compassion and reluctance. Bai Yuxiang looked at Li Chen nervously. If Li Chen really rejected these women, she would be very disappointed. That would mean Li Chen was truly a person who viewed life as a business. Such a person, cold and heartless, was the most frightening. Even her expression tightened. If Li Chen really did that, she would have to consider how to handle her relationship with him in the future. Should she keep her distance and only seek mutually beneficial cooperation? Or something else? Under everyone's gaze, Li Chun walked over, helped the older woman up, sighed. They are all unfortunate people, weathered by storms. Let them stay. Silence fell. The entire place was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. No one expected Li Chun to be so decisive. Soon, cheers erupted all around. Those women were streaming with tears, continuing to bow. But this time it was not in plea, but in gratitude. Everyone else raised their knives and cheered, and some even shouted, "Long live Brother Chun." Brother Chun truly has a chivalrous heart, not disappointing them. Bai Yuxiang let out a long breath, lightly patting her chest, looking at Li Chun with eyes full of love. This man is too manly. Chapter 72. A great harvest as long as you stay. You are a member of the village. We are all brothers and sisters. From now on, there will be no distinction between men and women, no difference in status. In short, everyone is equal. You all will work when busy and train when free. We will share our joys and sorrows and build our common home together. Li Chun said. These words were deafening, especially the phrase about no distinction between men and women, no difference in status, and everyone being equal, which struck a chord in everyone's hearts, resonating like thunder from the heavens. No one had ever spoken such words to them, especially to the women, nor had anyone ever done such a thing. Chief, is what you said true? A woman looked at him in shock, tears blurring her astonished eyes. Of course, Li Chun said firmly. What is your name? Head. My name is Wan Hong. Well, you're a few years older than me, so I will call you Sister Hong. Huh? Chief, that's absolutely not appropriate. I have already said, there is no distinction between men and women, no difference in status. Everyone is equal, so there is nothing inappropriate about it. From now on, in the village, those younger than you will call you Sister Hong, and those older than you will call you Sister Hong heir. Do you understand? Sister Hong. Li Chun looked at Wan Hong, placed his hands on her shoulders, and spoke gently. If it were a normal situation, a man putting both hands on a woman's shoulders would be seen as frivolous or even lewd. But at this moment, Wan Hong felt nothing but warmth and respect. Sister Hong, Sister Hong, Sister Hong. A group of rugged men around raised their weapons and shouted, laughing heartily. At that moment, everyone was utterly devoted to Li Chun. Such a leader was worth following to the ends of the earth. Wan Hong wiped away her tears with both hands and nodded heavily. Chief, thank you. Then she led all the sisters to stand up and collectively bow towards the surrounding men, continuously expressing their gratitude. Thank you, thank you. The girls cried as they thanked them, filled with mixed emotions of joy and sorrow. Chengge, I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. I'm sorry. Punish me. Lu Qinshu walked over and half kneeled in front of Li Chun. Good deeds can be reported after the fact. You're not at fault. Get up. Li Chun pulled him up. Then he looked at him and smiled slightly. I suppose you already have a plan for settling these women, right? Chengge is indeed Chengge. We, as subordinates, are always under your control. Even every little thought can't be hidden from you. Lu Qinshu grinned. Haha, unexpected. You brat has quite the skill in flattering. Huh? Bai Yuxiang seized the opportunity to retaliate. Who told this brat to be so sharp-tongued before? Making me furious. This is just speaking the truth, not flattery. Doesn't sister-in-law think so? Lu Qinshu looked at Bai Yuxiang seriously. The term sister-in-law instantly made Bai Yuxiang's face light up with a smile. She patted his shoulder hard. You are right. You've got potential. I have high hopes for you. Come, call me sister-in-law a few more times. Enough. Li Chun pinched his forehead and said to Lu Qinshu, continue. It's like this, Chengge. Since you acquired that advanced spinning wheel, why not make a few more, or even buy some weaving machines? Let's set up a weaving workshop here for mass production. On one hand, it can be for our own use. On the other hand, it can also make money, and we can pay salaries to the brothers and sisters with this money to support everyone. How about that? Lu Qinshu suggested. Li Chun pointed at him and gave him a thumbs up. Good, let's do it. However, we can also make weaving machines ourselves. No need to buy them. There are over 80 women. Setting up a weaving workshop wouldn't be bad at all. Unexpectedly, Lu Qinshu not only thought of this matter in advance, but also considered it so thoroughly, which made Li Chun appreciate him even more. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. First, they annihilated all the bandits of the Black-When village, leaving not a single one behind, eliminating a great threat to the area. Secondly, they seized more than 300 knives and guns, over 50 bows, and over 1,000 arrows. The Black-When village had hoarded quite a lot of weapons over the years. Thirdly, they confiscated over 10,000 taels of silver. Although they gave out over 3,000 taels, they still had more than 7,000 taels left. Additionally, they had over 30,000 pounds of grain and 35 horses, half of which were maras. To say that the Black-When village was rich to the point of overflowing is not an exaggeration. Finally, and most importantly, he took over the entire Xiong village. After inquiring in detail, he learned that there were over 100 good men, all with outstanding character. Bai Xiong, who usually viewed men as nothing, had a moral cleanliness. If a man's character was lacking, she would never accept him. But as long as the people accepted were all exceptionally brave and righteous. Currently, there are more than 30 men leading the charge in Xiong village, with the remaining 60 or 70 still in Xiong village. Bai Xiong would have to work harder recently to move everyone. However, with the resources here, Bai Xiong was particularly attentive to the moving process and would likely complete it within a few days. At that time, along with the 80 young women in the village, the total would be close to 200 people, all young and strong. These people would be the foundation for Li Chen's future development. Next, Li Chen stayed here for half a day. During this time, he drafted a training outline and had Cheng Guang and Lu Handong take this outline to train the soldiers. He also instructed them to thoroughly explore where the exit of that small coal mine was, and whether it could connect to this village. He had realized that although Bai Xiong was a bandit leader, she was merely a spiritual leader. In fact, this woman was quite lazy and often sneaked out to have fun. Instead, Cheng Guang and Lu Handong were diligently managing the livelihood of the entire village, including training, fighting, and black market dealings. Therefore, Li Chun was too lazy to talk to Bai Xiong. He would directly instruct Cheng Guang and Lu Handong when there were matters to discuss. He also told them to temporarily stay in the wooden house here, and when he came next time, he would build them brick houses. For now, they would make do. Currently, the village was big enough. It seemed that accommodating 1,000 or 2,000 people was not an issue. Moreover, there were vast flat areas around the village where they could expand. They could simply cut down the trees on the left, right, and in front, making it very level, even allowing for the construction of a large training ground. Additionally, there were many suitable places on the nearby hill for building houses. It seemed that building a few mountain towns around here to accommodate tens of thousands of people would be a piece of cake. This village still needed to expand, and at the same time, the people of Xiong village needed to train intensively. Li Chun stood at the entrance of the village, looking around, and said, "There are too many things to do next. If we solely rely on the people from Xiong village, it might be quite challenging." As for Bai Xiong in Xiong village, when it came to matters at home, Li Chen really couldn't trust her, not because she was a woman, but because this woman was too unreliable. She had the ability, but with her restless nature, she would often run out to relax, preferring to escort Lin Linger's assault team rather than stay in the village. It was simply impossible to rely on her to manage Xiong village and build a strong base in the deep mountains for him. As for Cheng Guang and Lu Handong, both in terms of character and bravery, Li Chen admired and trusted them. However, when it came to their strategic abilities, they still had a certain gap compared to what Li Chen wanted in terms of comprehensive qualities. "Don't worry, Chenggu. We will definitely manage this place, well according to your requirements, and strengthen the training," Cheng Guang and Lu Handong said in unison. Li Chen nodded, but did not speak. Bai Xiong next to him rolled her dark eyes and laughed. "Chun, do you doubt us a bit? Of course, do you think we might not be able to achieve your goals?" Li Chen glanced at her and nodded. "You're quite clever." This statement was not very tactful, and it made Cheng Guang and Lu Handong feel somewhat embarrassed and also a bit dissatisfied. Although Chenggu didn't doubt them, this kind of condescension made them feel worse. "How about this? I'll leave Chun Shushu here, and the future development plan of this village, including the training of soldiers, will be handed over to him. Cheng Guang, Handong, you two cooperate with him to do a good job. As for you, Xiong, since you like to run around anyway, go and protect the salt convoy, ensuring the smoothness of our trade routes." Li Chen said. "Huh?" Everyone around was shocked, looking at Lu Qinshu with puzzled expressions, and more feelings of dissatisfaction were slowly brewing. This fair-skinned young scholar, looking so weak, was going to directly parachute in to lead a group of people in the village? Even Cheng Gu and Dong Gu had to listen to him? Why should it be so? Even Lu Qinshu was shocked, pointing at his own nose. Cheng Gu, me? Can I do it? Cheng Gu. The straightforward Lu Handong wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Cheng Guang and had to swallow his words. Cheng Gu, you are our leader. No matter who you designate to be in charge of the village, we will obey and cooperate wholeheartedly. Cheng Guang nodded heavily. Li Chun looked at him deeply, his eyes filled with appreciation. Soldiers take obedience to orders as their duty, and Cheng Guang is naturally a soldier's material. Moreover, he has a big picture in mind, which means that the road ahead will be broader. Cheng Gu, you're a war god, regardless of character or ability. The brothers are devoted to you and will work hard for you without hesitation. We wouldn't even frown if it meant going to our deaths. But why should a mere fair-faced scholar lead us? I'm the first to disagree. A burly man strode over, neck stretched and face flushed, shouting. He was known as a troublemaker in the village, but had excellent martial skills and was particularly strong in archery, making him a standout in the village. Apart from Bai Yuxiang, Cheng Guang, and Lu Handong, Wei Yu could definitely be ranked as the fourth most important figure. Chapter 73. Allowing you to challenge Brother Chun, or forget it. This could easily cause conflict. Lu Qinshu took a breath and whispered to Li Chun. I say you're capable, so you are. Step forward. Li Chun glanced at him and said lightly, Yes, Brother Chun. Lu Qinshu instinctively stepped forward, pounding his chest with his right fist. Obeying Brother Chin's command had already become a habit for him. They don't respect you. I want them to respect you. Can you do it? Li Sheng Castiunat Starli. I can. Lu Qinshu shouted confidently. He knew Brother Chun had made up his mind, and now his only task was to make this group of bandits respect him. Wei Yu, your courage is commendable, so I allow you to challenge Lu Qinshu. But I need to confirm one thing. Can you represent the entire bandit group? Li Chun asked with his hands behind his back. Wei Yu was a bit confused, turning to look at Bai Yuxiang. Of course I can represent them. Bai Yuxiang replied, sitting on a large rock, seemingly unaware of when she had picked up a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking and spitting the shells out, looking like someone who enjoyed the spectacle without fear of chaos. Wei Yu then turned to Cheng Guang and Lu Handong. Cheng Guang said nothing. While Lu Handong pointed at him, Brother Chun said you can challenge. That's your chance. Don't embarrass yourself, got it? Understood. Wei Yu nodded heavily. Turning to Brother Chun, he said, Then I dare to represent the entire bandit group and challenge Brother Su. Very well. If you win, the bandit group will be built by you, and I will inspect it regularly. However, if you lose, Qinshu will stay, and from then on, Qinshu will be the big leader of the bandit group, with Cheng Guang and Handong as his left and right assistants. Qinshu's orders must be followed, and what he says is what I say. Those who dare to disobey will be severely punished. Li Chun declared emphatically. Fair. The bandit group cheered in unison. Wei Yu, what do you want to compete in? Li Chun asked. Let us go by the rules of the martial world. Archery, weaponry, and hand-to-hand combat. Wei Yu proposed directly without hesitation. Qinshu go. Li Chun said lightly. Yes, Brother Chun. Lu Qinshu nodded heavily and stepped in front of Wei Yu. Originally, he was just a pale-faced young scholar. But as he slowly straightened up in front of Wei Yu, his momentum began to rise steadily. By the time he stood fully upright, everyone couldn't help but feel an indescribable illusion. Being by Brother Chun's side for so long, he had somehow developed a momentum similar to Brother Chun's, cold, arrogant, and wild. Then let us begin. That pillar in the distance, 3 arrows hit the target. Victory, Lu Qinshu said without hesitation, swiftly drawing the crossbow from behind, automatically loading it, aimed briefly, and pulled the trigger. Reload, shoot again. For the 3rd time, reload and fire. The movements were incredibly quick. The semi-automatic crossbow and its clever design provided it with a firing speed faster than that of ordinary bows. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds almost merged into one. All 3 arrows hit the target, and the arrows were almost tightly connected. These days, besides working, he practiced archery and wrestling. Although Lu Qinshu's archery skills with the crossbow were still a notch below Ho Xiaobai, he had already improved to a level that even Li Chun praised. Awesome. Cheng Guang and Lu Handong genuinely cheered, while the other bandits had to admit defeat and applauded. That was a pillar 40 paces away, narrow as it was. An ordinary archer wouldn't even dare to think about it. Your turn. To ensure fairness, you can use my crossbow. Lu Qinshu offered the crossbow to him. I'm not used to it. Wei Yu took down the bow from his back, gritting his teeth as he began to aim. However, after shooting 3 arrows, the aiming time exceeded 12 breaths, and 1 arrow missed entirely. The remaining 2 arrows barely hit the pillar at awkward angles. The gap was clear. I lost. Let us switch to weaponry. Wei Yu's face turned red, throwing down the bow, still somewhat unconvinced. Lu Qinshu unfastened his weapon, looked around, found a wooden stick, wrapped the head with cloth, and sprinkled some white ash, holding it in his hand. I'll use a stick instead of spear. You can choose freely. Lu Qinshu held the wooden stick with both hands, striking a strange stance that those around could not understand. I'll use this. Wei Yu found a wooden knife used for training among the bandits and held it in his hand. He twirled the knife and beckoned Lu Qinshu with his finger. You go first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinshu lunged forward, thrusting the stick straight at him. The assassination technique he had been practicing for a month, coupled with last night's bloody battle, had made him even more skilled. It could even be said that, in terms of assassination techniques, neither Hou Xiaobai nor Zhao Dashi would be his match even if they teamed up. Wei Yu didn't react in time. Thud, the wooden stick directly tapped his chest. What kind of spear technique is this? So fast. Cheng Guang was startled, and Lu Handong widened his eyes. Bai Yuxiang paused with the sunflower seeds in her hand, her expression slightly tense. This kid's speed is too fast, and his spear technique is too impressive. With just one step, he hit Wei Yu, who had barely raised his knife. You cheated, taking advantage of my inattention to sneak attack. Wei Yu shouted, his face red and neck thick. Do you have no shame? Cheng Guang angrily retorted, unable to lose face in front of Brother Chun. Lu Qinshu waved his hand. It's fine. Wei Yu this time. You go first. I'll knock you down. Wei Yu roared, charging at Lu Qinshu like a raging bull, grabbing him with both hands. Lu Qinshu smoothly embraced him, grabbing his arms, then suddenly tugged back. Wei Yu instinctively straightened his back, but Lu Qinshu unexpectedly struck swiftly, pushing down, using Wei Yu's force to slam him hard onto the ground. That was a classic wrestling move. However, Lu Qinshu was too quick and didn't notice a rock on the ground, which was aimed directly at Wei Yu's back of the head. Once Wei Yu fell, his head would surely smash against that rock, potentially killing him. As he was about to slam Wei Yu down, Lu Qinshu realized he couldn't change his move in time, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, thinking, it's over. I've caused a huge disaster. But at that moment, Li Chun suddenly took a few steps forward, extending his long arms, lifting both of them up in the air and spinning them around gently before placing them down beside him. Lu Qinshu, still in shock, released his grip and knelt on one knee before Li Chun. Brother Chun, I'm sorry, I lost control for a moment and nearly caused a big mistake. Fist and foot have no eyes. It's not your fault. Li Chun shook his head. Just as Wei Yu was about to speak, he turned and saw the rock on the ground, and he couldn't help but be startled. He finally realized he had narrowly escaped death. Gasping for breath, after a while he walked in front of Li Chun, full of shame, and knelt on one knee. Brother Chun, I admit defeat. We're all family. No need for formalities. Li Chun said with a faint smile, helping him up. Brother Su, awesome. From now on, this bandit group will be under your command. Who dares to disrespect you? I'll break their legs. Cheng Guang glared and turned to look at the surrounding bandits of Xiangzhai. That's a must. The people in the village also didn't hold back, raising their knives, guns, and clubs. At that moment, everyone was united, and there were no more objections. From then on, no one would dare to question Li Chen's words. If Li Chun said someone could do it, then they definitely could. Leaving Lu Qinshu behind, Li Chun took Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai back to Mu'er village, while Bai Yuxiang happily left the village to find Lin Linger in Pingyang County. Li Chun had no choice in this matter. Bai Yuxiang was just unreliable. The Black Wind village was actually only about 40 miles from Mu'er village, and even with the time taken to leave the mountain, they would still make it in 2 hours. Just past noon, Li Chun had already returned home with Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai. Before they even reached the door, they could smell the aroma of cooking. It was already late afternoon, and the village women had started cooking for the workers. Home is the best. Zhao Dashi licked his lips, his stomach rumbling loudly. You big oaf! Are you really craving your sister-in-law's cooking? Ho Xiaobai joked. So what? Sister-in-law's cooking is delicious. Zhao Adashi chuckled. Then he twitched his nostrils. Hey, why is there stewed meat again? I can smell it. He was aware that meat was extremely expensive these days, and wild game was hard to hunt. Unless it was a festival or a significant event, no family would easily stew meat. Yet, they were stewing meat just for the women workers' meal? That seemed a bit too extravagant, right? Li Chen was also puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Warner wasn't someone who couldn't manage her household, was she? But then a thought crossed his mind, and he seemed to understand. The group of them sped up on their horses, rounding the bend, and to their surprise, they saw a large crowd gathered at Li Chen's home. Chapter 74. First robbing goods, and then cutting off water, bullying too much not just the working village women, but half of the village's men had come, and many women who weren't working were helping to cook. Yu Qingwan was there directing and cooking with Lu Jinsue, busy and moving around in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the men were gathered around Zhao the blacksmith and tabby, listening to the two of them talk animatedly. Some of the men had injuries, with even some blood seeping out. Huh? How come there are people injured? Did they have a collective fight? Ho Xiaobai was surprised, but Li Chen's lips curled slightly, his gaze turning cold. As expected, he had guessed some things correctly. At that moment, the village chief Su Jiang spotted Li Chen from a distance. Laughing heartily as he stood up, Chenggu is back. Come, let us welcome our little Zhuge, who can predict the future. A group of villagers immediately laughed and came forward to greet him. Chenggu, you are truly amazing. You actually predicted that the Wu family from Baisha village would come to ambush us and steal the salt we just brought back. As a result, they had just stopped Zhao the blacksmith and tabby at the gorge when our ambush rushed over, beating the Wu family so badly that they fled in disarray. Su Jiang laughed heartily, giving Li Chen a thumbs up. Huh, so that is how Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai turned to look at Li Chen, finally understanding what was going on. The village had had another fight with the Wu family, and they won, retrieving the horse cart used for transporting salt. In that case, it made sense for the little sister-in-law to prepare another meal to thank these men and women. Hey, Chenggu, you don't know, but Zhao the blacksmith and tabby are truly fierce. Zhao the blacksmith swings a big iron hammer, knocking one away with each swing. tabby uses a big stick, and with one hit, he takes down a whole area. If it weren't for those two, many of us might have been injured. Someone nearby recounted the situation at that time. How many people came? Li Chen listened to the villagers and raised his dark brows, a terrifying killing intent surging in his bright eyes. The Wu family was clearly here to kill and rob. Damn it, there were more than 20 of them, all strong men. If it weren't for the whole village, men and women of all ages joining forces, scaring them off with hundreds of people, plus Zhao the blacksmith and tabby risking their lives, they probably wouldn't have given up so easily. Even so, they fought with us for a while, injuring 4 or 5 of our people. Those damn bastards are really fierce. The villagers spoke in unison. So many strong men? Why weren't they conscripted to join the army? Li Chen frowned and asked. That's because they have connections in the county. The county lieutenant, Wu Chuang, is in charge of the local militia, and he has real power. If he negotiates a bit, naturally, they want to be conscripted, the villagers replied indignantly. Got it. Let's eat first. Li Chen nodded heavily. Out of gratitude for the villagers protecting the salt, and since there were injuries, the little sister-in-law not only stewed a few pheasants, but also specifically cut a piece of meat and bought a jar of wine. The villagers ate happily, smiling. With Chenggu around, it felt like they were celebrating a bountiful year every few days. After the meal, Li Chen didn't hurry to let everyone leave. Instead, he distributed 51 to each household and additionally gave 201 to the injured as compensation. This moved everyone to the point of tears. Chenggu, this is too generous and righteous. Even if it means risking our lives for Chenggu, it would be worth it. In recent days, every household had made a good profit thanks to Li Chen, and their lives had improved significantly. They were no longer starving, having only 1 meal a day, or even going 2 days without food, but now at least 3 meals a day, ensuring they could fill their bellies. Their gratitude towards Chenggu was beyond words. Just as the money was distributed and a group of villagers joyfully prepared to return to work, a group of children ran over, looking somewhat panicked. Not good, Uncle Su. Our water channel has stopped flowing. The children shouted. What? Su Jiang jumped up, asking in shock. Uncle Su, we were playing by the village edge, and the little puppy saw that there was suddenly no water in our village's water channel. Two slightly older children ran over, out of breath. It might be because the channel is blocked and needs to be cleared. Let us go home and get tools to take a look, Su Jiang said, standing up and hurriedly walking out. A group of men and women also looked serious and anxious, quickly following Su Jiang out. Li Chen recalled the child's words. He remembered that due to relying on the heavens for food, the village had suffered from droughts the previous 2 years, resulting in a meager harvest. This spring, the village had gritted its teeth and organized all the able-bodied men to painstakingly dig a 5-mile-long channel to divert water from a branch of the Yu River, specifically to ensure that if another drought occurred this year, they could irrigate their crops. This year had not been a major drought, but the rain was also not good. However, thanks to this irrigation channel, the crops were growing fairly well. But if the channel was broken and there was no water, that would be troublesome. In such hot weather, if there was no rain and they couldn't draw water, within 3 days the crops would wilt, and in 7 days, the harvest would be halved. If it lasted for more than 10 days, it would be completely ruined, with nothing to harvest. Thus, the villagers became anxious. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen's gaze grew colder as he thought of certain matters. He called over Ho Xiaobai and whispered a few words to him. Ho Xiaobai nodded and turned to untie a horse, riding down the mountain and out of the village. Although the women didn't follow the men to check the situation and stayed behind to help the little sister-in-law with the work of cleaning dishes, they were equally anxious. If there were another year of drought, people would truly starve to death. Food prices had already begun to rise. The people of Mir village took their shovels and other tools to the repaired channel by the village and found, indeed, that the water had already begun to stop flowing. How could this happen? Could it be that the upstream river has also stopped flowing? Su Zheng frowned, asking with confusion and worry. It's the Wu family's doing. At this moment, Li Chen slowly spoke beside him. Chengge is right. Damn it. It must be the Wu family's doing. Because Baisha village is right next to our channel, they can easily tamper with it. Right, it must be them. That tributary flowing into the Yulong River is over 10 zhang wide. It's not like last year or the year before. How could it possibly stop flowing? Let us go find them. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation. Let us follow the channel to see what's going on. Su Jiang not that. Anyway, the channel was too far, just 5 miles. It would take too long to go back and forth along it. Thus, the villagers followed the channel upstream. After walking 5 miles, they could already hear the sound of rushing water from afar, the sound of the river flowing, indicating that it hadn't stopped flowing at all. As they proceeded further, turning past a grove, a group of villagers suddenly felt their anger rise, because they clearly saw about 100 people nearby digging up soil, completely blocking their channel's water source, cutting off the flow of the river. It was the people from Baisha village. Stop right there. Su Zheng was furious, grabbing a shovel and rushing forward, shouting loudly. Ahead, many villagers from Baisha village who were working raised their heads in fear, quickly retreating with their tools. Keep working. Damn it. Who dares to stop? This is your fate if you do. A thunderous voice sounded from the side. Surprisingly, it was Wu Changqing, brandishing a large knife to intimidate the villagers into working. Beside him stood a group of fierce Wu family youths, watching the villagers from Wu family work like wolves and tigers. Chapter 75. Inhuman. At this moment, the Wu family members were beating and kicking a group of villagers, forcing them to go back to work. The able-bodied men had all been conscripted to the North Yen Pass, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and disabled, who dared not resist and could only work in fear. Wu Changqing, holding a steel knife and followed by nearly 40 strong men, sneered as he walked forward, blocking the citizens of Mu'er village who were trying to stop the villagers of Baisha village. Wu Changqing, do you dare to block the canal? This is equivalent to killing for profit. You are committing such atrocities that even heaven will not stand by and let you go unpunished. Su Jiang shouted, wielding a shovel. Stop your nonsense. You didn't get our permission from Baisha village to dig a canal here in the southeast. This is completely destroying the feng shui of our Baisha village. What is wrong with us blocking it? Some disasters that occurred in the village this year haven't even made you take responsibility yet. And you dare to come here? Previously, you had the numbers, so you got away with a few lives. Now, on our Baisha village's territory, with so many strong men, you better think twice. Step back. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be cut down with a flurry of blades. Wu Changqing roared. Su Zhang's anger flared. Damn it. You are trying to kill all the citizens of Mu'er village in disguise. We will fight you to the end. He raised the shovel. However, just as he lifted the shovel, it suddenly felt heavy. Turning back, he saw Li Chun pressing down on the shovel. Brother Chun. Su Jiang turned to him. This is my problem. I'll handle it, Li Chun said. Su Jiang nodded, and Li Chun walked over. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a bloodied person lying nearby. It was actually the village chief of Baisha, Ma Wu. Village chief Ma? Li Chun rushed over and helped Ma Wu up. A few strong men nearby were about to strike him down, but Wu Changqing narrowed his eyes and stopped them. In front of so many people, if he just killed Li Chun, it would not be good for him. He decided to see what Li Chun wanted to do. Village chief Ma, what happened to you? Li Chun asked. This group of demons forced all the villagers to help you with the canal, which is equivalent to harming the lives of over 300 people in Mu'er village. I strongly opposed it, and as a result, they beat me up like this. Ma Wu gasped, with a middle-aged woman beside him supporting him and wiping her tears. Brother Chun, I know you are capable. No matter what, please don't take your anger out on the villagers of Baisha. They're also being forced. Ma Wu said, struggling to catch his breath. Li Chun narrowed his eyes and slowly turned to look at Wu Changqing. Just then, cries suddenly erupted from the nearby woods, followed by a 14 or 15-year-old girl running out, naked, holding a little boy covered in blood and crying. Then, several 13 or 14-year-old boys emerged from the woods, some of them tying their belts as they walked, all with wicked smiles on their faces. Shinger, are you crazy? Why did you run over here without any clothes? A heart-wrenching scream came from beside her. A middle-aged woman dropped her shovel and threw off her outer linen coat, rushing towards the girl and covering her. Mom, those little beasts from the Wu family just cut off my little brothers. Shinger sobbed. They said they wanted to create the first eunuch in the village. I went to save my brother, but they held me down in the woods and took turns insulting me. Holding her brother in one arm and her mother in the other, Shinger broke down in tears. The hell is empty, and the demons are among us. The middle-aged woman, upon seeing her 2 children in such a state, instantly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Mom, the girl cried over her mother, tears streaming down her face. This scene was truly the epitome of human tragedy. However, the little demons from the Wu family showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they walked over leisurely, grinning as if the evil deeds they had just committed were merely a small amusement in life. The villagers of Baisha were all seething with anger, but no one dared to speak out. You little brats, causing me trouble. Go home and stay there. Wu Changqing scolded a few little demons. Then, he walked over to the girl named Shinger, pulled out a handful of copper coins, and threw them at her. All right, stop wailing. It's just this little thing. It's nothing serious. Help your mom, and hurry back home. After saying this, he didn't even look back, turning around and walking away with his big knife. Beasts. Ever since such a group of demons came to Baisha village, the entire village has become like a hell on earth. Ma Wu cried out, looking up to the sky. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, filled with frustration and powerlessness. He really wished he could die. Brother Chun, I want to kill someone. Zhao Dashia's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his knife, staring fiercely at the Wu family members. Li Chun, however, held down his hand that was reaching for the knife and slowly stood up. He said nothing and turned to walk back. What should we do, Brother Chun? Su Zheng asked anxiously, leaning on his shovel. All the villagers looked at him eagerly, their eyes filled with rage as they glanced at the pitiful family of 3 across the way. I promise everyone, the canal will be clear by tomorrow. Now, return to the village. Li Chun turned and walked away. Huh? The villagers were stunned. They had thought Brother Chun would lead them into a fierce battle against those bastards. Even if it meant being killed, they couldn't just let themselves starve to death like this. But Brother Chun told them to go back? What? What is Brother Chun really thinking? Chapter 76. The Wu family. It's over. Su Jiang glanced at Li Chun's back, gradually calming down. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Listen to Brother Chun, let's go back." Only then did the villagers helplessly turn to leave. Behind them, a burst of laughter erupted from the Wu family members. Haha, thought he was a tough guy. Turns out he's just a coward without any guts. How many tough guys are there in Muir village? None of them are better than women. The mocking laughter was incredibly harsh, and the insults pierced deep into their hearts. However, since Li Chun in front didn't say anything, Su Jiang followed his lead, and the group of villagers could only walk back, their teeth clenched in anger. Thus, in silence, they returned to Muir village. Throughout the whole time, Li Chun did not turn around, nor did he spare a glance at Wu Chongqing and the others, which puzzled Wu Chongqing a bit. This kid was pretty spirited. Why is he being a coward now? Originally, he thought that after filling the ditches of Muir village, the villagers would definitely come, and that the popular Li Chun would surely show up too. At that time, a conflict or even a fight would definitely occur. He had already gathered the entire Wu family, over 40 strong men, each armed with steel knives. If a fight broke out, they would certainly first chop Li Chun to death. He didn't believe a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled villagers could defeat them. If they hadn't had fewer men yesterday and hadn't seen Li Chun, they would have already beaten all the villagers of Muir village to the ground. Today, they must not let them escape. But this kid, being a coward, completely dashed his plans. Silently, Li Chun didn't say a word, and the villagers could only hear his footsteps, each step seemingly stepping on their hearts, carrying an inexplicable weight and shock. When they reached the village, Li Chun finally turned around, looked at the villagers, and extended 3 fingers, indicating 3 things. First, the ditch will be unblocked tomorrow, and water will come again. Second, the Wu family will face disaster. Third, I swear by my life, everyone disperse and get back to work. After that, he turned and went home, closing the door and concealing his figure. The villagers remained silent. Although no one spoke, each person's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Oh heavens, what did Brother Chen say? The Wu family will face disaster? That's dozens, even hundreds of people. However, recalling the 7 missing thugs from the Wu family, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, rising in indescribable excitement. The Wu family is really going to be finished? The Wu family is finished. Village Chief Su Jiang seemed to echo Li Chen's words, softly saying. Although his voice was very low, everyone heard him clearly. Perhaps this was the voice in their hearts. In the night, a cavalry unit galloped swiftly. 20 horses, 20 riders. Each of them wore black masks, fully armed, emanating an uncontainable murderous aura. The horses' hooves were wrapped in cloth, making little sound even as they galloped. Soon, the cavalry arrived at the entrance of Muir village. There, 2 people were already waiting on horseback, quietly awaiting their arrival. It was Li Chun and Zhao Dashi. Brother Chun, I'm back. Ho Xiaobai cupped his hands. Brother Chun, Cheng Guang, and Lu Handong bowed on their horses. Ho Xiaobai had received Li Chen's orders and, after lunch, went to Heifeng's stronghold to bring the brothers out. Lu Chenshu stayed at the stronghold with less than 10 people, continuing to help the women with production and construction. Let's go kill the bullies. Li Chen nodded. Kill the bullies. The 20 Iron Riders shouted in unison. Baisha village was only 7 or 8 miles from Muir village. The horses ran swiftly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived. It was already deep night, and most of the lights in the village had been extinguished, except for a large mansion at the eastern end of the village, where lights were still on. Faintly, the sounds of children playing could be heard from the courtyard. Pulling on the reins, Li Chen quietly gazed at the massive mansion. He had already found out that this mansion belonged to the Wu family. The entire Wu family occupied the highest and most auspicious piece of land in the village, forcefully driving away the villagers who originally lived there, beating those who refused to leave, and even allegedly killing 2 people at the time. Because they had the county magistrate backing them, they compensated a few coins, and the matter was settled. The Wu family had villagers build a huge mansion for them here, moving all the Wu family members into the mansion, which resembled a small fortress. Under normal circumstances, this would be a good thing, as it concentrated the population and could solve many troubles. But now, it provided Li Chun with an opportunity to catch them all at once. Li Chun pulled up his black mask, silently waved his hand, and with a squeeze of his legs, his steed shot out like an arrow. Behind him, Ho Xiaobai and the others followed suit, but those from Xiangjai were filled with passionate blood. It was their first time fighting alongside Brother Chun. Inside the Wu family's mansion, the lights were still on, and children were running around playing on several wooden floors. Some women were spinning thread, others were chatting, while the men drank and boasted. Wu Changqing popped a piece of pig's head into his mouth and chewed heartily. Someone beside him said, "Third uncle. That kid was a coward today and didn't fall for it. What should we do?" "Easy. He will definitely go to the city to sell salt again. I've already told you all to let Brother Chuang know. When he goes again, we'll directly arrest him on the charge of smuggling salt and throw him into prison. Then, we'll force him to reveal the secret recipe for making illegal salt. We'll move to Muir village and use that recipe to make illegal salt and make big money. Just wait, good days are ahead." Wu Changqing said with a drunken laugh. "I heard Li Chun has a beautiful maid wife. Can we let everyone have a taste?" Someone asked with a grin. "That won't do. Brother Chuang was already enchanted by her the first time he saw her. She's Brother Chuang's. Who dares touch her? Don't blame me for being rude," Wu Changqing said with loyalty. All right. I heard village chief Su Zhang's daughter is also quite nice, with a curvy figure and looks beautiful. It must be exciting to have her. Let's have her. We'll discuss that later." Wu Changqing took a sip of wine, put down the cup, and exhaled a cloud of wine breath. Just as he said this, the table suddenly began to shake rhythmically, and the wine in the cup rippled with layers of waves. Am I seeing things? Why does the wine seem to be bubbling on its own? Wu Changqing blinked hard, puzzled. The tremors grew stronger, and soon, a low rumbling sound began to resonate like distant thunder. Just as the group was filled with uncertainty, there was a loud crash, and the wooden door of the Wu family was smashed open. Immediately, a white steed charged through the broken door, leaping inside. On the horse, a person was drawing a bow, and in an instant, that chilling gaze locked onto Wu Changqing. "Wu Changqing," someone shouted. "Who dares to invade my Wu family?" Wu Changqing was shocked and stood up, shouting angrily. But just as he shouted that, a twang sounded. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrow shot like a meteor, instantly crossing the space barrier, piercing through his mouth, and exiting through the back of his head, nailing him to the pillar behind him. Chapter 77. Kill all above 10 years old. What? A group of drunken Wu family men were taken aback, hurriedly standing up, ready to reach for their weapons. But it was too late. The slaughter had already begun. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. More than 20 people had already entered the courtyard, hacking at anyone they encountered, killing without mercy, every strike drawing blood. Whoosh! Zhao Dashi, holding a crossbow, shot an arrow that struck a 15-year-old little demon, and he exclaimed excitedly, "I've finally hit something." He then rushed over and chopped off the little demon's head, hanging it on a post. This head was for the poor girl Xing. Zhao Dashi stared at the head with a cold glare. That little demon was once the leader of a group of demon youths. Kill! Cheng Guang thrust a knife into the chest of a young man, blood splattering all over his masked face. Lu Handong smashed an iron rod onto a man's shoulder, instantly collapsing half of his body. He spewed blood and fell, dead beyond recovery. Thud! Ho Xiaobai had already shot through the heart of a man who was turning to flee. So far, he had killed 4 people. His archery skill had become increasingly precise, able to quickly and accurately shoot targets within 30 paces of rapid movement. Only Li Chun could match his speed in killing. The slaughter didn't last long before it was over. Because of this sudden ambush, almost all the young men had been killed, and nearly half of them were shot down by Li Chun and Ho Xiaobai. The rest were all old, weak, sick, and disabled, along with some injured men. All herded to the center of the courtyard, including the bodies. They were all moved to the center as well. A group of Wu family members trembled as they knelt there, fear flooding their hearts. Who on earth were these people? What do they want? Cheng Guang, holding the roster found from the Wu family, began calling out names. Wu Changqing, present. Wu Changwei, present. Wu Feng, dead. After reading through all the names and counting the bodies, Cheng Guang walked up to Li Chun and handed him the roster. Boss, except for the 2 who were with Wu Chuang, everyone is here, not a single one missing, including the infant in swaddling clothes. Li Chen nodded, taking a glance at the roster. 42 names were crossed out, all dead. There were still 67 left, all old, weak, sick, or disabled. Kill all males over 10 years old. Li Chen said coldly. Stab, stab, stab. The cold glint of knives flashed, blood splattered, and wails filled the air. The slaughter was ongoing. The ground was soaked in blood, and all males over 10 years old were beheaded, with no one left alive. At the same time, a large amount of silver, grain, and even 15 horses and 2 carts were seized from the Wu family, all of which were accepted by Xiangjai. All arrows were collected, and the remaining women, children, and the elderly were all hung up in the wooden building. Their lives and deaths would be decided by the people of Baisha village. Let us go, Li Chen shouted, mounting his horse. Leave a name, Cheng Guang bellowed. Someone threw a cloth roll into the air. Ho Xiaobai had already ridden out of the courtyard, suddenly turning around, aiming without aiming, and pulled the trigger. Thud! The arrow directly pinned the wooden roll to the post. The long cloth unfolded like a flowing river. On the pale linen were written 2 bloody large characters, Xiangjai. Everyone in Xiangjai exclaimed in admiration, great archery. It had improved. Li Chen glanced at Ho Xiaobai, nodding in satisfaction. That was 40 paces away. He actually shot the wooden roll and pinned it to the post with 1 arrow. This difficulty was far more formidable than Lu Qinshu persuading Wei Yu with 3 arrows in Haifeng's high. Sometimes, talent is far more important than hard work. I'm still far from it. My goal is 80 paces and still hit every shot. Ho Xiaobai shook his head. Then practice. Li Chun left this sentence and led the people out of the village. In just a quarter of an hour, they had killed all the Wu family males over 10 years old, regardless of age. However, after leaving the village, the people of Xiangjai temporarily departed. While Li Chun took Ho Xiaobai back into the village to quietly observe the situation. When the slaughter first began, the entire village was awakened. Hearing the screams coming from the Wu family's courtyard, everyone was terrified and no one dared to check the situation. When everything was over, some people began to muster the courage to sneak around the Wu family's vicinity to see what had happened. Upon seeing the horrific scene in the courtyard, gasps of shock erupted. Then more and more people gathered, until finally the one-armed Ma Wu walked over, covering his chest, breathing heavily. The village chief, the Wu family, has lost many people. There's even a blood-stained banner with names. It seems like it was done by the bandits from Xiangjai. A villager said in horror to Ma Wu. Ma Wu stared at Wu Chongqing, who was slumped on the ground with eyes wide open in death, his teeth chattering in anger. Good, well done. The Wu family has been filled with evil. Everyone deserves to die. However, at that moment, an old woman hanging in the building yelled sharply, Ma Wu, hurry and let us down. Then send someone to report to the officials. Tell my family Chuang that all the Wu family men have been killed, quickly. Her shout made the surrounding women begin to cry out in distress. You damn trash. What are you waiting for? Hurry and let us down. These people had long been accustomed to bullying in Baisha village. But now they had fallen to this state and still refused to change, continuing to scold the villagers of Baisha, infuriating. What should we do, village chief? Should we let them down? Let them down? Why not? Mao narrowed his eyes, chuckling coldly. Then, he strode over and entered the courtyard first. The other villagers followed him, covering their noses. Hurry up, you filthy maggots. Let this old woman down. I want to go to the county myself and find Chuang. The old woman scolded especially sharply. Unexpectedly, Ma Wu yanked the knot of the rope, and the old woman fell directly from over 10 feet in the air with a thud, breaking her leg. Ah, you filthy maggot peasant. Dare to treat me like this, The old woman gasped for breath, clutching her broken foot, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. You old hag. Dare to curse again? Back then, when I went to war, it was you who instructed your daughter and daughter-in-law to force my wife to work for you, day and night, without food, and even your men humiliated her multiple times. If I hadn't returned in time, she might have already died in your home. Now, after taking a few steps, I still have to gasp for breath, and I can no longer bear children, leaving my family without heirs. You old hag, go die. Ma Wu yelled with red eyes. The endless hatred that had accumulated to this day finally erupted. He disregarded everything and picked up a knife from the side, cleaving her head in one stroke. blood and brains splattered all over his face. Revenge so satisfying. Chapter 78. The heart has a fierce tiger. Gently sending the rose, what are you all waiting for? Anyway, it was the people of Xiangjai who were killed. So what is there to fear? Haven't we been oppressed by those bastards enough? Revenge for grievances, payback for hatred. Kill all those who are still alive, and for the dead. Stab them a few more times, even desecrate their corpses. Ma Wu roared in anger, lifting his steel knife, and with one stroke, he severed the legs of a woman hanging in the air, her piercing scream echoing through the night. In that instant, all the villagers' eyes turned red, each one filled with hatred. Finally, they had a chance for revenge. They picked up weapons from the ground and began to slash and stab at the living, regardless of age. When a person's eyes are black, their heart is still red. But when a person's eyes turn red, their heart has turned black. A red heart is not necessarily that of a good person. It could just be an ordinary person. A black heart is not necessarily that of an evil person. It could just be hatred. The sounds of screaming, roaring, cursing, steel knives slashing, heavy objects hitting, mixed with the mournful cries, filled Baisha village. This night was destined to be a bloody one. Yet, it was a price that the wicked should pay. I killed you, killed you, killed you. The girl Xinger, who had suffered insults during the day, wielded a pair of scissors and desperately stabbed at several already dead little demons, even cutting the throat of a 10-year-old demon who had violently insulted her, poking out his 2 eyeballs and even chopping off his right hand. As for the other villagers, they had all gone mad. Soon, villagers who heard the news joined the killing spree. In the end, every single person in the village took part in this revenge massacre. When they finally came to their senses, the Wu family was left with not a single person who could still breathe, and not even a complete corpse could be found. This was enough to prove how deep the villagers' hatred for the Wu family truly was. Even the baby hanging in a bamboo basket on the pillar was taken down and brutally thrown to death by the villagers filled with hatred. My God, they have gone completely insane. Hiding in the darkness, Ho Xiaobai kept taking deep breaths. He had been calm while killing, without a hint of horror. But at this moment, he felt a bit shocked. Even his hands trembled slightly. Everyone has a black seed in their heart. It just depends on who waters and fertilizes it. It was the Wu family that drove them mad. Originally, they were just kind, ordinary people. And this is the anger of the people. If they hadn't been driven to desperation, they would still be a group of pitiful, submissive citizens. Li Chen said lightly. After saying this, he turned and left. The night grew deeper. The smell of blood grew stronger. Cheng Guang and the others had already returned to Xiangjai overnight, as there was still much to be done, and they could not afford to delay. The massacre they had fought alongside Li Chen that night allowed them to experience Li Chen's power more directly. No, it wasn't just power, it was greatness. Yes, greatness. It was the first time they had seen someone turn killing enemies into an art form on the battlefield. Every time he drew his bow, it was a visual feast. Every time he swung his knife, it was a textbook example of precision. He almost executed everything perfectly, leaving no room for criticism. And it wasn't just about being fiercely aggressive. The joy they felt in battle was akin to appreciating art, something they had never even dreamed of. And Li Chen accomplished it. Thus, after returning, even though it was late at night, they continued to boast about their experiences fighting alongside Brother Chun, which became a dream that everyone in Xiangjai yearned for. Even if they died, they had no regrets. Li Chen brought Ho Xiaobai back home. His little maid wife had already prepared steaming hot meals, and even cooked 2 iron-billed birds marinated in salt brine in the stove. After they finished eating, Ho Xiaobai took a bunch of iron arrowheads and went home to continue making arrows. Li Chen then took a refreshing cold shower with well water, washing off the blood from the past 2 nights, changed into clean clothes, and sat down, accepting a bowl of clear tea from his little maid wife, sipping it slowly, a heart with a fierce tiger, gently sending the rose. Even the invincible war god needs a moment of tranquility and a faint fragrance of tea to cleanse the remaining bloodthirst in his heart. Aren't you going to ask me what I want to do? Li Chen glanced at his little maid wife who was spinning thread and smiled slightly. The master can say, I'm all ears, she said with a smile. Regarding my man-s matters, though I worry, I never ask much. I want to kill people. Last night, I killed over 80, and tonight nearly 100. Half of those 100 can be counted as indirectly dead by my hand. So I suppose I killed them. Li Chen sipped the rough tea, savoring its slightly astringent and bitter aroma, and slowly said, "If the master kills, it must be those who deserve to die." The little maid wife trembled slightly, but soon regained her composure, nodding heavily. She had begun to get used to it. "You have so much faith in me." Li Chen picked up the little tiger and sat beside her. The little tiger sniffed the scent on him, comfortably rolled over in his arms, exposing its belly to Li Chen, representing absolute submission and trust. "What the master does is certainly right." The little maid wife smiled with pursed lips. "Last night, we killed those from Haifeng's High. Now that this bandit group has been wiped out, we no longer need to worry. Those vile bandits, well done." The little maid wife felt a thrill, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had been worried about those bandits seeking revenge, but now that they had been completely wiped out, there was no need to worry. "Tonight, we killed the Wu family of Baisha village. They bullied men and dominated women, oppressing the villagers, committing heinous acts." Li Chen recounted what had happened today. The little maid wife nodded heavily, her eyes filled with righteous indignation. "Evil comes from evil, and the world truly is a cycle of cause and effect. Master, you are a true hero who eliminates harm for the people." Looking at Li Chen, her admiration grew even more. Recalling the old Li Chen felt like a distant memory. "Master, you have truly changed. From a nobody to a great hero. This is the lover she once dreamed of in her boudoir. How lovely. You're not bad either." Li Chen looked at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Master, I have one more thing to ask. Can you grant my request?" The little maid wife bit her lip, stopping her spinning, and looked at Li Chen. "Say it." Li Chen looked at her. "It's still about what I wanted to say earlier. I need to refine salt and collect firewood again, and with Chun Su not around, only Chun-Yi is left, and I'm really too busy. Could you let Sister Xiao help me?" The little maid wife said cautiously. Chapter 79. Reclaiming a village. Li Chen glanced at her. "Is that really what you think?" "Of course. Sister Xiao, you are both talented and kind-hearted. You never take shortcuts or act slyly. So how about?" The little maid was about to express her thoughts when she looked up and caught Li Chen's teasing smile. Her face instantly turned red, and she changed her words. "How about we hire her to help us manage the accounts and gather firewood? It would just mean spending a bit more money." "Agreed." Li Chen smiled, picked up the little tiger, and went to train it on the con. "Yay!" The little maid excitedly clenched her small fist, overjoyed. The master finally took a step back. "It's wonderful. Hey, such things really need to be done gradually. We mustn't rush like before." The next morning, they continued the early training. However, starting today, the training volume was doubled, but the time only increased by half an hour. Zhao Dash and Ho Xiaobai arrived early and completed the training with almost frenzied enthusiasm alongside Li Chen. By the time they finished everything, both were lying on the ground, barely able to move. Yet, Li Chen still had the energy to make leopard bone soup and collect deer blood. They were truly amazed. "Brother Chen, you are simply made of steel." As the sun rose high, every household had already eaten breakfast, and a group of female workers cheerfully went to work. The men also entered the mountains to chop firewood, and according to Li Chen's request, they cut down some straight sour juju branches, birchwood, and more. Li Chen originally intended to pay for these, but the villagers refused to accept money. They always returned with quite a bit, and now the house was already piled high with it. If used to make bows, they could probably make hundreds, and there might be thousands of arrow shafts. These items were neatly roasted, stacked, and air-dried, just waiting for their upcoming use. Li Chen was reading in the house, but his mind was pondering several other matters. Now that the coal mine was established, the urgent task was to build a steel furnace. However, the first step in building a steel furnace was to find kaolin for refractory bricks. Where could he find that? Currently, there was no kaolin for sale in the market. He remembered that there were a few places in the northeast that produced it, but now it seemed too far to realistically obtain the soil. Could they get soil nearby? Additionally, after obtaining the soil, building the blast furnace would also be a problem. He needed skilled craftsmen for that. It would be nearly impossible for him to do it alone. At the same time, he also needed to organize the men in the village who knew carpentry, assign production tasks for spinning wheels, looms, and parts for crossbows and arrows. All of these had to be put on the agenda. There were too many things to do. He needed to sort them out and think about the next steps. After all, there were so many people in Muir village and Haifengshai to support. Relying solely on the production of refined salt could at most solve basic needs, but was insufficient to fully support the development of the two bases. Just as he was thinking about this, a loud cheer suddenly erupted from outside. The irrigation canal is flowing. Soon after, deafening cheers filled the village. Li Chun walked out of the house, looking down with his hands behind his back, and saw many villagers gathered by the irrigation ditch, cheering joyfully. He smiled slightly and muttered to himself, Baisha village is saved. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, Brother Chun. Li Chun turned to look and raised an eyebrow. It was actually Ma Wu, the village chief of Baisha village, who had only one arm. Village chief Ma? Li Chun walked over to ask. Everyone in the courtyard turned to look in surprise. At this time, what could the village chief of Baisha village want with Li Chun? Ho Xiao Bai and Zhao Dash exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. Brother Chun, can we speak privately? Ma Wu waved to Li Chun. Li Chun walked over casually. The two moved to a small grove nearby. Ma Wu looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then suddenly knelt down on one knee, supporting himself with one arm, and tearfully said, Brother Chun, thank you. Why are you kneeling to thank me? Li Chun asked, hand behind his back. The gratitude is as heavy as a mountain. From where does this gratitude come? From the heart. Li Chun smiled and nodded. What a heartfelt sentiment. Ma Wu was indeed clever to realize it was his doing, and even so certain, but he couldn't say it outright. Brother Chun, all the Wu family members in the village have been killed. Not a single one left. Root and branch cut. Ma Wu lifted his head, wiping his eyes fiercely as he reported to Li Chun. Oh, who killed them? Li Chun asked, looking down at him. They were killed by the bandits of Xiangjai, with no connection to anyone else. Moreover, there are bloodstains at the scene as proof. Ma Wu answered smoothly. Why are you looking for me? Li Chun asked again. Because, Brother Chun, you are righteous and cannot tolerate evil around you. Plus, with your vast enterprise, you must have many connections. Ma Wu said. In fact, from the moment the tragic incident with the Wu family occurred, he knew it had to be done by Li Chun. For some reason, that was his first instinct. That's enough. Li Chun waved his hand, then nodded, all right? Since that's the case, I accept your gratitude. Brother Chun, thank you, you saved. No, it was the people of Xiangjai who saved the entire village of 307 souls. Otherwise, this hellish life would have no end in sight. Tears streamed down Ma Wu's face again. A big man like him was so emotional, unable to stop crying. The cycles of heaven are just, and retribution is inevitable. That is the fate that the Wu family deserves. You have endured hardships and should take care of yourselves. Li Shen Nudda. Brother Chen's teachings, I will remember. Ma Wu wiped his tears. Get up, village chief Ma. Li Chen helped him up. Brother Chun, there's one more thing. Please be careful. Wu Chuang of the Wu family is now the county lieutenant of Pingyang County, and he has two unmarried young men from the Wu family by side. Ma Wu said in a low voice, his eyes filled with worry. Li Chun understood his meaning. The Wu family still had roots outside. He said nothing, just quietly listened to Ma Wu continue. Wu Chuang also has a militia of 200 local brave men under his command. It is said that Wu Chuang has connections with certain bandits. Moreover, once Wu Changqing got drunk and inadvertently mentioned that Wu Chuang sometimes deliberately had the militia pretend to be mountain bandits, robbing wealthy households, engaging in that immoral business. Brother Chun, putting everything else aside, your business is growing bigger and bigger, so you must be cautious. Ma Wu looked at Li Chun with deep concern, speaking softly. Chapter 80. The most beautiful woman in the three villages raising the bandits while enriching one's own pockets. Officials are bandits, and bandits are officials. Truly, there is no justice in the heavens, and humanity has lost its essence. Li Chun murmured, a horrifying light flashing in his eyes. Thank you for the reminder. Village Chief Ma. He cupped his hands toward Ma Wu. It's nothing, it's nothing. Ma Wu knocked his right fist on his chest and returned the gesture, feeling flattered. That ditch, did you dig it open again? Li Chun asked again. Yes, Muir village and our Baisha village are closely linked, neighbors indeed. Moreover, we can't do anything else, but this is the least we can do to show our sincerity. Ma Wu nodded. Li Chun pondered for a moment and asked seriously, Baisha village has 307 people? Yes, Brother Chun, among them, There are 48 able-bodied men with ailments, 50 young men aged 15 to 19, 120 able-bodied women, 40 children, and 49 elders. If it weren't for the scarcity of able-bodied men, how could we let the Wu family bully us like this? Ma Wu gritted his teeth at the mention of the Wu family. A great revenge is to be had. But let's not speak of it further. Li Chan waved his hand. Ma Wu was taken aback and nodded solemnly. Brother Chen is right. I was being too sensitive. I need some workers for my side as well. If you don't mind, I could temporarily hire 10 female workers from your village every day, with a wage of 21 and a meal provided. Once the business grows, we can hire more people. Li Chun said, Huh? Is there such a good thing? Thank you so much, Brother Chun. Ma Wu was overjoyed. It's just mutual support, helping each other out. Li Chun shook his head and smiled. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, Are there any men in your village who could do carpentry or blacksmithing? There are about a dozen men in Muir village who are somewhat skilled in carpentry, but basically no one knows blacksmithing. Ma Wu shook his head. Li Chun felt a bit disappointed. Right now, he was in dire need of skilled technical personnel. Only with a large number of talents can he develop quickly. However, it seems that skilled workers are still hard to find. Ma Wu misunderstood, thinking Li Chun was disappointed in Baisha village. His face turned red, and he quietly defended his village. Brother Chun, although we are lacking in blacksmithing and carpentry, we can burn blue bricks and build houses. The houses in these neighboring villages were all built by our village's masons. The 3 villages along the Yulong River each have their own strengths. Mudur village has carpentry. Baisha village has houses, and Wangyao village has rough porcelain. This is a saying that has spread in Pingyong County. Muur village's wood, Baisha village's houses, Wangyao village's rough porcelain. Wangyao village. Porcelain? Li Chun muttered this, saying, and suddenly had a bright idea. He remembered there was a village called Wangyao village by the Yulong River, and the people there could make rough porcelain. To make porcelain, one must use kaolin. Does that mean there are materials available for building a steel furnace? And since the villagers of Wangyao village also build porcelain kilns, they must be able to build blast furnaces as well. At worst, I can personally guide them. Those skilled craftsmen just need to adjust their kiln building approach. Wangyao village is only about 20 miles from Muur village. A fast horse can get there in a quarter of an hour. It was far away, yet close at hand. He had been so foolish before, not thinking of this point and worrying about building the steel furnace. Ma Wu observed Li Chen's expression and seeing his brows relax. He couldn't help but feel happy too. He boasted, Brother Chun, I'm not exaggerating. Our village's masons are really impressive. Looking at your house, it has been standing for some time. How about we start burning bricks in the next few days, making a roof for your house, and let you see our craftsmanship? No. Li Chen shook his head. Brother Chun, there's no need for payment. You don't have to provide the materials. Ma Wu thought Li Chun misunderstood and quickly explained. That's not what I meant. Rather, we must strengthen our defenses. Li Chen said slowly. Huh? Ma Wu was taken aback, not understanding. Earlier, you mentioned that County Lieutenant Wu Chuang is in collusion with bandits, or is himself both bandit and official, right? Yes. Is it possible that he might vent his anger on Baisha village, or even Muur village, because his family was exterminated? Killing you to vent his anger and robbing us of our wealth. Li Chun continued. This. Ma Wu's forehead immediately broke out in a fine layer of sweat. Although all the blame was placed on the Xiangjai bandits, that could only deceive the government and avoid official punishment. But what about Wu Chuang? He acted ruthlessly and was extremely fierce. If he truly takes out his anger on local villagers due to his family's disaster, disguising himself as a bandit to commit robbery and murder, even Muur village would be implicated. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Therefore, we must prepare early. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. He hadn't known yesterday that Wu Chuang was both an official and a bandit. Had he known earlier, he would have dealt with him when he returned, putting an end to the matter once and for all. However, it doesn't matter. Having already taken down Black-When stronghold, what is a mere county lieutenant? It just depends on when he comes. Brother Chun, how should we prepare? Ma Wu asked urgently. This matter is of great importance, involving the lives of 600 or 700 people from the 2 villages. He cannot be careless. We must find Sioux village chief and discuss this together. Li Chun said. Good. Ma Wu nodded heavily. Then, Ma Wu went to find Su Jiang, who was chopping firewood. Li Chen returned home, contemplating what to do next. He accidentally looked up and saw Su Xiu'er standing at the door, collecting firewood for Lu Chenxiu, who had not yet returned. She was keeping accounts, paying, and calculating everything clearly and efficiently. However, when she inadvertently turned around, she also saw Li Chen looking at her. Her pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head, becoming flustered. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, remembering that in his past life, he had always been infatuated with Su Xiu'er's body, longing for her every day, yet had achieved nothing. Now, the situation seemed to have reversed. Xiu'er, thank you. The wage is 1 TB short. You can rest assured. As he approached Su Xiu'er, Li Chen smiled slightly. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiu'er's figure was indeed remarkable. Although she wore coarse cloth, it could not hide her shape. Her curves were well defined, and her small waist was easily graspable. Below, 2 long, straight legs supported a firm and curvy backside, making her incredibly eye-catching. Despite not wearing makeup, she was as beautiful as a blooming flower, truly deserving to be called the most outstanding beauty among the 3 villages of Yulong River. Under his slightly aggressive gaze, Su Xiu'er became even more flustered, her mind growing more confused, not knowing what she was doing at all. Chapter 81. Su Xiu'er's Embarrassment. I'm not after any money, Su Xiu'er said, her tender face turning crimson. In fact, they grew up in the same village and even shared a bed when they were young, so they knew each other very well. But now, facing Li Chen, her heart was racing, and she didn't even dare to lift her head. Li Chen didn't say anything, just smiled. Su Xiu'er bit her lip, recalling what Yu Qingwan had once told her. Sister Xiu'er, you need to take the initiative. You should be a bit more liberated in your thoughts, be bolder, think of more ways, and act faster to have more opportunities. There are many girls eyeing the gentleman now. That beautiful horse-riding woman who came a few days ago and the young salt merchant from the county seemed to have thoughts about him too. You need to seize the time. Thinking of this, her heart became a bit anxious. Although she didn't dare to look up, she mustered her courage and said softly, timidly, I have liked you for a long time. I just want to marry into your family. My parents used to say you weren't a good person and wouldn't let me marry you, but now you've changed for the better. Do you? Do you still like me? I eat very little, and I swear I will treat Wanner well and absolutely bully her. Xiu'er, you like my sister-in-law? Oh my goodness. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from across the room. Su Xiu'er looked up in shock and saw a woman standing in front of her, her chest looking as if it had been beaten by 10 strong men. It was Ma Lian. Oh dear. Sister Lian, how come it's you? Su Xiu'er et Galim. I went to dig wild vegetables and brought some wild fruit for Wanner. When I saw Ching'er, I gave him to him to take to Wanner. But you suddenly said you liked my sister-in-law, which left me a bit stunned. Ma Lian said, her eyes wide open, but there was an undeniable smile in her eyes. At that moment, Li Chen had just come out from the nearby operation room and was walking over. Oh dear. How embarrassing. Su Xiu'er quickly covered her face. Just then, Su Jiang returned with a bundle of firewood and Ma Wu. Su Xiu'er still blushed as she meticulously weighed the firewood and paid for it, not showing any leniency even to her own father. She handed over a dozen chopped sour juju branches and birch branches to Ho Xiaobai when Su Jiang and Ma Wu strode over, looking serious. Ching'er, I just heard from the village head of Ma that your concerns are not unfounded, Su Jiang said gravely. Li Shen Nudda. That's why I asked him to invite you back quickly to discuss this matter together. What else is there to discuss? Ching'er, just say what you want to do. We will listen to you. Su Jiang waved his hand. I can represent all the villagers of Baisha village. We will listen to Ching'er without hesitation. Ma Wu said without any hesitation. Good. Li Chen nodded and looked at Ma Wu. Has Wu Chuang returned? I've sent someone to the city to deliver the message, but he hasn't returned yet. I don't know what the situation is, Ma Wu replied. Just then, a loud rumble of hooves suddenly came from afar. Shortly after, a dozen fast horses raced past in front of Muir village, galloping towards Baisha village without a moment's pause. It seems to be Wu Chuang. Ma Wu turned to look, and his breathing quickened. Village head Ma, you need to go back immediately, take a shortcut, act as if nothing has happened, and first observe the situation with Wu Chuang. After he leaves, come back and we will discuss together. Li Chen knew there was no time to discuss with Ma Wu anymore. Understood. Ma Wu quickly mounted his horse and rode back towards Baisha village along the shortcut. Chengur, do you really think they will kill people out of anger and even implicate our Muir village? Su Jiang still asked in disbelief. If everything Ma Wu said is true, then it proves that Wu Chuang is definitely not a good person, and he will certainly do this, Li Chen said slowly. What should we do? Su Jiang asked. We will talk when Ma Wu returns, Li Chen replied slowly. However, by the time they finished lunch in the afternoon, they still hadn't seen Wu Chuang return from the path he must take back to the city, nor had they seen Ma Wu come to find them. Li Chen sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to call Su Jiang and Zhao Dashi to rush to Baisha village to check the situation, the sound of thundering hooves came from afar. But just as the fast horses passed the village entrance, the leading rider pulled on the reins and stopped, then looked up towards the hillside where Li Chen's house was. Li Chen stood in the courtyard and looked back. Although he couldn't see the rider's exact appearance, he was certain it was Wu Chuang. Wu Chuang gazed in this direction for a while before shouting, "Go!" The sound of hooves thundered like thunder as the dozen fast horses galloped away. Li Chen squinted at the dust they left behind, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. Is that Wu Chuang and his group? Su Jiang walked over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Li Chen nodded slowly. After pondering for a moment, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Uncle Su, they're definitely going to massacre the village for plunder. Baisha village is in trouble. We will also suffer collateral damage. And it will be tonight. Huh? Su Jiang was taken aback. Let us go. We need to check on Baisha village first. Li Shen commanded. At that moment, Ho Xiaobai and Zhao Dashi had already brought the horses over. The group mounted their horses and galloped towards Baisha village. When they arrived at Baisha village, before they got close, they could hear cries and the sound of gritted teeth cursing from within the village. The four of them hurried into the village and saw many people covered in blood sitting at their doorsteps, some lying down and groaning incessantly. Although there were no dead bodies, the scene was still tragic. Chungur, Su village head, a voice called out from a distance. Looking back, they saw Ma Wu being supported by his wife, limping over. He was also covered in blood, with his clothes torn and his face swollen, even having whip marks on his neck. Village head Ma, what on earth happened? Su Jiang asked anxiously. Wu Chuang gathered all the villagers to question them. When he couldn't get any information, he flew into a rage and beat them to death one by one. However, due to his identity, he didn't dare to kill outright, Ma Wu said with a bitter smile. Village head Ma, your village will face a great disaster tonight. Li Shen, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Huh? Chingur, what do you mean by that? Ma Wu was taken aback. Wu Chuang is ruthless and cruel. He will definitely come to massacre the village tonight to vent his anger. Li Chen said slowly, his tone extremely firm. He recalled the scene of Wu Chuang stopping in front of Muir village, and his eyes turned cold. With the intuition of a soldier who had fought for many years, he understood very well that Wu Chuang would not let it go easily. Such a ruthless and decisive person would certainly massacre the entire Baisha village tonight as a sacrifice for the Wu family. This, he can't do that, right? After all, it was the bandits from Xiangzhai who did it, and it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, they already vented their anger on us during the day. Ma Wu said anxiously. Village head Ma, if viewed from a human perspective, what you said makes sense. But is Wu Chuang human? No, he is a demon. Li Chen shook his head. Why must it be tonight? Su Jiang also felt puzzled. Chapter 82. Urgent situation, a family of dozens was exterminated. And such a significant incident would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher state government. According to common sense, they would certainly dispatch regular troops to exterminate the bandits from Xiangzhai. After all, the local militia in the county town did not possess such power. However, if troops were to be dispatched, there would definitely be an investigation first. Once an investigation is conducted, the conclusion would be that the Wu family, having committed numerous heinous acts, was exterminated by the bandits from Xiangzhai. If such a conclusion were reported, the higher-ups would hesitate and might not even send troops to eliminate the bandits. This is because it was wartime, and the situation at the North Yen Pass was critical. Unless it was a major incident, local troops were not allowed to act rashly and were to be prepared for immediate reinforcement to the North Yen Pass. In this situation, the death of a notorious family could even be seen as a good thing for the locals, especially since there were no casualties among ordinary civilians. So the state government might not dispatch regular troops to eliminate the bandits. Therefore, to give the state government a reasonable and sufficient reason to send troops, Wu Chuang would definitely escalate the situation, having local militia disguised as bandits to slaughter Baisha village and Mu'er village. If an entire village were wiped out, the higher-ups would certainly not sit idly by and would have to send troops to eliminate the bandits. So, how to escalate the situation? At this point, Li Chen looked at the two individuals. Certainly, it would involve continuing to kill and slaughter villages, potentially killing all the people in both villages. Baisha village was definitely to be slaughtered, and Mu'er village, being adjacent to Baisha village and a necessary stop on the mountain path, would also face slaughter. Moreover, the villagers of Mu'er village were now wealthy, and Li Chen was envious. It was a perfect opportunity to raid and make up for the Wu family's losses. He could even capture Qingger to obtain the recipe for brewing fine salt and make money for himself. And such matters were, of course, better done quickly. Delays could lead to changes. Su Zhang's mind was racing, and he quickly grasped the key points. So what should we do? Ma Wu asked, his back chilled, his tone difficult. Immediately, organize all the villagers of Baisha village to go to Mu'er village. Once we arrive at Mu'er village, we will discuss urgently. Time waits for no one. We need to act quickly. Ideally, we must relocate everyone to Mu'er village within an hour. Li Chen shouted at the Ma Wu. Okay. I will organize everyone to move right away. Ma Wu nodded quickly. Qingger, what should we do next? Su Jiang asked again. We'll talk after returning to the village. Li Chen turned his horse around and galloped back to the village. Ma Wu had strong organizational skills, and an hour later, all the villagers of Baisha village, carrying large and small bags, pushing carts, and leading horses, finally moved to Mu'er village. The respected elders from both villages, including Su Jiang and Ma Wu, gathered in Li Chen's home, and the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Everyone must know that the situation is very urgent. Wu Chuang will definitely slaughter both villages tonight, and we cannot sit idly by, Li Chen said solemnly. In fact, he originally wanted to send Hou Xiaobai to find the bandits from Xiangzhai again. But after considering it, he abandoned this idea. Firstly, if the bandits from Xiangzhai appeared again, they would be too conspicuous and might cause trouble. Secondly, the bandits had already fought 2 battles and were fatigued from their back-and-forth assaults. A situation of strength followed by decline would likely have the opposite effect. Thirdly, and most importantly, there was not enough time. When Wu Chuang left, it was already the afternoon, and if Hou Xiaobai went to find people, the back and forth would definitely take too long. Even if he could make it in time, the long-distance travel, combined with the fact that they had just arrived and had no time to plan, plus not knowing how large Wu Chuang's forces would be, would lead to a disastrous encounter. Li Chen also wanted to use this troop as a foundation to create an elite unit, so he could not afford to lose this troop before it had grown. Therefore, he planned to take these 600 villagers and fight himself. As for how well they could fight, it depended on how strong Wu Chuang's militia was. Qingger, I know you must have a plan. Just tell us what to do. Su Jiang and Ma Wu led the way, and a group of people looked at Li Chen, almost in unison. Since everyone trusts me, I want to waste words. First, we must evacuate the elderly, women, and children to the mountains, so we can fight with peace of mind. Li Chen said. Everyone listened solemnly. Second, all men aged 15 to 50, gather immediately and line up. I want to see what the situation is. If possible, select 30 strong women to join us as well. Li Chen said again. Good, we will organize immediately. Su Jiang and Ma Wu nodded together. Third, there is a detailed tactical arrangement. This time, Wu Chuang is coming with great momentum. However, there are 2 points here. On one hand, Wu Chuang only has 300 militiamen, but they may not all be used by him. To maintain secrecy, the forces he deploys will not be too many. So, around 100 men should be his limit. On the other hand, to save time, he will definitely split his forces into 2. One group will directly charge into Mu'er village through the pass, while the other will night raid Baisha village. In that case, we will concentrate our forces and eliminate them separately. Li Chun elaborated on the tactical plan. The sun gradually sank towards the western mountains, finally plunging down, and night fell. Under the heavy night, Muur village was extraordinarily quiet. Not even the sounds of barking dogs or crowing roosters could be heard. In the distance, amidst the silence, there were vibrations. It was the sound of hooves on the ground, but not loud or shocking, probably because the horses' hooves were wrapped in thick burlap. Before long, more than 40 riders entered the pass, followed by over 60 foot soldiers. The mounted individuals also tried to restrain their reins to make the hoofbeats lighter and lighter. The people behind them also maintained silence. These individuals exuded a strong aura of killing intent, and cold, fierce light shone from their eyes. Soon after, both groups separated. The cavalry headed directly towards Baisha village through the fork in the road. The remaining 60 or so people actually charged into Muur village. However, these individuals had a very clear target. They passed through the village without stopping and headed straight for Li Chun's home on the cliff. At this moment, the foot soldiers followed the path up, and, in the blink of an eye, over 20 of them had already reached the hillside cliff. Below the cliff, nearly 40 bandits were on guard. The household on the cliff still had lights on. The bandits stealthily moved in the dark and saw, from afar, a young scholar-like man with a face like jade and eyes like bright stars, sitting there reading by the light, seemingly unaware that danger was approaching from outside. Chapter 83. Unfailing, more than 20 thieves were crouched under the courtyard wall, the cold gleam of their knives reflecting the moonlight. "Is that Wu Dudo?" One of the men whispered. "Yes, I saw him last time when Brother Wu brought us here. Move quickly. We need to capture him alive, especially since he has a beautiful young maid with him. After we take the people and goods, we'll slaughter this village." Wu Dudo's eyes glinted with ferocity as he spoke. He was one of the last 2 surviving male members of the Wu clan who was kept close by Wu Chuang. "Capturing a little scholar like him is a piece of cake. We don't need so many people," another man chuckled quietly. "To avoid surprises, let's send more people. We need to act fast." Wu Dudo replied quietly. "One team, follow me. There's a cliff behind the house. He can't escape. We just need to encircle him from the front and not let him run out the door." The man nodded and signaled silently. A dozen men climbed over the courtyard wall and stealthily approached the window, peering into the house. They saw the scholar reading, seemingly keeping rhythm with a poem by gently clapping his hands. He recited, "Kill all the corrupt officials and bandits, their blood still fresh upon my waist." The thieves do not recognize the heroes. They only ask for names. After finishing the poem, he suddenly turned and smiled outside. "Aren't you going to ask my name?" The men outside were startled. "Damn it, he found us? What is your name? Come with me." The leader knew their position was exposed, but so what? Relying on their numbers, he stood tall, grinned ferociously, and shouted, "Let me tell you, my name is Li Chun." Li Chun smiled slightly and suddenly pulled on a long rope in his hand. Boom! A loud noise erupted, dust flew up, and everyone in the courtyard fell into a pit that had been dug out. The ground had been hollowed out and covered with a controllable trapdoor, waiting for this group to walk into the net, where Li Chun would manually trap them. The pit was nearly 10 feet deep, covering the entire courtyard, filled with sharpened wooden stakes 2 feet long. The thieves were extremely concentrated, and as the trapdoor flipped violently, not a single one survived. They were all impaled like candy hawthorn. Those who were still alive let out horrific screams that echoed far into the night. Unfailing, the pit is indeed useful. Li Chun smiled slightly, already standing up. With a quiver of arrows and a hunting bow on his back, a crossbow in his left hand, and a long knife in his right, he walked out along a dirt ridge. Blood flowed like a river in the pit, and the wails were incessant. But he didn't even spare a glance. "Guests have arrived. Let us meet." Li Chun smiled as he walked outside the courtyard. "Get him! Capture him!" Wu Dudo had just regained his senses from a shock, and was furious to see Li Chun so boldly running outside. He roared in rage, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to attack first, but he himself retreated behind them, vigilantly observing the situation around. A total of 2 teams of 24 men had come. One team had just gone in and was completely wiped out, leaving only 12 remaining. "Good." Li Chun stood on the earth ridge, planted his knife in the ground, raised his crossbow, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, piercing through the man at the front. At such close range and with such a powerful crossbow, the bolt went straight through the body, exiting from the back. Moreover, the bolt continued its momentum and directly pierced through the chest of the person behind. Both men groaned and fell into the pit beside them. Li Chun discarded the crossbow, drew his long knife, and charged forward. The third man saw the long knife coming down toward his forehead, raise his knife to block it, but with a crack. His weapon was sliced in two, and the force of the blow continued, cleaving his head in half. With a kick, Li Chun sent him tumbling into the pit and lunged again. Before the opposing men could react, he plunged his knife into one's stomach, spun around, and slashed the fourth man in half. Then, he continued charging forward. In the cold night, the gleam of the knife was like snow, and he was like a fierce tiger. The knife in his hand was practically a divine weapon, cutting everything it touched. The knife-wielding man was incredibly brave, and his foes fell before him. In an instant, like a tiger among sheep, counting the two he had shot with the crossbow, he had already taken down 8 men, leaving the remaining 4 terrified and retreating to stand in front of Wu Dudo. "Who are you? State your name." Li Chun leaned on his knife, looking toward Wu Dudo. Wu Dudo dared not state his name. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice and said, "Li Chun, you can't escape. Even if you're strong, we still have over 40 men. Let us see how many you can kill." "Oh, are you talking about them?" Li Chun smiled slightly, pointing at those desperately rushing up the cliff. Before Wu Dudo could respond, his eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. Someone at the top of the cliff was dislodging huge rocks, which came crashing down with tremendous force. Dust rose, loud crashes echoed, and screams were constant. The continuously falling boulders crushed at least 20 men into meat paste, while the remaining 20 or so quickly huddled against the cliff, trembling and too scared to move. Unfortunately, their misfortune was not over. "Thieving bastards, come accept your death." A sudden shout erupted from below. Soon after, a group of 60 or 70 villagers wielding long spears, clubs, shovels, and various weapons charged up the mountain. "Let us go up and join us." Wu Dudo finally snapped out of his shock, yelling to the men. The villagers, as if waking from a dream, rushed toward him. Throughout this, Li Chun merely leaned on his knife, watching them with a mocking gaze, not moving an inch. Finally, the group joined up with Wu Dudo. Wu Dudo gritted his teeth, looking at the villagers who were only 20 or 30 feet away, then turned to Li Chun. Resolutely, he pointed his knife at Li Chun. "Capture him, use him as a hostage, and those villagers will definitely hesitate and not dare to act against us." At this moment, he felt a deep hatred in his heart. Damn it, it was supposed to be an easy village slaughter, just facing a bunch of weak villagers. How'd it turn into this? Had he known, he would have brought bows and arrows to shoot all the villagers. The group howled and charged at Li Chun. Chapter 84. A great victory, however. Li Chun was too lazy to engage them in battle. He simply retreated to the earthen ridge, then drew his bow and knocked an arrow, loosening his fingers. Whoosh! The man at the front suddenly fell into a pit. He had a bow and arrows, as well as a crossbow. The remaining people were in an uproar, looking at the narrow ridge that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side, and no one dared to approach anymore. Li Chun smiled disdainfully, flicked the bow, picked up the crossbow again, leisurely loaded it, and aimed forward. Whoosh! A number of people in front collapsed. "A bunch of useless waste. Killing you all would dirty my hands." Li Chun lowered the crossbow, feeling too lazy to shoot anymore. "Let's go. Head into the mountains, survival first." Seeing that the group of villagers was almost upon them, which was several times their number, Wu Dudo gritted his teeth, leaped up from the ground, and dashed towards the distant forest. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, hitting him squarely in the abdomen, sinking half a foot deep. He clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, feeling a chill in his heart. It's over. There were also people blocking the way on the opposite side. Sure enough, a voice rang out from across. "Halt! This road is closed." Accompanying the voice, under the moonlight, a frail boy emerged, holding a powerful crossbow. Next to him was a tall and strong young man, wielding a knife that glinted coldly. Behind them, there were actually 4 to 50 others, each holding various tools. Looking at them with extreme hatred, "Kill!" Zhao Dashu shouted angrily and charged forward with his knife. Over 100 furious villagers closed in from both sides. In between them were archers like Li Chun and Ho Xiaobai, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Moreover, with Wu Dutu already down on the ground, and so many comrades dead, the remaining people had long lost their fighting spirit. After resisting for less than half a stick of incense, and after killing 7 or 8 more, the remaining dozen or so all knelt down and surrendered. But even so, they were still beaten down by a group of enraged villagers, each covered in blood and tied up, on the side of Muir village. Except for a villager who twisted his ankle while charging too fiercely, the rest suffered no injuries. Another 0 casualties, predicting the situation like a god, commanding troops like a god. Brother Chun, you are truly. Ma Wu, one-armed, approached with a large knife still dripping blood. He planted the knife in the ground and gave Li Chun a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Ma village was also not bad, exceptionally brave, single-handedly killing 3 bandits. Li Chun smiled and nodded. He hadn't expected that despite having only one arm, Ma Wu was exceptionally brave and skilled. If it weren't for his disability and the fact that one fist couldn't contend with 4 hands, it wouldn't have been easy for the Wu family to bully them in Baisha village. They had lost their fighting spirit and acted weakly. Anyone could easily kill them. Ma Wu shook his head and smiled. Looking at Li Chun, he said emotionally, I didn't expect Brother Chun to understand military strategy. You completely wiped out these bandits with our group of rough villagers. It's simply amazing. Let's not talk about this. Let us continue with our plan. After all, there's still over 40 bandits left to deal with. Those are the real enemies. Li Chun waved his hand. I'm willing to follow Brother Chun and witness a miracle. Ma Wu thumped his chest with one hand, then drew his long knife from the ground and followed Li Chun. The cavalry that rushed to Baisha village circled the village. Except for encountering a few pit traps that caused chaos, they surprisingly didn't see a single living person. Damn, it's like seeing a ghost. Where did all the villagers go? One of the leading young men among the cavalry removed his black mask and cursed. He was also one of the Wu family members taken to the county town by Wu Chuang, and along with his brother, became one of the 2 heads among the local militia. However, this title was merely for show. In reality, it was worlds apart from the true military heads, who had ranks and were officials appointed by the court. Their kind of head could be casually appointed by a county officer, not even registered officials. Something seems off with Wu Dutu. There are no villagers in this village. A subordinate leaned over and whispered, Nonsense, do you think I'm blind? Wu Dutu scolded impatiently. Looking around, these ghostly villagers were indeed cunning. They had hidden themselves away in advance. Well, consider them lucky. I want to kill them tonight to accompany my family in death. Let us go to Muir village and help them slaughter the village. Saying this, Wu Dutu turned his horse around and sped back the way they came. However, after a bit of travel, and with a few people having fallen into pit traps in the village, this commotion had already consumed over half an hour. The battle at Muir village had long since ended, and had already set a deadly trap for them. The cavalry thundered along, galloping towards Muir village. Just as they were about to reach Muir village and pass through a grove, someone with sharp eyes suddenly called out, Hey, strange, it looks like something is hanging there. A lot of it densely packed. Let's go take a look. Wu Dutu pulled on the reins and frowned, shouting. A few riders dismounted to check the situation. Shortly after, several people came rolling back. Little Wu Dutu, it's bad, it's bad. Big Wu Dutu, he's dead, and many of our people are dead, all hanging in the trees. What? Upon hearing that his own brother was dead and hanging from a tree, Wu Dutu was immediately seized by rage and panic, roaring as he dismounted and rushed over. As a head, he had already dismounted, and the remaining people didn't dare stay behind. Leaving 2 to watch the horses, the rest all dismounted and rushed over. As they got closer, Wu Dutu's eyes nearly bulged out. He saw his brother stripped bare, hanging from a tree, covered in blood, swaying with the night wind. And the surrounding people were all the same. Get them down. Wu Dutu roared. Grief and anger had caused him to lose his basic judgment. The others obeyed him, hurriedly going to untie the ropes. However, as soon as they untied the ropes, bodies fell from the sky, and with the falling bodies, a sudden whistling sound of wind erupted around them. It turned out that thick logs over 2 feet in diameter and 10 feet long were whistling in from all directions above. These logs were densely packed. probably numbering in the dozens. They were all suspended in the air, tied high up, controlled by simple mechanisms. Once the ropes on this side were untied, these massive logs would swing down like a giant pendulum, crashing back and forth. Each of those logs weighed 300 to 400 pounds, swinging down from a height. Each one carried the force of 1,000 pounds, smashing anything in its path. The next moment, bang! The terrifying sound of crashing echoed endlessly. No matter who it was, as long as they got near, they either flew away or were knocked down. Even worse, some were directly crushed between two logs, instantly becoming a pile of mush. Not even qualifying as meat pie, just a type of meat slurry that had to be shoveled up with a shovel. Chapter 85, Ransack Again. This battle was even easier, ending almost as soon as it began. Originally, cavalry was the most troublesome unit. As long as hot weapons didn't appear, they were gods on the battlefield. However, when the cavalry dismounted, it was the darkest hour of Ragnarok. Little Wu, the captain, was overwhelmed by anger and made a fatal mistake. He dismounted the cavalry. Not only did he dismount, but he also recklessly untied the ropes of the corpses, resulting in the complete annihilation of his cavalry unit. By the time the giant logs stopped crashing, only about a dozen of them were left alive. They survived because they were at the back, quickly reacting and lying down to crawl out of the impact zone of the giant logs, narrowly escaping with their lives. As for Little Wu, he was the most unfortunate and miserable one, crushed between two giant logs. In the end, apart from half a leg, the rest of his body was a sticky mass. Stuck to the two giant logs, not a pretty sight at all. The remaining 12 or so survivors were nearly scared senseless, scrambling toward the horses, with some even vomiting as the scene was too bloody and disgusting for them to control their physiological reactions. However, before they could reach the horses, suddenly they all froze, their eyes wide with shock. They saw dozens of torches suddenly ignite across the way, and dozens of people wielding various weapons coldly staring at them. Just as they were about to turn and flee to the sides, torches flared up simultaneously on both sides as well. Surrounded from three sides, they were caught in a net, over 100 people encircling just a dozen of them. There was nowhere to escape. "Don't kill us. We surrender. We surrender." There was not a trace of fighting spirit left in those people. They all knelt on the ground, hands raised with knives, trembling in fear. No longer the fierce warriors they were moments ago. Bah! A bunch of cowards. tabby, holding a long knife, spat on the ground disdainfully. "Damn it. I exerted myself for so long, ready to go on a killing spree. But after 2 battles, the first one ended after killing just 2, and I didn't even fight as much as Ma Wu. In the second battle, well, before we even got a fight, a bunch of cowards just surrendered." This left tabby, who wanted to show off in front of Chungu, feeling quite disheartened. "Chungu, weren't these local heroes supposed to be well-trained? How come they're even worse than bandits?" tabby cursed angrily. Of course, with Chun-Ji's brilliant tactics, forget about bandits. Even regular troops wouldn't stand a chance. "I reckon killing those northern barbarians would be just as easy as eating and drinking," Ho Xiaobai said as he walked over with a crossbow. "In the first battle, we dug pits, lured the enemy alone, used the terrain, and ambushed with falling rocks. In the second battle, we set up an ambush with corpses, enraged the enemy leader, seized their mines, and launched a group attack with giant logs. Chungu, you are practically conducting a small-scale campaign. These tactics, I've only seen generals use in the army, but even they don't use them as effortlessly as you do. Ma Wu was swallowing hard, staring at Li Chun with a horrified expression. "We're generals. In front of our Chungu, they still have to crawl." tabby grinned. "Stop boasting. What have you all learned from this battle?" Li Chun walked over, examining the horses nearby, and asked tabby. "I learned a lot, like digging pits, prying stones, tying corpses, using flying logs," tabby exclaimed. "Idiot, is that what Chungu is asking?" Ho Xiaobai shot him a glare. "Monkey, you say something too?" Li Chun smiled. "Never underestimate the enemy. The easier the situation, the more vigilant you must be. The more the opponent tries to provoke you, the calmer you must remain." Ho Xiaobai thought for a moment and answered earnestly. "Not bad. Mount up and drag these corpses back." Li Chun praised, swinging onto his horse. "Monkey, can you please stop showing off in front of Chungu?" It makes me feel unimportant in his eyes, Zhao-Dashi complained to Ho Xiaobai. If you want to be important in Chun Ji's heart, you need to start using your brain. Ho Xiaobai pointed at his own head. Are you insulting me? Zhao-Dashi pondered for a moment, looking somewhat puzzled. Haha, finally smart for once. Ho Xiaobai laughed, spurring his horse forward. You bastard. Don't look down on me. I've been having headaches lately. I must be growing my brain. I'll get smarter too. Zhao-Dashi shouted from behind. A thrilling fight. A total of 106 bandits came. 76 were killed, and among the remaining 30, 10 were seriously injured, while 20 surrendered early and were fine. The two captains, the big captain was shot with an arrow and got hit on the head during the melee. His skull cracked open and he was dead. As for the little captain, no need to mention, he was crushed to a pulp between the two logs. Not even a celestial being could save him, let alone live. In contrast, in Muir Village and Baisha Village, there were no villagers who died in battle. Only 3 were injured. One twisted his wrist while prying stones too hard. Another accidentally knocked out his front teeth while swinging a stick to hit someone. The last one sprained his ankle while charging at the enemy, which drew a lot of laughter from everyone. Aside from that, there were no casualties, even described as unscathed. 0 casualties and annihilating 106 enemies. His casualty ratio was simply, after 3 years in the army, Ma Wu was still unable to recover from the shock. It was terrifying, simply terrifying. What was even more frightening was that Li Chun was leading a group of villagers, most of whom had never fought before, and there were even 30 relatively strong women among them. Bro, Chun Gu is a god. Following him is definitely the right choice. Zhou Dehai, who also came from military background, patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. If he were to go to battle, he would definitely be a godlike figure. Ma Wu excited deeply. You don't understand my point, or rather, you only understand half of it. Zhou Dehai shook his head. Even without going to battle, he's still a god. So, don't rush. There are more jaw-dropping things to come, haha. Not going to battle and still being a god? What does that mean? Ma Wu was indeed a bit confused. Meanwhile, Li Chun and the others were counting their gains for the day. The haul was quite significant. First and foremost, there were horses. A total of 46 horses, all high-quality horses with official firebrands. If you add in the horses from Haifeng's Hai and the ones brought from Xiangzhai, plus the 15 horses taken from the Wu family last night, they had already crossed the 100 mark, forming a small cavalry unit. Even at a critical moment, the appearance of this cavalry unit could change the situation on the battlefield. Li Chun accepted it with joy. Next were the weapons. They found over 150 long and short knives on these people, but there were no bows and arrows, which left Li Chun somewhat disappointed. Perhaps these people looked down on a group of villagers, so they didn't bring bows and arrows at all. However, these weapons were enough to be reforged into a batch of good weapons, which meant Zhao the blacksmith and Zhou Dehai would have their hands full. Lastly, there was money. Unexpectedly, these guys liked to carry silver on them. Some had 1 or 2 taels, while others had over 10 taels, totaling nearly 500 taels of silver found on them. This could be considered a small windfall. However, compared to the 20,000 taels of silver previously taken from the Wu family, this is nothing. Li Chun speculated that a significant portion of that 20,000 taels likely belonged to Wu Chuang, the county constable, who had emptied it from his hometown. Given the situation, Wu Chuang must have been heartbroken at the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to slaughter 2 villages tonight. What should we do with these people? Su Jiang asked, frowning at those securely tied up. Tie them all up, put them on the big cart, and have Xiao Bai and Ashur take them to Black-When village to mine coal overnight. This includes the injured, Li Chun replied indifferently. He planned to take these despicable people to the coal mine to work as slaves. He felt no sympathy for them whatsoever. Furthermore, he decided that in the future, if any bandits were captured, he would not kill them if possible. Instead, he would use them as slaves, saving money, effort, and manpower. How great is that? At most, it would just cost a few more pounds of grain. Chapter 86 Wang Yao Village. Don't let me down at this moment. All the people who had evacuated to the mountains had returned, under the light of the torches. Ma Wu led all the people of Baisha village to kneel down before Li Chun, sobbing, Brother Chun, you saved 307 lives of our Baisha village, young and old. We really don't know how to repay this kindness. Ma village chief, let everyone get up, Li Chun said. As you said, our 2 villages are closely linked and neighbors. so we are essentially one family. There is no need for formalities between families. Li Chen helped Ma Wu up. After returning, we will build a shrine for Brother Chun. Ma Wu wiped his tears fiercely. If it weren't for Brother Chun, Baisha village would have been slaughtered tonight, buried alongside those damned Wu family members. Yes, let's build a shrine for Brother Chun. All the people of Baisha village raised their fists and shouted in unison. No, everyone, I'm still young. Doing this isn't a blessing for me. It's shortening my life. Li Chun smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Ma Wu seriously and said, Village Chief Ma, tonight's battle has reminded me that during this year of famine, plus with the ongoing war outside, we don't know when the flames of war will reach us. So, we should prepare early. Even if it's not to guard against the chaos of refugees, we at least need to guard against banditry. If we had enough weapons tonight, even a large band of robbers wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to us. It's always good to prevent disasters before they happen. Brother Chun, just tell us what you need us to do. We will follow your orders. Ma Wu nodded Davidi. Yes, we will do whatever Brother Chun says. All right, since that's the case, everyone go back to rest, gather your strength, and prepare. Tomorrow, Uncle Ma and Uncle Su, we will discuss together. Okay, the two men nodded in agreement. Next, they needed to handle the bodies, burn them to prevent the outbreak of disease. The living people were all tightly bound and thrown onto the big carts, with Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai driving two large carts to Black-Wen stronghold. As for the horses, Li Chen would settle them first and wait for the people from Xiangzhai to take them away. However, the only regret today was that Wu Chuang, that cunning dog, didn't come. It was really letting him off easy. A night passed without incident. In the early morning, Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai returned with people from Xiangzhai, bringing back 7 or 8 carts of coal, all unloaded. Then, while it was still dark, the people from Xiangzhai took the horses away and also took away 20,000 gene of grain that had been hidden in advance. From the Wu family, not only were 20,000 taels of silver found, but there was also a stockpile of 30,000 gene of grain, which was the result of this wicked family exploiting the countryside for so many years. However, the remaining 10,000 gene of grain had already been organized by Li Chun and stored at home, just enough for the female workers' daily meals. The next day, after all the training was finished, work began at home, and the female workers from Baisha village happily came over to join the salt-making work. Since Li Chun had released 10 more positions for female workers, they could now work to earn money. Although they earned 20 won a day, which was 10 won less than the female workers in Mu'er village, they were still content because they were fortunate enough to be born in Mu'er village. The early bird catches the worm, they thought. Being given a chance to work was already a significant blessing for them. Ma Wu and a few people had gathered at Li Chen's house to discuss matters. Village Chief Ma, Uncle Su. Li Chen had just started when Ma Wu interrupted, Brother Chun, I'm about the same age as your Uncle Su. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Ma. Calling me Village Chief all the time makes me feel awkward. Li Chen couldn't help but smile, not wanting to be overly formal, and replied, Uncle Ma, Uncle Su, there are indeed some urgent matters at hand. We must build a city gate at the entrance of the village and take turns to guard it. Only then can we ensure the absolute safety of the over 600 people in Mu'er village and Baisha village, and also the more than 300 people in Wang Yao village behind us, to ensure the safety of nearly 1,000 people in these 3 villages. Otherwise, once war breaks out, with refugees everywhere and bandits rampant, if our village is robbed, it would be a disaster. Li Chen sighed. We have thought about building a checkpoint at that entrance, and once it is built, we can ensure our safety. But the problem is the workload is too great. Earthen walls won't hold up, and over time, they will collapse. If we use blue bricks, with our current conditions, we can't afford to fire them. It requires too much manpower. Ma Wu excited deeply. No, Uncle Ma, we won't fire blue bricks. That would indeed be too labor-intensive. We will fire red bricks, which are simple and practical, take less time, and have a high yield. In my opinion, we can build the checkpoint city gate while firing bricks. In a month at most, it can be completed and even exceed 10 zhang in height. Li Chen said, Red bricks? The group was stunned. They had never heard of such a thing. I've been going to the county city recently and encountered 2 traveling merchants who could fire bricks. They mentioned this method, which I remembered at the time and I copied it down last night. We can build a brick kiln according to this method to fire red bricks quickly, and they're also durable. Furthermore, if possible, we can renovate all the houses to make them sturdier and more durable. Li Chun smiled slightly, taking out a piece of paper that outlined the method for firing red bricks. Su Jiang, quick-eyed and quick-handed, snatched it away, shouting, "Let me see first." But he protected it in his arms, not allowing anyone else to see it. This kid Chun is too practical. Such a secret should not be shown to just anyone. I say, old Su, are you serious? Who are we guarding against? We're all on the same side here. Ma Wu glared at Su Jiang. It must be made clear. This method can only be known to a few people in the smallest circle, and no one else can know. Once this method leaks out and ruins our two villages' plans, I'll hold you accountable. Su Jiang glared back at Ma Wu. All right, whatever you say goes. Ma Wu shook his head with a bitter smile. Li Chen shook his head and smiled, letting them bicker. Their intentions were good after all. So, let's organize everyone in the village, young and old, who can do this kind of work to build the kiln, fire bricks, and build the city gate. As long as the checkpoint city gate is built, we will be relatively safe. Of course, during this period, all the food will be provided by me. Li Chen said, that won't do. This is for everyone's safety. How can we let you bear the cost alone? That's taking advantage of you. Ma Wu was the first to stand up in opposition. Yes, Brother Chun. Everyone in our village has earned money from you now. We can't keep eating your food for free. Besides, what old Ma said is right. This concerns all the villagers, not just you. Su Jiang added, don't worry. We will bring our own food. You don't need to worry about it. Su Jiang also said, let us put this matter aside for now. I just remembered another thing, which is we have Wang Yao village behind us, and there are quite a few people there too. Shouldn't we discuss the construction of the checkpoint city gate with them? After all, this checkpoint is also the only exit, and we share it. Li Chun said, yes, we need to discuss it with them, and they should send people too. We can't just let them sit back and enjoy the benefits. Li Chen's words received unanimous approval from everyone present. Li Chun silently thought to himself, Wang Yao village. Please don't let me down. What he was thinking about was not just persuading Wang Yao village to jointly build the city gate of Aiku. Chapter 87. The 300-gene giant python, Li Chun accompanied Su Jiang to Wang Yao village to discuss matters regarding the city gate of Aiku. Wang Yao village is about 30 miles from Mu'er village, with a large expanse of flat land in between. The crops have already grown, lush and green, making it quite a pleasant sight. It seems like a blessing from heaven. Although it is close to the mountainous area, there is a wide flat land surrounded by 3 mountains and a river. The combined flat land of the 3 villages exceeds 1,000 mu, essentially forming a small plain. Moreover, it is all fertile black soil. Under normal circumstances, relying solely on farming would provide enough food without any issues. However, after 2 consecutive years of severe drought, even the tributary that feeds into the Yulong River ran dry, leaving the villagers of the 3 villages in despair. Fortunately, this year, although the drought persists, the tributary surprisingly has water, allowing for irrigation, which has relieved the villagers somewhat. If it rains a few times in the coming days, while it may not be a bountiful harvest year, at least they won't go hungry. Li Chen observed the surrounding terrain. From a military geography perspective, the land surrounded by the 3 mountains and the river is an excellent natural stronghold for troop deployment. The terrain is advantageous, with the city gate built at the pass, completely sealing off land routes. Aside from the potential water attack from the Yulong River, other areas are nearly impossible to breach unless one navigates through the mountains, which is almost impossible for a large army carrying supplies and provisions. Next, there is the farmland. Over 1,000 mu of land, although mostly planted with wheat and some miscellaneous grains and beans now. In a typical year, even in this era of low productivity, each mu could yield at least 3,000 gene of grain, right? 1,000 mu would yield over 3 million gene. If we assume one person consumes 1 gene of grain per day, with 1 harvest per year, theoretically, it could sustain 5,000 people and over 1,000 warhorses for at least a year. Moreover, if more land is cultivated, both the area and grain yield could be increased. If rice, corn, or potatoes are planted and farming tools and methods are improved, the yield could double again. By this calculation, this area alone could easily support 5,000 elite soldiers and over 3,000 civilians. Li Chen suddenly realized that heaven had indeed favored him by providing such a vast area with unique advantages. Establishing a base here would be truly remarkable. Chinner, are you not worried that you gave the red brick-making formula to the people of Baisha village? What if they spread it around? Su Jiang asked, still concerned about the matter of the red brick formula as they rode. Uncle Su, you're overthinking it. We saved the people of Baisha village. They won't betray us. Li Chen shook his head and smiled. People's hearts are hard to read, kid. Su Jiang sighed. Uncle Su, making red bricks requires many people. This secret is actually hard to keep. Why not be generous? It will make the people of Baisha village more grateful and recognize us as kin. Li Chen said with a smile. Besides, we are not primarily making money from red bricks right now. Even if we want to profit, that will be a matter for the future. Truly broad-minded and ambitious. If you don't succeed, it would be against the natural order. Su Jiang gave him a thumbs up. However, he then looked at Li Chen with some concern. So many people died yesterday. Wu Chuang will surely be desperate and may resort to any means against us. Especially against you. Be careful. It's fine. Let's just wait and see how it unfolds. Let's see if he dares to come again, Li Chen replied with a calm smile. Seeing his composed demeanor, Su Jiang gradually felt reassured. The two chatted and traveled, and after a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Wang Yao village. However, from a distance, Li Chen noticed several porcelain kilns erected in the village, and his heart lightened. The ability to build porcelain kilns proved that their craftsmanship was solid. Making porcelain requires extremely high temperatures and good sealing. With his guidance, if they can find kaolin to make refractory bricks and build a steel furnace, it would be quite feasible. Although Wang Yao village was somewhat distant, the three villages were connected and people often visited each other. Someone recognized Su Jiang and hurried to call for the village chief. Wang Shou. Su village chief, what brings you here? Come, please sit at home. Wang Shou smiled and ushered the two into his home. Once inside, Wang Shou's wife served tea to the two, while Wang Shou occasionally sized up Li Chen with a surprised look in his eyes. This young man was strong and handsome, clearly not an ordinary person. Who was he? Village Chief Wang. This is our village's new hunter, named Li Chen, Su Jiang introduced. Village Chief Wang. It's an honor, Li Chen cupped his hands and smiled. Too polite. Wang Shou nodded. However, upon hearing that Li Chen was a hunter, his eyes brightened, and he asked tentatively, how can a young man like you be a hunter? That's truly impressive. Of course. He never returns empty-handed from the mountains and has built a large estate from hunting. Now the whole village relies on him for income. Su Jiang chuckled. Ah, truly a hero emerges from youth. Wang Shou's eyes sparkled even more as he clapped and laughed. Then he looked at Li Chen, cleared his throat, and said, well, Chinner, since you are a hunter, I have a request. I wonder if you could help us? Just say it, Village Chief Wang. If I can do it, I will certainly do my best. Li Chen smiled slightly. This was quite a coincidence. He was originally thinking about how to ask them to help build the steel furnace, but unexpectedly, Wang Shou asked him first. Su Jiang was taken aback. Why hadn't they discussed building the city gate yet? And it was Wang Shou who approached them first. He glanced at Li Chen, and upon seeing Li Chen's signaling eyes, he fell silent and picked up his tea to drink. Recently, our village has been losing chickens, sheep, and even a few dogs. We didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was normal for some wild beast to come in since we're near the mountain gully. But the problem is, 2 children playing in the mountains went missing the day before yesterday. We searched for 2 days and couldn't even find their remains. We don't even know what wild animal took them away. Now, the villagers are in a state of panic. As soon as it gets dark, they rush home and don't dare to go out. The village's hunters have all been called away, and we can't find anyone to hunt that damn beast. We were just troubled by this matter when we heard that you are a hunter. Chinner, if you could help us investigate, it would be greatly appreciated. Wang Shou looked at Li Chen with hopeful eyes. Li Chen nodded without hesitation. Of course, I can help. Then shall we go take a look now? Wang Shou, being quite impatient, stood up and invited them to go outside. All right. Li Chen stood up. Su Jiang shook his head silently from behind. It seemed they would have to wait a little longer to discuss the city gate. Wang Shou led Li Chen and Su Jiang outside, leaving the village. Along the way, many young ladies and married women curiously peeked through the door cracks to look at this handsome young man. guessing which family he belonged to and why he looked so good. Some bolder girls intentionally walked out of their homes, either carrying a bamboo basket or holding an umbrella, walking back and forth near him, trying to see him more clearly. The closer they got, the more they could see, and the more they felt a flutter in their hearts. Indeed, what a striking young man. Even someone as strong as Li Chun felt a bit flustered and urged Wang Shou to hurry along. Upon reaching the exit on the other side of the village, there lay a vast empty valley ahead, flanked by mountains on either side. Look, the two children were playing right there, and then they disappeared without a trace. Wang Shou pointed ahead. I'll go take a look. Li Chun nodded and walked over. However, after just a few steps, he felt something was off. He couldn't tell if it was a trick of his mind or if his sense of smell had become unusually sharp, but he sensed a faint fishy odor in the air. As he walked further and arrived at the spot where the children had been, he looked around but found nothing significant. Strange. Li Chun furrowed his brow and expanded his search area. Finally, among a patch of weeds leading to the hillside, he discovered a clue. There, the patch of weeds had been pressed down into a semicircular path, but it was clear this was not made by human footprints. In fact, the path had almost returned to its original state due to the rebound of the grass and shrubs, but Li Chun was meticulous and had already noticed the differences. Moreover, the path wound forward, leading into the mountains, and the fishy smell grew stronger. Following the path upward, after walking 100 steps, it ended abruptly behind a thicket. However, in the bushes, Li Chun spotted two scales the size of half a palm. A python? Picking up the two scales and examining them closely, Li Chun squinted his eyes and instantly confirmed that this was from a giant python. So, Chengge, did you find anything? Wang Shou called from a distance. Li Chun jumped down from the slope and walked back, opening his palm to reveal the two large scales. This is from a big snake? Wang Shou's eyes widened. No way. What snake could be big enough to eat a child? At most, it could just be poisonous, Su Jiang chimed in, somewhat incredulously. This is a python, and it's a giant python weighing over 300 pounds. Not only could it eat a child, but it could also easily consume a sheep or even a small adult, Li Chun said as he tossed the scales aside slowly. Over 300 pounds? My goodness. Such a big python? What are we going to do? Wang Shou said, terrified. Looking up at Li Chun, his eyes suddenly lit up as he grabbed Li Chun's hand. Chengge, you're a hunter. You must know how to hunt this giant python. You have to save our village. Otherwise, this giant python will eat someone from time to time, and we won't be able to stay in this village any longer. Please, Chengge, Wang Shou pleaded desperately. Chapter 88. Red bricks with cement. I am invincible in construction. Li Chun pondered for a moment and discreetly glanced at Su Jiang. The two had been working together for so long that they were already perfectly in sync. Su Jiang immediately shouted angrily, Wang Shou, are you crazy? That S.A. 300-pound giant python, incredibly fierce, even harder to deal with than tigers and leopards. You want Chengge to hunt the python? ISNT, that's sending him to his death? Su village chief, I have no other choice. Chengge, for the sake of our whole village, please help us. I can tell you're particularly capable just by looking at you. You can definitely do it. Look, Chengge, I promise on behalf of the whole village that if you can really kill this giant python and relieve us of this great disaster, we will do anything you ask. Even you can choose any 9 young girls from our village. Wang Shou clutched Li Chun's arm and wouldn't let go, urging him anxiously. Nonsense. Giving away girls in this year of great disaster is equivalent to sending food out during a famine and 9 girls. How much grain would that save for the village? Are you asking for help or taking advantage? Su Jiang suddenly got angry and scolded. Damn it. My daughter hasn't even married Chengge yet, and you want to give her 9 girls? Dream on. Su Jiang was the first to disagree with this matter. Li Chun shook his head in silence and waved his hand. Stop arguing. I'll agree to this matter. Chengge, that S9 girls. It takes quite a bit of food and money to support them, Su Jiang called out urgently. Uncle Su, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about hunting the python. Li Chun was speechless. What was wrong with Uncle Su? Why did he get anxious when he heard about marrying off girls? Had he forgotten the main issue? All right, what? You really agreed? Su Jiang looked worried, but in truth, he wasn't too concerned about Li Chun's ability to hunt the python, considering his skills in hunting wild boars and leopards. Hunting a giant python was nothing to him. What he was worried about was, if 9 girls really came, what would happen to his daughter. I agreed. Li Chen nodded and looked at Wang Shou. But you all need to prepare some things today. The day after tomorrow, I'll come to help you hunt the python. Okay, please tell us. Chen Ge. Wang Shou was overjoyed and quickly replied. 25 pounds of half-dried marigolds. They should be able to be collected from mountain. If not, they can also be bought in the county town. Also, prepare a colorful lantern, one that is particularly vibrant, that lights up in all colors. As for the rest, there is no need. Prepare these things, and I'll come to hunt the python the day after tomorrow. Li Chen said. All right. Wang Shou nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Su Jiang. By the way, Su village chief, I almost forgot to ask, you came over today to discuss something? You really have a good memory. Finally remembered, Su Jiang sneered repeatedly, feeling quite angry. I was just worried about that giant python, Wang Shou said apologetically, rubbing his hands. We're here to discuss the construction of the city gate at the pass. Because in the past few days, we VEs suffered from bandit attacks. If it weren't for our 2 villages holding the line, that bandit threat might have spread to your village too. Su Jiang briefly explained the situation, and Wang Shou's face turned pale. Good heavens, 2 waves of bandits came one after another? This is no joke. He quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and agreed to send people to repair the city gate at the pass. The matter was settled. Su Jiang and Li Chen didn't linger, cupping their hands in farewell and riding back. However, after reaching Mu'er village, Li Chen didn't stay long. He had 2 men from the village haul 4 large carts to Baisha village. He wanted to check on the brick kiln construction. Since Ma Wu had taken the plans back yesterday, they should have already started working. When he arrived at Baisha village, he found the villagers to be quite reliable and hard-working, showing no signs of deceit. At this moment, the villagers were collectively working under Ma Wu's leadership, some modifying the brick kiln, while others were gathering clay. Simultaneously, the basic processes for firing red bricks and blue bricks were quite similar, with the difference being that blue bricks required sealing the kiln in the later stage of high temperature and cooling it down with water on the top, which was a complicated process. Red bricks, on the other hand, were straightforward and direct to make. Thus, the brick kiln only needed slight modifications and was not troublesome at all. If we start working now, the 4 kilns combined can produce nearly 5,000 red bricks in about a day and night. However, there's also a specialized tile kiln being modified, which can produce nearly 2,000 red bricks a day once completed. Ma Wu pointed to the several kilns in the village, his eyes filled with pride. These brick kilns have been around for years. The city walls of Pingyang County were built with bricks produced by these kilns. That's not enough. We need to produce at least 20,000 a day to barely meet our needs. So, let us build the brick kilns according to the blueprints I drew for you. Li Chen shook his head and said, 20,000? Do we really need that much? Ma Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. In the future, we can use them to build houses. Li Chen smiled. Using red bricks not only can build the city gate, but also brick houses, and later even multi-story buildings to accommodate more people. At the same time, various military structures, such as bunkers and training grounds, will also require red bricks. The construction over at land.When stronghold will also need red bricks. So, the more the better. Additionally, he had also instructed that the Xiangjai area start transporting coal to this side. After all, relying solely on firewood for firing red bricks was still somewhat inefficient and wasteful. Using coal would be more economical. All right, we'll immediately allocate manpower to build a completely new large kiln according to your blueprints. Ma Wu nodded heavily. Everyone must be hungry, right? Come, let us eat first. Li Chen called to the people in the distance, as he had brought food. How can we accept this? Ma Wu rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. We are all in this together, we are one family. So there is no need to be polite? Li Chen smiled. Then we want to be formal. Ma Wu looked at Li Chen with gratitude and quickly called the workers over to eat. A full cart of mixed flour steam buns, with as many as 500, enough for everyone in the village to have one, and even some leftovers. This cart of buns brought tears to the eyes of the people in Baisha village. In a year of famine and amidst war, sending food was equivalent to saving lives. It was decided that there would be 1 cart of 500 buns every day. As I said before, I'll provide the meals for the workers. Chen Ge is such a great person. Chen Ge is simply our 2 villages' savior. From now on, we'll follow Chen Ge. The villagers of Baisha shouted excitedly. Another village had pledged their loyalty. By the way, don't use firewood for the kiln anymore. Save some for other uses. From now on, use these instead, and I'll have people deliver them to you every day. Find a dedicated place for storage. If you can't use it all, burn it in winter for warmth. That's also great. Li Chun pointed to the 3 large carts of coal nearby. What is that? Many people gathered around, curiously looking at it while munching on buns. Oh, this is a good thing called coal. I've seen it in the army. However, coal isn't easy to mine and is quite expensive. Ordinary families can't afford to burn it. Ma Wu looked at the coal and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's okay, there will be plenty of this stuff in the future. Just burn it. But it's best to use it sparingly. As he said, mining is not easy, and transportation is even harder. Li Chun smiled and said, Indeed, transporting coal back and forth with big carts is really troublesome. But for now, we can only do it this way. One of the main reasons why coal was not popular in ancient times was the high transportation costs. After all, it was all done with animal power, and some would be wasted on the way, making transportation really difficult. Fortunately, the Black-Wind stronghold is not too far from here. It should take half a day to get there. By the way, Brother Chun, how do you want to build it over at the city gate? Ma Wu asked. You all start producing, and I'll go back to draw up the plans, carefully planning it out to strive to build a formidable pass that no one can breach, nestled against the mountains. If we can build it, even if the North Wild Pass is breached in the future, the safety of nearly 1,000 people from our 3 villages will be guaranteed. After all, it's not a long distance. It's just a few dozen zhang of open land. So building it shouldn't be too difficult. Li Chun said. That's true. Then we'll get to work here and wait for your news. Ma Wu said. By the way, Uncle Ma, there's something else I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. I want to improve our brick-making process. In the future, we won't need that special thick mud and other materials. We'll use cement and sand instead. What mud and sand? Ma Wu was confused. Li Chun then explained it to him in detail, and afterward he asked Ma Wu to take a dozen clever young people to check out a small limestone hill nearby. When they returned, the group realized everything and admired Li Chun immensely. Let's use this method to bond the bricks for building the city wall. It will definitely be strong and durable. Even a battering ram won't break it. Li Chun smiled. Brother Chun, you are just too good to us. You teach us everything. Ma Wu and the others looked at Li Chun, deeply moved. They were specifically doing this kind of work, so they certainly understood what this process meant. Chapter 89. Division of labor in the assembly line. We're all family, so why keep secrets? Li Shen smiled. After teaching the entire process to Ma Wu and his group, Li Chun returned home. At this moment, it was past noon, and the house was still bustling with activity. With 30 female workers working together, the speed suddenly increased significantly, while on the other side, the little maid and her companions were already overwhelmed, spinning around like a top. Fortunately, Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai also joined in to help with salt production, leaving only Su Xiu'er outside to coordinate and collect firewood, which was also too much for her to handle. Luckily, there were still many idle women in the village who came over to help voluntarily. Seeing the scene, Li Chun was genuinely moved. The salt boiling was no longer a concern, but more hands were needed for salt production. The little maid had previously asked him to take in Xiu'er, which might have been a bit overly generous, but it was not without reason. In fact, the character of the Su family trio was quite solid, so it would not be inappropriate to let them join the final process of producing refined salt. This way, they wouldn't be lacking in manpower. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Xiu'er, whose forehead was covered in fine sweat, inadvertently looked up in this direction. Li Chun couldn't help but smile at her. Under the sunlight, the boy's smile was so warm that it instantly ignited the girl's heart. Su Xiu'er's face turned red immediately, and the orderly work suddenly became chaotic. Oh no, Xiu'er, it seems you shorted me 5-1, said a man nearby, counting and scratching his head, looking at Su Xiu'er. Huh, really? I'll count again. Oh no, I'm sorry, Uncle Wong, I miscounted just now. Su Xiu'er panicked and quickly checked again, giving the man 5-1. You child, as soon as you see Ching'er, you can't even count properly. Uncle Wong shook his head and laughed heartily. The villagers weren't blind, who couldn't see what was on Su Xiu'er's mind. Oh dear, Uncle Wong, how can you speak like that? Su Xiu'er's face turned even redder as she spat. When she turned around again, she saw that Li Chun had already turned and entered the house, and she immediately felt lost. Just then, Su Jiang returned with a bundle of firewood. After putting it down, he heard Li Chun calling him from inside the house. So he hurried in. "Uncle Su, have some water." Li Chun poured him a bowl of tea and then recounted the matter of going to Baisha village. Su Jiang grinned widely, slapping his thigh and saying, "Chingur, why are you so generous? Did you even tell them the process of making lime for cement and mortar? That's all treasure." "That's fine. I believe they won't spread it around." Li Chun waved his hand. "However, Uncle Su, there's something else I want to discuss with you." "Just say it." Su Jiang took a sip of tea. "I was thinking, if possible, I want Xiao'er, you, and Annie to help me produce refined salt. As for the recipe, Warner will tell you." Li Chun said. Su Jiang sprayed out a mouthful of tea, waving his hands in panic. "Shengia, this absolutely won't do. That's something more valuable than gold. We can't possibly enjoy such fortune. Uncle, I believe you and Aunt Su, and I trust Xiao'er even more." Li Shen Fazisa. Su Jiang was momentarily stunned. As he pondered over these words, joy suddenly surged in his eyes. "Chingur, could it be that you have taken a liking to my silly girl, Xiao'er?" "Xiao'er isn't silly, right?" Li Chen scratched his nose. "Uncle Su, it seems you've misunderstood." He wanted to explain, but ultimately didn't say anything. "Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it later." "Ha, good. Chingur, I'll go find them to discuss this matter right away. No, not discuss, but to tell them." Su Jiang laughed heartily, his joy indescribable. Although Chingur hadn't explicitly said anything, allowing them to produce refined salt already meant he considered them true family. And would Xiao'er, that silly girl, have more opportunities to interact with Li Chun in the future? If Xiao'er could really marry Chingur, with Chingur's capabilities, wouldn't they enjoy a life of wealth and honor in the future? Just thinking about this made Su Jiang incredibly happy. "Uncle, there's another thing. We've already collected enough firewood. We can't store any more in the yard, so we won't collect for now." Li Chun said. This. Although Su Jiang had known this day would come, his mood still dropped a bit. This way, those men wouldn't be able to earn much cash. Li Chun noticed his thoughts and smiled slightly, waving his hand. "Uncle Su, don't let everyone get discouraged. There are other ways to make money. Recently, we want to make some tools, but we need various parts, and Xiaobai and I are really busy. If possible, could the craftsmen in our village use their free time to help me make some tool parts? I'll pay everyone according to the difficulty." "Shengia, you're so considerate of everyone. It's simply..." Su Jiang was left speechless. "This is mutual support. I wouldn't be able to find craftsmen elsewhere." Li Chun smiled. "All right, I'll go tell everyone right away." Su Jiang stood up and walked outside. Next, Li Chun called Ho Xiaobai in and began to study the components of two items. One was a pulley crossbow, and the other was the new type of spinning wool Li Chun had been researching. Almost every man in the village could do woodworking, and even Baisha village had more than a dozen, totaling over 70 people. By organizing these 70-plus people to produce parts, and then selecting a few with good character to form a small workshop dedicated to assembly, they could achieve a basic assembly line operation. Regardless of what they produced, the efficiency would greatly increase, far exceeding the output of just the two of them making crossbows and spinning wheels. Ho Xiaobai was beside him, breaking down the components of the crossbow and spinning wheel while marking the various dimensions. Li Chun began designing a new type of loom. Just using the spinning wheel to spin thread wasn't enough. It was also necessary to have a loom to weave the threads into cloth or even make clothes, which was the most important. Especially with winter approaching, he had to prepare in advance and quickly produce fabric to make winter clothing. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to endure the winter. Moreover, the women from Black-When stronghold couldn't just sit idle. They had to start working immediately. Otherwise, with more than 70 mouths to feed, Li Chun would feel a lot of pressure. In no time, Mu'er village and Baisha village became extraordinarily busy, with large-scale production in full swing, and tremendous changes quietly began. However, at this moment, someone was gnashing his teeth in the dark. Total defeat, total defeat. My years of hard work, just like that, destroyed. And my two brothers, all gone without a trace. Who is it who did this? I want to skin them alive and grind their bones to dust. County Lieutenant Wu Chuang was at home in Pingyang County, waving his hands like a madman and roaring, having already smashed everything in the room that could be broken. Chapter 90. The Green Forest Python. The next day, after a high-intensity training session in the morning before noon, Li Chen set off for Wang Yao village. Originally, he wanted to bring Zhao Dashi or Ho Xiaobai with him, but they were both too busy and couldn't leave home. Moreover, it was a critical time, and someone needed to protect the family. When he reached the village entrance, Li Chen saw Wang Shou anxiously waiting for him in the distance. As soon as he saw Li Chen arrive, Wang Shou was overjoyed and rushed over. "Shengia, you finally made it." Li Chen dismounted and nodded slightly. He had come to fulfill his duties and keep his promises. Chen Gu'er is truly righteous, a real hero. Wang Shou gave him a thumbs up, half in flattery and half sincerely praising him. He then picked up 2 bags and said, "We've prepared everything you asked for. Let's go into the village and rest for a while." Li Chen opened the bags and saw that they contained everything he wanted. He nodded in satisfaction, handed the reins to Wang Shou, and said, "No need to rest in the village. I need to act immediately and find that beast to deal with it." He then shouldered the 2 bags and headed up the mountain along the path. Chen Gu'er is truly decisive. Wang Shou watched Li Chen's figure from afar. "If Chen Gu'er really returns successfully, I'm willing to make a sacrifice for the village and offer myself as a thank you gift." A village woman in her 30s said solemnly, "Qian widow, you old hag should stop talking nonsense. Is that a sacrifice? It's just repaying kindness with enmity." A villager laughed nearby. "She's not suitable. Let me do it. I have a big waist and a big butt, guarantee to have sons." Another girl stepped up, promoting herself. "That butt is really big like a pot lid. And she's not even married yet. If she gets married, it might be bigger than a grinding stone. Come on, you're big, but that's a bit excessive. You might just crush Chen Gu'er. Let me do it. I'm smaller." Several village beauties began to compete for the opportunity. "All right, is there no sense of shame? Stop arguing. I have my arrangements. If Chen Gu'er really comes back, no matter which girl from your family is chosen to thank him, you must not refuse." Wang Shou glared. "That a must." The crowd replied in unison. Many unmarried girls' eyes lit up, watching Li Chen's departing figure with increasing enthusiasm. Li Chen was unaware of what the villagers of Wang Yao were thinking. At this moment, he was already following the traces into the mountains. The huge python had crushed a lot of grass and trees, making it easy to track, even if he crossed a couple of small streams and hills. An ordinary person might lose the trail, but for a strong man like Li Chen, it was nothing. About 2 hours later, it was already past noon, and the mountain began to darken gradually. He had ventured deep into the mountains and arrived at a rocky hill. On the hill was a stone cave the size of a jar opening, and the stone was polished to a shine, clearly indicating that something had been crawling in and out for years. "This is it." Li Chen exhaled, confirming that this was the hiding place of the giant python. The still wet slime on the ground indicated that the creature had just returned and was likely still sleeping inside. He tossed the 2 bags aside, then pulled out a dozen or so foot-long sharp knives, carefully placing them along the path where the python might crawl, with the tips facing up. Once everything was set, he filled a bag with dried marigold flowers, lit it, and threw it into the cave, then lit a colorful rotating lamp at the far end of the path. His past experiences as a mercenary told him that pythons hated the smell of burning marigolds. Once they smelled it, they would go mad and rush out of the cave. The colorful lamp, once lit, would be perceived as another python, drawing it towards it. This way, the knives he had set up would take its life. This trick he learned from the indigenous people in the Amazon jungle had proven to be very effective in practice. Once, when his team ran out of food in the jungle, they used this trick to hunt a giant python weighing over 100 pounds. Thanks to the python's meat, they managed to escape the jungle without starving to death. Just as Li Chen was reminiscing about the past, suddenly, there was a commotion at the cave entrance. Immediately after, amidst the fire and smoke, a giant python rushed out frantically. Li Chen focused his gaze. Even with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was actually a green forest python, about 14 to 15 meters long, with the thickest part almost as thick as a water barrel. Judging by its size, it weighed at least over 300 pounds, truly a colossal creature. His judgment was indeed correct. Such a giant python could easily swallow not just children and sheep, but even relatively small adults. Fixating on the python's trajectory, Li Chun had already gripped his crossbow, aiming at the creature. However, he soon lowered the crossbow because the python was drawn towards the colorful rotating lamp. On this snake path, Li Chun had set up 6 knives. No matter how it crawled, it would slice open its belly. His calculations proved to be extremely precise. He could hear the sound of slicing, like a dull pair of scissors cutting through a piece of rag. The green forest python swam past, the cold gleam of the knife tips slicing open at least 3 terrifying deep gashes along its belly. In pain, it desperately swam forward, but the faster it moved, the quicker the knife tips tore its belly open. With a series of ripping sounds, it finally reached the colorful rotating lamp, and its belly now had 3 horrific wounds, almost splitting it open, blood and innards trailing behind. The green forest python went wild, rolling on the ground, its tail crashing against the boulders with a loud thud, sending stone chips flying, and even trees as thick as an arm were snapped off by its tail. Li Chun watched, already raising his crossbow again, preparing to send it on its way and end its cold-blooded life. But at that moment, a sudden alarm went off in his heart. He quickly turned his head and saw a slightly smaller, but still over 200-pound male green forest python swimming towards him, instantly lunging at his body. Damn it, I overlooked that there are 2 of them, a male and a female green forest python. Li Chun cursed inwardly. He hadn't considered that there were 2 giant pythons and had focused too much on the larger female python that was about to die, only to be targeted by the hunting male python. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The male green forest python silently crawled over, and in one leap, it wrapped around Li Chun. In the next moment, its massive body had completely coiled around him, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. The only thing Li Chun could do was drop the crossbow and pull out an arm. The male green forest python had launched its attack, its entire body tightening like a wound spring, causing Li Chun to hear the cracking sounds of his bones under the pressure. He felt like he was being crushed. At the same time, the air in his chest was nearly completely squeezed out, and even if he opened his mouth wide, he couldn't breathe a single breath. It looked like he was about to be strangled to death by this giant python. Chapter 91:9 Big Girl's dizziness surged through Li Chun, but he used his powerful mental strength to control himself from fainting. At the same time, he raised the short knife in his hand with all his might and stabbed it towards the section of the python's body that was constricting his chest. Thud! Blood splattered, but the python's scales were simply too thick, tough, and extremely slippery. The strength Li Chun exerted in this extreme state was limited. As a result, this stab only opened a blood groove on the male python's body, cutting through the skin and flesh, but failing to penetrate deeply. In pain, the green python suddenly raised its head, facing Li Chun, its dark yellow eyes flashing with cold and cruel light as it opened its wide mouth, ready to bite at Li Chun's face. Li Chun could even see its 4 long fangs with hooks in its white throat. At that moment, Li Chun suddenly concentrated his mental energy, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he fixed his gaze on the python's eyes, his own eyes shooting out a fierce glare. "Beast!" he shouted fiercely. The male python immediately froze, its entire body stiffening and unable to move. Without hesitation, Li Chun raised his arm and thrust the knife directly into the python's mouth, piercing through its neck from behind. In pain, the male python loosened its body and desperately tried to retreat. Li Chun felt a lightness in his body and finally regained his ability to move. He lunged forward, his right hand reaching into the python's mouth, pushing the knife through its neck and directly stabbing into a large tree behind it, pinning it there. Although the male python desperately tried to bite him, for a giant python, its most powerful attack came from its constricting ability rather than its biting force. In comparison, its biting strength was pitifully weak and non-venomous. Although its 4 hooked fangs bit into Li Chun's arm, they only broke the skin and could not cause him any harm. Li Chun firmly pinned the giant python to the tree with one hand, while with his left hand, he drew another short knife from his thigh and stabbed repeatedly at the python's vital spot, piercing it over a dozen times. Only when the male python slumped down, no longer moving, did he stop. Letting out a long sigh, Li Chun sat down on the ground, feeling somewhat exhausted. The battle had been too sudden and thrilling. Although he had experienced countless life and death situations in his previous life, He had never fought so closely with a giant python weighing over 200 pounds. After resting for a while, he realized that he had exerted himself too much and nearly been strangled to death by the male python, draining all his strength. Neither his physical strength nor his energy had fully recovered. He pushed himself up with his hands on his knees and removed the gallbladders from the two dead pythons, each about the size of a fist. He didn't even frown as he peeled off the gallbladder skin and drained both gallbladders completely. The gallbladders had a powerful effect of rapidly restoring energy and physical strength. 15 minutes later, he sprang up from the ground, feeling revitalized. The effects of the two gallbladders were indeed quite potent. He tied the two snakes together, their heads coiled around his waist, and dragged the two giant pythons down the mountain. Although the combined weight of the two giant pythons exceeded 500 pounds, their long and slender bodies had a large surface area on the ground, and they were soft and smooth, not prone to getting stuck anywhere. Moreover, since he was going downhill, Li Chen was able to drag them along. The thick scales of the two giant pythons were also not afraid of wear and tear. By the time he exited the mountain, it was already past the hour of the rooster. In Wanyao village, every household had started cooking, with smoke rising and the warmth of life all around. Li Chen let out a long breath, standing at the mouth of the valley, feeling quite exhausted. Fortunately, some villagers saw him and hurried back to the village to call for help. When the villagers of Wanyao saw the two giant pythons, they all gasped in shock. My God, there's still such large pythons in the world. When the giant pythons' bellies were opened, cries immediately rang out in the village. Inside the two giant pythons were the remains of two children, fully digested, with only the bones waiting to be expelled. Thank you, Brother Chun. If it weren't for you, who knows how many more people these two giant pythons would have harmed. The village chief, Wang Shou, had tears in his eyes as he wiped them and thanked Li Chun. Subsequently, all the villagers present bowed or saluted Li Chun. You truly saved the lives of the entire village. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have lived in fear. We are neighbors, sharing the same water and sky. Helping each other is only natural. No need to thank me. Li Chun waved his hand. No, thanking you is a must. This is the collective decision of our Wanyao village. So, Brother Chun, I have already selected 9 girls for you. They're all strong and robust, each one comparable to a man. They work effortlessly, and especially, they don't eat much, so it's easy to support them. Girls, come out and meet your husband. Wang Shou waved his hand. Then the ground trembled slightly and 9 big girls walked out. Indeed, they were big girls. Each stood 7 feet tall with large breasts, ample hips, and strong waists. Their physiques were like natural wrestlers. Brother Chun, these are the most outstanding girls in our village, all unmarried and waiting for marriage. They are hardworking, durable, and could do anything, or rather, they could be commanded to do anything. Just look at these ample hips. They will surely bear you sons, filling your home with descendants and blessings. Wang Shou enthusiastically promoted the village's big girls. The girls looked at Li Chen shyly, their eyes full of longing for love. Even with Li Chen's calm demeanor, he dared not meet their gazes at that moment, continuously waving his hands. Village Chief Wang, there's no need for this. I'm already married. Oh, come on, a real man can have 9 wives and 10 concubines. Having one doesn't mean you can't have these 9, Wang Shou insisted. They're all yours. Additionally, we have decided to gather 500 pounds of grain from the entire village to give to you, so you won't mistakenly think we are pushing famine onto you, and also to shut Su Jiang's mouth. It's settled, Wang Shou declared grandly. Village Chief Wang, let's skip that for now. I don't plan to marry again at this time. As for the grain, you all can keep it for yourselves. Li Chun firmly rejected. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to support them. It was just that he had no place to accommodate these 9 big girls at home, and the beds would have to be specially made. Oh, I see. Wang Shou's eyes were full of regret. The 9 big girls also looked equally disappointed. Village Chief Wang, I appreciate your kindness and good intentions. However, I am indeed facing some difficulties. If possible, I have 2 small requests. I wonder if you could help me? Li Chen asked. Speak quickly. We, the entire village, truly don't know how to express our gratitude to you. Wang Shou said eagerly. To know is to repay. Simple rural folks fear accumulating debts of gratitude that they can't repay. Chapter 92, Building the Steel Smelting Blast Furnace on one hand. Regarding the construction of the Ika town, I hope that the three villages can all do their best. After all, this concerns all of us. This is not a problem. I've already promised Village Chief Sue that starting tomorrow, we will send people over. We must get the Ika built up. This is a top priority. This doesn't count as helping you. You need to make another request. Wang Shou laughed. There's another matter. I noticed that our village can actually fire porcelain kilns. I want to ask, what kind of clay do you use for firing porcelain? Li Chen pondered for a moment and asked. The clay used for firing porcelain is porcelain clay. There's a valley nearby that specializes in producing this kind of clay, and the quality is excellent. It can be used right away. Wang Shou said. I see. Li Chen nodded, feeling a bit pleased. The porcelain clay Wang Shou mentioned must be kaolin. Looking up at Wang Shou, he said, Village Chief Wang, I have a request that I hope you won't mind. It's actually a request for my friend. He runs a large blacksmith shop and wants to build a few iron smelting blast furnaces. If possible, could we get some craftsmen from our village to help him out? Iron smelting blast furnaces? We can't do that. We only know how to build porcelain kilns. Wang Hai asked in surprise. Actually, it's quite simple. Just make some modifications based on building porcelain kilns, and you can directly construct blast furnaces. I have some understanding in this area. If possible, let us first build a small blast furnace in our village as a test. If it succeeds, then I would appreciate Village Chief Wang helping my friend. How about that? Li Chen said. Oh, so you understand this, Chengge? Wang Shou looked Li Chen up and down, then patted his chest and said, No problem. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. He then turned to the villagers and asked, Do you have any objections to Chengge's request? He helped us kill those 2 giant pythons. Aside from that harmful snake, this favor of helping to build a furnace is nothing. Chengge, I'm best at repairing kilns and building furnaces. If you need me, just call. The villagers responded enthusiastically, with no one unwilling, and everyone was very eager. Li Chen originally wanted to mention the issue of paying them, but seeing their excited reactions, he thought it might not be appropriate to bring it up now. He would discuss it after the work was done. All right, since that's the case, please ask Village Chief Wang to find a dozen craftsmen to come to my house tomorrow. Don't forget to bring a few carts of porcelain clay. I have some use for it. Got it, Chengge, just wait and see. Wang Shou laughed heartily. Li Chen bid farewell to the enthusiastic villagers and, taking advantage of the dawn, rode back to his village. As for the 2 snakes, he left them all for the villagers. After all, he wasn't short on money now, and leaving 2 snakes would help improve the village's meals. That night, the villagers of Wangyao village, filled with immense anger, feasted on the 2 giant pythons, truly achieving the act of eating their flesh, drinking their blood, cracking their bones, and sucking their marrow, avenging the 2 deceased children with a hearty meal. The next day, Wang Shou indeed kept his promise and brought 10 of the best craftsmen from the village, along with 50 helpers and 10 carts of porcelain clay. That was quite substantial. Su Jiang and Wang Shou brought those 50 people to Baisha village to meet Ma Wu, excavating mud and firing bricks while transporting materials to the town, preparing for construction. The remaining 10 craftsmen were taken by Li Chen to the blacksmith Zhao's home. At this moment, blacksmith Zhao and tabby were there hammering away at some weapons. When they saw Li Chen bringing so many people, they were a bit surprised. After Li Chen explained the situation, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, Chengge, you're really making it bigger. You're actually going to build a steel smelting blast furnace? But this is a good thing. It just depends on what kind of blast furnace can be built. They were quite looking forward to it. In the next 3 days, Li Chen focused on building the blast furnace. On the 4th day, a half-cubic steel smelting clay blast furnace stood tall. Through Zhao and Zhou, Li Chen had learned in detail that the current steel smelting blast furnaces in Dayan were far from adequate. Those blast furnaces were only about 1 zhang high and used clay linings that were easily eroded with a short lifespan. There is always the tragedy of furnaces collapsing, with several people dying each time. Zhao had even witnessed molten iron burning off the feet of several people nearby. At the same time, the fuel was mainly charcoal. Li Chen inferred that the maximum temperature was only about 200 degrees Celsius, making it difficult to efficiently reduce iron ore. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the air supply technology was inadequate, they were still using manual bellows, which provided insufficient pressure and limited oxygen supply. As a result, the output of iron was not high. It was just that there were many furnaces and the quantity piled up. Li Chun's improved clay blast furnace was constructed as a vertical furnace, increasing the original 1 Zhonghai furnace to 2 Zhonghai, with the furnace body's angle reduced to over 75 degrees. It was also divided into 3 sections: the upper preheating zone, the middle reduction zone, and the lower melting zone for iron accumulation. 4 refractory materials. High-quality kaolin was mixed with quartz sand, sintered at high temperatures to form a high-strength refractory layer, which could withstand temperatures of at least 500 degrees Celsius. At the same time, graphite sheets were embedded in the furnace body and furnace cylinder to comprehensively enhance corrosion resistance. As for fuel, with a coal mine already at hand, it was very easy to directly build a small closed furnace, producing as much porous coke as needed, with a calorific value far exceeding that of charcoal. And it had high compressive strength and good permeability inside the furnace. Most importantly, Li Chun designed a piston-type bellows that could be powered by a linkage mechanism to achieve continuous air supply, eliminating the need for inefficient manual labor. It could also be paired with a ceramic air duct for preheating, further increasing the temperature. Looking at the newly completed blast furnace, Li Chun was very satisfied. The craftsmen from Wanyao village were indeed extraordinary. Under his guidance, they smoothly completed the construction of this large blast furnace. Afterwards, Li Chun instructed blacksmith Zhao to throw in some iron, or that he had specifically asked him to buy from the Heishui iron mine a few days earlier. As everyone watched in shock as the molten iron flowed out, the craftsmen were unfazed, but blacksmith Zhao and Zhou Dehai, the 2 experts, were nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. My God, compared to those blast furnaces in the iron fields, this efficiency has increased tenfold or more. In the past, it would take a day or even 2 to possibly produce molten iron. Now, it only took 2 hours for the molten iron to flow out, and this was just the first batch of molten iron. As the furnace temperature increased, the time to produce iron would be even shorter. Perhaps it could be done in just 1 hour. Even the largest furnace could produce at most 1,000 gene of pig iron in a day, which required many people to work together. But looking at their furnace, it could produce at least 2,000 or even 3,000 gene of pig iron a day, and it only needed a few people. This, Chingge, are you a god? How do you know all of this? Zhou Dehai stared blankly at Li Chun, and at that moment, his and blacksmith Zhao's admiration for Li Chun had exceeded all limits. Just a bit of understanding. Li Chun smiled slightly. Just a bit of understanding? You've practically reached the heavens with your knowledge. The 2 blacksmiths were simply so impressed they could die from admiration. Chapter 93, Meeting Wu Chuang, again Uncle Zhao. From now on, let's stop using those remnants of weapons or finished iron ingots. After all, the quality at the source is quite average. We should buy more iron ore and refine it ourselves. That way, we can save quite a bit of money, Li Chun said, looking at Zhao the blacksmith. Brother Chun, I would also like that. It would be best to solve the problem fundamentally, and we could further improve the quality of our weapons. But the problem is, the Heishui iron mine is a government mine, and they don't sell it. If they do sell, it's only finished iron ingots, and they don't sell much either. Just 100 pounds at a time. If we buy too many times, it might raise suspicion, and we have to go to the government for proof. The iron ore we bought these past few days was only because I had some acquaintances over there, and after a lot of persuasion, they sold me these 200 pounds of ore, Zhao the blacksmith sighed. Oh, so that's how it is. All right, then we'll use those ingots or remnants to refine first. We'll talk about the ore later. Li Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. He needed to refine iron to produce a large amount of quality iron for more weapons and equipment. Even for making farming tools, it would significantly improve productivity. But the lack of raw materials was indeed a problem for him. Let's let this steel furnace run for a while to see the results. Then think about how to build a blast furnace over at Haifeng's High. There's no rush. We'll plan it out carefully. Afterward, Li Chun went to Baisha village and saw stacks of well-burned red bricks being loaded onto carts to be transported to the pass. At the same time, the freshly made cement and sand dug from the river were also being loaded onto carts. Previously, he had demonstrated several times with Ma Wu and others, showing the ratio of sand, cement, and water. The masons learned quickly and had fully grasped the essentials. Now, all they had to do was start building the pass according to the blueprints. The progress of the project was rapid, proving that Ma Wu and Su Jiang had strong organizational skills. Additionally, the arrival of 50-strong laborers from Wangyao village greatly accelerated the pace of the project. At this rate, it would take a month to build a Tianzhong high city wall. By then, even if Beiyin Pass fell and the Beimeng army attacked, try to take this hard nut to crack in a place where they couldn't deploy their troops would not be easy. Everything was proceeding efficiently and orderly, and the three villages had begun a great production and construction boom, which made Li Chun very satisfied. He returned home, packed all the refined salt that had been produced into carts, and then called Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai to catch up with 2 large carts to go to the county town. This time, they produced 720 pounds of refined salt, leaving the excess behind and taking 600 pounds to sell. For now, he didn't want to sell the extra refined salt. He planned to keep it for personal use. Moreover, scarcity makes things valuable, and too much refined salt cannot appear on the market at the same time. He needed to implement hunger marketing and ensure a steady supply. Only then could he stabilize the price of refined salt. However, this time he planned to buy more coarse salt to maintain production for a while. Otherwise, the work here would constantly be interrupted, which wouldn't do. The female workers needed to have continuous work. The 3 of them drove 2 large carts toward the county town. Along the way, they encountered 10 large carts from Haifeng's High, loaded with coal, heading toward Mu'er village. The leader was not Cheng Guang or Lu Handong, but a dozen unfamiliar brothers. Upon seeing Li Chun, they immediately stopped, jumped off their carts, and looked at him excitedly. Zhang Qingzhe, Wang Heng, you're leading the convoy? Li Chun stopped the horse cart, looked at the 2 men across, and smiled. The fact that he could accurately call their names excited Zhang Qingzhe and Wang Heng. They didn't expect Li Chun, having only met them once, to remember the names of these small fries. While feeling honored, they were also pleasantly surprised. Zhang Qingzhe clasped his fist and said, "Brother Chun, it's us." Su Ge said. Just as he was about to continue, Zhang Qingzhe looked around cautiously, and seeing no one else passing by, he lowered his voice. "We are unfamiliar faces and are not wanted by the government, so it's safe for us to come." Li Chun nodded. Chun Su is quite thoughtful. Also, Su Ge specifically told us to use cloth as the lining for the car's sides to prevent coal residue from leaking out on the road and raising suspicion. After all, the secret about coal is best kept to a minimum. Su Ge really thought of everything. We truly admire him. Zhang Qingzhe gave a thumbs up. Li Chun could see that they were genuinely loyal. However, there might be some untold stories behind it. Li Chun hadn't returned to Haifeng's High and was still unaware that Lu Qinshu had completely subdued a group of bandits. Go ahead, in the coming days. Quickly transport the coal over here, as much as you can. Once you arrive, hand it over to Wan'er and transport the coal to the designated location. We need to prepare for winter on both sides. Li Chun nodded. All right, Brother Chun. Zhang Qingzhe and the others replied and climbed back onto their carts, heading toward Mu'er village. Each cart of coal weighed about 2,000 pounds. It couldn't be piled too high, and they were all high-quality large chunks of coal, which took up space, so that was how it was loaded. However, 10 carts would still amount to over 20,000 pounds. If they could haul this throughout the summer and store several hundred to 1,000 tons in the village, it should be enough for distributing to villagers for winter or for daily steel refining consumption. These days were clearly getting better and better. Ho Xiaobai looked at the departing convoy and sighed. Yeah, I never imagined we could live such a good life. Yes, I never thought we could have such a good life either. Zhao Dashi sighed. It will get better and better. Let us go. Li Chun flicked the whip, and the 2 large carts continued forward. As they approached the refugee settlement ahead, they saw a 30-something, scholarly-looking man with a pale face confronting someone angrily with several Yamen officers. The person opposite him was actually County Lieutenant Wu Chuang, followed by a group of burly local militia soldiers. The scholarly man angrily shouted, "County Lieutenant Wu, the accounts for distributing porridge and grain don't add up at all. I have investigated in detail, including the officials responsible for the porridge distribution and the refugees. The maximum amount of grain distributed each day is only about 400 pounds. But the county office's stipulated amount is 1,000 pounds. Moreover, The grain hasn't even been distributed yet. The grain you just brought over is only 350 pounds. I have witnesses and evidence. Counter-Lieutenant Wu, I want to ask you, where did the remaining 650 pounds of grain go? Chapter 94, Red Contract and Thousand Lights. Dare you take a person? County Lieutenant Chu. I've already explained it just now. The grain is still in a warehouse and is being transported here, but the speed of transportation is a bit slow, so it hasn't arrived yet. Seeing that these refugees are starving badly, I first provided them with porridge and grain relief. What's wrong with that? Why don't you believe me? Wu Chuang smiled sinisterly and looked at County Lieutenant Chu across from him. Li Chen observed closely and raised his thick eyebrows. He noticed that Wu Chuang's face was actually red and swollen, as if he had just been slapped. As the county lieutenant, he was the third most important person in Pingyang County and commanded the local militia. Who would dare slap him? Could it be the county lieutenant? It didn't seem like it. The county lieutenant was cultured and refined, not someone who would resort to violence. Moreover, how could Wu Chuang let him get the chance to hit him? Wu Chuang, don't think you could deceive everyone here. Let me ask you, with the grain relief every day, why is it only about 400 caddies daily? Is the grain also being transported slowly? From the county granary to the refugee settlement. It's only 5 miles away. Are you using a turtle cart to haul it, causing such delays? I see you're clearly embezzling the public grain mint for the refugees. Every day, refugees are starving to death. Wu Chuang, ask your conscience. If your family members were among these refugees, could you bear to watch them suffer from hunger or even die? Open your eyes and see how many new graves have appeared over there. All of this is due to your greed. Eating that grain. Aren't you afraid of your conscience and going to hell later? County Lieutenant Chu was so angry that he trembled, pointing at Wu Chuang and shouting, his finger almost poking his face. Many passers-by gathered around to watch, and upon seeing this, they couldn't help but feel indignant, starting to criticize Wu Chuang. Some even hot-headedly began to curse him, making Wu Chuang squint his eyes tighter. Chu Qing-song, don't push your luck. How dare you speak to this county lieutenant like that? I'm just a little slow in transporting grain. Which of your eyes saw me embezzling public grain? You're clearly framing me. Wu Chuang snapped, angrily throwing his hand away. The evidence is all here. I will go complain to County Magistrate Wang. If he doesn't take action, I will report this to the state governor. I will make sure you, a villain who disregards the lives of the people and embezzles public grain, give an account to the starving refugees. Chu King-sung Saute Angli, sweeping his sleeve and turning to leave. Wu Chuang didn't stop him, just fixated on his back with a cold gaze. This county lieutenant, Chu, seems to be in trouble. Ho Xiaobai whispered to Zhao Dashi beside him. Shut up, Li Shen legally Shida. And the two stuck out their tongues and fell silent. At this moment, Wu Chuang had sensed movement behind him and turned around. When he saw Li Chun, his eyes instantly turned venomous and cold. Li Chun, he exclaimed. Li Chun calmly raised his head and cupped his hands, saying, County Lieutenant Wu, long time no see. Yes, Chingu, it's been a long time. Wu Chuang stared at him fiercely, slowly riding over. Behind him, a group of local militia armed with knives and guns surrounded the two carts, making it impossible to escape. The onlookers who had just been watching the commotion now all gathered around, pointing and whispering. Wes on the cart. Wu Chuang squinted and shouted angrily. As soon as he said this, Ho Xiaobai and Zhao Dashi's eyes narrowed. The two gripped the knife handles hidden under the straw mats, preparing to kill Wu Chuang if the situation turned dire. Damn it. Worst case, they would accompany Chun Gu to the mountains and live freely. Wu County Lieutenant, I have no obligation to tell you what's on the cart, do I? Li Chen secretly signaled to the two not to act rashly, and then looked at Wu Chuang, responding indifferently. This county lieutenant is responsible for law enforcement and security in the county, and I also have the authority to inspect passing vehicles. Open it for this county lieutenant. If you dare resist, it's obstruction of justice, and I can execute you on the spot. Wu Chuang shouted angrily. Power! Authority! The surrounding local militia yelled, brandishing their weapons in the air. Wu County Lieutenant really has a big official demeanor. Li Chun sneered coldly, jumped off the cart, and waved to Zhao Dashi and Ho Xiaobai, who had no choice but to follow him down, but their eyes burned with hatred for Wu Chuang. Damn it. How dare you show off in front of Chungu? You're really asking for it. I'll make sure you join your family of dead Wu S one day. Please go ahead. Li Chen gestured. Open it and take a look, Wu Chuang commanded. The local militia jumped onto the cart, opening one sack after another, and soon, exclamations arose. Wu County Lieutenant, it's refined salt. All the best refined salt. Oh my God, 6 bags, 100 caddies each. That is at least 600 caddies. What? You're actually selling salt privately? Li Chen, you're really bold. Arrest him. Wu Chuang's eyes flashed with a deadly glare as he drew his sword, pointing it at Li Chen and shouting angrily. At the same time, he turned to Li Chen, who was not far away, and said in a venomous tone, Li Chen, I will make sure you can't live or die. The local militia all yelled and charged at Li Chen, but Zhao Dashi and Hou Xiaobai clenched their fists, unafraid. Now it's up to Cheng Ge. If he wants to fight, then let us do it. Li Chen pulled something out of his pocket, raised it high, and shouted, This is the red contract and 1,000 lights issued by the Pingyang County government. I am employed by Lin.S Salt Industry, specifically producing refined salt for them. Let us see who dares to arrest me. The local militia fixed their eyes on him, and they saw that Li Chen was indeed holding an official red contract, clearly stating the matters regarding Lin.S Salt Industry leasing workers for salt production, with a bright red official seal stamped at the end. Furthermore, both parties' handprints were pressed on it. Everything was undeniably authentic. If Wu Chuang dared to arrest him, he would be breaking the law. Wu County Lieutenant, you just embezzled thousands of caddies of grain mint for the refugees, causing so many to starve to death without repentance. Do you really think you can rob a legitimate businessman like me, who possesses a red contract and 1,000 lights, in broad daylight? Do you think this Pingyang County belongs only to you, and you can do as you please? Li Chen looked at Wu Chuang, sneering continuously. He had anticipated this move. So during the second transaction, he signed this red contract with Lin Ling. Now it finally came in handy. I don't believe Wu Chuang would dare to arrest anyone in such a public setting. Chapter 95. Someone seeking credit. The onlookers around were filled with righteous indignation, pointing and whispering angrily about the corrupt official. Wu Chuang looked at the red contract in Xian Zhao's hands, then fixed his gaze on Li Chen, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. But in the end, he dared not make a move. He sheathed his knife and shouted, Go, return to the county office. A group of local heroes reluctantly followed behind him, walking back to the county town under the jeers of the onlookers, their heads hanging low. As he rode past Li Chen, Wu Chuang suddenly leaned down and venomously said, Li Chen, don't think I don't know what you've done. The destruction of my Wu family's entire clan must be related to you, and you might even be the accomplice of the bandits hiding in Muir village. Sooner or later, I will skin you alive and turn your bones to ashes to repay this deep-seated blood feud. With that, he flicked his whip, struck the horse's flank, and sped away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Chen slowly narrowed his eyes. How does he know it was us? Zhao Dashi asked in a mix of shock and anger. Hou Xiaobai reacted quickly, squinting and pondering before whispering. By Yu Xiang and Lin Linger have been secretly involved. Wu Chuang must have some vague information. But he just hasn't caught us in the act. If we think along this line, since we have a cooperative relationship with Lin Salt Industry, we naturally should have connections with Bai Yu Xiang as well. Therefore, we are highly suspicious. At the very least, he must suspect we are the inside informants. Li Chen nodded. Exactly. Hou Xiaobai's mind is sharp. What should we do? We've already caught his attention. We can only keep acting like thieves. There is no way to defend against a thief for 1,000 days. Zhao Dashi took a deep breath. Then we must kill him to eliminate future troubles. Li Chen said calmly, having already gotten back into the carriage. He flicked the whip and commanded, Go. The carriage sped towards the county town. In the backyard of the county office, County Clerk Chu Qingsong was indignantly accusing County Magistrate Wang Wenquan of Wu Chuang's embezzlement of public grain, which led to the starvation of refugees. Sir, we have both witnesses and evidence, including falsified account books, all in my hands. The evidence is as solid as a mountain. Wu Chuang has committed an atrocious crime. Chu Qingsong said angrily, his hands trembling from rage. Is there really such evil? Wu Chuang is simply audacious. County Clerk, please do not be angry. It could harm your health. Go back and rest first. I will summon Wu Chuang and make sure to clarify this matter. Wang Wenquan said, clearly taken aback, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Sir Wang, I will accompany you to confront him. Sung not det he vi li. These days, county clerk, you have been inspecting the county on my behalf, enduring hardship. You should return first. I already know the situation. I will definitely investigate immediately. If everything is true, I will first imprison him and then seek the governor's decision on this matter. How about this? Hand the evidence over to me first, so I can verify it. Wang Wenquan said with a gentle tone. To his surprise, Chu Qing-song shook his head. Sir Wang, the evidence is too important to show easily. It can only be presented when you are determined to arrest him in court to prove his guilt. Wang Wenquan frowned slightly. County clerk, do you not trust me? Of course not, Sir Wang. But this matter is of great importance. Please forgive me for temporarily not being able to present the evidence. Chu Qing-song quickly bowed. Wang Wenquan's expression relaxed, and he smiled slightly. That's good. You should go back and rest. I will think of a way to stabilize Wu Chuang and then proceed slowly. Once I understand the details, I will find County Clerk Chu to discuss it. With that, Chu Qing-song bowed and left. However, as he watched Chu Qing-song walk away, Wang Wenquan's expression darkened. Not long after Chu Qing-song left, Wu Chuang hurriedly entered through the corner gate of the county office's backyard. The county office's backyard was Wang Wenquan's residence in Pingyang County. He went straight into Wang Wenquan's room, and the two men then entered a secret chamber. As soon as Wu Chuang closed the secret door, he turned around, and Wang Wenquan slapped him hard across the face. The sound echoed, leaving him dazed and afraid to resist. You incompetent fool! How could you let that mad dog, Chu Qing-song, discover the grain relief issue? Didn't I tell you to keep it clean? Why did you leave so many traces for that filthy dog to latch onto? Wang Wenquan cursed fiercely. Not satisfied, he hit Wu Chuang again across the face. You filthy worm, continuously ruining my plans. The bandits from Black-When stronghold were just wiped out by Yu Xiang's group, and I lost an important foothold in an instant. But good job. To avenge your family's extermination, you sent a group of local heroes to raid 2 mountain villages without my consent. As a result, they likely fell into Yu Xiang's ambush and were completely wiped out. My 40 fine horses and over 100 local heroes have now vanished. This has cost me another foothold. Now, the only force I have left is those newly recruited local heroes who are still untrained. In 3 years as county magistrate, I've worked hard to build this little foundation, and you fool, have squandered it all overnight. Moreover, you've drawn the mad dog Chu Qing-song's attention, and he is reluctant to hand over the evidence to me, making it impossible for me to cover for you. What do you think we should do now? What should we do? Wang Wenquan's anger escalated, and he slapped Wu Chuang several more times. Though Wu Chuang was powerful outside, he remained silent before Wang Wenquan, not daring to speak, merely lowering his head and allowing Wang Wenquan to slap him without resistance. Yes, sir. I deserve to die. If possible, I would suggest we eliminate him tonight, kill his entire family, and search for evidence. If something goes wrong, I can just flee to the mountains and become a bandit, willing to forever be your dog at your command. Wu Chuang's attitude was surprisingly good, which made Wang Wenquan feel somewhat calmed. The county clerk is a proper 8th-ranking official, personally appointed by the king of the north. If a county clerk dies mysteriously, even if it's found out that I didn't do it, I will still be held accountable. Acting rashly is not wise. Wang Wenquan contemplated, shaking his head. Just as the two were discussing, suddenly, an officer outside shouted, Sir Wang. Sir Wang, some villagers from Wang Yao village have come to seek credit for killing a python. Someone seeking credit? Both men were taken aback, but had to temporarily set aside their discussion on how to deal with Chu Qing-song and hurriedly went out to see what was going on. Chapter 96. Poisonous scheme that Chun Ger is truly remarkable. He killed those 2 large pythons in just half a day, essentially saving everyone in our village. Otherwise, who knows how many children and even adults would have perished in the pythons' bellies. In the county office, Wang Shou, the village chief of Wang Yao village, was passionately recounting Li Chen's great achievements, speaking without pause. To be honest, he really didn't know how to express his gratitude to Li Chen, especially since Li Chen was even recruiting workers in their village and providing buns to those building the city gate. His generosity and righteousness made the villagers of Wang Yao village admire him greatly, leaving them at a loss as to how to thank him. Thus, a few respected elders in the village, along with Wang Shou, decided to carry the python skins to the county office to publicize Li Qin's merits and seek rewards for him. According to the regulations of the Dayan Dynasty, those who eliminate threats to the people, wild animals, must be rewarded by the government, and the government is also required to issue corresponding certificates, which can exempt them from corvée labor, land tax, or even military service depending on the circumstances. So, Wang Shou and his group had a simple idea. They wanted to secure more benefits for Li Qin. Of course, they kept silent about matters concerning the city gate and Li Qin's family business, only mentioning this incident. To surprise Li Qin, they did not discuss it with him beforehand and came directly. Li Shen, Wang Wenquan, and Wu Chuang stared at the two enormous python skins in the hall, filled with uncertainty. Are you sure that it's the hunter from Mu'er village, Li Qin? Wu Chuang asked slowly, once he steadied himself. It must be. Hundreds of eyes in our village are watching. Wang Shou replied loudly. At the same time, he looked at Wang Wenquan with eager anticipation. Lord Wang, since this Chun Gur has done such a good deed for the people, can he receive a reward? Wu Chuang's expression darkened as he was about to speak. However, Wang Wenquan suddenly raised his hand to stop him and nodded with a smile. Of course, this young Chun Gur is so capable, risking his own safety to hunt pythons. He truly is a hero and deserves to be rewarded according to the law. After thinking for a moment, he continued, how about this, village chief Wang? You go back and inform Li Qin that tonight at the hour of the dog, around 7 p.m., I will host a celebration banquet for him in the backyard of the county office. At that time, I, along with County Lieutenant Wu Chuang and County Clerk Chu Qingsong, will personally present him with a commendation certificate from the court and reward him with 100 taels of silver. Wang Shou was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed, saying, we will thank the county magistrate on behalf of Chun Gur, and we will definitely convey the message. All right, go ahead. We'll wait for him. Wang Wenquan nodded with a smile. After Wang Shou left, the two returned to the backyard. Wu Chuang anxiously asked, my lord, what do you mean by this? That Li Qin might be colluding with the bandits from Xiangzhai to slaughter my entire family. And the mysterious disappearance of our two groups of local militia must also be related to him. He even holds the recipe for refining fine salt. And you still want to reward him? Wu Chuang looked bewildered. You fool, what do you understand? Wang Wenquan shot him a cold glance. Didn't you hear me say there are 3 people accompanying? Besides you and me, there's also Chu Qingsong? What does that have to do with anything? Wu Chuang was taken aback, still not understanding. We can fully utilize this opportunity to achieve multiple goals. Wang Wenquan looked around to ensure no one was listening and then whispered an explanation. Huh? Is that really possible? Wu Chuang looked incredulous. In this county office. If I say it's possible, then it is. Wang Wenquan said proudly. Don't underestimate that brat Li Qin. He is cunning like a ghost. What if he doesn't come? Wu Chuang pondered for a moment. If he doesn't come, then there will be no reward. Anyway, with such a hero, it's better to send him to the army and let him die at the Northern Goose Pass. And if he does come, at this point, a cold glint appeared in Wang Wenquan's eyes as he slashed his hand downwards. A petty village brat, no matter how capable he is, can he escape my grasp? Having already designed the follow-up, Wu Chuang gave a thumbs up to Wang Wenquan, exclaiming, my lord, brilliant! Just as Li Qin arrived at the salt shop to sell fine salt, Lin Linger called for him. Unexpectedly, someone shouted from behind, Chun Gur. When he turned around, he saw none other than Wang Shou, the village chief of Wangyao village, panting as he approached with several respected elders from the village. Village Chief Wang, what brings you to the county? Li Qin smiled and nodded. He had a great fondness for this straightforward, grateful village chief. I'm here to seek a commendation for you. Wang Shou laughed, recounting the entire matter. Chun Gur, Lord Wang has said he will personally hold a celebration banquet for you tonight at the hour of the dog. You are invited, and the county lieutenant and county clerk will also be present. They're the 3 highest officials in Pingyang County, so you must not neglect this. Wang Shou clapped Li Qin on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you, Village Chief Wang. I will definitely be there on time. Li Qin clasped his hands and replied, maintaining his composure. Of course. Wang Shou laughed heartily, finally able to do something to repay Chun Gur, feeling very happy. Once Wang Shou left, Ho Xiaobai and Zhao Dashi hurried over, both with worried expressions. Ho Xiaobai quietly asked, Chingu, even Wu Chuang is personally involved? They say officials protect each other and are all in collusion. Could this be a trap? Whatever kind of banquet it is, we'll find out when we go. Li Chun replied calmly, without a hint of fear in his eyes. In a soldier's dictionary, there is never retreat, only attack. If others attack, he will counterattack. Then I want to go with you. I can die, but you mustn't be in danger. Muur village cannot be without you. Zhao Dashi urged anxiously. Li Chun glanced at him and patted his shoulder. A small county office isn't a big deal. After I collect the money, I'll tell you to buy some necessities, and then you can go back. I will attend the banquet myself. For now, just wait for me here. With that, Li Chun walked towards the inner hall. At that moment, Lin Linger was still waiting for him inside. Over the past few days, she had been dressing up every day to present herself in her most beautiful state. It was frustrating that the man she was waiting for had not come after waiting day after day. Today, she had finally managed to wait for him, but he was still lingering outside. Her heart was in a turmoil. This scoundrel, am I truly that unworthy? Is it so difficult for you to come in and take a look at me? As Lin Linger pondered, her heart grew increasingly flustered. Even forgetting the many warnings from Bai Yuxiang to be gentle and to control her temperament. She paced back and forth in the room, but Li Chun still hadn't come. Finally, unable to wait any longer, she hurriedly walked outside to see why that scoundrel had not entered yet. Just as she reached the door, the curtain lifted, revealing a tall figure like a mountain. However, in her anxious state, she ran too fast and ended up colliding with him. The person didn't move, but she couldn't withstand the impact and knelt down, instinctively wrapping her arms around him to avoid falling. As a result, half kneeling, her pretty face bumped into his lower abdomen. From a distance, it looked as though she was eagerly rushing towards him, impatiently wanting to ease his worries. Chapter 97 Facing Chu Ching Song. As Li Chun arrived at the door, he saw Lin Linger kneeling before him, her head buried at his abdomen, and his expression was a bit surprised. Has Lin Linger prepared such a grand welcome for him now? Puffed. Lin Linger almost kissed an inappropriate place with her red lips, her face turning crimson as she looked up and spat angrily. No need for such formalities. Li Chun took a half step to the side and waved his hand. What formalities? I tripped and fell in a hurry. Ouch, you dead man. Don't you know to help me up? You almost killed me. Lin Linger sat on the ground, holding her knee, and shouted angrily. Li Chun shook his head. She really was a girl with a volatile personality. He walked over and extended a hand to help her up.